Drunken Peasants Podcast with Ben and TJ, bringing you opinions of the news from an altered perspective.
Say, man. No.
I don't have facts to back this up.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
What are you talking about? Atheism? It's okay.
You're nothing, TJ. You're garbage. I just want to be liked. You're garbage.
And now, here are your hosts,
10 and DJ.
We'll do it live.
Zen and CJ.
Do it live. Things suck.
Welcome, everyone, to the Drunken Peasants Podcast, where we DP out of the news. I am Ben, and I am here with TJ and Scotty.
Yes.
Jesus.
That is accurate.
Yes.
I am TJ.
Jesus.
Now, originally today was going to be a debate, but I pretty much killed that with my powers that I have.
It was like,
I don't feel like doing a debate, guys. Guys, you know what? I really am here busy, and I need to do a debate, and I don't really want to do a debate. I'm just going to get cheesy past.
the other people are complaining, guy.
I'm just going to get cheesy past.
Yeah. No one gave me, like, the Creationists that I got might be upset. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to JF for going through the trouble of getting them.
Yeah, sorry to JF,
But
not sorry to the Creationists.
I mean, I am sorry that I had to cancel at the last minute.
I'm honestly not, so I won't pretend I am.
Okay, that's fair. Scotty's being honest, everybody. But there's a reason. And mainly it's this, because today, DP is not just reporting the news. DP is making the news, man.
What do you mean, TJ?
What do I mean? Our very own instigator and troublemaker,
Snob and stalker.
Benjamin. Ben.
What'd you do, Ben? What'd you do, buddy? Wish that was true, TJ.
Who's the guy
You know
above
inside your
you,
garbage.
TJ?
No one is above me.
There is someone literally above you.
I don't see them. Where?
Right there, you're looking at him right now.
No. Oh, hey, how you doing? Little face in the ceiling. Oh, no. I see. On the screen, someone's
Yes.
above me. I don't know who that is. Some French.
Hello?
His name is JF, but that stands for something else that I can't pronounce.
Jean-Francois?
Jean-Francois Zibidibidou.
That's a very good pronunciation.
Yeah, I'm awesome.
Good job, TJ.
Woo! If I was in your class, would you give me an A?
Probably not for this.
Oh! I should leave right now. I'm angry. Now the A stands for angry, good sir. So what are you here for?
Well, I'm a big fan of the show, so I talked to Ben, and he invited me, so I'm glad to come here and talk evolution with you guys.
Why did you invite this person here, Ben?
Blackmail.
Because he's an expert on evolution and neuroscience, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
How are you an expert, sir?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you define expert. Personally, I don't care about the authority in science, but if you define it as acquiring some sort of publications in the world of science or having a diploma like a PhD, then I would qualify, I guess, as some sort of expert.
Yeah, that's what I hate about you scientists. You're all so arrogant.
Well, to the contrary, what I'm telling you is these things don't matter at all.
you're just
Too
I
fancy
think
for you, TJ.
You say out of one side of your mouth, you say, "Oh, I don't care about being thought of as an expert," but then Ben's over here saying, "Oh, he's an expert. He's an expert." This is all choreographed
That's
by
what
you
he's
two.
saying. I'm not saying anything about
No, yeah, at your bequest, I'm sure.
Well,
Ben-
here's what, TJ. I think you have listening issues.
Yeah, that's definitely what the case is.
Ben,
Listening issues.
tell us the truth, Ben. He has some serious
I'm gonna
blackmail on you.
Turn my
Ben
hearing
must
aid
have
up
went
a
on
little.
Ben, did you go on a cruise or something?
I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He ain't here. I don't hear him. Oh my God! Now I do. What does that sound?
What is that sound?
The desk is vibrating. G-Man, turn down your vibrator. It's
My
making
vibrator.
your desk is rumbling, dude. There's a noise that's going like bzzz. Okay, it stopped.
Okay.
No, it didn't
All right.
stop. It's coming still.
Okay.
So we have our other guest here, G-Man. I'll introduce you to him. His name is JF. Those are his initials, JF. Can you hear that over the nuclear generator that you're sitting next to?
I don't have any. It's probably my laptop. Maybe my fan is being too loud or something. I don't know. But his name is JF. I can see him. It says I see his whole name here.
Hi, Jamin.
JF. Okay, cool. How are you doing,
nice
sir?
Nice to see you. I'm doing fine. What about you?
I'm doing all right. Just got home from work a couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Got invited to have a debate with the scientist. I'm waiting for the scientist to get here.
It's not it's not a debate, G-Man. We just no,
it's not Thunderfoot.
No. See, it's not a. We didn't say we were bringing a celebrity on. We said we we're bringing a scientist on.
Okay.
Right. No, and actually, it's not. We're not. He's not here to debate you. We just thought you could use some education.
Right.
Oh, okay, cool. I love education. I have no problem with that.
All right, so why don't you ask the nice scientist your questions, G-Man? We know you like to inquire.
Okay. Yeah, JF, I'm just completely dumbfounded about some things about evolution. Maybe you can help me with something. What was the common ancestor that that is responsible for all life? Let's start with something easy.
For all life that is currently alive on Earth?
Yeah. What was the common ancestor?
The common ancestor was probably a very simple molecule of DNA. It's hard to pinpoint exactly when it happened, when it was created, but we estimate it at about 4 billion years ago.
Okay. So my next question would be, what do I do when somebody tells me that they know for certain that the common ancestor was a single-cell organism?
Well, I think that it would be false to say that we know for certain. In fact, there are serious hypotheses that the first common ancestor may not have been a single-cell organism. It could have been a floating molecule. But the reason we would think that it was a single-cell organism is that when we look around us, we see only single-cell organism or groups of single cells that are put together. So it doesn't seem like there are much out there that's alive that doesn't have cells except the viruses.
Oh, okay. That explains a lot for me, I suppose. My next question for you would be, how do we go from this floating organism or this, the other definition that you gave the very first time was single-cell organism, a multi-cell organism. How do we get from that to, let's say, a school of fish?
Yeah, well, these are current questions that are being explored, and they are the fascinating questions. So first you have to solve the problem of how a replicating molecule, which was floating somewhere in the ocean, making copies of itself, how could this become a single cell in the first place? How could this become a bacteria? And for it to happen, it has to be that some of these molecules, they found an advantage. They were evolutionarily advantaged to build walls around them, what Richard Dawkins had been calling coats. They've been covering themselves with these coats, and this has formed single-cell organisms. Now, at some point, these single-cell organisms, they started making copies of themselves that would stay around them. It would stay around them and form multicellular communities, like the sponges, or like the multicellular organism that forms slimes. And at some point, these groups of multicellular organisms, there were many copies of a similar organism, and they found an evolutionary advantage to get together and coordinate their actions. So when you see a shoal of fish swimming together, that's because these multiple cell organisms, they found an advantage in swimming together rather than swimming alone.
Okay, that's very interesting because they were swimming in the water and everything. That's cool. So I'm assuming this is the explanation that they have for all life. That this common ancestor is responsible for all life, right?
Well, I would say
animals,
it's the general explanation.
Birds, cats, all of them
yes.
things and whatnot, right?
But
okay,
to
cool.
explain this, using this general explanation, you need many more smaller explanations. You need many cases of evolutions that have happened, particularly, for example, in the transition to the terrestrial environment when the first amphibians have started walking. You need a lot of more details to explain the whole thing that you observed today, but yes, I would say it's a general good explanation.
Wow, I'm learning a lot here today. Thank you. I appreciate that. A couple more questions. There was only one...
Hold on a second.
So,
G-Man,
I'd like to hear about Ben and TJ.
I've never heard G-Man just be like, okay, cool, I learned something, and then like move on. I've never heard him say that, so I'm just kind of blown away.
I was expecting a little more opposition.
well, you're going to get that in a minute.
Okay.
He's building there. G-Man is like a master debater I don't mean that in, a masturbation
do.
way. I'm just saying, he builds his case slowly until it crests. So
And you're
what
all
we,
going to see me do it in a minute.
right, sure, yeah, the knockout punch, it's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, so JF, right?
Yep,
Dr. JF, right? Dr.
Yep.
JF? Okay, cool. You have a PhD, right?
Yep, you can. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, now earlier you said that everything came from one single cell organism, and that one single cell organism became multiple ones, and they're swimming around or floating around in the water or whatever, right?
Uh-huh.
Tell me something. How do we get from a single cell organism, for example, to, let's say, a tree that produces these things, an apple here?
Yes. Well, this
How
is a
exactly-
fascinating question. So first we have to address, let's forget about the apple and the tree. Let's go simple. So we have bacteria that are just making copies of themselves, and their offspring are single-cell organisms. And I'm extremely interested at this transition that happens. Why is it that suddenly this organism could become a multiple-cell organism? I find this a very interesting question. I think there are open questions in this field, but I would point out to the fact that there are some communities of bacterial cells that have the option of being multicellular organism or the option of transferring back to single cell. And I would suspect that at some point when a cell is making a copy of itself, the offspring that surround, they can start helping their parent cell. And if they help so much that they sacrifice their own replication power to join basically a body or a slime or a group of cells, I think it's possible that from these events we could have multicellular organism evolving from single cell organism making copies of themselves.
Right. So we got trees from bacteria, you're saying, right?
Not from modern bacteria, but from some sort of organism that looked like bacteria at some point, yeah.
Okay, what does it look like?
What does a bacteria look like?
No, the bacteria that became trees over a long period of time. What do they look like?
Oh, well,
What do they look
they've been looking like many things across millions of years. So at some point, they looked like a bacteria that you would see today or close to this. At some point, they might have integrated some
Well, I didn't
device
ask you
like...
all that. Actually, how did it look? Like, did you actually see the bacteria yourself that turned into the
No, the thing it's not one bacteria. What we're talking about is a series of bacteria and of different types of organisms that have led to the tree, progressively changing at every generation during their evolutionary history. And this happened over millions of years, if not billions of years, if you go back to bacteria.
Okay, cool. Now, this is something that you're telling me. Did you actually observe this bacteria over a long period of time becoming a tree or anything other than bacteria?
No, we do not. Our current theory of how modern life has appeared is not directly observed. We do not. We did not see a bacteria transform into a tree.
Yeah, G-Man. It wasn't like when you saw Jesus rise from the dead. It's different. It's different from that.
Good point. You know what? I have to give you a round of applause for that joke. You're right. I wasn't there to see Jesus rise from the dead, and he wasn't there to see the bacteria, evolve from whatever the heck it was.
Yeah, so I guess we're just going to have to base it on evidence then.
Right.
No, whoa. That's the problem, though. He's saying about the
it's the
bacteria,
problem.
What he's saying, this is the punchline, I suppose, because what you're saying with the bacteria becoming ultimately a tree over this long period of time, you never observed that. How is that science?
Well, I mean, if we had to apply the criteria that you're asking, that we have to observe everything, we couldn't have a justice system, for example, because most murders are not observed by anyone else than the person being murdered and the murderer. Yet we can find evidence by looking at the scene. We can see the scene and reconstruct what happened. And that's what we do in evolutionary biology. It's not different from the reconstruction of a murder scene based on some evidence that tells you something about the past.
And I would agree with you. I like the idea that you brought a crime scene into it, because then we can look at evidence in a different way. You know, we can hear the testimony of other people, and we can use that testimony to come to a conclusion or whatever. And there's other ways, fingerprints and all that other good stuff. I mean, we can't be 100% sure, you know what I mean, that this person committed the crime, but we could be like, we could be pretty sure that he did it, right? According to DNA, fingerprints. The testimonies of other people when they go to court. Oh, I heard this. I saw this.
And it's
Right.
important in that process, in a crime investigation, that you wouldn't attribute the same degree of importance to any evidence. You would think, for example, that the testimony, it depends. Was it from a testimony from someone interested in the affair? Was it someone who wanted to hide stuff? So you would attribute different levels of belief based on the quality and the quantity of evidence that you get.
Right, and I totally agree with you. So, since we have no eyewitness evidence of people who can give you a testimony of what these bacteria did, and would actually educational guess, what evidence do you have that this actually happened?
Well, the evidence is really overwhelming. We can survey the most. Yes, overwhelming.
Okay, cool.
I mean, the idea that all life that is currently existing on Earth is based on DNA, for example. It seems that all life on Earth is based on the same set of molecules, encoding the same set of molecules, which are RNA, proteins. All of them seem to require some sort of single-cell membrane or multiple cells having the same type of membranes. So it seems that whatever created life as we see it today has used the same recipes, and we can even see the distance between different organisms that are currently alive. For example, the distance in terms of genetics between humans and other primates like apes is much smaller than our distance with trees and bacteria.
That doesn't prove that bacteria became trees, though. That's just an education. That doesn't prove that bacteria became trees. That proves that an intelligence made trees. Intelligence made people. That doesn't prove that just happened randomly.
Yeah, I mean,
because the weather was perfect and this condition was right and everything.
Whenever you see a phenomenon, whenever you see a natural phenomenon, you can attribute it to an intelligence. You can say, oh, this thing is not like this because of a physical law. It's like this because someone made it that way. But the problem is, if you adhere to the scientific method and if you're looking at parsimonious explanation, the God explanation, having created everything that we see alive today, is simply not parsimonious, because you come up with a problem, which is, who created God?
Who created God? Go. The Bible says that.
No, G-Man. G-Man.
God has.
We don't want to hear about what the Bible says. We don't want to hear about.
Can I use logic then? You mind if I use logic?
Sure.
Logic.
Okay.
It called the Dusty. I beat you in a vote. Logic. Okay, cool. So
G-Man did beat Dusty in the guest poll. Like who the?
There you go.
It's hard to call the Dusty. Logic. Anyway, so we called the Dusty. I did mean that. Logic. So anyway, okay. So matter. When was matter created?
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm very curious about these questions. I'm not a physicist, unfortunately, so I cannot give you any sort of informed guess. But if you're talking about the matter that, go ahead.
Matter cannot be created and matter cannot be destroyed. Okay? I think that's the first one. Something like that.
I'm not sure that's true.
Matter cannot be created. Well, you can go talk to a lot of atheists that watch my channel.
I'm not a physicist again, but I'm not sure that matter cannot be created.
You can Google it, but you can Google that if you want. So matter can't be created and matter can't be destroyed. So believing that something is infinite is not too difficult. For example, the Big Bang, they believe what was it called? A singularity is responsible. It supposedly got really hot and then it expanded over this long period of time and whatnot, right? So that singularity was there for like forever. You know what I mean? So,
G-Man, if you want an astrophysicist on here, we can get an astrophysicist. But let's talk about evolution, since that's what our expert is. Our guest is an expert in.
He's like, get him! Like we just have him standing by. Yes.
All right, come on in, Lawrence Krauss. Get in here.
Yeah. He's
have a beginning or end. That's using logic.
Okay.
Right? So my next.
But let's stick to evolution. Let's stick to evolution questions.
Okay, so how do we get from one single cell organism to cats, dogs, birds, coyotes, eagles, and all these other things?
That question's pretty much already been answered several times. I mean, you've pretty much rephrased. Well, yeah, really, it has. Okay.
I'm not finished up, but I'm not.
Okay, go ahead.
How do you go from a dog to being a non-dog?
I was waiting for that one.
Evolution.
I was waiting.
Okay, so you're talking about the process that we call speciation.
Yes, he's talking about speciation, and also, could you? He always says macro and micro evolution. Can you explain to him? I mean, is that even a scientific term?
Well, yeah, let's start with speciation, and then we can get into his thinking about other things. So speciation, you're asking how it happens. We know how it happens. It starts with a common ancestor that's that's similar. That's the exact same organism. This common ancestor has multiple offspring, and these offspring, they are put in different environments. Now, different environments, sometimes it can be that they are separated by a mountain, they can be separated by climatic events, or they can even be separated, which we call sexual isolation. They can be separated simply because they do not reproduce together. Once they are separated, either physically or sexually, there's different pressures that apply to the two groups. So from a common ancestor, you can build up these pressures over millions of years, and you'll have as much differentiation as you see between a tiger and a lion, or an ape and a tree. It's all about how much time you leave evolution make its action on using differential pressures. Some pressures make a group of the organism want to capture light or grow branches like the trees. Some other evolutionary pressure advantage the groups that are like apes, that can climb trees and that can hunt and eat apples, for example.
But that's not evolution, that's adaptations, though.
I mean, part of the theory of evolution relies on the concept of adaptation and of differential adaptation. So adaptations that are different based on groups that have lived in different environments.
But with the adaptations, or macro and micro evolution, whatever you want to call it, all that means is that a wolf is going to have a bigger ear and one's going to have a longer ear, or you might have a wolf with bigger teeth and one might have smaller teeth, or an eye that's bigger than the other one, or whatever, over a long period of time or whatever. But you don't get something other than a dog or something other than a wolf. We don't have any examples at all that has been proven 100% fact that a dog can become a non-dog, or a cat can become a non-cat, or a bird can become a non-bird. And if you cannot get a bird that can become a non-bird, how did we get to the point where we got a single-cell organism that went from being like all these different, I'm talking about grass and all these other things and whatnot. How did they evolve into like things that can move around and whatnot? That's my reason to doubt evolution.
Yes. Well,
and you have to be able to observe it. Okay, you have to be able to demonstrate this, and you have to be able to observe this in order for it to be science. I believe that evolution is more religious than anything. I don't think it's scientific.
Science is not just based on the direct observation of phenomena.
Microevolution is science. Microevolution is science. Macroevolution is the figment of your imagination, because we don't have any proof of that.
No, I think that you're wrong in stating that science is only about what we can observe directly. For example, physics have given us theories that allow us to predict what happens in black holes, but we've never been in a black hole. But these theories, they have given predictions that we can look at from the outside of the black hole, and that everything seems to fit the theory. So sometimes you do not have a direct observation, but what you have is a theory that's the smallest possible explanation that can be provided for what you can observe. What is it that we can observe right now? We can observe the modern forms of life. We cannot go back 1 billion years ago and see what happened. But from these observations, we can select theories based on what's best explaining the evolution of life on Earth.
Okay, so with that being said, how much faith do you think it takes to believe the theory of evolution versus how much actual factual science a person can believe?
This is an important question. It may sound ridiculous, but I think it's not that ridiculous. So what is it that a scientist commits to when he starts doing science? We do commit to things. We commit to the belief, for example, that our instruments are providing us some useful information. We commit to the principles of parsimony, which is that for a very simple phenomenon that can be explained by a simple theory, I don't need to make up a giant explanation of things that I've never observed, like a magical power making everything happen. So yeah, we do commit to a set of beliefs. But
you're so right. It takes a lot more faith to believe that everything.
I didn't say it took more.
From this imaginary common ancestor. I totally agree with you. It takes a lot more faith to believe in this imaginary common ancestor that supposedly did all this stuff and we never actually seen it.
I didn't say it took more. I said it took a certain amount of Axioms.
And fake science to come to the conclusion that a bird can become a non-bird. I would rather believe that an intelligence created everything after their own kind, since I can observe that on a regular basis. There's more proof for that, more evidence for that than it is that that one single cell, because the weather was perfect during this particular age, became multiple cells, and over a long period of time, boom, here's people.
Even within your internal logic, which I found totally flawed, let's go within that internal logic. You say you observe intelligence creating species. When's the last time you've seen an intelligent being create a species?
I believe that by faith, and I believe the testimony of the scripture.
Okay.
But it makes more sense than your outrageous claim, where you're saying that a little cell did all this stuff. You never actually saw it. And here's a more outrageous claim. I actually get a little offended when people tell me these are my relatives. Corn, apples, rats, raccoons.
But I believe you are wrong to be offended.
You know what I mean? Roaches.
If you've ever looked at a plant, I think that if you're offended, it's that you do not appreciate the complexity of living forms, of forms of life on Earth, including corn.
You don't really believe you're related to a roach?
I feel honored to be within the family of corn and to be a cousin of your apple. These are very complex organisms. They are sweet. They grow from trees that are very complex. If you ever slice through a tree, you will be impressed by what you found on there.
Your family? Do you eat this?
Do I eat corn? Yes.
Yeah. Are you gonna eat your family tonight? Like on Thanksgiving, you're gonna have like your cousins from.
You cannibal!
How dare you?
Careful eating your distant cousins. It's a lot better to believe that God created everything. You're not related to corn and apples and roaches and cotton and all these other disgusting things and whatnot. You believe that
we are related within your theory. We are still related. But we are related through creation instead of evolution. But in your theory, we are still the same offspring of some God, right?
I think that you scientists that believe that we are related to corn need to go see a doctor. That's what I think. Okay. We are not related to corn. I'm
a doctor, so I'm going to go see myself.
Or a peach or a banana or an apple or anything like that. That is ridiculous. Even the kids going to school today are laughing at that theory.
TJ's related to bananas.
Oh yeah, he's definitely related because he likes to, get intimate with those things too.
He serenades them, takes them on dates.
TJ, what do you think about being the cousin of corn?
Oh yeah, I like to hear this.
I don't mind it. I don't see it as particularly demeaning. So
yeah, neither do I. That sounds fine to me. I'll still
I kind of, it kind of makes me feel. I don't know. I almost get sort of a pleasant feeling knowing that I'm connected with all other life on this planet. But I guess that Gman kind of just views life as like this, all of life as like this garbage form, and that he's going to shed once he dies.
I didn't say that. I was not connected to the other life on the planet. You're playing word games here, okay? You're saying
I'm playing word games. That's an interesting accusation.
Semantics, TJ.
Your distant cousin is corn. Your distant cousin is an apple, a peach, a pear.
So what? So what?
You're not related to those things.
I am so.
Those things.
They have DNA. They're built of the same materials that you are.
Yes. Okay. And check this out. According to the scripture, the Bible says that we're made out of the dust of the earth, and if they're made out of, and they're coming from the same place, that's the dust of the earth. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that you guys are like not gonna have a family reunion.
It sounds to me like look. It sounds to me like you believe you're just as intimately related to those things as any evolutionist would.
Right. No. I am intimately related into eating this. This is not family. I can eat my family.
Okay.
This is food necessary to live.
Gman is the first prop creationist. Like, he uses props in his routine.
In my routine?
Yeah. Yeah, your routine. This is a routine. You come up with what you're going to say word for word, and then if someone strays some ballpark franks.
Shouldn't those be in the fridge?
Yeah.
Put those in the fridge, G-Man. Oh, I didn't know your fridge was so close to you.
Yeah.
It's convenient.
Yes, very convenient.
Either that or you live in a broom closet. I don't know.
So JF, if you don't mind, could you admit that many scientists have a certain degree of faith in the things that they're talking about regarding, and when I say faith, I'm talking about the fact, I'm using the definition when you guys just say things and then other people just believe it. Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. You got little evidence, but you have faith on this stuff.
No, I think that the word faith is not the right word here. We have axioms. We start with a given. And the given, for example, is that what I observe from the world is somewhat, not necessarily entirely true, but somewhat telling me something about my environment. I would say that's an axiom more than a faithful statement.
I would say that's a statement of faith. Just like when I say that God exists.
No, I would say it's a statement of method. The difference with faith,
how he does it.
the difference with faith is that there's a claim that something out there exists that you've never seen.
So if I never seen it, then if I never seen it, then that means it's not real. You never seen this common ancestor. Ditto.
No. When I say that I don't have faith in the axioms that says that I can observe the world. I'm just saying I'm using this axiom to build my scientific method over it. I'm not stating anything based on that.
Repeatable, something that's testable, repeatable, something that you can, that's something that appeals to your five senses, right? So when did you test? When did you personally test the fact that bacteria is responsible over this long period of time of creating a tree? When did you actually test that over and over and over and over and over again?
I told you earlier, this is getting circular because I told you earlier we cannot test this.
No way. G-Man's not circular. He's not. Oh, G-Man won. Another win for the G-Man.
No. Check this out. We have access to bacteria. How many trees have you produced with the bacteria that we have? With plain bacteria.
The answer is very simple. Give me 2 billion years and I'll show you, but I don't have 2 billion years because I'm just one of the products of these things which die after a certain time. In my case, maybe at 60 or 70 years.
Because you believe evolution by faith, not by science.
No, evolution is...
That's the argument you're using against God. I'm using that against your evolution argument. If you have to be able to see it to believe it then, and you haven't seen this actually done, you have a faith-based position. It's not
that's totally
science.
wrong.
You haven't observed it. You haven't played with it. You haven't tested it over and over and over and over again to come to an intelligent decision. You haven't done that.
I mean, if I can speak here, there's a major difference between faith and the conclusion that scientists have come to by expressing the evolutionary theory and the theory that all life on Earth comes from events of replication from a common ancestor. The difference is that we have not started with this as a given. When you do a statement of faith, you start with the conclusion as a given. You say, I start with the opinion that God exists. It's fine, you can do that,
right.
But it's not comparable to science where we say, I don't start with any conclusion in advance, I start with a method. The method shows me a couple of things about my environment.
No. I don't agree with that. All scientists have their own presuppositions when they come into a conversation like this. I have my presupposition. You're right that God exists, and I'm going to build my argument based on that.
You're pointing to individual scientists.
You're going to start your argument with, well, I believe in evolution and Big Bang, so that's what I'm going to start at. Don't give me that mess. Everyone has presuppositions.
Yeah, scientists have presuppositions and they even have false belief. But that's the point of science. It's that no one cares about what scientists think. They care about what scientists can prove using their method. That's the essential difference between a statement of faith by an individual and a conclusion of a group of scientists, which has nothing to do, by the way, with their presuppositions or their beliefs about the world. The individual can be wrong about everything, but following the method of science correctly can lead you to some truth about the world.
Okay, Amazing Atheist, can I just say something here real quick to you personally?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, cool. Matt Slick wants to debate you on the Bible Thumping Wingnut show.
Who is that?
Yeah, I kind of figured he was going to say that. He just got finished debating Matt Dillahunty and who's that guy with the mustache like this and with the long? Oh, Aaron Raw. That's right. Yeah. So they wanted me to ask you, would you be interested in going on the Bible Thumping Wingnut show? And
I'll have to look into that. So.
All right, cool. Ben can do that. I'm sure he knows everybody here on YouTube. The second thing I want to say, because I know the Drunken Peasants ain't going to do this for me, check out G-Man on YouTube by going to XXOO54 or look for G-Man on YouTube. # awesome. Beat the Amazing Atheist butt in that rap battle. But back to what you're saying, sir. That is a faith-based assertion you just made. Thank you. There's no science there. None. You got to be able to observe it. You got to be able to play with it. You're telling me you don't believe in God because of what? You can't see him.
G-Man.
He does show up, you wouldn't believe it because he has to do it over and over and over again. Has to be testable and repeatable over and over and over if you're going to go by the scientific method.
Well, the first thing is I didn't say I did not believe in God, but in fact you guessed right. I do not believe in God.
Okay. Okay.
And
atheist?
to answer your question, the reason I don't believe in God is that there's no reason to believe in God. There's no good evidence that would even point to the point of an iceberg of a start of evidence that there is someone who created the universe. As soon as I'm presented with some evidence, I'm happy to change my belief.
Okay. We both speak English, right? We both know the definition of words, right? There's a difference between evidence and convincing you, okay?
Yes,
How do you know that there's no evidence if I have been convinced by evidence that God exists?
Oh, well, just present it, and I'm open to listening.
But if you don't believe it, whoa. Here's the tricky thing now. If you don't believe it, that doesn't mean it's not evidence for me. My burden of proof isn't the same burden of proof that you have.
Oh, certainly. It can be evidence for you, but you may be wrong about the whole thing. The difference is just that if you pass me evidence, I will ask, where did you get this? Who told you that? How did you test this? What are the alternative theories?
I have no problem with that. I can handle those easy questions. But before I do that, are you aware of the arguments for God? The presuppositional argument, my answered prayer argument, the ontological argument, the cosmological argument. There's a ton of arguments out there. Then there's two empiricisms, and I wish he was here, is his complexity of a cell argument, of intelligent design, which is highly competitive with evolution right now. Don't even try to sit here and act like it's not.
I think we've pretty much deflated your answered prayer argument.
No, you haven't. No one's deflated nothing.
Oh yeah, we've totally demolished that on several occasions. We really have.
I'm gonna give you the short, condensed, nutshell version. God has answered my prayers, and you can't.
Nut is right.
And I can actually demonstrate it scientifically on how he did. I can do it.
Have you mentioned previously that you believe in some sort of microevolution?
I believe in microevolution, yeah.
Do you think that populations change over time? Local populations?
What's that got to do with the argument for God?
Well, let me get there. Did you say that you agreed with microevolution?
Yeah, that basically if somebody has a kid and the kid takes on some of their traits. Yeah.
Okay, so the reason I don't buy your argument of prayer answered or you've talked to God, if I understood correctly, is that it's very well explained why you have an internal dialogue in your head by evolution through simple changes coming from the common ancestors that we had with apes. We can see how evolution could explain the appearance of a mind, of a capacity for language, and a capacity to have internal language. And so I don't see the need here to create a whole creator because you experience those subjective feelings inside your mind. There is no evidence that there's something. There's no evidence.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
Oh, no.
That's what you're talking about right now, but you're using a bunch of scientific mumbo jumbo.
What? He's not talking about reincarnation.
Basically, what you're saying is that you're giving me a form of it. You're giving me a form of reincarnation right now.
No, I'm saying that you're talking to.
That at some point I was some other person a long time ago, and then that person
what?
That's not reincarnation. That's replication. That's offspring creation by
Gman has lost the plot.
Right. And by the way, that doesn't disprove my argument. What that is a theory that you have that you can't prove. You can't prove that God is not talking to me, and I can get quite specific on how He's talking to me. First of all, my Bible gives me conditions on prayer, tells me what I can pray for and what not to pray for, and then when the prayers are answered, I can tell you who is answering my prayer and who is not answering my prayer.
Well, the can't prove argument is just invalid for negative proof. So I could tell you the same thing. I could tell you. I could tell you you cannot prove that the person who speaks to you when you experience God was not a pink unicorn. You cannot prove this.
Okay, so you hold the view that you can't prove a negative?
Well, I mean, under certain circumstances, in some theoretical, mathematical environments, you can prove negatives. But,
I appreciate that.
But when you start inventing negatives within a setting where we're in a universe and you're making up stuff from no observations at all, no, you cannot prove that kind of negative.
Okay, cool. So, my answer prayer argument says that God is immaterial, okay? And the way He makes Himself known to the material world is using your actual scientific method, okay? You get a prayer journal, you can write down when the prayer was made, what was prayed for, and when the prayer was answered, okay? Now, okay, I have something recorded demonstrating that when I pray, that these things are taking place. Now, mind you, if you know anything about Christianity at all, you know that Christians only pray for things that are outside of their control. They will try to go to their friends and get the thing first. They'll try to go to other people and get it first. But once they come to the conclusion that nothing is going to help them, that's when they usually get on their knees and ask God for that particular thing.
Kind of like when God gave you money, right, G-Man? Oh, like you asked God for money and he get. But there were some other things you could have done to get the money, though, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
but I needed the money right then and there, though. That's the thing.
But I mean, you could have I don't know. You could have robbed a store or something like that, you know.
I'm not going to do that. That's a sin. I'm not going to do that. That's a sin.
But you weren't out of options, though.
I was out of options. I can't sin. I'm not going to sin.
So you don't sin. You're not a sinner.
No, I'm not going to. I'm not going to take something.
Did you just say you're not a sinner, G-Man?
When my Bible, no, you're playing word games now, Benny boy. Stop it. We've been through this before now. Stop it. Is that Ben or Scott? I'm talking, by the way. Has to do with the mask. Looks like Rey Mysterio these days or something, or
yeah.
Who is?
That's
okay,
bad.
so I'm not gonna fall for your trap this time, my friend. Ain't gonna happen. But anyway, sir, the bottom line is I can give you with that example a prayer journal, which I will show you.
All right, G-Man. We're gonna start wrapping this up. So I want you to pick one last topic of discussion that you want to discuss with our guest here.
All right, cool, sir. Evolution is a faith-based position. It is not science, and you need to stop believing in that nonsense. Really, we did not evolve from a common ancestor that we've never seen, that we never touched, that we never smelt, or anything like that, and we can't reproduce the same thing to be able to test whether or not that theory is true. It is a faith-based assertion. It is not science. Although you're going to make it sound like it is in a minute.
No, I think that there's nothing absolutely wrong with what you say. The problem is the weight that you attribute to different categories of things. So if we were to just evaluate your claim that God exists based on your own criteria, it wouldn't even hold. And so that's the problem with coming with a faith argument or saying that you just experience God or that it has to exist. It's that every criticism that you can give to the theory of evolution will just apply 10 times more to your own beliefs.
Whatever you say, sir, it's a faith-based assertion. Evolution. I just want to let you know that. All right.
But it was a pleasure.
My relatives are not string beans, the Easter Bunny. It isn't the great turkey on Thanksgiving. It ain't the great pumpkin on Halloween. It ain't the Christmas tree. My relatives are other human beings. I'm related to TJ. TJ is like a distant cousin. You know what I mean? But a banana, grass, buckwheat. Are you serious? Come on.
Oh yeah, I'm very serious.
No, you're not. Grass. Stop telling yourself that. Build yourself up a little bit. Man. You can do a lot better than that. Seriously. Grass, buckwheat, barley. Are you serious? Come on now.
All right. I think we'll end on that note.
Okay,
G-Man here.
Thank you for being on the show, G-Man.
Thanks, G-Man.
Preaching to the Choir Ministries.
Check out G-Man's YouTube for more great arguments and facts.
G-Man.
And the masters of stupidity.
So what did you think of your G-Man encounter?
Knockout.
I think he's a living proof that being wrong doesn't make you not entertaining. You can be a good show while being completely beside the track.
That is true. We've seen it. Don't ever convince yourself that just because you're entertaining, you must be right.
You have to love that about G-Man. It's like, I haven't smelt it, touched, or anything. So you smelt or touched God or any of the senses? Well, no, I haven't seen him or touched him, but
I wrote some stuff down in a book, so it must be real.
And he said the date and time, too, TJ. You're forgetting that part.
Right.
It's scientific.
He's observed it.
My big problem with Gman is that people are laughing at his stuff very quickly, which they should because it's ridiculous. But I believe in giving in being intellectually honest. And I believe that some of the things he points out are actual. You might not express it in the most agile way, but it's true that science is based on some assumptions. And I think that we have to give him credit for making the defense he can.
I mean, like, everything is based on assumption. I mean, like, even if you just go through life, you're making assumptions constantly. You know, I mean, it's impossible to avoid assumptions because we just don't have absolute certainty about everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could even say, oh, well, I mean, you can't even really definitively prove that anything exists outside of yourself. So
there's a video, some guy from MIT saying that you can believe in God in 5 minutes if there's scientific proof.
Yeah,
That's
we've already.
entertaining.
I don't know. We've already heard so much scientific proof for God.
No.
There's mounds of it.
Okay.
All right, you can play it if
you want to play it. All right, here we go.
My name is Gerald Schroeder. I have a, thank God, a strong science background from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, bachelor's, master's, PhD, 7 years in the physics staff. Seen a whole range of atomic bombs detonated. Moved to Israel. Met my wife, Barbara Sofer, a great writer, and then teach Torah and science. So luckily, I'm lucky that I have the two that come together. And one of the questions that I'm asked as a scientist is, how can a scientist really believe that there's something that we refer to usually as God? You know, is this metaphysical whatever acting in the world or producing the world? The irony is, the question's really a non-starter. Science has in fact discovered God.
Do you want to comment on that as a scientist?
Well, I'd like to let him speak because he didn't say anything yet.
Well, I mean, he has said something. I mean, he made a statement to the effect of you know, people asking him as a scientist, how can you believe in God?
Yeah,
what would you,
so is it even possible?
Well, I mean, I just, you know, I mean, I know that it's not impossible to reconcile the two things because there are religious scientists, but I was wondering if you maybe had your finger on the pulse of the, you know, scientific establishment and what the general feelings are about, you know, theological matters and such.
Mm-hmm. Well, people don't discuss this as scientists, so it's something that we... Like, you see Richard Dawkins going on the public space talking about it, you might have the impression that this is a big subject of discussion. It's not at all, because scientists, they really care about what we can gather evidence for, and we cannot gather evidence for God. So
sure. But I mean, like, I don't think I didn't really imagine like the scientists like sitting there in their lab coats, like trying to delve to the bottom of this fucking situation.
They have secret atheist meetings where they're all like, God.
But I don't know, just like I mean, like, this doesn't come up like around the water cooler or something. I mean, you guys are pretty secular-minded people for the most part, living in a very religious culture. So I mean, I'm sure that there must be some discussion of that at least on occasion.
Definitely, and there are most scientists that I know are atheists. But the question that's more interesting is it possible to reconcile the two? I would say I know people who think that it is possible. So I know physicists who are really great physicists. They are super rational, but they believe in God, and they believe that it's reconcilable. I believe that it's reconcilable to the extent that you admit that you're an individual and that you're a different creature than the scientific creature or the kind of theoretical system that science is building. But I do think that there are logical contradictions between some of the methods of science and the belief in God at the moment.
All right, well, we'll delve into that. Hold on, we'll delve into that after we hear a little bit more of his questions. So just hold on to that thought.
All right, and by the way, before we move on, everyone please hit the like button if you like this video so far. And we have a poll from the interaction with Gman down below in the video description. And here's some more of this guy.
And you can talk to the hardline atheists, and they will say, it looks like science has indeed discovered God. And how would that be? Well, if you take the trouble of going to the web and there type in WMAP, the initials for a satellite, it's a diagram that shows the development of the universe from the creation over time. It's a timeline. Every word on that diagram comes from the NASA site. It is the condensed knowledge of the scientific community of how the universe created and how it got to where we are today. Each of the lines, the vertical lines, is another billion years. Okay, you start from a burst of energy at the extreme left side of the diagram, and you end up at the far end with the oval. The oval is to indicate expansion in all directions. Of course, because it's a timeline, we can't show that on a single piece of paper. We see here, most amazingly, that on the extreme left edge, it shows a beginning to the universe. Now go back less than 50 years. If I were teaching that at Tech, a person could lose tenure saying that there was a creation of the universe. It sounds like it's Bible. Because less than 50 years ago, the overwhelming scientific opinion was the universe is eternal.
You want to chime in there?
I mean, I'm not a physicist, but
sure, but you're
there's
a
a
scientist.
difference between saying that there's a moment that's defined as t equals 0. That's the moment at which the universe started expanding, and saying that it has to be an act of creation. That's
Right.
two very different statements there.
And I mean, look, a lot of Christians make a big deal about this whole, oh, well, you guys think there was this Big Bang, and, that's how the Bible starts. It said in the beginning, God, there was darkness, and then God created the heavens and the earth. But, I mean, that's sort of similar to what the science has borne out. But if we look at the rest of the creation story, I mean, it's nothing to do with how the universe was actually said to have formed, or how life was actually said to emerge and then reach all this diversity. So, I mean, it's like, when they like something that science says, like, look, see how our book even corroborates this, and then they just ignore everything else the book says that doesn't.
Yeah. You have to be very picky to find that the Bible is a useful source of information on the universe.
Yes, you do.
There was never a beginning. The Bible is wrong from the very first sentence. And then we discovered suddenly Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, the Bell Labs in New Jersey, the northeast of the U.S., discovered the echo of the Big Bang, the energy left over, which George Gamow, 60 years ago,
the fingerprint of
if
God.
The universe created hot and small, it would have exploded, and the energy would get more and more dilute. And Penzias and Wilson, these Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, discover this energy that had been predicted overnight. The Bible got it right. There was a beginning to the universe. Now, the black in the diagram is nothing. It's not a vacuum. Vacuums are within that diagram, within that cone of expansion. Vacuums are empty space, and space is something. The black of the paper around the diagram is nothing. It doesn't fit in our human brain because humans think in a box made of time, space, and matter/energy.
I have nothing to say about that so far. I mean, what we've already said kind of covers this. I mean, just because you can say, oh, the universe had a beginning and there's a beginning in the Bible, therefore, what? Who cares?
Right.
The echo of the Big Bang that he mentions has nothing to do with what he follows with.
Right.
So it was all true that there's an echo of the Big Bang. That doesn't tell you anything about God, and that doesn't tell you nothing about the nothing part that he highlights there. We don't know much about what goes on in the world before the universe.
I don't think there's. Yeah, I don't have forever for him to make his point while we just sit here and say like, well, there's nothing else we can say because he's kind of belaboring the same shit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll move on.
Preach about tonight is treating other people the way that you would like to be treated, and being good to other people, and loving thy neighbor as thyself. Shut your damn mouth and listen to me. Commandment that ye love one another, serve one another. Shut your faggoty mouth and let me say something.
Shut your faggoty mouth and let me say something.
Man, this is too easy. It's like,
I know.
You don't practice what you preach. You're sitting up there saying, be a nice guy and love your neighbor, and then shut your faggoty mouth. Like,
I guess that would just indicate that he believes that they're not people.
That would, that would be like me preaching like healthy diet and exercise. It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah, then the next clip is you at McDonald's, like, what?
I'm shoveling like mountains of fries into my mouth.
Processed food.
Tucci's fries.
Oh, God, why'd you ruin it?
Christ received us in our sinful condition, did he not? Did we have to clean up our lives before he would receive us? In order to be saved, we had to give up this sin and give up that sin? Or did he just receive us as we were? Dude, you're too gay, man. I don't want to talk to you.
You're too gay, man.
I don't want to talk to you.
You're too gay.
That's a major insult to him.
Oh, you're too gay.
He's like, I'm kind of like...
if you were just like... if on the gayometer, if you were just like a 5 or a 6, I could deal with it, but you're a full-on 7, and I gotta go. This is just too gay for me.
He's too tempted.
I like the gay guys who are more timid about their cock lust. Just kind of put a veil on it.
Forbearing one another in love. What does forbearing one another mean? Putting up with one another. That's what forbearing means.
Why would you call for the mass execution of a people, though? Why would you call for the mass execution if you're supposed to love?
Because I believe the Bible and you don't. Shut your faggoty mouth and let me talk to the guy that I'm talking to, okay?
Shut your faggoty mouth. I like him. He's a good guy.
Sounds like a wonderful human being.
He's, you know.
Truly.
It's probably like.
Truly tolerant and understanding of others.
I kind of wish Gman was here so he could offer his opinion, but. I don't want him back.
Because look how many scriptures
Gman will
there
probably
are
say
that are
he's not a real Christian or something.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, he's not a real Christian. Or he is following the Bible, you know.
Or he'll just agree with him and be like, yeah, that's right.
saying the same thing. Love one another, love. And then another thing that keeps coming up. Forbear one another, forbear. Put up with things. Forgive. Be good to one another. Be gentle, be kind, be nice is what we would say in our modern vernacular. Now listen, yeah, but you act like a faggot, okay? So if it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Ephesians 4:2, with all lowliness and meekness. What's that talking about? Being humble. Lowliness, meekness, not thinking that you're a big shot, not thinking that you're better than
Wow, this guy's like the ultimate hypocrite.
I don't know if he's the ultimate hypocrite.
I don't know.
But he is an ultimate hypocrite.
Yes.
people around you. Well, it's more than this little Twinkie has done. At least I have the balls to say what other pastors are afraid to say. If you truly, everybody's got it in the Bible. I didn't threaten anyone. Queer little sissy. Why am I even wasting my time? Okay?
Believe that everybody was created in God's image.
I believe that men were created in the image of God. Not women? No, the Bible says not women. It said all men are created in the image of God according to the Bible, but not women. It does not include women.
It does include.
Jesus said that the second greatest commandment in the law was love thy neighbor as thyself. If he said in chapter 19, love thy neighbor as thyself, and in chapter 20 he said that all homosexuals shall be put to death, those are in the same book. They're less than one chapter apart from one another. If you claim to believe the Bible and don't believe what I'm saying, then you're a hypocrite.
I wonder if this guy is like a covert atheist at this point. Because, I mean, like, he's almost making a case for atheism there. Like, you better believe this stupid shit or you're not a true Christian, and here's why. I hope people will watch that and it'll just, like, repulse them and be like, oh, I can't believe I even, considered or wanted to be a part of that at any point.
They just do the same thing they do with, like, the Westboro Baptist Church.
Them ain't real.
Oh, they just resort to a purity test. They're not real Christians. They're crazy. They make us look bad, so they're not part of our crazy
But
cult.
they have to, I mean, like... I just don't understand how they can disavow the content of the book that they think is written by the creator of the universe.
Because they know it's immoral.
Like, if I genuinely believed that the Bible was true and I was going to be a Christian, I would take everything that goes with it, whether I agreed or not, because I would just be like, oh, well, I better be obedient to this God.
So would you have joined Westboro Baptist?
If you really believe that book, if you truly believed it, even they would be too fucking liberal for you.
Really?
Oh yeah, there's no one that truly lives by the Bible. No one. You can't find a single person.
You couldn't even do it. There's contradictions.
Well, even if you tried to live as close as you possibly could without coming up against the contradictions, you still. I mean, there's no one who lives that way.
We also have to question, the way words were translated in the Bible. You know what I mean? There's a lot of issues with that because the Bible, I think, was that most translations come from that are in Europe are from Greek, and then you run into the problems like how are these words translated? Because I saw an interesting thing online about how they think homosexuals actually might have been molester. And then the translation, homosexuality was seen as a more depraved sin, so that was what got carried over into English into the Bible. So I mean, there's interesting things out there.
Ask me, there's no damn difference.
A lot of people don't think there's a difference, actually, which is kind of sad.
Next video we have here, some guy has mastered the power of telekinesis, and he's going to show you how to do it.
Is this the cloud guy again? Or
no, it's somebody else.
Why doesn't he win his $1 million then?
What's going on, guys? Alright, so I figured I'd make a video explaining how to do telekinesis. And
alright, cool.
Honestly, if you don't believe that I can do telekinesis from the few videos that I've posted, I don't care.
What is it? The James Randi Foundation. There's $1 million prize if you can do it. Go win the money right now.
Yeah. I like how he's like, I don't care if you don't believe.
Oh, well, that's good because I don't.
I know that I can do it, and the people who can tell that it's real, they can
Go
feel
get your $1 million,
the
buddy.
truth. They can feel the vibration of truth.
Right, the vibration of
it's that
truth.
simple. If you can't feel it, it's your problem. I really don't care.
Right. What a loss for us. He says it like, man, you know, like we're really losing out on something, not believing
You're
this
lost,
fucking,
man.
Oh man, you're lost for not being a gullible fuckwit who just believes anything anyone says on the internet, man. You're fucking lost, bro.
Anyway, telekinesis is pretty self-explanatory for real.
Right.
The psi
For
wheel,
real, bro.
Like back in the day, I saw a video of the psi wheel online, and I was like, oh, what? So I made my own little psi wheel out of a toothpick and a piece of paper, a sticky note, actually.
Pause. Does anyone know what the fuck a psi wheel is?
No.
Scotty?
I'm assuming it's some sort of thing that...
Probably some sort of like...
telekinesis test thing.
Yeah.
Like, this shows I have telekinesis because I can move this with my mind.
Okay, well, I guess no one knows for sure.
What I know is that if you master telekinesis, don't start with 2 minutes of talking your video. Just
Right,
start with
you know?
telekinesis right away.
Right, you know, like levitate something right off the bat.
And be like, pretty impressive, huh? Like, yeah.
Bend a spoon. Do something. Amuse us with your parlor tricks.
Yuri Geller.
Yep, Yuri fucking Geller, Ben.
Yeah.
Yuri fucking Geller.
Fucking Geller.
Yuri
And,
fucking
I put it
Geller.
on there, and I tried to get it to move for 2 weeks. It
Right.
took me 2 weeks every single day for at least an hour.
How much time do you have on your
Mind
hands?
muscles.
Until one day it just coincidentally happened to move, and then I knew I was telekinetic.
And it would wiggle sometimes, you know, but
Yeah.
back then I didn't
Whenever the fan would
necessarily
come
know
on.
if it was possible. I was still questioning it, so I was like, is that really me, or is there a random wind, you know? Like, no, it was me.
Oh, yeah.
And then one day,
Sound conclusion.
I'm trying to move it, and it's like, you know, like it's wiggling a little, and at the same time, I'm watching a video online of someone move it. And I'm like watching them, and as theirs is spinning, I look down and start like pulling on mine, and it just like, it doesn't even just wiggle a little, it just straight starts spinning in circles, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what?
This guy is such a liar.
The moment of revelation. Wow, like, I got powers, man. Cool.
To stop, and right when
And if
I
you had
thought
true
stop,
telekinesis, it wouldn't need to be a certain object. It could be any object. It wouldn't matter. It could be like, I'll move your hair. I'll move a pencil. I mean, it wouldn't matter what it was. What matters is you can demonstrate his powers, which he does not have. This is ridiculous.
stop moving, and I was like, what? I was like, spin again, and it started spinning again. And like, I'm about to shit my pants at this point. And then I tried to reverse the direction, and it like...
So he has control over telekinesis, but he has no control over his bowel movements, apparently.
That's pretty impressive. I can move shit. I can move objects with my mind, but I can't keep my shit in. So
stopped and reversed a little, and then just kind of rocked back and forth. And once I did that, I was stuck at the rocking phase for like some days.
I don't know.
But it didn't matter. Once it reached that point, I knew it was possible. And it's really, like I said, self-explanatory. You don't strain.
Don't strain.
You just feel it happening.
Feel it happening.
It to happen. You just
will it happen.
You know what I mean?
This could all easily be taken out of context.
Yeah.
It's not.
It's a guide to anal sex.
Yep. How he's like rocking on it and stuff like that.
Oh man, that's gonna happen now.
Forcing it to happen. Like,
yeah, there you go.
We all can do this.
All of us.
It's just
anybody.
We are.
You can do it, and you can do it, and you can do it.
Channels in our brain.
We
and
can
things
all
like that aren't
do it.
accustomed to it because we've grown up believing it's impossible.
All right.
And so we never even
Now I'm just thinking about everything he's saying in the context of anal sex.
Oh yeah.
try. At least that's how it was for me. Never even
Yeah.
tried. I was just
Never
like,
even
oh,
had to
that's
try.
impossible. I wish I could do that because I was always told it was impossible.
Yeah. But then you live the dream.
The video's so much better.
It is.
Yeah. Then he had anal
With
sex.
that new context, everything just
Changed
works
his life
better.
for the better.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
People need to start becoming aware of this. As more people expand their consciousness,
and their
literally,
assholes,
more things will be possible in physics and science.
Oh, wow.
Because,
So, hey, hold on. This has implications for our guest. Are you looking forward to the ramifications that telekinesis is going to have for, evolutionary biology and other scientific fields?
Ben, just use your telekinesis powers to do it, to do the call.
I wish that would work.
Use your telekinesis.
I like that. People have told us this is impossible. It's like anyone would be jumping away from telekinetic powers. Like, I don't want those. You know what I mean? If you pretty much give any human,
look, it sounds to me like this guy stared at some wheel,
whatever the fuck he was talking
frequently, until one day it happened to move, and then he's like, "Oh shit, I must have done that." Can we look up a psi wheel, please?
You want to? Okay.
I would imagine it'd be PSY.
Yeah.
Wheel. Let's take a look at this implement.
Psi wheel.
This tool for science.
It apparently this is you know what? It's PSI.
Oh,
wheel.
okay, PSI.
Yeah, and this is what it looks like.
Wow.
I'm sold.
So he was making that spin, huh? That's
Yes.
pretty cool. I wish I had that power.
I can move shit with my mind in front of like a few people, but if it's in front of a lot of people, it won't move.
Right.
And it's because their consciousness, their beliefs, like they believe that shit ain't moving. And so even though I believe it'll move,
that's why it doesn't want the million.
they believe it won't, and it
So
combats
that
it.
They believe it. They
See,
believe
but
it
if the
won't
whole
move.
world started,
Thus making his power impossible to demonstrate. Wow.
So telekinesis is dependent on other people's mindsets too.
Yeah, you know.
So people that don't believe it can move, stop it from moving. It's pretty amazing.
So, but I mean, just in a video like this, he should be able to move anything he wants. Like, you should be able to just any random object, whatever.
Nah, because it preemptively knows you're going to doubt it, TJ.
Oh, so it takes in future doubt as a factor
Yes,
too. Wow,
of course.
It's pretty convenient.
opening up their eyes to the things that are right in front of them because it is right in front of you.
Yeah.
I found it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like I do energy healing too.
Oh,
and
good.
That is also very real.
Yeah,
And
it's all real.
I for the most part, figured out how to do it on my own. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Wow, everything.
You
It's
just
amazing.
Literally picture yourself sending someone healing love energy, and it works.
It works.
And I can do it in a variety of different ways. I'm actually going to make an energy transfer video explaining what I'm going through
What, he's
while
pissed
I
at you?
do it.
He said you hate energy? I'm saying you hate energy.
Yeah, it works.
TJ, I'm doing it.
I love how all these skills, they're just like, oh man, it's pretty self-explanatory, pretty easy to do, really no problem.
It's like, okay, how do you do it?
Telekinesis, oh man, you just like relax and just do it, and then healing energy, you just kind of like send love.
And you got to believe it.
And believe it's true, because if you doubt it, it loses its power, man. And if it doesn't work for you, it's because you doubted it too much, man.
I bet a lot of you will be able to feel it.
Yeah.
Some of you might not. It's cool. It doesn't mean you'll never be able to feel it. It just means you don't have
thank God.
sensitive enough nerve fibers yet.
Oh.
If you practice with energy. And
I'll practice.
Practice feeling energy.
I'll practice.
You will gain that ability.
Yeah, sure.
So anyway, telekinesis is for real. It's very, very self-explanatory.
Right. Who's
Just
convinced?
Want it to happen. Believe that you can make it happen.
All right, let me just say, no person who does not already believe in telekinesis would watch this video and be convinced that telekinesis was real. No one. No one on Earth.
I mean, how could you? He's not even showing you a demonstration. He's just saying, oh, well.
Oh, man, it's real,
It's real. It's self-explanatory. You just want it to happen, and then it does. It's like, really? That's your evidence?
Then again, we do live in a country that embraced the secret, so I guess you really can never...
That kind of sounds like what he's talking about, like the positive energy thing.
There's a lot of shit like that
positive,
floating
guys.
around in America. It's pretty sad.
Well, it's because people get in these situations like, like a failed marriage or something, and they'll be like, man, there's no real way out of this. I have 3 kids. Maybe if I just think positively, everything will be okay.
I would say thinking positively could have a positive psychological effect, but there's nothing, there's no supernatural effect from it that, just makes everything happen because you will that it happens.
Wow, Ben, that's real negative. Don't worry, man. I'm going to send you some love. Loving energy is emanating from my being.
I'm sending you hate,
you feeling it?
He's caught.
Oh, don't send Ben hate.
I feel like I'm trapped between like Luke Skywalker and the Emperor, and you guys are like, "Save me."
You feel that power, though.
Yeah.
Are you a believer now, Ben?
Ben's convinced, dude.
Ben believes.
Yeah.
Ben
Feel it
wants to
happening,
believe.
See it happening.
That's enough of this shit.
You know what I mean?
Welcome back.
Hey.
Thank you, Ben. Oh. You're talking to that person.
Yeah. Our resident scientific expert can't even run a computer.
His credibility has been diminished.
It's over.
The audio driver just went out.
Yeah, I think the telekinesis guy did it to silence you.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's Eric, your bitch. And I want to share my personal experience with y'all that happened over my weekend. And I'm not proud of it, but shit fucking happens. It's life. So, I mean, yes, I'm a Lord's man, and I live by what he said. If you knock on doors, you shall receive. But I think I knocked on the wrong fucking door because I ended up knocking on the back door instead of the front door. And people who don't understand my comparison, I'm saying the front door of a female and the back door of a female because this weekend I ate some ass. You did what? I said I ate some ass.
He watched the other guy's video.
Yeah, there are so many videos like this.
Wow, this is like a big issue among the black community. This is like a hotly debated thing, the ass eating issue.
And I know everybody's saying, ew, nigga, you nasty as fuck. And girl, them freaky hoes saying, Eric, shit, you need to get your ass over here. But honestly, it wasn't even that bad, be real. People may ask questions like, Eric, what was you thinking? What did it taste like? First question, what was I thinking? Excuse me for fucking being spontaneous. Second question, what did it taste like? Bitch, shit tastes like water.
What?
Shit tastes like water. I don't think he means literal shit.
Poor choice of words.
Yeah. It's like we need that Joker clip. We need to add that to our little...
JF's all like, I don't even know what to say about this.
What's the scientific viewpoint on this video, JF? You are... What do you mean? You're a biologist. These are two animals having sexual relations with each other. This should be right up your alley. Come on.
Definitely. It's where it's hard to understand from the perspective of evolution why shit could be attractive to someone.
Well, he's not saying that shit's attractive. He's just saying that he ate out her asshole.
It's not out of the question. Yeah, exactly. So it's not unexplainable, but it's definitely a special observation.
Oh, I see. And you're not special enough to make that observation, I guess.
In fact, I never did that observation.
Wow.
He's just saying, for the record, he's never done that observation.
It just tastes like water. It ain't got no taste.
Right.
But this bitch has to taste. That's where my problem come in. Because the bitch decided to fucking fart in my fucking face. I'm talking about...
Damn.
Well, that is a faux pas.
Yeah. I don't even know where this is going, so I'm just going to move on.
No, hold on. Because it reminds me of a joke, and I'm weighing whether or not I should try to tell the joke or not. And I think I won't, so let's go.
Okay. You move on?
Yeah.
Hey, JF, are you familiar with chemtrails? Have you ever heard that term before?
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, they believe that it's strange chemicals being released into the sky. I found a video where these people they're trying to test a way to get rid of chemtrails from their backyard. It's pretty amusing.
You guys stay. There's chemtrails out here. It's dangerous. Might grow a thumb on your back.
Wait, Liam.
Look at them.
All right, yeah, get them.
Wow.
All right.
Proof.
Can they hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I want to show you the skies being chemtrailed right now. And now I'm going to spray the vinegar and show you how the chemtrails will disappear.
She's going to spray vinegar from where she's standing now, and it's going to get all the way up there in the sky.
It makes perfect sense.
Yes.
That's what? Oh, okay.
Well, that's another.
The sky's being chemtrailed.
Spray some vinegar at it.
The sky's being chemtrailed.
Did you get a good picture of it?
Look at all the chemtrails.
All right,
They're
everybody,
everywhere.
now I'm going to spray, okay? Listen, you can. Here's my little sprayer. See? It's vinegar. I know this sounds weird, but it does work.
Okay.
Don't get me in that thing.
Don't get me in this. I don't want my friends to know I'm insane.
Go around spraying for a while.
Oh.
Don't get me in it.
Don't get me in it.
Oh,
stupid.
Then the government will know where they live. Or know who it is.
Yeah,
all right.
People know that I'm spraying. See? I'm spraying.
Whoever's helping her make this video is like
and then they start to
not
break
impressed. I think it must be her
And then
son
we're
or
gonna show
something.
you how they break up.
Yeah, and in a moment they get into an argument about how to edit
Mass
the video.
murder pills.
No, how to edit the video. It's hilarious.
In a little bit. It doesn't happen.
Oh, does she?
Continuous
It
film
doesn't
it.
happen right away.
I'll continuously film so that they know it's not like.
No, because then it'll be too long. Nobody wants to sit through a video that long.
No, because on YouTube, Mom, if you don't know, you caveman, they can just speed through it. Well, I can't edit that out with the flip.
You can?
No.
Oh, it's
So we
definitely her
gotta keep
son.
this continuous.
Don't.
Yes, we do. We don't have the type of software.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, but then who wants to sit through that?
They don't have to. On YouTube, you can speed through it.
Yeah, bitch. You can speed through it.
God, Mom, you don't know anything.
Fucking idiot. You just speed through it. Oh, shit. More chemtrails.
Cloud in the sky.
And now it's full of clouds.
Know that.
Look at all the chemtrails.
Chemtrails. I hate them.
Me too. So
We are
scary.
not the average family.
Did you hear that? We are not the average family.
The sad thing is, in America, you kind of are.
Yeah.
Everyone's fucking got some weird shit going on.
She needs to ally herself with the
cloud guy. Yeah.
And he can be like, chemtrail, disappear.
Chemtrail,
disappear.
Become a T. Become a T. Become a T.
Become a T shape. Become a squeeze
Forming a T.
shape.
Forming a Z.
Chemtrails.
Forming a baby elephant.
What did you?
So, for whatever reason, you're not able to see the video right now.
Yeah,
Did you
but
want me to?
I heard, and yeah, it's pretty fascinating. And I mean, we evolved to see things in the environment and construct models from them. And without a method like the scientific method, it can go really wrong. And so people have inputs from the environment. They make up a story. It works in their mind, and that's just who we are.
Yeah.
Why do they? But my question is, I understand why people would form the story to explain something, because we all do that, sure.
Yep.
But why is it that these people are so reluctant to deviate from the story, even when you give them a better explanation?
I think we don't evolve to go for the truth, or we didn't evolve to search the actual truth in the academic
that much
sense.
is obvious.
So the way we evolve is to address problems. And if going crazy against a cloud, or being suspectful of others, or developing paranoia against others is something that works evolutionarily, we will find these characteristics in the population. I think that's what we see in a paranoid personality disorder, or in any psychiatric disorder where people are constructing stories about the world. We evolved like this.
I see.
We just watch it because it's funny.
Stupid people thinks the jet food, how they do things, some kind of chemical government done laced up there and it's making everybody stupid or something.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about, Ben.
Yeah. I know what you are talking about. All right, so here's the next video.
Hi, folks. It's Jason. Hope you're okay today. Just
I'm great.
A quick message to the atheist out there. We get quite a few atheists coming on Zwima 100.
I am atheist.
And I just got a message for the atheist out there. We hear a lot about the atheist saying, well, we're atheists because there's no evidence for God.
Right.
And because there is no evidence for God, then we are atheists.
Right.
Yeah,
so what does Weema 100 have to say? The world is full of the evidence of God.
Wow.
The whole world screams of the glory of God.
Right.
And how dare you stand there and say that there is no evidence of Almighty God when all the evidence that you need is there?
Where is it?
Yeah. How dare you?
I thought he was going to give me evidence, but then he just got really angry and started shouting that I was stupid for even asking.
He's doing that argument from design where he's just look around you. How could you not see it? You know what I mean?
But I don't get... I mean... Who does he think is going to be convinced by him saying, a lot of atheists, they say they need evidence. Well, I'll say this. How dare you ask for evidence? Oh my, it's everywhere. Everything is evidence. It's all evidence.
Well, that's obviously like his emotional reaction. You know what I mean? Like he's just like, I'm pissed off.
It's not even an emotional reaction because he was calm just a second ago, and now all of a sudden he's furiously angry. Yeah. It's just a tactic. It's like, well,
of course.
I'm gonna fucking how dare you even question me?
Everyone knows the character of the fucking, the evangelical preacher where it's like, brothers and sisters. It's obviously an act. It's a gimmick.
Yeah.
Because it gets people's attention. If they just said, hi, everyone, blah, 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 no one's going to listen.
Every tree, every flower, every plant that you see, every bird shows the magnitude and the glory of God.
No, I think every bird hatched out of an egg,
Every tree grew from a seed.
Right. I don't think they just kind of poofed into existence.
What does our resident biologist think?
Well, I'm fascinated by these behaviors. These are what I call sender behavior. We have people in society really wanting to send information to others and to impose it on many people. This is one of the most fascinating behavior in human societies. It's actually hard to explain why someone would want to change the behavior of hundreds of people around him. I could understand that some parental care behavior can appear to teach stuff to your children, but it's very weird to see people go on the street and yell at people.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just like they feel like they're never going to be satisfied unless the world is made of clones of themselves,
Yep.
Like their value system is only contented when everyone shares it and everyone just agrees with them and their points of view, and no dissident opinions can be tolerated for a second, and anyone who even has a dissenting opinion on any level is just obviously yelled at, like, oh my God, what an idiot you are for even having these questions.
And I like how these behaviors correlate with political preferences. I like, for example, the fact that preachers are conservative. There seems to be a link between the kind of ideas you want to impose and how much you want to impose them, whereas the liberal thinking axis of thought is less directed toward changing others. When you argue with a liberal, it's all
Unless
about
you're on
self.
Tumblr anyway.
Yes, there are some there is some strong activism in the left wing. Yeah.
Well, it's mostly like it's almost like the new like political correctness squads that they're just like, oh no, everyone has to have my sensibilities, and they really are quite similar to this guy, where it's like, oh well, everyone has to share my values, everyone has to have my sensibilities. It's like, isn't it enough that we can just criticize each other's beliefs, that we can ask questions about each other's beliefs? Shouldn't that be enough to keep bad ideas at bay? But no, apparently we need all fathers
or all mothers that stand over us and, decide what sort of media is best for us to consume, what sort of ideas it's best for us to have, and so on and so forth.
Definitely. And I lie on the side of freedom and almost libertarianism in terms of belief and position in society.
How do you feel about hate speech? Because you're originally from Canada, where I believe hate speech is illegal. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, so in Canada, we get much less of these hate speech, but also of the regular preacher that say just religious stuff. I don't know why there's less of them in Canada. I believe that hate speech should be a crime?
Yes.
To a certain extent, if the hate speech can contribute to an act that is a crime, yes, I would say it's normal that it's
like if they actually incite, like, let's go and burn crosses on people's lawns, or let's go lynch people.
Beside the most extreme, I do not think that extreme statements should be illegal. I think that we should be able to say stuff.
Yeah, okay. and the thing is that people who feel like this stuff should be illegal, they just don't have any confidence in the process of people actually being able to question stuff. I mean, I know that the public, especially sometimes here in America, is kind of frustratingly lax in the questioning department. But I feel like if someone says something that's just truly out there, most people immediately call them on their shit. Like, what are you talking about?
Yep.
But, it seems like for some people that's not good enough. It's not good enough that people reject something on a personal level. They want it legislated, like, you can't say that, or there needs to be more immense social pressure against people saying that or thinking that or whatever. And I don't agree with that sort of thing. But
sounds like a lot of mansplaining, TJ.
Oh yeah, but I agree that if someone is like condoning acts of violence, in such a way as to actually incite them, then I think I don't know if you necessarily charge them with hate speech at that point. Charge them as an accessory to that crime.
Yes.
Yes.
Here's Obama from the State of the Union.
Okay.
We are 15 years into this
We
new
are
century. 15 years that dawned with terror touching our shores.
Right.
That unfolded with a new generation fighting two long and costly wars.
Uh-huh.
That saw a vicious recession spread across our nation.
Yeah.
And the world.
Right.
Look at how orange John Boner is. God, he's
darker than Obama.
He's got to keep his tan,
Actually, Obama did make a joke one time. He said that him and John Boner were both men of color, but only one of them was naturally a man of color. I thought that was funny.
It is funny.
It has been and still is a hard time for many.
So fucking
but
what?
Tonight,
rich people are awesome.
Tonight, after a breakthrough year for America,
Kenyanism.
Our economy is growing and creating jobs at the fastest pace since 1999.
I like how
John Boehner's reluctant clap.
in the State of the Union, Republicans only clap for certain things, and they all look around at each other like, "Are we clapping at this or not?"
Yeah,
clap. All right.
They have to look to the, it's your typical like conformity enforcement behavior where you have to like look around and see what everyone else is doing before it informs.
Is Ben
your
clapping?
actions.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not. Okay, I'm not.
Okay, he said the troops are good. Yeah, troops. Yeah,
Troops. Oh, they all have to
yeah.
clap for that one.
And then he said he's
America.
Obama should just launch into a string of sentences that are kind of ambiguous, that sound like they might be good or bad, but it takes too long to actually figure out which, and just leave the Republicans like,
Yeah.
Our unemployment rate is now lower than it was before the financial crisis.
Woo!
More of our kids are graduating than ever before. More of our people are insured than ever before.
Boo! Yeah! Obama!
Freedom fries!
Communism.
Freedom fries.
Wants to insure people.
That one dude, I don't know who that is, but he looks like a fat Leonardo DiCaprio. The fucking dude with the fucking beard. Just look at his facial structure.
Yeah.
Look at the eyes. Those are fucking Leonardo DiCaprio's exact eyes. You don't even have eyes, Ben.
Republicans
And we are
That's
as
bad.
free from the grip of foreign oil as we've been in almost 30 years.
Right. One person stood up, but just one.
One thing I will
That's why
say,
the speech takes so long. They literally do this every 5 seconds. So yeah, or be like, "Argh."
I don't think the president has a lot of control over the price of gasoline, but we do have lower gas prices here than we've had in a long time.
The president doesn't have much control over the price of gasoline, but
Yeah.
the price of gasoline
It's the shale
is pretty,
joint in North Dakota and the tar sands.
the
of
price of
Canada.
gasoline is pretty indicative of what the president's approval ratings will be, though. At least under Bush, that was the case.
Well, the price on the commodities market of oil has gone from like about $110 a barrel to about 50. You know, maybe even a little bit below 50, like $48 a barrel. So obviously, gas prices are going to come down.
Do you have any opinions about this?
What do you think of America, good sir?
Well, he lives here now.
Yeah, I came to America in 2011. It's a good country. Seen from the outside, it's terrible with the military policies. But seen from the inside and seeing the diversity of political opinion within the country, it's much more beautiful.
Why do you think that diversity of political opinion doesn't really seem to reach this level of politics?
It's a very good question. First, there's voter interest, so it's harder to convince probably the young people to go vote. Maybe if they voted more, there would be more left-wing policies in the U.S. Maybe money is the explanation too. I mean, you have a system where it seems that your parties can be funded by corporations, if I understood correctly.
Increasingly so.
Yes.
Yeah.
There used to be more limitations on that, but most of those have been bulldozed over.
And even if there were limitations, they can always pass through the individuals making donations.
Sure.
So, I mean, this could explain why it seems that the policies of the left-wing parties are harder to implement.
I think it's kind of the case. I mean, but there, it's kind of the case that there isn't really. I know a lot of people who are liberals, but I don't know a lot of them who even identify with a particular party. You know, it's like when it comes election time, if we're gonna vote at all, we'll just kind of default to Democrat because we're too scared shitless of the Republicans. And
Yeah,
I think a lot. I kind of feel like it's the horribleness of the Republican Party that kind of ruins everything because
and they get even more extreme to try and get the Tea Party vote in an election.
And then but what it does is like anyone who is thinking like maybe I'll vote for a third party candidate or I'll vote for who I actually think should win. They're just looking at that Republican and being like, holy shit, this Democrat might be the only thing standing between me and that crazy Republican fuck who basically might as well believe the earth is flat.
Yeah, and that's a point of politics where if you have a terrible opponent that people want to avoid, you don't have to be very good on the left wing. All you have to do is a viable alternative that's at the center. I think that's the problem of your two-party system. It's that you will never get a true option for a more left-wing person simply because the Democrats are doing enough to gather the vote of those who want to avoid the Republicans.
And it kind of confuses. I mean, there's nothing in our constitutional framework that says you guys have to be a two-party system. There's nothing. There's nothing that imposes that, other than just that's just how the society seems to have evolved.
Well, and there are some strange things where independent members of the House will caucus with one or the other party
because the parties are the ones who have the infrastructures of power set up. Even if you're an independent, you pretty much have to be a leech on the ass of either the GOP or the DNC. So.
Right, and they control the debates of their primary elections and everything, so they basically control who their candidate is over time. Oh
yeah,
because they choose who is and is not in those debates. So someone like Gary Johnson, he was not invited back to the debates. In the last election,
it's like whether or not they give you support too. It's like people won't run in most districts unless they have the support from like, oh, the GOP's backing you to run against this person, or the Democratic National Committee is backing you to run against this person. I think they can completely control the system, and you're right. It's basically when you have two choices, you're never going to get anything different. Because, like, okay, you have this group of people and you have this group of people. You can't even have a possibility because even if you say, oh, I'll vote for a third party, you know the vote's going nowhere because of the way the system is rigged. So you have to give your vote to one of these two groups or you're just, basically a political, bystander.
In some cases, third-party voting could cause the person you like the least to win.
Sure.
Like the Ross Perot situation.
Yeah, it's like a spoiler effect.
Yeah. That happened with our last poll, by the way. That's why Gman came in 5th place because,
I've heard people propose something like, what was it, runoff voting or something like that. I don't remember if that's the term or not, but basically the idea is that you vote for your first choice candidate and then you vote for your second choice candidate.
I think it's like past the post voting or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what they have in Australia.
There's still problems with it that are inherent to it, but I think it is a better system than the one we're currently using because we do see like there's this problem where people get polarized into these two parties. Even if they don't identify with either of these parties, they end up voting for one of the two of them.
Yeah.
Even if I'll vote. I mean, I haven't voted in a long time. But when I did vote, I voted for Democrats, not because I'm the Democrat, because really I find them almost as right-wing authoritarian as the Republicans. But I vote for them because they're marginally less fucking insane.
Yeah. Obama made a joke during the State of the Union that a lot of people laughed at, so we'll play that.
It was pretty good.
I did think it was a pretty funny joke.
Yeah, it was like a response to a heckle or something. I didn't quite... It wasn't as bad as the one time where the one guy was like, "You lie!
You lie, Obama!"
Yep.
I have no more campaigns to run. My only agenda...
The Republican side starts clapping.
Right.
Like, yeah, no more Obama.
Look at Obama's smirk right there. Like, yeah, I'm going to get you.
I know because I won both of them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
You got served.
Wow. No response from the Republicans on that one. Even some of them are... Well, you see the people in the front row are more likely to clap because they can't see what the people around them are doing.
Yeah.
It's like, because that's the Republican side over there.
Some of them, yeah. Well,
look, I'm saying the people in the front are more likely to clap. Like, you see a few of them clapping.
Well, I see this.
But you go back, you don't see any of the people in the back rows clapping at all.
The people up front are like the cabinet and the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Like, I see John Kerry up there and...
Oh, that's true. John Kerry's right there.
Yeah.
So I guess that's not part of the Republican
No,
section.
Republicans are even further to the left. This is all...
Republicans are further to the left. That's pretty weird.
Well, it's...
Yeah, tradition, whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah. The Republicans, they got served.
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's them over there.
I see a few clapping.
Obama's like, heh, I got you. He knows he got him.
Gotcha.
He knows he took him down.
Let's see. Oh, because of the bullshit on Fox News about the no-go zones, the city of Paris wants to sue Fox News.
They should.
And Bill O'Reilly he's upset about that.
Oh, poor Bill.
More obsessed, Bernie, you know that. All right, we got a minute. The mayor of Paris, Anne Hidalgo, says she's going to sue Fox News for reporting on so-called no-go zones in Paris that are dominated by Muslims, and police hesitant to go in there. At least that has been a reportage on some places. I didn't have anything to do with this, but I will point out that the mayor is a socialist, that Fox News doesn't even...
hold on, stop. What does that have to do with anything?
I just want to point out the mayor is a socialist
I believe
evil.
I believe the president of France is also a socialist.
But what does that have to do with anything?
He's also evil?
No.
It's totally inconsequential.
I know. By the way, he's a socialist.
First of all, I'd like to point out that the mayor is a real douchebag.
I hate that fucking bitch so much.
Well, we know the audience for Fox News, socialist is a dirty word. Like,
Right.
oh, socialist, whoa.
Right.
Some old
It's
man
just a
in
political
fucking
party
nursing
in
home
France.
clutched
Yeah.
his fucking chest. Socialist.
The Socialist Party has, the presidency there right now.
Yeah.
So it's not surprising.
No wonder they're fucking coming under so much terrorist attack. No fucking Republicans to protect them.
Right. So, have you learned since you moved to the United States that socialism is like a bad word?
Yes, that's one of the most spectacular difference between the cultures. Socialist is not an insult in the French culture. It's just a political opinion.
Communist.
Yeah, it's socialism and communism, both, same time.
And Nazism, everything bad.
All the bad isms.
Every ism. Atheism, socialism, communism, Kenyanism. Liberalism, leftism.
Damn isms.
So many
in
isms.
France because they block it. So
I don't
this
like
is just an
isms. I like
attention getter,
anities, like
another plane to the
Christianity.
left. That's what
Sean
this is.
Hannity.
Suit's going nowhere. It's ridiculous.
Well, I don't know what the laws are in France. If this were in America, it would be called a frivolous lawsuit because a city, anybody can sue anybody, but a city can't win a lawsuit because it's been insulted.
Right.
However,
But we didn't even insult it.
Well, somebody did. However,
Well, it's not. No,
if-
no. It's not been. It's not. It's not an insult. It was a It was you reported incorrectly.
Yeah, you misrepresented a city as being entirely Muslim, which it's not. It was 22% Muslim. And you said there's a bunch of no-go zones, which
Like
they're
French
they don't
police aren't even allowed in these parts of
Right.
town because the Muslims have taken over.
There's rogue
Sharia law.
Islamic,
Islamic roadblocks.
Yep.
ISIS.
And police
Oh yeah.
enforcing Sharia law in the streets.
Yeah, there's plans.
Steal a loaf of bread,
Currently
cut off your
plans
hand.
right now to tear down the not the Leaning Tower, piece of the Eiffel Tower and fucking put up a statue of Osama bin Laden. So
Any day now. Still waiting on it.
if any news organization has to apologize as many times as Fox has over this one issue,
But that wasn't the issue. It was a
something is
Birmingham,
wrong.
England thing. It was different. It was a different issue there, and it was an Emerson play. He doesn't work for Fox News. It was a commentator who.
Yeah, it's one of your experts that you bring in, someone who pretends like they know what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
and during the segment, the woman listening to him, I forget what her name is, was in total agreement. Like, yeah, that sounds right.
Just like you bring on the motherfucker from Duck Dynasty, and he's a fucking foreign policy expert all of a sudden.
Burn him or kill him.
I mean, it's kind of actually inspiring for me to see the Duck Dynasty guy as a foreign policy expert, because that means anyone
She
can
is,
be.
of course.
Like, I could go on Fox News. I want to be an expert on Fox News. Anything, give me a subject, I'll pretend to be an
You
expert.
can be an evil atheist expert.
Right. And I'll sit there and say whatever Fox News want me to say. Yeah, as an atheist, do you believe that people should have the right to eat babies? Yes, I do, and actually polls have shown that most atheists agree with that statement.
They put on Bernie Goldberg, everybody, and here's a reminder about our.
All right, so there's that.
Fox News, I am willing to be an atheist foil for Bill O'Reilly, Sean Hannity, any of your idiots.
Here's one that you guys will have a lot to speak on, probably because it has to do with your former governor, the governor of the state that you formerly lived in.
Oh, Bobby Jindal.
Yes, he was asked about no-go zones.
Oh, wow.
I guess he's a proponent of this idea.
Of course he is.
Of course.
So
he's a retard, so he has to embrace
Look, I've
every
heard
retarded
from
idea.
folks here there are neighborhoods where women.
I wonder if someone ever looked at him and thought, like he might be a Muslim or something like that.
Sure.
So
he was formerly a Hindu.
Right, because he's Indian. I mean, there are Muslims from India, but there's mostly Hindus. I don't know. It's pretty funny.
Don't feel comfortable going in without veils. That's wrong. We all know there are neighborhoods where police are less likely to go into those neighborhoods.
You need to have proper sort of facts to back that up. I've lived here a long time. I don't know of any no-go zones for non-Muslims.
Well, I did say so-called no-go zones, and I think that the radical left absolutely wants to pretend like this problem's not here. Pretending it's not here won't make it go away.
But exaggerate.
Okay, so anything to say yet?
No, I think I think he's about to say what I pretty much thought.
Okay.
into a no-go zone is also going too far.
There are people here in London that will tell you there are neighborhoods where the women don't feel safe walking through those neighborhoods.
Okay,
without
but there's neighborhoods here in America where women say they don't feel safe walking home at all because they're just going to be under constant sexual harassment from men or
threats of violence.
There's
robbery
there's
or whatever.
racist white guys that say I can't I'm scared to go through the black neighborhood or something. Black people are going to jump me. I mean, what does it mean? People have prejudices everywhere. Using the prejudice itself as evidence is kind of like whatever. That doesn't mean anything to me.
Also, it's, basically the criteria is people have said this. That's not really proof.
Right.
I mean, people can say anything. That's not something you would say, that's total evidence. I mean, it's like, that's hearsay, basically. Some people said something, so I heard someone else said it, so I believe
Saying,
it.
if you go out in this, I feel in danger going in this Muslim neighborhood not wearing a veil. All right, well, I mean, if that's the case, then, those neighborhoods should be dealt with in terms of, I mean, I don't know exactly how you would deal with that, honestly, but I don't think it's the problem that Bobby Jindal is making it out to be. I really don't know because I've never been to these neighborhoods that he's talking about. I've never seen this stuff firsthand. But this whole thing. Let's remember how this whole thing started with this expert on Fox News saying that there were these no-go zones as if they were something that were officially codified by the state. That these things, these things exist and have borders, and it's understood, and there's a separate system for these people and everything else, and that's just not true.
The interesting thing here is, for a Frenchman looking at this, is that there's a truth to this idea that there are zones where there are more Muslims in France, and there is also a problem with communautarism. Some people start to think that it's a problem that groups are coordinated together in systems of belief in French society, not integrating themselves to society. So I don't think that no-go zone is the right way to term it, and I don't think that's a factual thing that's being reported there. But what's interesting is to see the right wing in America pulling what they like from France to make news that are distant to be right-wing news in America. So it seems that there's a selection of facts coming from France and a reinterpretation of them for the right-wing ideology.
Sure. It'd almost be like them going to Chinatown in some American city and being like, look, this is proof of coordinated communist plots here in America. Yeah. It doesn't, 1 + 1 doesn't equal fucking 3.
Yeah, it's like they go to the German village in Columbus and it's like a Nazi uprising.
Oh my God, Nazis.
Yeah.
They're here.
Yeah.
The police are less likely to go. That's a dangerous thing.
You need to give me, to make an assertion like that, you need to give me the area so we can look at it, because I haven't heard of one.
Oh, well, look, I think your viewers know absolutely there are places where the police are less likely to go. They absolutely know there are neighborhoods where they wouldn't feel comfortable. They wouldn't feel comfortable with their lives.
High crime rate.
That's because of a high crime rate. That's that the same is true in America, There's areas with high crime rates where police response times are fucking abysmal.
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't mean there's some coordinated effort from a group of people. That doesn't mean there's some official no-go zone for the fucking police.
Yeah, it means that they know they can't just send one, police officer there and be like, well, my safety is guaranteed. That means obviously they're going to go there in a group of a large group.
Yep.
So, I mean.
Yep, Scotty. Yep.
Every single time, in Providence.
They feel uncomfortable. It's not because there are too many Muslims there.
We're not saying that, look, this isn't a question. I know the left wants to make this into an attack on religion, and that's not what this is. What we're saying is it absolutely is an issue for the UK. It absolutely is an issue for America and other European and Western nations.
What is an issue? I don't understand. He's never really defined what he says is an issue and what's to be done about it. He's just like, there's this vague problem, and we all know it's there.
It's so nebulous. It's like, how do you argue against it when he's just like, besides saying it's ridiculous?
Yeah, he's just saying
no specifics.
It's vague, and if he's asked about a specific, he's just like, people around here know what I'm talking about.
I'm not sure what he was doing in London.
He was probably speaking.
He was there to officially lick the Queen's pussy. He is the Queen's pussy licker.
You'd be surprised how many times, like how like these politicians travel around so much. Like, you know, they try to represent themselves like, I'm working hard for the people of this state, but meanwhile they're going all over the country and all over the world, you know, raising funds, shaking hands, whatever.
The Queen's flabby pussy.
All right, so
draped across his chest.
TJ is officially banned from the UK for hate speech.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're right. The Queen would never let an Indian lick her pussy.
All right, now we'll get to the questions. Here we go.
Science.
Avast, drunken peasants. According to the poll, it seems that a majority of people would take up the offer Justin Bieber was given. But I'm wondering, what would you not do for $2 million? Also, does Scotty like Game of Thrones? And are we sending Ben to the Boltons?
Sending Ben to the Boltons.
To the Balkans?
To the Boltons.
What is a Bolton?
Yeah, I thought he said the Balkans.
I think he said. I think with the Game of Thrones thing. He said. I'm not sure what he said.
Okay, I thought he said to the Balkans, like I'm going to, you know, like Croatia or something like that.
I don't know. I like Game of Thrones though. What was the question?
What would you not do for $2 million?
That's pretty easy. You wouldn't probably want to kill yourself or do like irreparable harm to yourself. Like
I would not pay $2,001,000 for $2 million. That wouldn't make much sense. I think his audio might be out again because he laughed and I don't hear anything.
No, I just cut the audio when it's not important.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But I think it's a good thing, your addition of $1. That's a good experiment to do. Whether people care about $1 more when it's 2 million or when it's $2, for example.
Hey, what would you not do for $2 million?
Well, I thought that there was nothing, but I heard the suggestion of, killing myself or dying or causing irreparable harm. That I wouldn't do. But beside this, I would do lots of stuff.
All right, let me ask you a question. Would you cut off both of your arms for $2 million if you knew for a fact that cybernetic arms technology would be perfected within 5 years?
Oh, if the technology is there and that it's
no, it's not. It's not there yet, but it's coming within 5 years' time.
So basically, would I stop using my arms for 5 years?
For $2 million.
I might actually, but it would hurt me to just make that decision. But I can work with my mouth and with a straw. I could type on the keyboard with a mechanic of something, and I think I'd be happy just typing on the keyboard and thinking about stuff.
Okay. Learn to type.
And
with your
I would
toes or
have
cock
$2
or
million.
something. Yeah. Yep.
Scotty keeps telling you, TJ, that you're garbage and a middle-aged man, and I don't really agree with that, but what is your comeback? Bye.
My comeback is that...
He seems so serious, like, why does he say these things?
He just gives me a dirty look because like at the beginning of every show where when we get to the part of the intro where Scotty's like, "You're garbage, TJ," I laugh every time, and then TJ looks at me like, "Fuck you."
I do. It's become a daily. Well, not a daily ritual because we don't do the show daily, but it's become a Monday.
I got that from
Wednesday, and Friday
Galen
ritual
because
Galen is always calling things garbage.
It's like it's garbage.
Yeah, I like that too.
So we're almost parodying Galen in a way, but it's actually a nice word because it really kind of does. If you hate something, you really do like want to call it garbage because it's almost like nothing is worse than just like I don't even. We live in such a materialistic culture that it's almost like you're something I don't even want, and I'm an American and I pretty much want everything. I don't have a comeback though.
TJ.
This guy wants us to look at his eaten plate.
Right.
A Mercedes Carrera on your show.
Right.
On the Drunken Peasants.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
She can be found at the Mercedes XXX. And she's a porn star and she's a Gamergate supporter.
So I guess they're suggesting that we get a Gamergate porn star on the show.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Get to work on that, I guess.
Yeah.
What's next?
It's not really a question, but...
Also, do you know that feminist frequency, Anita Sarkeesian, is sort of donations again? $10 donations for little stickers, that kind of bullshit.
I have seen that.
Okay.
So what?
Yeah, whatever. She can get donations. If people are going to give her money, she's going to ask for donations.
She can do what she want. Her fans and her can do what they want to do.
They need more funding for her Odyssey, video she's making.
I love this.
They've taken 2 years to get what, like 5? Did we count the other day like 5 parts, 6 parts?
There's like and not even.
And it's multiple parts and
multiple parts of certain parts. I think it's only on. She's only in like the 3rd actual part of her series. I think.
Well, her speaking engagements are very important.
It's not like the production value is so high that sort of turnaround makes any sense.
She only raised like a mere $175,000.
In all fairness to her, though, she was not striving to raise that amount. I think the goal on that campaign was only like 5,000.
She exceeded her goal pretty dramatically.
Let's look at the reason why she exceeded her goal.
But if she only needed 5,000, wouldn't she have just given the money? Oh, this is too much. I don't need this.
No, but I mean,
of course, that's what I'm saying.
You wouldn't either.
Well, who would? But I'm just saying.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though.
But even if you said that to me. Well, if I received $175,000 for a project, I think I could get it done, especially if it was just making some videos.
Right. But here's the thing. The thing everyone forgets, and I'm not defending Anita Sarkeesian here, but the thing everyone seems to forget about this whole situation is that Anita Sarkeesian wasn't shit until a bunch of little fucking angsty fucking teenagers from fucking 4chan and wherever else on the internet decided they were going to fucking do this hate campaign against her because, she's daring to attack video games. And all they did was drive every fucking 2-bit half-wit feminist into her arms and just throw money at her. Just throw money at it in her general direction. Because they're like, we're going to do it to spite these fucking little assholes. So, I mean, if they had just been chill and not even given a fuck, never even
like I disagree with her. Yeah.
If they hadn't paid that vital attention to her at that exact moment, I guarantee she would not have raised anywhere near that much money, and she wouldn't be anywhere near the big deal. She wouldn't have been she wouldn't have been on the Colbert Report. Like, let's be honest here. Everything Anita Sarkeesian has, she pretty much owes to those initial fucking haters that were just so passionately and vehemently against her. If they would have just ignored her ass, she wouldn't even be a thing. I guarantee it. She would not even be a thing.
So you're saying she lacks the persuasion just to get these things naturally, TJ? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yeah. And the other,
can't believe that.
There's no point in abstaining from criticism of her now because she's already, she's where she is. It's not going to happen.
Oh, sure.
It's reached too high of a point. But if they had done that at the time, if they had just let it fucking go, let the fucking feminists sit there and watch their circle jerk video games or evil bullshit, and it never would have fucking touched the mainstream media.
Yeah, if anything, this has elevated her.
Oh, yeah.
Colbert and ABC News and all that shit.
Mm-hmm.
She is definitely elevated.
And you notice every time she is put in the spotlight, she likes to trot out all those negative comments against her to prove what a fucking suffering, saintly figure she is.
Yeah, every piece on Anita Sarkeesian is basically a softball piece of like this poor persecuted woman, and that's all there is to it. And she needs police escorts because crazy male people, video game fans are gonna blow her away.
Fucking men, man. Fucking men. Like JF.
Hello, drunken peasants. Today I have 2 questions for you. The first is TJ the only bisexual in the Drunken Peasants? And the second is, have you guys ever heard of the show Trailer Park Boy?
Yes.
I've heard of the show. I'm not a fan of it.
Yes, TJ is the only bisexual that I'm aware of.
No, Ben is totally gay for TJ, so.
Yeah, well, I'm bisexual. Ben and Scotty are both flaming head-on faggots who would never, if they saw a pussy, would puke. So
yeah, I'd throw up immediately.
Right.
And I think we can all see, just looking at JF, what his persuasion is. And he is French, so.
Go ahead. What is it?
I mean, no. It's fine, JF.
It's fine. We don't want to tell anyone. But
discretion is the better part of valor, so I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
Yeah.
And no, Trailer Park Boys, I don't know, it's overrated shit in my opinion. But, a lot of people like it. More power to them. I think it sucks. I don't think it's funny. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I pretty much agree.
Hello, drunken peasants. So I don't know if you've heard of this Caden Calgar character, Caden Cougar.
Yes.
That's the little kid, right? The little conservative kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's a kid, and his videos are funny and everything, but I've neglected using his videos because he's such a kid. you know.
Right.
But
hey, it reminded me the other day when I was at Anita Sarkeesian's channel. I'm like, man, she's got plenty of shitty old content about movies and fucking TV shows and shit that we should watch on here and just tear the fuck apart sometime. Because a lot of it is just total gibberish.
Yeah.
And easily dismissed, and it would get a lot of views. Anyway, what's this person asking? Oh, Caden Calgar. What about him?
Let's see.
Whatever his name is. But I go to school with him, and he's been stirring up quite a bit of controversy.
Oh, really?
You probably know him maybe from
YouTube.
Bill Maher had him on his show once.
Really? I didn't even know that.
He didn't actually have him as a guest on the show, but he played his video and criticized it. And then the Young Turks did it too, so he got a lot of attention.
He's famous. All right.
His videos have such insightful titles like "Obama is making kids gay."
Yeah.
You know, that kind of stuff.
Well, that's good, because that means, like, for future generations, more gay guys.
I think he's probably like 15, something like that.
A gay society is a happy society. The words even mean the same thing.
He appeared on the Young Turks. Not that you watch that anymore.
Okay.
I don't
Thank you for telling me what I do and don't watch. I guess
You don't watch that, TJ.
I know you don't watch that.
Young Turks, man. Don't watch it, TJ. Don't do it, man.
Well, what is the controversy that Caden is doing at his school?
Right. Why didn't you tell us that? That was the only part of your...
Is it over?
Yeah.
That's it?
Yeah, it's...
That doesn't even... What?
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah, man.
What happened?
There's like a controversy. Man. I'm gonna
weird,
do that too.
man.
Yeah, man.
Don't watch TYT, man. Don't do it.
That's an
Stop.
homage to that kid. I'm gonna
Yeah.
mimic his hairstyle.
You got to flip it like...
I'm just getting it all going in this direction.
Okay.
Do it, DJ.
I don't know if I'll be able to do it.
Hurry up, man.
God, DJ, you take forever. You're garbage.
As I'm doing this. All right, I'm just gonna go with this. It's close.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Try to flip it. Yeah.
Drunken peasants, I got a question. What is your favorite song from the Rocky Horror Picture Show? Any song will do.
Whoa.
Ben doesn't like that movie, so.
I like that movie.
No, you hate that movie. Just like you hate everything else, Ben.
Oh.
You're a hateful little
Yeah,
piece
Ben,
of
you
shit.
definitely have to answer, because I know you said you love that movie.
Yeah, yeah. It's, I would say the song Sweet Transvestite's probably the best song.
I would.
That's the only one I know.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't know the Time Warp?
Oh, I know Time Warp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are probably
I'm not
the
a huge
two most
fan of that
popular.
movie or something.
Would you say that Science Fiction is one of the songs?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Then
that's
I'll-
like the
I'll go with
intro
that.
song.
Yeah, I like that one the best.
Yeah, that's cool.
Science
There's that one that Meatloaf did in there.
No, he didn't do that.
No. I'm saying there is one that.
Oh,
he did.
right, yeah. I don't like that one though. I think
Nah,
it's I like some Meatloaf, but not that song.
All right.
At all.
I like most of the ones that Tim Curry sang because
you have a hard on for Tim Curry.
No way.
You know, I one time. Sorry, this is not really a digression though, because we were talking about Tim Curry and him singing. He actually put out some albums in the 70s.
Sure, I believe it.
And
I think I've heard him.
Maybe, but there is a song in one of them where he's like, I don't know, and he's like in his 20s or 30s at the time, and he's talking about like dating a 14-year-old.
Really?
Whoa.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, and I fucked this girl and she was 14 and stuff.
Whoa.
And I guess I guess that was more acceptable at the time because Ted Nugent did that too. And Muhammad, as we discussed later.
Well, that was way before that time.
Well, I think it was around the same time. It was all the past, you know. I mean,
okay.
In the great cosmic scheme of things, is it really that big of a deal? No.
Hey, Drunken Peasants.
Gotta look at the
So
big
my
picture,
first
Ben.
Question.
The big picture.
Yo, motherfuckers. It has to do with Patreon. Nah, I didn't do it. Right.
What?
The question has to do with Patreon. I've been considering, being a patron of the show for a while, and I think I'm gonna do it soon. I've liked the show since it was the No Bullshit podcast. So.
Whoa, he's like old school, man.
Whoa, he's OG, man. Original gangster.
Oh, hipster. The question is if I'm able to watch the old shows you've done. You've said you've made 2 shows so far, and they sound pretty fun. And I was wondering if I were to donate $5, $10, or $25, would I be able to see it or see them? Thanks.
I think it means the Patreon. I think it means the Patreon only shows.
Right,
the past ones.
Right. We're working on that. You can't do it right now, but I would imagine at some point in the future when we have a little bit more secure of a way of distributing it, that would probably be something we do is like put up an archive somewhere.
Sure.
But we don't currently have an archive because we don't want it to just leak out. And, if we don't have the proper security measures, people just being able to watch it without being patrons, because that's kind of unfair to the patrons who actually paid money to get the exclusivity. But, we'll probably have an archive up at some point for patrons. I guess that would give people a little bit more incentive to be patrons in the present, especially as we build up more and more of the private shows.
And the private shows are
raunchier
and over the top, and
we really. When you pay us to do the show, we know we got to do better than your average show. We don't just come in and we're just gonna do it we're gonna, sometimes you hear these people when it's like a big event, like a boxer having a big match or a performer doing a big show. They'll say something like, I approach this like I do any other show. At the Drunken Peasants, that's not true. On a normal Drunken Peasants show, we each exert maybe 60 to 70, maybe 80% of our effort.
At the end of the last show, TJ ended up sitting in his seat upside down
and screaming, "We're all gonna die!"
And he called Galen and got Galen on somehow.
We were all drunk.
Yes.
Well, me and Ben were drunk.
called
TJ was
Galen?
wasted.
Yes.
I didn't even remember that.
Yeah, you called him on the phone, and that's how he ended up on here.
Oh, I did. I didn't even know.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the last hour of that show. I'm actually going to be able to go back and watch it and experiences it anew and not even know what I'm going to say. So that should be interesting.
Yes, and also we cover things that we wouldn't normally cover on a live show like this because it's made private and we don't have to worry about flags or anything.
YouTube fucking shoving their fucking head up our ass.
Yep. 3 more questions, then we're done. Here's.
Hello, Drunken Peasants. This is Casey, and I have a question for 3 of you, or 2 of you, because Scotty's probably not there, or Scotty is there.
You're a motherfucker.
Why do people feel the need to make we watch so many videos where people feel the need to predict whether or not Scotty's there?
Scotty's gonna be there, he's not here.
Just get to your fucking question.
I think it's just a natural tendency they have for some reason to address all of us.
Just say, "Hey guys," or "Hey Drunken Peasants," and whoever's there is there, whoever's not is not, and just don't even fucking worry about it.
We're definitely spiteful assholes. It's like,
don't worry
this is
your
only for
pretty little
TJ
head about it, motherfucker.
And it's like, what the fuck? Or this is only for Ben. We're like, what the hell is going on?
I cannot even describe the feeling of deep inner angst and rage I get when I hear this is a question just for Ben. I'm like, fuck Ben. Fuck Ben and everyone who looks like Ben.
Better than me. I hate him. Is that what you're doing inside?
Yeah, or Scotty. Either one of them. Don't ask.
I'll tell you what. When on the private show, when you guys got drunk, you guys couldn't stop saying how awesome I am.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
I was like, oh, well, thank you guys.
Well, it started off was
it's true, you did.
Well, yeah, someone started off with Ben sucks. Or
I don't like being
how
drunk.
Dare you?
You lose your filter, and people start thinking, maybe there's some redeeming aspect to your personality, and that's no good for me.
Yeah, true.
I want people to just think I'm total scum, so any nice thing I do is just looked upon as wow, that was a Mother Teresa-esque act. Actually, if you're an atheist, Mother Teresa was a piece of shit.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
just as the stereotypical thing people say is that's a good person.
View is, why do liberals in the United States of America? By the way, I'm a liberal, but
oh my god, just get to the fucking question.
But, my question is, why do liberals in the United States of America tend to always defend Islam and Muslims as a whole, while they criticize just conservative Christians in America? But we can see a lot of Muslims in the Middle East tend to have very right-wing conservative views on a lot of issues that liberals believe in. So they basically have completely opposite views on opposite spectrums. Well, they have very extreme right-wing principles. But as I could see on Tumblr with a lot of Tumblr feminists defend Islam and Muslims, but with Muslims having completely different views on women.
All right, I've heard enough to know what he's saying. Look, the thing about that is, you're right. There's liberal Muslims. Let's put that out there. We have to fucking preface everything with something like that.
Not all Muslims, TJ.
There's liberal Muslims.
Not all Muslims,
There's
TJ.
Muslims of all political fucking
Racist.
affiliations and spectrums. But you're
Racist.
right. The vast majority, or I don't even say vast majority, but clearly a majority of Muslims are socially conservative. And, if they were conservative because they were Christian, then yes, the liberal left in America would have no problem taking them to task. But because they're Muslim, they don't. And your question is, why? The answer to why, in my opinion, just based on my observation, is that it's basically an image thing. It's like, if you criticize Islam, it's like, oh, well, maybe you're racist, maybe you're xenophobic.
Yeah, they want to be seen as ultra-inclusive.
Right, and the whole thing about liberalism is like we want to be open-minded and tolerant, and those are great things, and those are great virtues to aspire to. But if you find yourself where you're getting to the point where you're tolerating behaviors that are actually antithetical to the value system that you purport to represent, then that's no good. You're basically self-destructing at that point. You're the snake eating its own fucking tail. Anyone have anything else to say? No?
I abandon your sense. I think that what characterizes liberals is open-mindedness and wanting to display this inclusivity. Also, maybe a preference for the underdog or the minority or the difference.
Sure.
So these are characteristics of the left wing. That's it.
That's true, and I find that I'm like a big underdog fan usually. Like if there's like a sporting event that I'm even remotely interested in, I'm always more interested in seeing the team that no one thinks will win, just because I find that more interesting to see.
I'm just like that.
Right, me too. But
Ohio State.
Yeah, I did go for Ohio State, even though they were clearly going to win. But if it's two teams, I don't have any sort of vested interest in naturally.
Well, Ohio State was the underdog.
They were the underdog against Alabama, but by the time they beat Alabama, we're not even gonna get that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think we agree. Everyone agrees.
Okay. Next one. We got two more.
We need more contentious assholes on the show.
Hey, Drunken Peasants. My name is Daniel. I've been a huge fan of your show. I especially liked it when you guys trashed that stupid cowboy about geocentrism. Oh my god, it hurt it so bad. It must have hurt you too, TJ and Ben. Oh, I hated that. Oh, I wanted to bash his brains out because of this. Okay, whatever.
Whoa.
I like this guy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This guy's a little extreme.
My question is this. When did you, TJ, start to have doubts about religion? For me, it was around 4. What was your age? I just wanted to know that. Thanks.
I don't remember the exact age, but I know it was when I was very, very young. I know I wasn't 10. I certainly wasn't.
You know what the first
10.
thing?
I must have been at least 6 to 8.
I was going to say, you know what the first thing that TJ was really skeptical about? Because I remember he came to me and he's all like, do you believe in Santa? And I was like, maybe like 5 or 4 or something. Like, I was like, I don't know, I guess. And he's like, Santa's not real. Huh. Then he laid out his case for why Santa was bullshit. I guess I was like, I guess Santa's not real. Because, little brother, big brother. And then we basically harassed my mom for a couple of years. She's like, no, Santa is real. Then I was maybe TJ was maybe 6 or 7 or something, or maybe I was. And then finally it was my mom was like, fine, Santa's not real. Shut up about it. I don't want to hear fucking Santa one more time. Because we were literally stay up and try to sneak oh, where's that Santa? Very sarcastically. And they go to bed. Santa will come to you, go to bed.
Yeah, she really wanted us to believe, but we didn't. Yeah, it was kind of maybe you should just accept that we don't really buy this bullshit anymore.
Yeah.
She's like, no, I'm going to force the magic of Christmas on you no matter what.
Hello, Drunken Peasants.
Hey.
Would having Ryan Wiley on your show be entertaining? Because he seems like
He's
the
been
most
on before.
dry person on the face of the
He
planet.
has been on the show.
I mean, I study mathematical economics, but at least I'm entertaining and I don't mention it every 5 seconds.
You just did.
He just seems like he has no substance. So I just wanted to know if you think it would be entertaining for the viewers, or if you just would have him on just to destroy his arguments. Either way, It would be cool
There
to
is
have
a
more.
substance that Ryan Wiley is made of, and it's called shit.
Ryan Wiley.
This guy seems to, for this guy. I mean, we had him on. He actually debated Jack and Glenn.
I want to explain exactly what happened. So we made a few videos answering things that Ryan Wiley had said. He would just tweet while we were on live. You know, he'd tweet like dozens of tweets.
Like, that's your argument? Yeah, like snide thing.
And then we were like, come on the show, and he wouldn't do it. He just wanted to have a Twitter battle with us, I guess.
Didn't he say he didn't want to have a debate, he wanted to have a discussion?
Yeah, he said that about an hour before he came on. It was funny. I even saw, the needle drop on his videos just being like, hey, just come on their show, like, you baby or you wuss. Something like that. It was funny.
I want the needle drop on this show, by the way.
Yes. Yes, I should we just tell people to harass him until he comes on the show?
I think so.
Okay.
It's like our strategy for getting guests. Just go harass this person.
We know him well enough. He just hasn't come on yet.
He needs to come
on.
TJ.
Yeah. Show's over.
Yes.
Scientist, you have the last word on the show.
Well, I'd like to know what happened with the poll. Did I win against Gman?
Oh, wow. Yes.
Pretty significant. We should show them.
Yes. The last time we checked, you won with 91% of the vote. You got 532 votes. And Gman with 8 and a quarter percent.
That vote was rigged. I think it should have been reversed. 91% G-Man. G-Man made some great points.
The G-Man votes, like, I gotta believe those are trolls.
Yeah, they have to be.
Right.
I mean, I don't think, because I don't want to believe that 8% of our audience is just, they're clearly trolls.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
I think eventually we could probably get someone better on for you to talk to instead of G-Man. G-Man.
Awesome. It was really fun, and I'm in to be back at any point.
Okay, cool. Yeah, G-Man was your trading wheels. We'll get someone else for you some other time.
Well get a better creationist lunatic.
Easy.
Yeah.
Too true.
All right.
He's the Glass Joe of
the Glass Joe. Yeah. Actually, I think Glass Joe was from France.
Oh, yeah, he was.
Oh, shit.
That game was full of stereotypes.
Yeah,
of course.
I wonder if any of the kids born in the 2000s even know what we're fucking talking
Actually, in Punch-Out for Wii, when you knock out Glass Joe, baguettes fly out of him.
Wow.
Yeah.
They made it more racist. That's awesome.
They made it so transparent.
All right. So, yeah, thanks for being on, and have a good night, everybody.
Yep.
See everybody on Friday.
Friday.
Oh, no.
Gotta get down on Friday.
I'm sure these guys will probably do fine just discussing things with each other and us just kind of like being in the background saying like, yeah, no.
Yes.
Yeah. No. Okay, you've talked long enough. Now let him talk.
Well, yeah, we need to have some input. We're not just going to be zombies.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions.
I was just going to get them both on Skype, and then we're just going to do like the speed trick, like where we just loop the video over and over again, and it'll just be me sitting here.
So I am adding them to the same group here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring them on now.
Bring them on.
And then we'll introduce them and everything.
TJ shall introduce the guests.
Get underway.
Introduce the wonderful guests. It's anyone's guests.
What will TJ do?
Hello.
What will you do?
Hello.
Hello.
Do we have both of them?
Yes, we do.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and introduce you guys. First of all, we have let's cutting off a little.
Shut your mouths.
Brian Young, who is an internationally known speaker and author. He was a teacher and principal for 10 years before becoming the director of the Creation Instruction Association. He's been speaking on the topic of creation and biblical authority for 22 years, doing debates at universities, going into prisons, and sharing at churches, schools, and camps around the world. He uses the Bible as the foundation for science and education. He is currently working on a creation museum to present an alternative explanation of the sciences today. Jean-Francois Okay, I can't pronounce your last name.
Butchering his name.
Is a postdoc. There you go.
There you go.
Is
That's
a
how you say it.
postdoctoral researcher at Duke University. His experimental work seeks to identify the link between brain networks and social behaviors. His upcoming book, The Revolutionary Phenotype, is something, I don't know, because Ben put something in my way, presents a theory explaining the emergence of the genetic code in early living organisms on our planet. You guys have pretty long, impressive intros there.
Well, thanks to Brian for coming. I think it will be an interesting discussion.
I hope
Thanks
so.
for having me.
Thank you both for being on the show.
Yes, of course. Thank all of our guests for being
Everyone
here.
is thanked.
All right, so why don't we start with Brian, since he's kind of the odd man out here, since everyone who hosts this show is an atheist and Jean-Francois is an atheist. Brian, you're the founder of the Creation Instruction Institute, so why don't you tell us a little bit about that organization and why it was formed?
Well, I believed in evolution myself for a number of years and grew up in a Christian home, knew what I was supposed to believe, and went off to college, learned a bunch of things that my parents didn't know about, and then began to realize that maybe I was wrong with what I was taught growing up. And after further research and the Institute for Creation research seminars and things like that, some information was brought to my attention that I didn't get in the public universities. And it just completely changed my understanding of science and my understanding of faith. And so I just thought other people need to know that there's more or more than one side to this issue. And that's really why we got started. So.
Could you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the specific stuff that you feel was left out of the university curriculum that brought you back to, Christianity and theistic faith?
Yeah, I think a lot of the assumptions that are involved behind the sciences, the dating methods is one example. I just took those at face value without understanding what was all behind there, what you had to believe in order for those things to work. Really, you had to reject the Bible in order for it to work, too. You had to deny Noah's flood, things like that. You had to believe in a constant decay rate and known amount of a daughter present at the beginning, a daughter element. So things like that would probably be some of the issues. And then just seeing, like I said, that science and the Bible weren't at odds, whereas initially I thought maybe they were. When you begin to see those things, you see that they fit quite nicely, and you don't have to, turn in your brain when you walk into church. So I guess that's pretty much the main reasons, I guess.
Jean-Francois, would you care to comment
Yes.
on anything that Brian has said so far?
Well, I think that I'd like to hear more about what is your view, what is wrong basically with the science of evolution or the science of the age of the earth, so that I can really grasp what is your problem with it, and maybe then I can answer about my view.
Yeah, I think that's going to be kind of part of my opening. I'll talk a lot about that in the sense of what I see wrong with it. But bottom line is I just don't see any observational science that's really supporting evolution. It's going against too many aspects of science. It's not that I disagree with all evolution. I mean, there's something we call microevolution, which we don't really like to use that term because it can be misleading, but the bottom line is we do believe in changes. We believe in natural selection, that type of thing. So it's not like we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater on this. It's more that I think that when we look at what we see and observe around us in the universe, that it actually fits better with a biblical worldview, a biblical explanation, than it does an evolutionary one. And so I'm not against the sciences. It's not even against all of what we would call evolution. But I think when we use that word evolution, it automatically puts up in our minds molecules to man, and that I just don't see any evidence for. I'm hoping maybe you can share some how that could happen.
Well, I certainly can share lots of evidence indicating that the Earth cannot be 10,000 years old. I mean, we find fossils of animals that are different from the animals that are currently living. We find these fossils not on the surface of the earth. We find them by digging and by finding layers of rocks that have been formed by volcanic lava. And how could these animals that are different from the animals today be present under these layers of rocks if it all happened in less than 10,000 years?
Yeah, and I think that's a great question, and one that again can have more than one answer. And that's the problem with science. Is science is always interpreted by the scientist. And what we see is if the Bible is true, Noah's flood is talked about. And Noah's flood would explain why we see those things, why we see them in the order that we see them, why we have sedimentary rock all over the world, rock that's been laid down by water, why those fossils would be buried quickly, rapidly, so that we see one fish eating another fish, didn't even have time to swallow or giving birth. So I think the Bible has a very adequate explanation as far as why we would see that. Evolution, again, would have their explanation, but it seems to be a little bit more inconsistent in the sense that, according to the evolutionary view, everything should be pretty nice and neat, with maybe a few things out of place here and there because of later depositions and catastrophic events and whatnot. But what we see is a consistent mixing within a general layering, I guess you might say.
I mean, evolution doesn't state that we would expect things to be well ordered. To the contrary, we recognize that there are missing parts in the layers. We know that there are years where there will be no lava. There are series of events that can destroy a layer. So no scientist at all is claiming that we should expect things to be ordered in the geological record. To the contrary, we keep finding cases of holes and missing pieces of the layers. So, and it's hard for me to conceive how Noah's flood could explain the layers of rocks that we find. We find rocks that come from lava, and we date them using radiometric dating. We know that the elements that decay, the radioactive elements that are found in lava when the rock forms, they are at there's a certain amount of them, and as they decay, they become more and more close to lead. So they lose part of their matter to energy. They emit radioactivity. And then they become another element. They become a non-radioactive element. How could Noah's flood explain the presence of layers of rocks above these fossils?
Yeah, another great question, and again, one that can have more than one explanation depending on our worldview that we apply to it. Give you some examples that those dating methods, you have to believe in certain things before you can accept them. One being, we have to believe that they really haven't been near water. I think potassium turns into lead. You were talking about that. Potassium, I believe the half-life is 4.5 billion years. Now, part of that means that if we find a rock that's got half of it left, then that rock should be 4.5 billion years old, if half of it turned into lead. But you can take 80% of the potassium out of a rock in 4.5 hours by putting it in water. And so if Noah's flood were true, one thing it's going to do is remove the elements that we need to measure in order for it to be an accurate measurement. And so that's why we take painstaking care to make sure that we try to avoid rocks that have been near water in order to date those. That's just one assumption. And other things then, as far as like the strata layers, you look in the Grand Canyon, we have nice layers, but there's no evidence of erosion between them, no soil layers between them. But Noah's flood wasn't just like this, one-day event. It took long times. The Bible says that the waters assuaged, so you have a lot of different currents forming. Mount St. Helens, that one little volcano that erupted in May 18th of 1980, it laid 600 feet of deposits down. And later on, about a month later, there was a mud flow that cut through, and it made a canyon 1/40th the scale of the Grand Canyon. Not only did it, show us how canyons can form quickly because of catastrophes, but it also showed us the same type of layering that we see in, say, the Grand Canyon as well. And so the flood, even models that have been done of that, clearly show, a flood of that potential, a worldwide global covering flood would easily transform the earth to what we see in the geological record today. Lava, Bible says the earth would be splitting open, and so we'd expect lava and those type of things. As a matter of fact, the lava we see is a tremendous amount, something that we don't see happening today. It would take a special event to do that.
But that's not a consistent explanation. We find multiple layers. If there was a flood and if water was a problem, and by the way, water is not a big problem for rocks like zircon. Zircon is being used because it's very hard to undo the radioactive elements from it using any external pressure, including the process of metamorphosis. And so Noah's flood would not explain how there's these multiple layers. It might explain why you would lose some of the information from the upper rocks, but not all of the layers. And why would these layers separate different kinds of animals and different kind of plants between each layer?
Yeah, well, first of all, the zircon crystals, the Institute for Creation Research has done some really, I think, very good scientific data research on zircon crystals and showing the presence of helium and things like that in there that are actually showing that the dating methods are very unreliable based on the zircon crystals. So again, like you're saying, I agree, there's a number of different types of dating methods that can be done, but all of them are going to have these assumptions that we have to apply to the method before they can be trusted as reliable. And so I'm not going to say that these dating methods are all bad, because they're not. There's some science that's there that's good that can be applied, but even the results have to be interpreted. And I think Noah's flood does do that, because it wasn't just this one day. Like I said, we're going to have multiple events throughout the year taking place. Just like when you have an earthquake today, there are aftershocks. When you have a global catastrophe, it takes years for it to settle. Mount St. Helens erupted in 1980, but we have had many smaller eruptions and rumblings and things going on, especially in the first 2 years after that. So you're going to have many layers that will form that way. And as far as the type of animals that we see, Dr. Leonard Brand did an interesting study, and he took an amphibian and a bird and a reptile and all those things, put them in mud, mixed them all up, and even found that by the bone density itself, that these things were deposited, settled in the general idea that what we see in the fossil record today, as well as the fact that environment plays a factor in this type of thing, where they live, mobility. Obviously a trilobite isn't going to get very far compared to a saber-toothed tiger. So it'll be buried, on top of the things that can't move, like clams and trilobites and so on.
Well, to me, that's totally incorrect. We find these fossils under rocks. The fossils cannot be mixed like the mix that you suggest. They would only travel through the dirt if it was not rock. When we find a layer of rock and we find a fossil under it and one above it, it cannot be that the fossils have classified themselves by digging through mud. But I think that it's a good introduction, and perhaps we could go with your general theory through your opening statement and go from there.
Okay.
Hold on, guys. I want to steer the conversation here a little bit.
Yes.
I noticed that Brian keeps revisiting an idea about how scientists interpret data. So, Jean-Francois, could you maybe explain to us a little bit, as a scientist, how scientists actually interpret data so that we have a better framework to have this sort of discussion?
Yes. So when scientists, we start with some sort of a method when we do science. We say, well, we have to look at the world to understand the world. That's pretty much all the things that a scientist needs to adhere to start doing science. Now, when we look at the world, we have information from it. The information that indicates that the Earth is more than 10,000 years old is pretty clear. It comes, among other things, from radioactive dating. So when we see these elements in rocks, they are decomposing at a certain rate. And it's not true that scientists necessarily assume that the rate of decomposition of an atom that's radioactive is stable. We know that there are some radioactive isotopes that are unstable, that have an unstable rate of decay, but we know which one they are, and we can avoid using them, and we can use the more stable ones, those that seem to show a very constant decay, no matter of the constant pressure or the environmental condition they are exposed to. So when scientists look at the world, we look at the different facts that come to us, and we try to see what is the best theory that could be made to explain these facts. And the theory that the Earth would be 10,000 years old or something along those lines is simply impossible based on what we see. On the side of evolution, it's also very clear that evolution exists. I think that you are even recognizing it when you say that you believe in microevolution. But starting from the moment where you recognize that microevolution exists, you have to understand that it's possible that a set of many steps of microevolution would lead to a big change in a series of organisms. If you believe in microevolution, you have to believe that macroevolution is possible.
All right.
Respond to that?
Yeah, you can if you want to. Let me kind of give you a little bit of more of a framework to respond from, because
okay.
I noticed that you said earlier, okay, look, my bias is out there. I'm an atheist, an avowed atheist. So, but I think it's important to note that you're not only denying the modern scientific concepts of biology, but also of genetics, geology, astronomy, physics, and pretty much every single dating method we have to at least some extent. I'm not saying that you flat out deny all science, but it seems like you deny science whenever it contradicts with your view of Scripture. So I was kind of wondering if you would comment on that. And
Sure.
You can also respond to Jean-Francois's point. Probably you could work that in there as well.
Yeah, I would disagree that I disagree with science. I haven't found any science in any area, whether it be physics, geology, biology, that goes against the Scriptures.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me just interject,
Yeah,
so you maybe know what I'm talking about a little bit better. When I talk about something like biology, I mean, most modern biologists accept that evolution is true. Astronomy, the stars are so far away from us that their light wouldn't have reached us yet if the universe was as young as you said.
Because we know the speed of light.
Right. Genetics, I mean, we see evidence for evolution in genetics, and you deny evolution, or you at least deny macroevolution.
Yeah, and going back to astronomy, if the universe was created 10,000 years ago, we wouldn't be able to see celestial bodies that are more than 10,000 light years away, and we clearly can.
Well, again, that's because of your bias interpreting that evidence, that same evidence. I know doctoral PhD physicists and biologists who are in the field, work for NASA or
Sure.
Things like that would also disagree with evolution. Some of the things, like you say, the starlight. There are scientific explanations to explain that. One being 0 point energy, and that having changed. There's the Bible talks about when God created the heavens, He stretched out the heavens. That's why we see you take a couple of dots, stick it on a balloon before you blow it up, and when they're very close together, you blow up the balloon, they stretch out. Likewise, if God could have created things close, spread them out, explains the redshift, as well as some other things. So there are actually 4 different scientific explanations for why we see that. So it's not that we deny that science, it's just that you will reject the Scriptures and then reject anything that could be supernatural, but yet we don't have to in order to have an explanation for those type of things. The same thing with biology, admitting the evolution. The point is we do believe in those changes, but many changes, like he said, many steps in microevolution don't add up to macroevolution. All it does is creates mutations that are either neutral or harmful, but not beneficial, adding new information into the species. And so those are the different explanations to the same thing. What we see in observable science does not support that microevolution, many steps turn into macro. So I would say that I accept science as it is in an observational science. So
well, we observed that the speed of light is 300,000 meter per second. So do you agree with this?
I'll take your word for it. I operate on 185,000. Yeah. I know on the metric system is
so starting from just the speed of light,
miles per second.
Just from the speed of light, it's impossible that 10,000 years ago the universe would have been created and that we would see the stars. You're not addressing this big problem.
No, I just answered it in the sense that light could have been created closer, so it didn't have to move millions of light years initially. Plus, again, zero-point energy, which I'm not going to get into that tonight because that'd take a whole long time to explain. But the zero-point energy we see is actually increasing today, which there's arguments out there as far as the speed of light having changed. Harvard University, took light, slowed it down, let it speed up again, those type of things. But so there is an explanation. It does address those things. It's just another explanation for what we're seeing.
And another thing you said, which is false, is that evolution does not add new information. The case of the dogs that have been acquiring cognitive skills, empathic skills through their co-evolution with humans is a case where there are new skills that have appeared in a separate species. That was probably a wolf at the beginning, and that transformed into a dog through evolution.
It's still a dog, isn't it? You see, that's the thing. No new information is there. A dog is going to be a dog, whether it be a wolf or a chihuahua. It's a dog. There's no new information there. It can be selected. It's kind of like GM when they make a car. They put an air conditioner and a heater in the thing because they don't know where it's going to go. It could go to California and never need to use the heater. It could go to Alaska and never need to use the air conditioning. But that information is available and can be selected out.
A car isn't a very good analogy because a car is a piece of machinery that doesn't reproduce and doesn't spread, a genetic code onto, future generations.
Well, let's look at animals then. Give me an example where a dog came to anything outside of a dog kind.
Well, the example of the dog, you misinterpreted.
Show me where a canine became a non-canine.
The dog itself is a new species that was literally made through evolution by the action of humans. Dogs have acquired skills that wolves or that their ancestor that they share with wolves did not have. They have acquired skills like looking at human or yelling to get food, barking. They have acquired cognitive skills like empathy for human, or even the possibility of imitating humans through their yawns, for example. So these are all new skills that have appeared through their evolutionary history.
Again, I guess that's where we're going to have to disagree because I don't see any new information, new skills. I mean, I develop new skills all the time too.
Well,
hold
on. Wouldn't new instincts that are inborn into an animal be new information by necessity?
No.
Why not?
It's the same information, maybe more of it. It's, like I said, me learning something doesn't mean that there's new information.
But we're not talking about learned knowledge. We're talking about inborn knowledge.
Again, genetically, you can't show me on observational science any new information in that dog.
Well, okay, then what is your alternate explanation?
To the existence of dog and their new skills compared to their ancestors?
the variety that God has built in to every kind of animal and every human being. That's the genetic variety. But again, that's why I say I believe that there can be changes. The Bible says that. Science, observational science shows that. But that dog is always going to be a dog, no matter how many cognitive skills come about, no matter what it's able to do. But that's not any, evolution. That's just what the Bible says is supposed to happen. And there is that kind of genetic variability in the DNA.
Another point that's incorrect about your theory about saying that DNA or that genes cannot have new information is that we know many examples where new information is being carried by DNA. Some of these are through viruses. So viruses can take information from an RNA molecule and dump it into the DNA and pass it through the next generations. We have telomere adding proteins that are basically extending DNA. So they start with a DNA that's a certain length, and it adds bouts of DNA at the end. And we have many examples of repeated sequence in DNA. They are codes that we see being repeated thousands of times. And the reason these sequences are there is that they've been dumped by other molecules, by proteins, by viruses, by RNA, and they've been reinserted into DNA. So there's many ways in which a stretch of DNA can be elongated and that there can be new information added to it.
Again, I don't disagree with all of those things happening between splicing, embedding, all of those kinds of things. But I would disagree with the fact where I would say you're wrong is in the fact that it's new information. It's still the bacteria. Again, we can do horizontal gene transfers. We can do those kinds of things, but you're still working within a pre-created set of information that can be passed back and forth. But again, the virus remains a virus. I mean, sure, you're going to get mutations of it, especially among viruses because of the RNA factor. They can't check for mistakes like DNA can, and the viruses don't have that. So you have rapid mutations taking place, changing these viruses all the time. But again, there's no new information there. It's just a transferring of it. It's a deleting of it. It's receiving it back, but nothing new.
Oh yeah, there's new stuff. There are bouts of DNA, they get elongated. So there was a bout of DNA that was not there, and on the next generation, the bout is longer.
Sure, but it's the same stuff that it has in a in a created existence, but it doesn't change
can be
what
mutated.
it is.
There's many ways it can be mutated. There can be copy errors. There can be reconnections during sex. When a man makes love to a woman and they have a baby, some of these bouts of DNA are cut. Sometimes there can be error. There can be manipulations in the way they are reconnected together. There's all sorts of ways in which new information can appear in DNA.
Well, like I said, I agree with all of what you're saying, except for that it's new information. It like I said, it may be brought back into that environment where it had it before. You can add on, you can copy, you can have extra of the same thing. Like I said, you delete, you splice, all of those types of things that I agree with. But again, the bacteria remains the bacteria. It's just like a dog. The same thing's happening in a dog or whatever.
Okay, hold on. There's something I'm struggling to understand. I mean, DNA is information. That's what it is. It's basically the blueprints of an organism. You're saying that DNA can be added to existing strands, but it's not new information, even though DNA is nothing but information. I don't really understand that.
Well, I guess I don't know how else to explain it outside of you can add DNA, but it's the same information within the DNA that's being manipulated.
So if I take a book and I rip some pages out of another book and then I put it in the other book, that's not adding new information to the book?
let me put it this way. If I have the word Christmas and each one of those letters represents DNA, I'm never going to get the word Xerox or Queen out of it.
How do you know? Well, hold on. But if it continues to lose letters and gain letters, then yes, it could eventually become Xerox.
Only if it can gain an X, but it's not gaining an X.
It's not. It's through viral DNA and mutation and change. It's gaining things it didn't have before.
You have to know what it had to begin with. And that's the point, is for it to have something that it couldn't have had in its original created state, you are going to have to get it to turn into something other than what it is, something outside of its kind.
On that subject, let me ask you about retroviral DNA, because we can see where certain viruses have affected us in our history because they left their DNA imprint.
Yeah.
And we actually see that up to a point, we share a DNA imprint with chimpanzees, with bonobos, with orangutans. How do you respond to that?
Common designer, I'd expect that. We share a common design.
If that's it, then why is there a divergence at some point? Why is it that we are affected? You can see the effects of the viruses that we get up to a point, but then when it gets to the viruses they get, there's a divergence. If it's just because we're designed so similarly, then wouldn't we share that entire lineage of retroviral DNA imprints?
No. Like 98.6% genetically identical to a chimpanzee. They used to say we're that's dropped way down now, but a difference of 3 nucleotides is fatal. So, even though we're genetically similar to a lot of things, which is going to allow us to have commonalities between us, we're still vastly different despite those differences. A rain cloud's 100% water. And, a watermelon's 97% water. I believe it's a jellyfish, it's 98% water. That must be the missing link between the two. And 97% to 100%, that's only 3% difference. We must be related to a rain cloud. It just doesn't. Genetic similarity isn't evidence of evolution. It's evidence of a common designer, and therefore can be adaptable in the same environments.
But you're right that it's not genetic similarity that's evidence for evolution. The evidence for evolution is that not only there's genetic similarity, but there's continuity in the mutation rate, in the mutation of the genes that are common across organisms. So if I track, for example, the gene that creates the ribosome is the factory that creates proteins in the cells. I can follow this protein back to our common ancestor with bacteria. When I look at bacteria, the protein is there, but it has a certain number of mutations. And the further away evolutionary I get from the bacteria, up to, for example, humans or other mammals, the more changes we see. There's a progressive change of the genetic code, the genetic encoding of that protein in all animals, all plants that we know, and all bacteria.
Well, like I said, I guess that might be where we're going to have to agree to disagree on how the information is interpreted. I don't see any contradiction with that to what the Bible says and what we as creationists would believe. I'm no geneticist or anything like that, and so I may not explain it the best, but I know we've got lots of great books from biologists and geneticists who can probably explain it better than I can to you, but it is certainly not a contradiction in what we see in creation and a young earth. So, and maybe some of these things will maybe I'll do a better job as we get into the introduction and go on with that.
Let's do this.
I might be able to explain that more.
Yep. Let's do this and present.
We really weren't. I didn't know that you guys wanted to do a formal introduction, but I guess you guys can go ahead and do that now if you want. Brian, why don't you go ahead and do your formal introduction?
All right. Well, I guess what I've been trying to say is what is testable or what science is and what it isn't. And I think that true science is testable, it's observable, it's falsifiable, it's repeatable, and I think we both agree that that's what science is, but that's what we call operational or observational science. And what we're talking about tonight is really origins, and origins is more of a different type of science. It's a historical science, really. And I'm going to maybe show some slides here or something, if I can get this to share the screen with you. But give you an example. Evolution, it's inconsistent for an evolutionist to say that it qualifies as science, but creation doesn't, which is really what I'm hearing. I'm going to use the Bible tonight because it's a valid worldview just as much as evolution is. The real question is more which worldview is correct to interpret the science. And, if we look at evolution, evolution says that your brains came about by chance chemicals and enzymes that, produced our thinking, reasonable thinking and logic. Evolution wouldn't do that, but the Bible, an intelligent designer would. As an example of why we are limited with science, you can look at George Washington. He supposedly crossed the Delaware to get to Trenton. Now, we might try and scientifically prove that by measuring the boat, getting in a boat and doing it ourselves, but that doesn't prove that Washington did it. It only proves that he was able to do it. And we know he did because of historical records and eyewitness accounts. Likewise, the Bible has eyewitness accounts. It's got historical records. But all the experiments that we do on, plants and evolution today, all we're seeing are mutations, but not, as we would disagree, increasing information. Einstein even said it's a theory which decides what we can observe. So in theory, facts determine theory, but in fact, theory determines fact. We all have a worldview that we're operating on to interpret that science. In the Bible, Colossians says it's in Christ that are hidden all treasures of wisdom and knowledge. And in other words, without Christ, without understanding the scriptures, it's going to be hard to understand what I'm talking about tonight. That's the bottom line. We don't conclude with God. I start with God. In order for life to come about by evolution, you need a lot of time. Lots of time, more time than even evolution gives, but there isn't that time. We talked about the dating methods. Carbon-14 is one. We see diamonds. They're supposed to take 1 to 2 billion years to form, yet carbon-14 has a half-life of 5,730 years, and it can't last that long. Yet there's plenty of carbon still in the diamonds, which is an issue. We have the woolly mammoth, just as one of many examples. One part of its body dated 29,500. Another part of the same animal, 44,000 years old. That's either a slow birth or there's something wrong with these dating methods. We've got the lava dome of Mount St. Helens. That's brand new rock in there in that lava dome. They dated it. It dates from 0.35 to 2.8 million years old. Something's wrong. Our textbooks tell us red giant stars, it takes billions of years for them to turn into white dwarfs. Yet we have historical records from 2000 BC all the way up to 150 AD telling us that the star Sirius was a red star, and yet today it's a white binary star. Didn't take that long. We hear trees are 10,500 years old, but that's based on pollen samples by nearby lakes. If you take more accurate methods of dating, like tree rings, the oldest trees only have 4,300 tree rings, which is perfectly in line when Noah's flood is getting over. We have comets. Comets are supposed to only last about 100,000 years because every time they orbit the sun, they burn up. So they can't be that old. Where are they coming from? Well, evolution, because of their worldview, have a rescue device which basically says, well, there must be something called an Oort cloud out there 50,000 astronomical units away that somehow this ice gets knocked into our solar system, into our orbit. Yet nobody's seen it. That's not observational science. Not even the Hubble telescope has seen it. As I said, you need beneficial mutations, increasing information, not just being neutral. If I would give you a frog, give you RNA, DNA, enzymes, stick it in a blender, I've given you some good frog nog now. Didn't even ask you to evolve DNA or an RNA. And now what happens? You lay it out on the sun, add some energy, put it in an X-ray machine, whatever you want to do. You're never going to get a ribbon. It only decays. And so we've got an issue of life to deal with. Here's the world's oldest or most famous, largest rock group here. Who of you would think that this picture of George Washington came about by chance? Nobody would. But somehow we think then that George Washington himself did. We know that the picture can't, but he does. And by the way, if you want to know what's on the backside, there it is. We've got bacteria. 4 billion years ago, this textbook tells us that we came about by bacteria. But the simple bacteria evolved into a more complex human being. It's not simple at all. We've got, the flagellum of a bacterium rotates. It's got a motor, 10 or 100,000 RPM, some of these. That's amazing technology. So when people make things that are smaller and smaller, we say it's amazing technology. But if we see it in nature, we think it's primitive and simple. It's quite the opposite. What evolution is teaching is that from this bacteria, DNA, RNA, whatever, we get this evolutionary tree of life going on. But what we see in observational science isn't that at all. The fossil record and everything else is showing us exactly what the creation record would say, and that's a creation orchard where things reproduce after their kind. That's what the Bible says, and that's what I see. Like I said, rabbits, they reproduce like crazy, but we never get cabots. You only have the same information being rearranged or losing the information or splicing the information. We do crazy stuff in Nebraska here with corn, but we've never gotten a corn cob and a banana peel that looks like a watermelon. Horses, they produce horses. You can put the stripes on, you can put the stripes, take them off, but it's still a horse kind. And that's what the Bible would indicate. So life by evolution, what the textbooks are telling me and what I hear is there is order in the fossil record and all of that. You need that, but we don't see that. We find animals of every major animal phylum with dinosaurs. That should not happen if evolution is true. We find over 432 mammal species with dinosaurs, birds of all kinds. If evolution is true, that shouldn't be. In a recent debate Ken Ham did with Bill Nye said what would change his mind if you could see these things out of order. Well, they're everywhere. And so I would say that's a big reason right there why life could not come about by chance is you need all of these things, and observational science doesn't give us any of them. Last point here, I guess, is here's a dog. You've got a genus and a species name for this dog. Now, the interesting thing about it is here's two same, genuses, the two canines. Look at that variety we have among skulls. If you found these in the fossil record and the dog wasn't alive today, they would call this a missing link. They would call this evolution. It's moving into something else. But the Bible says this is what we should see, variety among the species. And that tells you why we have such a difficulty in interpreting the fossil record, because it could be just a variety among a kind, not something turning into something else. So
I mean, this is a series of claims that are each of them wrong, and each of them would take 10 minutes to explain why they are wrong and exactly what is the science perspective on this. So
well, just hone in on the ones that you feel most compelled to.
So here what we have is Brian is unfortunately simply not listening to the answers that we already provide. So we have explained how DNA could create new information among its replication line through all sorts of mechanisms, including viruses, including proteins that add new bouts of DNA, including errors in the reconnection of bouts of DNA during reproduction. There is a host of mechanism by which DNA can get longer, and there's a host of mechanism by which it can change its content through mutation. So the claim here that DNA does not increase its information is completely incorrect. The other point is that you said the brain has come through random chance, and you also said that life had appeared through random chance. The theory of evolution is exactly the contrary of chance. There is one element of chance in the theory of evolution. It is that the mutations themselves on DNA, they appear randomly. The rest of evolution is is a physical law. It's like 2 + 2 = 4. It's the contrary of chance. It's a mechanism that pushes organism to create better and better phenotypes so that their genes can be replicated. What the theory of evolution says is not random at all. It is that through selection, the best animals, the genes that create the best phenotypes, will be selected against those that create the worst phenotype. So when you say you look at logic generated by the human brain and you're amazed by it, I share your amazement, and I share your amazement at the flagellum of bacteria. But the reason these things are amazing is that they've been driven by evolution to become so good that they would help the genes that create them replicate even more. There are, for each things that are amazing in nature, there are also all sorts of mutations that are creating problems in the organism, but these, they get selected out, and what remains are the best products of the genes that create the best machines that can serve their own interest. So that's not chance at all. The rest of the problem is with the timing methods. So the criticism that you give to time methods are criticism that are addressed to methods that scientists don't even use to date the Earth. So carbon-14, for example, is not used to date the Earth. We study the decay of radioactive elements in zircon rocks, and carbon-14 is only good for very late evidence. So, for example, dating for 50,000 years. When we look at uranium, this kind of radioactive dating is used to date the Earth and to date the layers of rocks that are superimposed on fossils. And these methods are much more reliable for longer periods, for billions of years. And these methods reveal with no doubt that the Earth is more than 4 billion years old, and the Moon too. The other point is about the frog nog. So basically the idea that life would challenge entropy. So you're basically telling us, if I take a frog, I put it in a microwave, the frog will never become another frog or a mammal or anything. You're saying that the laws of physics are forcing an increase in entropy and a loss of information. That is true. It's true that the laws of physics do not allow for a violation of entropy, but life is not violating the law of thermodynamics. The reason is quite simple. DNA is an accumulator of information, I agree with you, but for existing, DNA is ruining the information around it. Just consider the fact that you would take your car, for example, to get to work. The number of molecules of gas that you will burn and that you will expel in nature, that will be bouncing all around, that will create lots of heat on the planet, just 1 minute driving your car, you've expelled more molecules in the air that are very high heat molecules. You've created energy. You've expelled more molecules than there are nucleotides in your DNA in just 1 minute. So DNA accumulates a certain amount of information, but it's nothing in comparison to the destruction of information that it does around it. The other point is that once we acknowledge that DNA has a certain amount of information, but that it wastes a lot of information outside of it, we know why DNA accumulates information. It's because people make babies, animals make babies, and plants reproduce, and bacteria make copies. They make mitosis and copies of themselves. So we know why this information is being maintained. It's through reproduction. This concludes my intro. So can you address this point concerning the possibility that DNA is gaining information? Do you recognize that there are processes that elongate DNA?
I do, but again, I disagree that it is new information. You say that I'm not listening and I'm not hearing, and again, it's not that in my close, I'll kind of maybe be able to share, I think, why we're hearing two different things. but it's because we're coming from two different backgrounds. Again, I'm not disagreeing with the science that's behind it, mutations and all of that. We have here a mutant, and five-legged bull, no new information added, just the same information in the wrong spot. Here's another mutant with this short-legged sheep. Now, again, we talk about selecting out the best information. Natural selection, we agree with that. As a matter of fact, it was a creationist named Edward Blythe that came up with natural selection. Darwin just simply used that as a means to try and support his theory of evolution. But this short-legged sheep, that's a mutation. And so when the wolf comes, who's going to get it? Well, naturally, Shorty's out of there. But that doesn't mean that the other sheep turn into cows. We're still working with the same kind of DNA for that creature. And again, I agree with you, carbon-14 dates things that are young. It has to be alive. It doesn't date rocks. The uranium-lead methods that we were talking about, I have a whole DVD on the dating methods that discusses all of those assumptions of you have to know how much lead is present in the rock to begin with. I can show you volcano after volcano that we have dated, that we know when the volcano erupted, and yet the dating methods are giving it dates of millions of years old, just like we saw there at Mount St. Helens. Even in the Grand Canyon, the bottom of the Grand Canyon, actually there's a volcano up on top, so that the volcanic flow went down there. And we're seeing that the rock on that flow dates older than the oldest rocks in the Grand Canyon, using these methods that are supposed to be so accurate. So, like I said, there's many dating methods.
Scientists do not claim that there's no error on the reading of rocks. We know that there are certain rocks that are particularly bad for dating and certain other types of rocks that are good. Scientists, I would be very surprised if you heard a scientist say, I'm sure that this rock is 10,000 years old. You might say it has isotopes that are compatible with it being at least 10,000 years old. Or at least
hold on one second. JF, hold on one second. Can we ask Brian to take his slide down?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So we can get back to the two cam situation.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry
there we
about
go.
That.
No problem.
Yeah, so scientists are aware that they are not fooled by these dating errors, as you call them. They know about it, and in fact, the reason you know about it is that scientists understand that certain types of rocks are bad for dating.
Well, like I said, it doesn't matter what method we use. The same assumptions have to be applied to them, and every single one of them falls short. And so there's plenty of evidence to say that the Earth is actually young. You look at population statistics where NASA says we're losing the moon 3.8 centimeters every year. You look at the amount of helium in the atmosphere and zircons.
What's
NASA
the problem with the moon getting away from the Earth?
Well, you just use basic math. The moon is moving 3.8 centimeters away from the Earth every hour. No, every year it is. I know it was every hour, I think. I can't remember what the exact is. But you just do the math. You don't have enough time before the moon would be skimming the Earth. Maybe that's what happened to the dinosaurs anyway. At least the tall ones, they got mooned. It doesn't make sense. I mean, again, I have a whole DVD
let's clarify
on
this.
What's that?
The moon, at some point, the moon was very close to the Earth. We know this. But your problem is that you're making the assumption of linearity. You're taking the number 3.4 or whatever it is, and you're assuming that it's always been the case. But we know that as a body like the moon gets away from a planet, it gets less and less gravity force. So the speed that we observe today of the moon getting away from the Earth is not the speed that was there 2 billion years ago. You cannot make this assumption.
Well, and I understand that, but here's the thing. We're using the idea of uniformitarian principles, which is an evolutionary principle. I disagree with that uniformitarian principle.
What's this principle?
But that what we see going on today has always been going on. That's uniformitarianism. It's the basic foundation of all of geology as well. And you can't. The same thing could be said of the decay rates of these so-called accurate dating methods. You have to believe that the decay rate of these elements is the same today that it was in the supposed 4 billion years ago, but we have evidence that that decay rate has changed, but they don't acknowledge that because they will use the uniformitarian principle.
No, the uniformitarian principle, as you present it, is talking about two different things here. There's no scientist who believes that nature has to be uniform. We just believe that there's certain law that should be similar 4 billion years ago. For example, the decay rate of atoms, because there's no change in the universe that's been happening that would change the way an atom behaves. It's totally different for the moon. We recognize that there can be change in the way bodies are related to each other. Some of them are induced by gravity changing. Some of them are induced by different position or other bodies passing nearby and changing the speed of things. And there's no doubt that that your theory that the moon would be too close to the Earth doesn't work. You cannot assume linearity in the rate of the displacement of the moon from the Earth.
Well, again, like I said, we could go through each one of these points, but our textbooks are telling us that we do see uniformitarianism. It was, James Hutton that kind of came up with that idea, and whether we like to admit it or not, that's what evolution has to use in order for these dating methods to be correct. Is that idea that the decay rates have not changed. Now, in carbon-14, they calibrate for things like the Industrial Revolution, but they don't calibrate for something like Noah's flood because they wouldn't believe that that's true, because their bias won't allow themselves to say, hey, Noah's flood could be possible. It doesn't account for all the limestone removed in Noah's flood. It doesn't account for a lot of different things.
What is this idea about the limestone?
Removing much of the carbon-14 in the atmosphere. To use the carbon-14 dating methods, you have to know how much carbon-14 was in the atmosphere, say 5,000 years ago. They don't. But they use uniformitarian methods to calibrate that. But
as I mentioned previously, we don't use carbon-14 to date very old stuff like the Earth.
Okay.
And
hold on. I'd like to, if I could just maybe switch the focus a little bit here.
Yep.
I kind of wanted to ask Brian about the intro to his website. This might be kind of a long question. I might go on a little bit of a tangent here, but I want to read. If you go to the Creation Institution, Creation Instruction Institute, you see Romans 1:18 through 20. For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. Because that which is known about God is evident within them, for God made it evident to them. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes, his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly seen, being understood through what has been made, so that they can exist so that they are without excuse. Basically saying that there's no reason not to believe in God, because if you just look around the world, it's self-evident. So I kind of wonder, what then is the point of this debate? If God is supposed to be just evident to everyone, he's obviously not evident to everyone.
Well, I would disagree. I would say he is.
Okay, but hold on. What evidence would you present for that? Because the only thing you've even tried to demonstrate, and in my opinion unsuccessfully so far, is that science and the Bible can be made compatible if you do this tap dance. If you say, oh, well, the science is interpreted this way or it's interpreted that way, and no one really knows how to interpret it, and there's all these different worldviews you can come at it from. I don't understand how you can say that the Bible is self-evident based on your own attempt to just reconcile the two things. What I want to know is, why do you think that we should be interpreting science through the lens of the Bible? What about that book is so impressive to you that you feel that reality itself should be looked at through the lens of that book?
Well, I think there's a number of things to support that it's worth looking at. One, there are 25,000 archaeological sites that have been found over and over through archaeology. You know, critics of the Bible would say, oh, the Bible's not real. You know, Pontius Pilate never even existed. And then in the 1970s, they find at Caesarea a stone with Pontius Pilatus on it. So 25,000, what is it going to take for somebody to take the Bible seriously? 25,004? No, it's like what Romans said, that people suppress the truth in unrighteousness. That I'm convinced that there is no such thing as an atheist. First of all, I think it's very arrogant to say you're an atheist because, and I don't mean to be slamming anybody, any of you, but what I'm saying is, if you'll hear me out, is that to be an atheist would have to say that you have all the information there is to know out there in the universe. And I would say that any atheist would agree they don't even have half of the information that could be gained out there. Not, probably even 10%. Einstein said we know less than 1% of 1%. But even if you knew 10% of the information, that means there's 90% of information out there that we don't know yet that could show that God exists. So the best that an atheist could really be, to me, would be an agnostic. You don't know if he exists or not. I don't believe that people are going to hell for denying what they don't know. They're going to hell for denying what they do know, and that's that God exists. That we don't need any more evidence that God exists. It's all there. It's just that you have to suppress that truth. I see it, like I said, in every area of science, I see him. But I don't believe in the Bible because of the sciences. I believe in the Bible, as I'm willing to admit, by faith. Hebrews 11 says it's by faith we believe God formed this world by his word. It's just nice to see that science backs up what the Bible says. But I can't understand how God did everything he did and why God did everything he did, because if I could, that'd make me God. And the God of the Bible is so far beyond what you or I or all of us put together could imagine. And I wouldn't want to serve a God that I could wrap my mind around and understand every aspect of, because it'd be a small God. But I see history supports the Bible to be true. Certainly historians record a man named Jesus who died on the cross for the sins of the world. Now, some of those historians didn't even believe that that's true, that what he did was effective, but they no doubt claim that Jesus Christ died on a cross. We have observational science that supports it. So everywhere I look, I'm seeing no reason to doubt the Word of God. Even when it comes to this whole nature of man, what I see in the nature of man is the Bible says that we're inherently wicked, sinful. Observational science shows that. And I know many evolutionists think, well, deep down, we're really good. Well, I don't see that. I've never seen that. I'm not even good. I haven't met a pastor yet that's good. And I think that's the difference between the Bible and any other of these other religions that's out there, is the Bible is the only one that says that we can't ever be good enough, that it's Christ that has done everything for us already.
But this brings us to a problem, which I would say that this makes the God explanation not an explanation. We begin by being curious about why do complex beings exist. Basically, we're faced with our own existence, and we are curious about who put us there. By providing an explanation of the kind God created us, you're not providing an explanation because you're basically inventing another complex being to justify the presence of the complex beings that you see on Earth. So I would like to ask you, who created God? What was the process by which God was appeared or evolved? Do you think that, for example, God is a product of evolution?
Definitely not. Nobody created God. I'll give you a biblical answer. God is eternal. He has no beginning. He has no end. And bottom line is, you say, well, that's just kind of a cop-out. Well, no more than evolutionists. Where did the atomic particle come from, that singularity that blew up in the Big Bang? Evolution has no answer for that. And any honest evolutionist admits it. I've done debates where they have admitted that. They
well,
can't
I'd like to
explain.
answer to. You're saying evolution has no answer to the question of the Big Bang. Of course, evolution studies living things that have appeared after the Big Bang. The second thing is that there was no atomic particle at the beginning of the Big Bang. So you said that there was an atomic particle expanding into the universe. That's not the case. Atomic particles have appeared after the Big Bang.
Well, point being is that you can't have something. Something does not come from nothing, because that breaks a law of science, the first law of thermodynamics. And so in order for evolution, even for you guys to even talk about biological evolution, you can't even explain how it got there. You have to start at the beginning to have a cohesive, consistent theory. And that's why evolution falls apart. The Bible is consistent.
We know how to get to evolution. We know that all you need is a replicator. And we know that there are replicators inside of our body. In our case, it's DNA. Once you have a replicator, evolution is a truth, just like 2 + 2 = 4. It follows from the simple fact that things are making copies of themselves. And it doesn't matter if it's DNA or another thing. We know that it's true for anything that makes a copy of itself.
Well, again, I would agree, and you hit the nail right on the head. Once you have a replicator, but you can't explain how you get a replicator. You can't explain, because it, first of all, breaks laws of science to do it. It breaks the law of biogenesis. It breaks the first and second law of thermodynamics. Whereas God, where did God come from? God doesn't, he's outside of those laws. He created those laws. And so it's consistent with my biblical worldview, whereas to get a replicator is inconsistent with evolutionary worldview and observational science. Again, you say, well, we do see. No, we don't. You're in historical science again, like I said, where we're dealing with things that cannot be testable, repeatable, falsifiable. It doesn't fit the qualifications of true science. And so when we're dealing with these origins, whether you're a creationist or an evolutionist, we're in the same boat of faith.
No, the appearance
hold on. Let me
okay.
let me just interject really quickly here. I just wanted to ask. You were talking earlier, Brian, about the. Actually, I forgot what I was talking about. Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
Okay. Well, no, I want to address this thing, because it's not true that the appearance of a replicator violates the laws of physics. We know that there are many chemistry processes that are making copies of themselves. We know that it happens in things that are not living, and we've also made laboratory experiments in which we can make very simple proteins that can create copies of themselves in certain environments. So there's no question that the appearance of a replicator does not violate the laws of physics.
And see, that's where I would, again, disagree, because, you know, these experiments and things that we see in laboratories, like the Miller-Urey experiment as an example, they created the very simple proteins, but they cheated by, first of all, adding information into the, added intelligence into it. We see that they had a recipe of what was supposed to go into it to create these proteins, even leaving out oxygen, which all the geologists are saying had to be in the early atmosphere. So they even cheated by leaving out those elements. They didn't allow it to get back to its original environment when they created these things, because it starts in heat, then they wouldn't let it get back to it, because what you need to create it also destroys it. And they also created the wrong chirality in these amino acids that they created, which are the building blocks of protein. So there's so many different problems with that we say, well, it could have happened. No, it couldn't have, not without applying intelligence and developing the wrong thing. They even created tar in there, which was toxic to amino acids too. So I guess I would just have to disagree that we've been able to do those things.
Yeah, well, we'll have to disagree, I guess. When you do something in a laboratory, it proves that it's possible. It doesn't mean that you had to add an intelligent being back then in 4 billion years. It just proves that the chemistry itself can be self-sustaining, and that you can have such a thing as a simple molecule that makes copies of itself.
All right. Well, on that note, I remember what I wanted to ask earlier. I'm actually to back this up just a little bit, because Brian was talking about how we can't have just a replicator out of nowhere. It violates the first and second law of thermodynamics and entropy and all that. I want to know why we can't just assume a replicator, but we can assume a God. It seems to me like a God is a far more complex thing than a replicator. So why can we just assume that this massively complex thing is just eternal and has always permeated existence?
I think that's a great question. Bottom line is because evolution is bound by empirical science, by the natural. And it breaks those laws. Like I said, God is not bound by the natural. God is supernatural. He's the one that created these laws and therefore is not bound by them. And so that's the biggest difference right there is if evolution is going to operate, it has to operate under its own rules. The Bible will operate under its own rules. It is consistent with observational science. It is consistent with history and with archaeology. It's just that one of the reasons that people can't see it, give you an example. Romans chapter 2, verse 15 says that the requirements of the law are written on their hearts. God has written his law on our hearts. Okay, but when we look in Scripture, we have to suppress those things. We have to suppress what he has placed in us. Romans 8:7 says, the mind set on the flesh is hostile towards God, for it does not subject itself to the law of God, for it is not able to do so. Therefore, the natural man cannot understand the spiritual things of God, the Scriptures say. That means without repentance, without somebody becoming a Christian, without knowing Jesus, they will not be able to understand what I'm talking about tonight. And I know that seems like a cop-out, but it's what the Bible says. At least I'm being consistent. It might even be offensive for me to say that, but you have to remember my worldview. I'd be immoral and unloving not to share the good news with you. The Bible says you will not be able to understand these things without coming to know God, without coming to know Jesus. Like I said in Colossians chapter 1, in Christ are hidden all treasures and wisdom of knowledge. And, I'm being at least I'm being consistent with my worldview.
Okay, fair enough. I see where you're going. So you it'd be fair to say that you believe that God is the source of morality then, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, do you think the Bible condones things like slavery, misogyny, rape, genocide, pedophilia?
Well, it depends on what you mean by condones. I mean, there are
okay.
certain
All right.
things.
Hold on. I'll give you an example then. Like Numbers 31. You're familiar with that, I'm assuming. You've been on the debate circuit for a while. Moses basically saying, slay the Midianites, the enemy tribe of the ancient Israelites. Kill the men, kill the women, kill the children, but the virgin girls keep for yourselves. God doesn't seem to intercede and say, no, Moses, that's fucked up. So why not?
Well, I'm going to tell you this. There's a number of things. One, I can't say why God does everything he does and how God does everything he did, like I said before, because that would make me God. I can tell you this as well. Whatever God does, it is just. God is a just God, and he cannot operate outside of his character.
Okay. Let me just. All right. Hold on. I'll make one more point, and then I'll let you have at it for a while. On the point of God's justice, wanted to talk about 2 Kings, where God sends 2 bears to murder 42 children because they made fun of Elisha's bald spot.
Baldy.
I don't know if I'm saying his name right.
So
does that really?
What you say here?
Yeah.
No, we're not talking about you. No.
I won't do that. But the thing is, 42 bears killing children. All right. So let me to put that into perspective. That's 42 grieving mothers, assuming that none of them were siblings. That's 42 fathers who wasted, their time and resources on kids. They're never going to happen. That's, a tremendous loss to probably an entire town or village, all because some kids made fun of a bald spot. When I was a kid, I remember I saw this big fat guy walking down the hallway, and I said, "Hey, fatso." I'm glad God didn't send a bear to maul me and my friends, because, I grew up and I got fat, and now I realize that I shouldn't have done that because I have the empathy. So I don't see how you can say, oh, this is a just and loving God, but yet 42 children murdered by bear because they made fun of a bald spot.
Well, again, it wasn't just a matter of making fun of a bald spot. And we could look at umpteen examples similar to this where people would say God is unloving and unjust. But bottom line is to say that God is a loving God. Even today people say, well, God's a loving God. He wouldn't send people to hell. Well, the very fact that he is a loving God means he has to send people to hell. Because imagine this in the courts. You've probably heard people talk about this. If your mother got raped by somebody and they catch the rapist, they even murdered, and you go before the judge, and the judge, looks at the guy, you're hoping to see the judge sentence this guy to life in prison, maybe even the death penalty, because that would be just. But instead he says, you know what? I'm a loving guy. I'm a good guy. Because of that, you're free to go. But that'd be an unjust, unloving judge. He shouldn't be shouldn't be a judge. But that's what we make God out to be. See, that's not science. The knee bone for this thing was found 1.5 miles away, 200 feet deeper than the rest of the bones. It's called the Hadar knee. It was brought into question, so they needed something else to come up with. Well, we can't use the knee to get her to walk upright. Let's find something else. Let's let our evolutionary bias make this say what we want it to say. And so what they ended up doing then is the hip joint. And there's a DVD called Lucy, She's No Lady, where there's a clip off of PBS Nova. And they show Dr. Donald Johansson, or not Johansson, but I forget the guy's name right now. But bottom line is they show him taking a cast of this thing, grinding entire pieces off of it to make it look like evolution occurred. They even say, this is a quote, it initially looks like a human being hip, or a chimpanzee hip. But when they're done, they say, as a result, it looks nothing like a chimp's, but a lot like ours. That's not science. That's making things look like what you want it to be. And so why are they there? Well, because A, what we're finding are chimpanzees and animals that were buried in Noah's flood. Some cases you might find people like Neanderthal. But they're not as old as what you're saying they are. They were buried in the flood. Everything that you're saying is hinging on those dating methods being accurate, and they're not.
Well, let me ask, independently from the dating methods, do you recognize that there are creatures on Earth that were similar to human, but that had a smaller brain?
Oh, absolutely. I think chimpanzees are similar to human in many ways, like even DNA.
But I'm talking about Neanderthals and Australopithec.
Yeah, but Neanderthal had a much larger brain capacity than what we have, even.
Not sure, but in any case, do you recognize that there were other species than Homo sapiens sapiens?
Absolutely. There are monkeys and chimpanzees and things like that. But again, we have to interpret those things. Like that dog, we can find two different types of dog. Like I said, the variety we have. We find a skull that might be slightly larger here or there, and we say, oh, look, missing link. Well, no, the Bible says that's a variation among a kind, just like we see with the dogs today. Vast differences in them. So you're looking at something that's in the past that we cannot observe today, which again, like I said in the introduction, is historical science. And you're applying your bias to interpret what that is, that what it looked like, how it behaved, and how similar it was to us, when we can only make guesses, but that is just a variety among a kind. So I expect that we're going to find a lot of different chimpanzees, some with longer fingers, some with shorter fingers, but I don't interpret that as evolution. I interpret that as variation among a kind.
It's not historical to see a bone. When you see a bone, it's right there and it exists and it's a scientific observation. So I would contest your your idea that evolution is not observable science. We observe these things, we observe DNA, and we observe the bones. Now, I have another question concerning the baleen whales. When they are embryo, they develop teeth, and they lose these teeth before being born. Why did God give teeth to a whale and then remove it from them before they are born?
You know, I don't know a whole lot about whales, but I can see other examples of that type of thing happening. And bottom line is, a lot of times we just don't know what the function of things are. And we hear that a lot with vestigial organs and things like that, that they had this and then they got rid of it. Well, why do you evolve it to begin with if you didn't need it to begin with? I could pose the same question. Why did evolution have it come about? But like I said, I don't know a lot about the anatomy of a whale, but I can tell you that in many cases these things have functions that we're not aware of. In some cases, we interpret things as teeth that aren't teeth, but it may have a similar appearance, but a different function. And so, without knowing a lot about the whale anatomy, that's probably the best I can do. But I can think of many other examples like that. Even the appendix is supposedly a vestigial organ. Why did we evolve that? Well, they used to take those things out right and left, and now they've discovered that you remove your appendix, it increases your chances of leukemia, Hodgkin's disease, cancer of the colon, cancer of the ovaries, that it's where your immune systems are initiated. So we used to say, oh, it's useless, when in fact we now know it has a purpose. That's because we interpreted the evidence incorrectly.
Well, that's where the theory of evolution stumps the theory of creation. You ask, well, how could evolution get whales to have teeth in the first place if they serve nothing? We know why vestigial organs are there. It's because they serve the function. And we know that whales are coming from mammals that had teeth. And if God had created the whales, he would have lost a step that has no reason to be there, that has no function because the teeth are gone before the animal is even born. And the only explanation for this is that whales, they descend from a line of ancestry that needed teeth before.
Again, that's loaded with assumptions, things that are not observable today. We know that it came from an animal that had teeth. Really? Did you see that? No. The fossil records show it? No. You say, oh, yeah, it does. It's got all these. You can go to my website under our Facebook page, Creation Instruction Association Facebook. I posted some video clips of even the people who discovered these whale fossils and the interpretations, and say, we haven't even found all of the bones that we're saying this happened. It's assumptions that are applied to that. We have never seen whale evolution take place. It's a absolute historical science where biases and worldviews are applied, but nothing we've seen today. So while you may interpret that evidence that way, I'll let you do that. But just don't call that observable science.
Hold on, though. You're sitting here and you're pouncing on anything that you could even interpret it as an assumption. I'm sure that there are plenty of good reasons to believe that whales were once land animals with teeth. It's probably not just the vestigial teeth.
Yes, there's DNA.
Right. So why? How can you possibly pounce on a little assumption like that, yet you're willing to make the biggest assumption of all and believe in God, and admittedly, just by faith? Just by faith.
Right. And again, but faith that's based upon all kinds of things that we do see in science. Like I said, observational science, there's nothing that goes against it. My DVD, Dinosaurs, Ice Age, Pre-Flood World, will give all kinds of things like that. All these other evidences so far. DNA. How do you know the DNA was there? Have you found DNA of these ancestors?
No, we have DNA of the current life forms. And what we see is their similarity. And we see that whales, they don't fall in the category of fish. They fall in the category of mammals.
Sure, a category that we've made, first of all. Second of all, I don't disagree with that. But genetic similarity, as you said, doesn't mean anything. We're similar to a chimpanzee. But that's if you compare, certain aspects. If we look at our heart, we're actually closer to a pig. if you look at our cytochrome C, we're closer to a sunflower, but we're not out saying we're related to a sunflower. So we take these similarities. Well, ultimately, evolution would say that you're related to a banana, but scientifically, it doesn't make any sense. Bottom line is we see very clearly that there is a common designer, and therefore I would expect to see common things from a common designer. And so you see that same evidence and you say, look, evolution. I look at the exact same evidence and say, that fits a common designer. That's what I see. And observation today says whales only produce whales.
We did not come up with the category of mammals by inventing it. The category of mammal flows naturally when we look just the statistics of the gene changes. The category of mammal appears by itself. Yes, we did come up with the word mammal, but if you look at the percentage of DNA change, it creates itself just out of the statistics as a cluster. So no, we did not create this category and try to impose them on reality. They come to us, and even they change our view of which category we should consider in evolution.
Well, I can agree with that in the sense that we have categorized and classified things in a way that, have common things. But then there are those wrenches that are thrown in there like the platypus or whatever. But to me, that doesn't have anything to do with evolution. So.
All right. Any questions, guys?
Let me just look through my little cheat sheet here and see if there's anything else we could go to. Actually, I think we've covered everything on my sheet pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
So, did you guys want to go ahead and make some closing statements? Did you have those prepared as well?
I guess we can. I haven't prepared, but.
All right, well then why don't you go ahead and go first again, Brian, so that JF has something to respond to.
Well, I had, since I opened, that he goes first is what they sent me here, so I'll let him go first and then I'll close.
Well, let's conclude. So basically here we are confronted with someone who is not listening to the explanations that science has already identified for problems that he points that are actually already solved in science. We know how DNA makes copies of itself. We know because we see it happening today. We see that we transmit our DNA to our kid. And we see evolution happening at a very short time scale. And the only thing that you need to trust is that the things that happen at short time scales, if you repeat them on over long periods of times, of course they will build up. If I was to tell you that I follow my watch and the watch is progressively turning around the whole circle, and I was to tell you that you cannot prove that it will make the whole turn based on the observation of just 1 second. Well, anyone who looks at a watch will know that if it can turn for 1 second, it can also do the 59 other. That's the relation between macroevolution and microevolution. Once you believe in microevolution, there's no such thing as denying macroevolution. It will happen. Changes will stack. We have the mechanism, the molecular mechanism by which DNA changes. We know why DNA gets selected through the theory of evolution. We have dating methods that could be wrong of a couple of years, but certainly not wrong of 4 billion years. The Earth was here 4 billion years ago. We have rocks that have been dated at these 4 billion years. And it's impossible that everything that we see today would have been put in place in the last 10,000 years. So I think there is simply no case against evolution that's provided. We have a statement of faith, but we have no explanation why we would adhere to that particular faith. Why not all the other ideas that you come up with? Why not invent 5 gods, 6 gods, 15 gods? Why not invent a god that's made up of ponies? Any idea that you can come up with and that you could adhere with faith is just as good as the idea of the Catholic God.
Well, I would, I guess, say that we're not inventing a god. We're taking a god from the scriptures. And I think there is a difference between that. I think there have been plenty of invented gods that are out there, but the God of the Bible is not one of those. We talked about how science works, and again, I know we disagree, but evolution can't explain the origins by true science. It's not observable, and nor can creation. I'm just willing to admit it. Evolutionists aren't admitting their bias. But the Bible is at least consistent within itself, like I said, with archaeology, history, and observational science, whereas evolution breaks the laws of the law of biogenesis, the first and second law of thermodynamics, and origins. I haven't seen any evidence that says it has not broken those things. You cannot explain the origin of life. I've seen people try. We see that God's word is the only thing that can explain where morals come from, where the uniformity and the laws of nature come from, where the laws of logic come from. I've heard evolutionists say, well, morality can come from one example being what makes people happiest. Well, statistically, poor people are happier than rich people, so we should kill rich people, and that'd be a good moral thing then. Or some say that it naturally evolves because it's good for society. Well, then Adolf Hitler got a lot of people to kill Jews because he thought that was good for society. So then that would make him a good moral person. But the Bible gives us where these things come from. Evolution, the uniformity and the laws of nature, gravity should evolve differently, morality should evolve differently, logic should evolve differently, but it hasn't. And so what I see is that evolutionists are trying to use or I should say practice science by using biblical principles, laws of nature being uniform, logic, reason. Those are biblical principles that the Bible gives explanations for that evolution can't really explain. So I'd say that they're really trespassing on our ground. And so logic isn't part of nature. And God is not a God that we reason to. He's a God that we can reason because of. We talk about DNA and how amazing it is. Our body has 50 trillion cells, roughly, about 2 tablespoons of DNA. You take that, just one drop of DNA has so much information in it that it would hold 233 3-terabyte hard drives worth of information. Unravel those chromosomes, it would reach to the moon and back 5 million times. That's more information than all the computer programs in the world combined. Even from birth, we talk about conception to birth, 15,000 cells being created every minute, and each one of those cells more complex than a space shuttle. That's not something that can come about by chance. The probability of DNA coming about is just beyond statistical possibility. I talked about the dogs and how things are changed. And this is what the Bible says, a variety among a kind. We look at an alligator skull as an example. The light one here is a modern one. On the left, we see a fossilized one. The only thing missing is that little bone in the nose that didn't fossilize. You would think that an evolutionist would say, at least this is the same genus, but they don't. They gave this a different genus name in blue, species name in the red. Why? Because their worldview says that this thing is millions of years old, and therefore it can't be what we have today. And this isn't something that's an isolated example. We see the modern Purple Heart versus the fossil, the exact same thing, but they gave it a different genus and species name. Same thing with the shrimp. So to me, this is what the Bible says. The fossil record gives a very accurate representation of what's alive today, outside of a few things that have gone extinct. We talk about adding new information into DNA. It isn't. Bacteria, we talked about bacteria and viruses. H. pylori, one example. You take an antibiotic, it's absorbed through the cell wall. It has an enzyme, that little yellow goo, and it turns that enzyme into a poison, which is what kills that bacteria. What happened, though, is this guy lost that ability to produce the enzyme. So now it takes the antibiotic in, no enzyme, no death. So it just continues to reproduce, but it's still a bacteria. It isn't anything new. No new information, just a loss of information in that case. We talk about replication to come about. It can't. You have to have information. Adding energy doesn't give information. Even if you add energy, it has to have something to create a mechanism to capture the energy and make it usable. And there's no observational science that shows us that. Anything we see in observational science today says you add energy, it decays. Any observational science says that things don't come about by chance. We talk about, some people say, well, seeds and babies, they're growing. That's an increase, going from simple to complex. No, it isn't, because there's complex information in the DNA of those seeds and in the DNA of that baby right away. And there's a mechanism to capture energy and use it to a usable form. We don't see things coming about from simple to complex. Ice crystals, they have patterns but not order, and it's even a decrease in energy. So the opposite of what evolution requires. So basically, in closing, this verse I said before, that the mind set on the flesh is hostile towards God, and I believe that, Jean, I believe you're a very intelligent man. I read that first chapter of your book on the internet. I'm intrigued. And I don't believe that you're dumb. I believe you're very intelligent. And so it's not that I'm trying to put any of you guys down. That's not what I mean. What I mean is that there is a faith issue here that you aren't able to understand, because when we go against God, we have a mind that's hostile towards him. And it says that you do not subject yourself to the law of God. You're not even able to do so. And so, bottom line, if the Bible is correct on origins, I believe it's correct on the endings. Therefore, I think that we all, myself included, need to repent of our sins, call on the name of our Creator, Jesus Christ, to be forgiven. That gives us a clear conscience. He takes away our sins, and he doesn't want any to perish. He doesn't want us to be like those 42 youth or anybody else. He wants to spend an eternity with you. And if I've offended you guys with the Word of God here tonight, that wasn't my intention. I just want you to understand that's my worldview.
No. We are in no way offended by anything you've said.
Not at all.
One thing I just want to point out, if you sound very empathetic with us, and we appreciate that, but can you understand how we kind of sound? It kind of sounds like a cop-out when you play the faith card with us.
Well, again, like I said, I understand that it does sound like a cop-out because you can't understand. The Bible says the natural man can't understand the things of God. From my perspective, I'm looking at you, and I see it sounds like a cop-out to say that life could come about from non-living things, that we could get that because that breaks laws of science. And so I understand how it looks like a cop-out, but the difference is that while both of us have a bias, mine is consistent with history, archaeology, and what I see in observational science around me. I'm not denying that there are things we can explain about things in the past, but I'm basing it on a worldview that's consistent within itself now.
It's a little morally presumptuous to say we can't understand. It's like I have it's what conspiracy theorists say, basically. I have the truth, and there's no way for me to explain it to you because they hide everything. I would say that that's very presumptuous of you to tell us that we can't understand because you detain the truth and we just don't accept it.
Well, again, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. This isn't an intellectual judgment. Like I said, I think you're very intelligent. It's a moral judgment. And there's a spirit, the Bible says. And that spirit is going to limit what we can see or how we see things, not because of an intellectual judgment.
I have a question. I guess it's kind of a theological question, actually. You say that we can't understand. It's just there's an impediment there. What then are we to make of the very Bible quote that you use on your website, which basically seems to say the opposite, that God is self-evident and we have no excuse? I mean, you're sitting here telling us there's no way you could even understand this, but then you're using a Bible verse on your very website that says everyone should be able to understand this. So explain to me the cognitive dissonance there.
Well, I think one is, in Romans, he's saying you can understand that there is a God. Deep down, there's a morality in you. And I believe that's God calling you to repentance, because deep down you know what's right and wrong. Like I said, evolution can't explain it, but the Bible says God has placed that law in your hearts. And so I think that the evidence of God is plain within you, but as the scripture says, you are able to suppress that truth in unrighteousness. And so the theological answer is, it's not that you can't understand intellectual things. It's that you can't understand God fully. Even though you'll know he's there, you are able to suppress that truth. And as a result, you will not be able to understand the spiritual things of God.
Okay,
and I understand because I've been there. I've been there where I couldn't see these things. And when I confessed my sin, repented, I was able to see science differently than I was before. I was able to see people differently than I was before.
Sure. I guess I'm still kind of struggling with this what level, I'm trying to figure out how you're trying to define God from like a purely like epistemological standpoint, like how, like the knowledge of God, like how does that work exactly? I'm very confused because you say, you don't understand the Word of God, we don't understand the Word of God, but you understand more of the God than we do, and how does this all work? It seems to me that people like me who are atheists have gone from being atheist to being Christian. It certainly has happened. So what is the difference? At what level is it like, oh, now I have this just right understanding of God where I still don't understand the stuff like why God, seems to endorse slavery in the Old Testament, and why God sent bears to maul children for making fun of a bald spot, and why God ordered genocide, and why God ordered, foreskins cut off, and whatever else. So I don't understand those things yet, but I understand enough to say, this is the truth, this is the moral absolute, this is, the God is the divine writ, and you have to obey these rules. So it just seems to me like whenever you're up against a wall, it's like, well, no one understands God. And then when you have some claim of understanding God, then it's like, well, you guys can't understand it. It's just incomprehensible to you. So it just seems like it's all over the place. There's no logical consistency epistemologically here.
Well, again, I think it's because I see it being very consistent because it's what the Word says. I get my truth from the Bible. And that doesn't mean that we reject the truths that we see around us. Like I said, I live on the same earth that the evolutionists do. We just interpret that same data differently because science doesn't give us, science is interpreted by scientists. And I think it was Augustine said, we love truth when it enlightens us.
The Bible is interpreted.
It convicts us.
The Bible is interpreted by anyone who wants to interpret it. I trust scientists more. I trust science more to interpret. Even you would have to admit that because look at how many different versions of people claiming to be Christians there are that some of you, whom I would assume you don't even think are Christians. So obviously it's possible to twist Scripture, even if you believe there is one definite right way to do it. But I would say to you, I would trust scientists more to examine scientific data than I would just any random person who thinks they're an expert on the Bible to just tell me what the Bible really meant when it said this or that. But if you're going to treat the Bible as though it's a source of scientific truth, then I have to ask you a few questions about the book, because this is a book that claims that bats are birds, that plenty of human beings lived into their 900s, that 2 of every animal on Earth fit into a boat that was only 920 feet long, 86 feet wide, and 52 feet tall. The Bible tells us the exact dimensions. It's in cubits, but we have it in feet. The Bible states that there is a solid firmament around the world. That would probably come as a surprise to NASA. It also claims that God created the heavens and the earth, which you should find ridiculous in my opinion, so why don't you? How can you claim? How can you claim? Sure, but they do have answers. I agree with you on that, but how can you claim that this book is anything but an archaic book of primitive superstitions like any other religion? Because as faithful as you are, I could talk to a Muslim next week that every bit as heartfelt conviction that he's right, and he would have he'd probably present some of the same creationist arguments that you present, but instead of God, it would be Allah.
Well, truth doesn't come from our convictions. Again, and again,
I agree with that.
People all have different interpretations of Scripture, just like scientists have different interpretations of science. The difference is the Bible interprets the Bible. Scripture interprets Scripture. We get into trouble when we interpret the Bible. And so that's the starting point. You know, you talk about people living 900 years old. Even the Chinese say people used to do that. My DVD, Dinosaurs, Ice Age, Pre-Flood World, we explain how that could happen, show evidences of it. We show the firmament. Well, the Bible says it's gone. Second thing, you know, 2 of every kind of animal going on the ark, they fit easily. It's every kind. He didn't take the Great Dane, the Chihuahua, and the Poodle. He says take 2 of every dog kind, every cat kind. Being extremely generous genetically, a kind is closest to a family, which is about 950. So you'd be generous in saying that he had to take 2,500 animals on the boat. Now, 5,000 even, take 2 of every kind then. That leaves 98% of the boat's still empty. The boat's a big boat. So that isn't an issue at all.
What?
It's on that DVD. It'll show you every bit. The boat's 522 feet long, 75 feet wide, 45 feet high. He's not taking every type of animal. He's taking 2 of every kind. And that's the big difference. So the boat was plenty big. I mean, just crunch the numbers. It's plenty big to take the animals that had to go on the boat. That's just science right there, if you're willing to look at it.
No, I mean, I would quote the TV show TYT, who said you wouldn't even get to insects if you were to pack what you call kinds of animals. You wouldn't get the current diversity of insects, and forget about the elephants, the giraffes, forget about them. You can't even pack all the insects in the world, even just 1 or 2 copies of each. There's also things that are so weird about this Noah story. Why did Noah drop kangaroos in Australia? Was it to punish them? Were they making troubles on the boat?
There's scientific explanations for that too, because of the after the flood, you would have the ice age that would occur. The ice age is going to take water up, so the oceans are going to be lowered. You lower the oceans just 150 feet. There are land bridges that are exposed. They could easily get from Mount Ararat to Australia. It just absolutely fits. There's a book called Noah's Ark, a feasibility study, which will show all of those things. What you're showing me is an ignorance of what Scripture says. Insects, they don't have nefesh kaya. They could have survived on log mats, things like that. Not all of those things had to go on. You crunch the numbers, kind being close to a family, elephants, not a problem. It's a big boat. Look at the size. It's 522 railroad cars would fit into the dimensions given in the boat. 522 railroad cars. Each railroad car could hold, what was it, 230 sheep? So that means Noah's Ark could hold over 125,000 sheep. That's a pretty big boat. And so you take the kinds of animals, not every animal you can imagine, not every species. There is plenty of room on that boat. So
why do we find certain types of monkeys on the old continent and certain other types of monkeys in America? Did Noah drop half of them on one continent and half of the other on the other continent?
Not at all. Again, that book kind of describes quite well in scientific terms and even timing. When these land bridges are exposed, you only have 2 of certain kinds, right? So maybe 2 go this way, 2 go that way. Then we see as the ice age is going away, which, by the way, creation meteorologists say it would last only about 500 to 700 years, and there's plenty of evidence to show that it was the flood. Actually, it's the best evidence to explain the ice age, that the flood that caused it. But
so you think that monkeys have walked on an ice bridge to transverse?
No, not an ice bridge.
Okay,
a land bridge.
A land bridge.
Yeah. Hey, are you saying a transatlantic land bridge existed?
There are you lower the oceans 150 feet, most of the continents are connected. You have that, as well as the fact that people even in the Bible, we see Solomon got baboons and things like that. People could transport animals from one place to another. You look at the island of Surtsey. I don't remember, it was 1970s or something like that, that island came. Already, we've got all kinds of animals there. How do they get there? So it's not against observational science that we can see animals showing up on islands.
I mean, we know why animals can be on islands. It depends on which island we're talking about, but we know that the continents are drifting, and that there was a time where the island was not an island, and that explains very well the distribution of monkeys, of kangaroos, of marsupial animals. It explains it because the separation between two continents has happened at a certain evolutionary time at which the animals could cross, and then it stopped, and then the animals continued evolving separately, which explains, for example, why kangaroos are such a specific animal that's only present in Australia.
Again, same evidence, different interpretation. Mine is just as valid as that idea. Neither one was observed.
But there's no evidence that there's crossing happening transatlantic. There's no fossils of monkeys right at the middle. So
you're saying it's impossible that somebody could take one on a boat across there?
Yes. It's possible to take one. It's not possible to take all of them.
Well, you don't have to take all of them. Don't you get them a variety among a kind? A variety of different species?
It's impossible to fit the entire biodiversity of the Earth on one ship.
Well, we're not saying the whole entire diversity. You mean on Noah's Ark, the diversity of that?
Yes, it's impossible.
Again, that's not what the Bible says happened. We took two of every kind, and that is possible. If you look how many families, you look at that, there's about 940 some or something like that families. If that's what a kind is, which genetically it seems to be, from a creation perspective.
So hold on, let me just ask a question here.
Sure.
What did the lions on the Ark eat? Or I mean, not necessarily lions, but the big cat kind that was on there. What were they eating? Were they vegan at the time, or?
I can't tell you for sure what they ate. We just have lions today that are eating straw. That aren't eating meat. There's vegetarian lions still alive right now. But
I don't think those lions would be in very good condition. The lions need protein.
They're doing
generally.
fine. They're doing all right.
I don't think so.
But bottom line is, here's again where genetics comes in. Were they created? They were created as vegetarians. There can be genetic mutations. There can be adaptations. We agree with those. That can allow us to do those things. And so on the Ark, first of all, Noah could have taken things with them. We see that they say many of these animals, when you put them in stressful environments, they're not going to eat a whole lot. They're going to have to eat something, but they only have to make it a year. But many of them go into a hibernation state when put in those stressful conditions. But with the boat being as big as it is, I'm sure they were busy feeding these animals. That's not a difficult thing. But there's no question.
I mean, it seems to me like
changes that they can be vegetarians.
Sure, but I mean, even if you're talking about, vegetarians, animals that subsist on plants have to eat a lot more food. So that actually takes up yet more space on the Ark, is enough food for all of these animals for a year. So you don't have to only fit the animals, I guess not the complete biodiversity of life, but whatever necessary biodiversity has to be protected by boat. I don't know where in the Bible it specifies all this, but apparently it does. How can you possibly fit not only enough animals to at least account for the diversity we have now, but also fit enough food to feed all of them? Some of these animals graze on almost their own body weight in a day.
Well, again, if some of them go into a hibernation state, that is not an issue. But if the boat is only taking 2% to fill it with animals, then you've got plenty of food to feed them. So I don't see that being much of an issue at all because of that. What's that?
You say 2%.
4%, I guess, is really what it is. If about 5,000 animals having to go on, that's about 4% of the boat's capacity being filled with animals.
So you see this flood happening how many years ago?
Around 4,500 years ago.
So you think that from just two members of a family of animals, you can create the whole diversity through microevolution, the diversity of that family over only 40,000 years old.
Absolutely. I can even show you that as an example just from elephants. Elephants have a gestation period of almost 2 years. And even with a gestation period of 2 years, in one pair of elephants, they can have 60 descendants in their lifetime. In 700 years, you can have 700 descendants from them. Let me see if I can get this right. 700 years, statistically, just basing on the descendants you get from one pair, you can have, I think it's 9 million or 5 million elephants in 700 years.
But that explains the number of offspring. I'm not asking about the number of offspring. I'm asking about the biodiversity, the genes that are mutated across these families. You can populate very fast if you make lots of babies. That's true. But you cannot create the diversity that you see in families. We know the rate at which DNA mutates. We observe it, so that's observational science. And we know that it doesn't mutate fast enough to justify the whole diversity of, for example, all the monkeys in the Americas.
Look at the dogs. Look how many new species of dogs we have. Again, I would say that's probably just a difference in opinion, because statistically, you can get that diversity, especially when you have something like a flood to create these different issues where you're going to have different environments and a need for adaptations and things like that. Genetic diversity can take place very quickly.
The dogs are not a case where the DNA has mutated faster. They're just a case where there are selective pressure that have been applied to specific ones. Sure. When we look at the mutations of a gene in all the monkeys, we see differences. These differences cannot have appeared in 40,000 years. It's just impossible.
So is that observational, or is that just based on uniformitarian principles?
It's based on the measure that we have of DNA mutation.
Today,
we know,
and then applying it to something that you can't see in the past, correct?
Well, there's no evidence that the rate of DNA has drastically changed in the last 40,000 years. That would be to make a claim without observation science, to claim that DNA has suddenly changed its rate of mutation.
It seems that mutations are actually increasing.
Oh, there are changes in the mutation rate of DNA, but we know they don't happen over such small periods of time in similar organisms. We know that 4 billion years ago, DNA was probably mutating much faster, but we know that, and we know that the time scale at which it happens has nothing to do with Noah's flood and nothing to do with the last 40,000 years.
You say you know that, but that's based on a bias and a worldview.
It is not. It's based on the observation of these molecules that we know very well.
Well, I would agree with what we observe in these molecules, but that doesn't, again, it fits the scriptural account of the flood, and that we can get that.
I'll get to a more philosophical question. So we're about the conflict between scripture and science. I would like you to imagine a fact that would come to you, that even for you, and the fact would leave no doubt about something in the scripture being wrong. Would you be ready to accept that fact if it happened? I'm asking you to theorize, because I know that you think that the scripture cannot be wrong, but would you be ready to accept a fact that is contradictory to the Bible?
You know, that is a tough question, because that's like asking me to say, could you accept the fact that my wife is not real? I mean, with everything I've gone through, all that I know, all the experiences, it is very hard to imagine that. But I would like to think that, I would be, but I can't imagine that, especially now what I know now. Like I said, years ago, absolutely, I was swayed to believe in evolution and all of those kinds of things. But then I began to realize that all science, all evidence is interpreted. And now I just can't imagine it. I really can't, because like I said, that's such a hypothetical. It's like I said, asking me to believe that my wife isn't real. How about that same question back to you? What would it take for you to question that evolution was true?
I question it every day, and I think that if we were to discover science that there's a God, that there's a creator to the universe, or that the universe is implemented in some sort of supercomputer, and that the position of atoms that we see is actually determined in a wider world that encodes our world, and that this wider world has intelligent being, I would be so happy. This would be the biggest scientific discovery ever. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen, and it looks like we would have just as much questions to ask about this new world. So the God that created the universe, we would have to dissect him. Is he made up of brains, of neurons? Did he evolve? Does he have brothers? There would be so many new questions. It would be an extremely exciting scientific revolution, but I don't think that there's any evidence for now that it would happen.
So you don't think that it's possible that most evolutionists have such a strong faith in evolution, just like I do in my God? It's like there's a Harvard geneticist.
Hey guys, I'm just coming in with a brief little insert here. We're probably going to be wrapping up the debate in about 5 minutes. Okay. So if there's any final questions you'd like to present to each other, maybe just Brian, you can ask Jean one, and Jean, you can ask Brian one, in whichever order you guys prefer. You can work that amongst yourselves.
Well, I guess my question would be this here is do you think it's possible that we could have I guess you could have such a faith in evolution that you can't accept it. Let me get this quote up here so that you can see it. This is a Harvard geneticist. He says, "Our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs, in spite of its failures to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just-so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It is not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world, but on the contrary, that we are forced by our prior adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigations and a set of concepts that produce material explanations." And then here's the key. No matter how mystifying to the uninitiated, moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. Do you feel that it's possible that the bias, that strong bias against religion, against the God of the Bible, will not allow you to even consider that the scriptures could be true?
Well, I think that it will finish very well, and I will not ask a question, but I will answer his question. It will finish well because, in fact, I agree with a part of that statement. It is true that scientists are biased. They are human beings, and they can go wrong, and they can also accumulate some theories that they just blindly believe. And they tend also to carry errors. So when a science is made with a certain hypothesis in mind, it influences our whole digging of knowledge, the whole way we approach reality. And yes, we carry errors, and we carry them for centuries. I have no faith in evolution. Evolution is just the best explanation to observations that I've made. Evolution is also a truth that is true in and of itself, just out of simple axioms. Like, as soon as you have something that replicates, it has to evolve. As soon as it mutates, it has to evolve. And you will see, after many replication events have been happening, that the best replicators will be selected over the wrong ones. This is as true as 2 + 2 = 4. So I have faith in evolution, if you will, in the same extent that I have faith in mathematics, in the truths that are true in and of themselves. And so you ask me, would I reconsider evolution anytime if there was evidence that was coming indicating that I'm wrong? But I've not been convinced by tonight, and I've not been convinced that there's any challenge to our current theory of how life has shown up on Earth.
All right, you guys have about 2 more minutes if you want them.
I think I've wrapped up. I do want to just say thank you, Sean, for doing this debate. Like I said, I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate you letting me share this, and thank you, DP, for allowing us to have this forum, to have a good discussion. Like I said, I want to read your book. I appreciate the good discussion, even though we may have to go away agreeing to disagree. I appreciate being able to have the open dialogue.
Thanks for coming. This was really fun, and I really appreciate that you came and defended your ideas.
Yeah, thank you. All right, and thank both of you guys for coming, especially you, Jean. I know maybe it's an awkward time zone there. Oh, is he in the U.S.?
North Carolina.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in France.
He's a Duke.
I didn't know. Oh, well.
Same time zone.
Oh, well.
But thank you, guys.
Convinced me with that French accent.
All right.
All right, everyone. Can you...
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
The day spent staring at computer screens, tablets, and
Je do.
So let's rid
All these people look ultra tired. Is she doing cocaine? She just did cocaine.
Fucking tired.
When you call or log on,
So fucking tired.
black or pink, and
It's like they stuck mini vibrators in a ski mask, and that's all they did.
And it's worth $14.95.
Remarkable change in your appearance? Simply send it back for a full refund.
Would you guys buy this?
Of
course.
I like looking like a jackass, though.
Dude, this is an Asian secret of rest.
The
I need
Asian
this.
rest. The Asian.
My life is not complete.
An ancient Asian secret of rest is to strap fucking vibrating goggles on your face.
Yes.
I don't want to rest like Asians.
By the way, we have another guest on the show, JF. Welcome to the
Jiff.
show.
Hello.
What's up, Jiff?
What's up, dude?
Do you hear me well?
Yeah, we hear you just fine, bitch.
And am I right that I've just heard Dusty Smith, right?
Yes.
Oh
Dusty's there,
Yeah.
and Hugo's
Am I
here.
speaking to Dusty Smith?
Yes, you
dude.
are.
What's up? It's good to meet you.
Man,
How are
I've
you?
been looking your stuff on the street. It's awesome.
This is
Aw.
Dusty. This is Dr. Jean-Francois. We can't say his last name.
He's a legit
My name
fucking
is so
scientist,
complicated,
and you can't
Yeah.
teach that.
And you can't teach.
It's no wonder we can't
You
pronounce
can
his name.
teach
He
it.
is from
You
fucking
actually
Canada.
can teach it. Correct.
Yeah, you can. You can.
He's
You can.
Canadian. He's French Canadian.
Yeah.
She just like, oh yeah.
I think he does.
It's pretty like
teach
they're
it.
in France. It's like TJ's not.
I actually
from
think he
France.
does teach it.
He's French.
He's French.
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 You're French. You didn't know it. You're French.
I am Canadian. I am
Yes.
French Canadian.
An evil
I
race.
Canada because I want to destroy Canada, but that's a
Are
political
you?
story.
Is it?
Yeah, that's good.
Is it Quebecois?
Quebecois.
I am Quebecois.
Quebecois. Yes.
Exactly.
Quebecois.
But first and foremost, I live in North Carolina, and I'm a fan of Dusty Smith. I'm so
That's
happy
awesome.
to have him on a
Well, I'm
Skype
honored, man, that a
conversation
scientist
already.
such as yourself is a fan of mine.
This is
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah,
If you're ever in
Dusty.
Denver, come smoke out with me. I will totally show you a good time.
Fuck
Where
yeah.
do you live? Where in what state do you live?
I live in
Colorado.
Denver, Colorado, the greatest city on earth.
Oh, I'm not so far from here.
Not
Oh
so far.
man,
Come visit,
I
dude.
really love your stuff. You're so aggressive and so direct. I mean, I wish I was as direct as you. But right now,
Maybe-
people are calling me.
maybe
people are
for the
calling
next-
me direct for who I am, and
Well,
I'm not as
maybe-
direct as you.
Maybe
you for
for
being
the
brave.
maybe for the next debate when you because Dusty Jean-Francois has come on here and debated some apologists. Maybe for the next debate it could be you and him.
It'd be like a
against
tag team.
apologists.
Here's the
sounds
thing,
fun.
Benjamin. I've been studying the possibilities for the next debate, and I'm not totally set on whether it's going to be a creationist. I don't think we need a creationist.
Oh,
At
it's
this
another
point,
scientist, right? It's a religious scientist.
even that guy might not qualify. I mean, at this point, we've established that when we talk with creationists, they just don't care about the facts at all. And
What?
So we might,
huh? What?
We might as well just mock
I
him.
can't believe what I'm hearing.
This might not be a surprise at all, but I come
We are
from another
shocked.
country. I've never talked to a creationist, and so this was my first
Surprise,
experience.
motherfucker.
And at this
It's weird because it's Canada. It's Canada. It's not even that far away. And
it's not that far away. But it's another
and now you live in North
A
Carolina.
lot of Canadians are atheists for sure.
So I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of creationists in North Carolina
Here's the
for
thing,
sure.
Benjamin, I'm telling you, you're gonna have someone on April 13th, but I cannot tell you who it's gonna be, and I cannot even tell you that it's gonna be a creationist. It might be someone very surprising to you, but it's gonna be interesting.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds
We're
good.
scared. We're very scared.
Comfort.
Ray Comfort.
We probably could get him on here.
If
No,
you
he
can
did-
get great comfort, I'm gonna talk
He
to him.
would be
but again,
perfect.
I mean,
He would be
I've been
perfect.
discouraged by our last discussion with.
Why were you discouraged, JF?
What? I mean, you present some basic facts to him, and he denies them right in front of you. Not in a way that you would think that something out there is possible, or that somehow it can be true in an alternate dimension. Like it cannot be true even in the most basic logical way. There was
You
no
can't
way
use logic
to work.
change the mind of somebody who didn't use logic to begin
Yes,
with.
and then there I agree with Dusty. There was no way to reconcile what Brian Young was seeing with logic. And
So you were not. So you're saying you were not impressed with Brian Young's performance?
I'm shocked to hear this.
Not only I was not impressed, I was actually having a brain damage just listening to it.
Like getting dumber, brain
Yes.
cells dying. Yeah,
You know,
I know.
my favorite thing is when he would agree with you, but then I agree with everything you're saying, but
Oh, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
agree. It's like what?
And the worst sentence I've ever heard in my life was from him. Him saying, "I agree to disagree."
Oh, that what a cop out.
That just doesn't.
Dude,
work.
all these
You don't
theists
get
do
to
that.
Agree with me to disagree on anything. I don't agree with you on anything.
Well, he also said that we could just have no understanding of what he's talking about unless we're believers. Like, and I told him that I'm like, do you understand how that sounds like a cop out? And he's like, yes, I understand. It sounds like a cop out.
Dude, they're so full of shit though.
He
Like,
even acknowledged that he understands. Like to us, that would sound like a cop out. You know, and he was like, I hope I'm not offending you guys. I kept telling him, we're not offended. I'm not offended.
You have to remember, G-Man, all
At
these people
all.
say, most of these people say this, oh, I like you as a person, but you're just so misguided. You know, I
like G-Man.
G-Man is
I
misguided.
just want to say something here. I'm seeing
Sure.
on the chat, some people are saying JF versus Obama. I
Obama?
cannot beat Obama. Okay? Let's just put something clear here. I'm not a citizen of the U.S.
Yeah, Obama's gonna send him
Cannot
out.
beat Obama. Obama's better than
you
me.
mean in an election?
In an election, I
Yeah.
cannot do anything.
Right. You have to be born. Well, hold on. We have a guy who was born in Canada that's going to run for president. Did you know that?
Well, is he a U.S. citizen? And how is
He is
going to
now.
do- Oh,
He is.
he got a U.S. citizen.
He's Cuban. His father is Cuban, and he was born in Canada.
He was born in Alberta, Canada.
And-
Lived there for
and-
the
Here's
first 4 years of his life.
JF against anything like that is not gonna work. JF is from another country.
Obama
JF
can't win
begs
again.
to play for
JF
the
for president. JF for
No.
president. We are now announcing it.
Hashtag JF for president.
Here's the thing: you can beg JF for president. I have less.
Here we
chance
go.
than becoming
Screenshot
president
him.
than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Come on, you gotta have faith,
And make him
JF.
president.
You gotta have
I'm
faith.
actually
There we go.
below Arnold Schwarzenegger on the list.
Because he's a foreigner that he could be president.
Dusty died.
Dusty's dead.
It looks like
I
he
think
might
Dusty
be
is dead.
I'm so sad.
Oh no, we'll bring him back.
Oh my god. He's pretty,
And
he's pretty
Dusty's
slick. I looked at
dead.
Dusty. I looked at
Dusty is one slick motherfucker. You can't
Am
even
I the
fuck
only
with
one
Dusty.
seeing Dusty's photo on my
Yeah. We're seeing
Oh,
his
yeah,
photo, but
he's
we
there.
used to be seeing his
It's all
cam,
because
so.
Dusty bought the G-Do.
G-Do.
I mean, here's my position on everyone on the drunken peasants.
Yes.
Dusty's pretty sexy. I look
Yeah.
at him. He's pretty slick. I look at Scotty. He's pretty sexy too. I look at TJ. He's lost weight in the last year. I look at Ben. You're pretty hot, Ben. You should remove this mask.
Oh, Ben.
Oh shit! I don't know.
Take that mask off, Ben.
Take it off, Ben.
Maybe you should just leave it
Take
on.
it off,
Maybe it's better.
Here's the thing I'd
better if I
like to
don't
know.
see
At the end of the Drunken Peasant 100 episode,
Yeah.
Ben, will you remove this mask?
No.
Nope. Ben is the masked motherfucker.
The only way Ben will remove the mask is if, like, I don't know, maybe, okay, you know what?
I'll tell you what.
I know one way to get Ben to remove
The mask is surgically attached.
All right, you know what?
If you come to the Drunken Peasants meetup in London, I will not have the mask on.
Ben.
But
There.
here's the thing, Ben. If you tell
Yes.
me this publicly, what I will do is I will take a photo of you in London. I will take a.
That's
I will
okay.
Take a plane right there. I will take a photo of you.
I don't care.
I will record your identity and I will publish it on the internet on whatever.
That's okay.
Torrent or YouTube or whatever.
He's okay. He's okay with that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay with that. So
But he's
since you're okay
he's
with
not going to reveal it on the show though.
Not
why
right now.
wouldn't you do that on your own?
Because he's garbage.
Ben will only do it if, like, Ric Flair came on our show and asked him to do it. That's the only way.
Woo!
He said that to us. He's like, if Ric Flair came on the show and was like, Ben, I want to see your smiling face, and Ben's like, all right, I'll do it.
JF, you want to watch a terrible commercial with us?
Let's watch it.
Let's watch a terrible commercial. Oh, Dusty's back.
Dusty is back.
Guess who's back?
Hell yeah. Let's watch a terrible commercial real quick. Dusty's jerking off.
Dusty's jerking off.
Dusty's masturbating.
Dusty's like,
midnight.
I want She-Do.
There's a few good ones in here. Let's see.
I'm Captain Lou Albano talking about drugs. Kids,
fuck
don't
you,
be afraid to
Luigi.
say no.
Oh,
Anyone
fuck you,
that asks
Luigi.
Drugs is not your friend. Drugs can and will kill. Remember, don't be afraid to turn to your priest, your rabbi, your minister, your moms, your dads, your teachers, because
Any
drugs
fucking
can
body.
kill. And if you do
Talk to a drug dealer. Tell him just say no.
He said if you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
He said that?
Yeah, at the
fucking
end.
awesome, dude.
I missed that.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
know. You
Play it again.
I'll be quiet. Play it again.
Shh, everyone shut up.
you do drugs, you go to hell before you die.
He nodded too. He's like, you go to hell.
Okay, well, hold
That
on.
was Captain Lou, man. He was
That's
a wrestling
awesome.
manager back in the day.
Wait a minute.
He said you go before you die, though.
Is that
Yeah.
Mario or is that
Yes.
Mario?
It's me. I'm Mario.
He played Mario on the Super Mario Brothers Super Show back in the day.
The greatest show of all
So
time.
that's an actor, an individual, having played Mario on the TV show, which I loved as a kid, by the way. I just want to put this clear. As a Frenchman, I've received that show as a French translation of the Mario show. And you're telling me that this guy is on TV saying
Yes.
Yes.
Mario doesn't want you to do drugs, buddy. Even though Mario is like probably the most inspired by drugs game ever.
Yeah, eat the mushroom.
Mushrooms. Fuck him.
Yeah, I know. Like, mushrooms are his power. Like, yeah, do some shrooms. I feel larger now. Woo!
They even have levels in Mario where if you touch things, you get high.
Yeah, like in fucking Yoshi's Island,
Yeah.
there's a fucking level called Touch Fuzzy, Get Dizzy. And if you touch the fuzzy things in the sky, you're fucking like the screen starts going like wonky and like the fucking entire it gets like wavy and shit and the music's like
Psychedelic.
yeah, it gets more trippy.
yeah.
Hey, all you motherfuckers that are watching right now.
Thumbs up! Thumbs up! Yeah.
We're staying up late and getting drunk and doing this kind of
Fucking
shit. So fuck all of you. Give us a thumbs up.
Fuck you, Dusty, fucking piece of shit.
All right, next video. Next video.
Next
Are you
commercial.
considering shoulder or knee surgery?
Yes.
Please, pay close attention.
All right.
Because this device, the Willow Curve, has helped save people from invasive surgery,
already.
like knee replacement. The Curve is a non-prescription, non-invasive, drug-free device that is proven to relieve pain, swelling, and stiffness.
Fuck yeah, I want it.
It's similar to technologies used in clinics across the
Lots of lights. They're flashing.
It looks like it's from Star Trek.
Simply put it on the painful area, push a button, and let the device relieve your pain. Surgery's not guaranteed. and
It was
risky,
developed
and
by
it may not be
Lieutenant
your only
Commander
option.
Data.
One Pro Football Hall of Famer found out for himself. He actually
One
canceled
page
his
Shell
own knee
agrees.
replacement after using the Curve.
80%
Now,
of bankrupt.
Yeah, one pain meds too, thanks to this.
So what the fuck is this thing, and how does it? How does it?
Lasers.
There's lasers and lights.
Yeah.
Look, Ben.
So JF,
lights blink. Lights
JF,
blink, dude.
Can you explain scientifically how this product
Here's the
works?
thing. I'm actually working in that field.
Oh, really? Huh.
Here's the thing.
Did you help?
I
Did
do
you help
not
develop
know
the
that
Willow
device,
curve?
And I will not comment on it.
Comment on it. Comment. 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 Comment.
Okay,
Comment.
but if I see 1,000 people asking for me on the chat, I will comment on it. Which is, and TJ has been already doing 7 votes for it.
Comment. Comment.
I do not know that device.
It works.
But
Would
the
you-
medical field in itself is
Would you
filled
endorse that
with
device,
people
JF?
who are trying stuff, filled with people who are failing at it, filled with people who are trying and getting it right.
Did you know that?
So there.
It's fine.
So
Yeah.
Hold on. No. There have been favorable results with this type of technology.
No.
I mean, I repeat, I do not know that particular device. I've been working in, and then the chat is flowing like comment.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: there's more than 1,000 comments right there on YouTube. Here's the thing: I've been working in the device field.
Just say it's a piece of shit.
Physical work, physiotherapy, all sorts of therapy directed to the brain. Here's the thing.
Laser knees.
If you get a study that tells you that there's more than 1,000 people and that there's a significant effect done by something like the NIH, done by some independent study that's not commercially interested, you have a good case. Below 1,000, you're not sure, and you're within the commercial spread of the device.
I see.
Here's the reality.
So
And
you're saying
I
that
do not know if Willow has an approval by the NIH, by the FDA, by anything, but below 1,000, be careful. Above 1,000, start believing in it.
So you're saying I should buy this and put it on my penis? That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
put this around your penis and have some joy.
Experience joy and acceleration. Laser penis. Laser penis.
Incredible device. You really have to experience
It's
it to believe
incredible.
it, and you can with Curve's 90-day
90-day guarantee.
If it doesn't
90
reduce your pain,
days.
send it
That's
back
right,
for a full
Curve.
refund.
We have 90 days.
But I promise, the Curve will change your life.
Thank
Was
God.
Chuck Woolery a game show host? Is that what he was?
Yes. Back when you used to go live.
Which
I don't
show?
The
I
rape
wanna say
show.
Match game for some reason. I don't
The
know if
rape
that's
show.
true.
Or
The rape show.
Newlywed Game?
The rape show.
Oh, the newlywed. Yeah, that's right.
It was the
Something
rape
like
show.
that. All right, next one. Check out this fucking weird ass commercial.
It's not weird.
Okay.
Okay, it's weird. Never mind.
I want it.
What's wrong, Billy? It's Mr. Nasty.
Sounds like a job for.
Carpet Man. I'm out of here.
I smell trouble!
I smell a bad commercial.
Thanks, Carpet Man.
Hey kids, Carpet Man says stay in school.
It's basically like, don't end up doing what I'm doing. Stay in school, kid.
Stay in school so you aren't involved in this shit.
I clean that fucking shit from carpets.
So for this, I'd like to hear everyone that's on the call, the DP guys and the guest. What do you think about school?
About what?
School?
About
School?
school.
Oh, school.
School?
School sucks. Fuck
Yeah,
school.
Blue.
I
Internet.
I finished high school, but that was and I went to college for a little while, but I never finished.
So
So
that's Ben. What about
Yeah.
Scotty?
I kept getting thrown out of schools. I have authority issues.
Me
that's
too.
Dusty? You have authority issues?
Yeah.
Dusty loves
Make them
It's hard to believe.
Dusty loves authority.
That's so
I totally love
shocking.
authority. I get on my knees every day for it.
Suck that dick of authority.
Yeah.
fuck yeah, Dusty.
Authority. Come on, come on.
R-E-S-P-E-C-T. Respect authority.
I've seen, I think, on the Skype conversation, the Bible Reloaded guy. What about you?
I went to college for a while, and then because our country's financial situation for college is kind of fucked up, I ran into some financial snafus, so now I'm not in school anymore.
Michigan.
You're a loser, Hugo. You're a fucking loser.
No, it's Michigan. Don't blame Hugo. Blame Michigan.
It's Michigan's fault.
Michigan's garbage. It really
Hashtag
is.
Nuke Michigan.
I'll tell you
what.
what.
About TJ and Scotty?
I said school sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it just depends. It depends on the person, in my view. I mean, some people are school
school
material,
sucks.
and some people are
School
not.
sucks. You're wrong. School sucks.
Okay, you're an idiot. That's
You
uninformed.
want to learn the information that's on the internet.
When I went to
you can.
When I went to university, I enjoyed going to university. It was just all the classes that annoyed me. You know.
So you liked everything besides going to class.
I'm sorry, guys, but there's someone in the chat asking me to shout, "Shogun kisses TJ's bum."
Okay.
Okay,
so now that this is said, Scotty, we did not hear about you.
Yeah, Scotty, let's hear about you, bitch.
What about
You're a
me?
vision of school.
What do you think of school, Scotty?
I already said it. I said basically it's good for some people and some people it's not
I
good.
feel like JF's taking over the show.
What a pussy answer.
I mean, like
But I'm not
it depends.
asking about the
All right, let's ask.
Perspective. I'm asking about
Well,
fucking ass.
obviously for you, JF, you're very academic because you went to graduate school. You went to graduate school and now you teach, right?
I mean, I do teach, and I did went to academic school. At every point of my life, I wanted to prove that I was good enough to do what was asked of me.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that I trust school and that I think that this is a solution for everyone. I think that school has requests that are totally outside of the pursuit for truth, and that the way the educational system is being managed in the U.S. is leading to to things that are very divergent from truth.
Yeah.
And asking basically to young students from their teenage years up to their graduate school to be running into wheels like a rat into a rat wheel, basically.
How do you feel about
More succinctly, school sucks.
How do you feel about our textbooks being printed in Texas and non-academics getting to choose what goes into those textbooks?
Garbage.
Like Moses.
It's a legitimate worry. It's a very legitimate worry about who controls what your kids are learning. And you should worry about it, but it's the least of the worries. There are many worries above this level that concern how we construct knowledge, how we advance within knowledge, and how we attribute value to people who are advancing knowledge. And I think that at each of these levels, there are flaws. And believe me or not, I think that people like you at DP, or Dusty, or the Bible Reloaded guy, are actually contributing to a very valid way of interpreting the world and of improving.
You know, I appreciate that because all the time we get
School sucks, drunken peasants rocks.
Well, I'm sure everyone here can be like, we've gotten people that are like, why don't you get a real job? Like a real job, you know?
Fuck a real
And
job.
here's the answer to these guys.
You get a real job, bitch.
You want me to get a real job? I can get a real job. I can.
I could, but
I'm going to have to abandon some of my principles to get that real job. Do you really want me to abandon this real job, to abandon my current life where I share my knowledge with people on YouTube? Do you really want me to give this up? Because I can. And
Immediately.
I'm going to sell my knowledge to a bunch of people who can pay $50,000 a year for their scholar fees. And I'm going to sell my knowledge to these guys. But I can also sell it to you on YouTube if you can give me $1 a month. Are you sure you don't want to give me $1 a month for me to do that? And so that's the current situation of knowledge into America, which is how much do we sell knowledge, and does it deserve that current cost?
Man, I'm too drunk for this shit.
About the perfect response.
TJ was like,
"What?
I can't.
All right.
Why are you fucking bullshit? Why are you talking all pretentious like?
All I gotta say is fuck
Just say
you.
Dusty, are
indoctrination camp, bro.
Dusty, do you feel like a hostage at this point?
No, I understand what he's talking about. He's talking about spreading the memes, which is what I'm all about. You can do
No,
that
but I mean, like,
sometimes.
do you feel like you're being DP'd to death?
Now, you cannot get me into a show where we talked about memes without getting me into a 1-hour conversation. So
Shut up about memes, Dusty. Shut up about memes. Never speak of memes again. What's wrong with you? You're a madman.
This word you're saying?
Memes.
I have never heard of it. I am ignorant of all things.
Jean-Francois. Have you ever heard people call them? Shut up. No. Shush, little boy. Shush.
Simmer down now, boy. Simmer down now. Simmer down now, boy.
I forgot what I was going to say. You go ahead.
Go ahead.
You go ahead.
T has nothing to say. He's an idiot. T, quit interrupting people actually talking, you fucking
so
fool.
Don't say shh if you don't have anything to say.
Oh, you got
take that,
owned.
TJ.
You got wrecked. You got wrecked.
Check yourself. You wrecked yourself, TJ.
No, I just wanted to.
Oh, track yourself.
Yeah, go ahead.
The audience doesn't like you. They're angry.
Oh, no, they like him.
They're rioting. They're burning down. They're burning cities.
What? Hold on. What was that?
You know what Leonard Nimoy was doing before he died? He was like putting out that Jewish propaganda.
Yeah, it's for
he
shut up.
Now we're going to talk about it.
Bullshit. Fuck you, Dusty. You know what? Leonard Nimoy can do whatever he wants. You know, if he wants to be,
He is not above logic.
Yes, he is.
Nimoy.
He's above your fucking criticism.
Awesome.
Leonard Nimoy.
I'd be so disappointed.
Spock, Leonard Nimoy fucking is like 20 times better than any of us combined, so.
Why? Because he's a great actor who played a character?
Yes.
The writers were good.
But
the writers were good.
But you know what? He embodied that character like no one else could. And also, he was just a nice guy all around. Like, regardless of whatever his stupid religious beliefs were, I've read so many stories of him being like so incredibly kind and generous.
Here's something very ironic.
I'm sure he was, but that doesn't mean he didn't spread bullshit, harmful bullshit, ridiculous bullshit, and that should be called out.
No, it
The
shouldn't.
bullshit
Nothing
doesn't
is
take away
sacred.
from
Hold
the
on.
things he
Shut
did
up.
do.
Shut up, everybody. I actually have something to say this time.
Okay.
This is just a rumor, but this is like for me and Scotty and Ben and maybe other people on the show. We were just talking about this the other day.
Last night.
Rumor. CBS developing new Star Trek TV series.
That would be awesome.
And I don't know what the fucking deal is.
What's the source?
TJ's too drunk to even
Brian
go
Singer
into
is in it. It's on the Nerdist.com, so that's pretty legit.
X-Files, but I didn't hear anything about no Star Trek.
X-Files is awesome.
X-Files, that's actually been confirmed. This is just a rumor still, but I heard.
I mean, I'm sure they'll bring it back. It's still popular.
It looks like they're going to do some Star Trek Federation, which is actually something I've heard of before. Or maybe I think that they think they might be doing it, but it basically takes place like years after all of the other stuff when the Federation has become like bloated and complacent and like kind of like the age of the great explorers like Kirk and Picard is over, and it's like almost become like just like nothing but a purely bloated bureaucracy that's kind of resting on its laurels, and then some new threat comes along that kind of, snaps
Shake
them back
things
into
up.
action or something.
Well, that sounds pretty sweet.
So I'm hoping that'll actually happen. There was also a rumored one where they were going to have like Captain Worf. He was going to be like
I don't know
him as captain.
I am
Without honor.
Sorry.
Michael Dorn was pushing for that one.
I'm so shocked.
Yeah, he wanted to do it.
Cling on, it is a good day to die.
You are without honor.
You are without honor.
JF.
You guys watch way more Star Trek than I do.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we're better than you.
It's true.
It is a good day to die.
You need to fucking binge watch Star Trek. It doesn't matter who you are or what you do. You can always you can always benefit from binge watching Next Generation.
There's something I feel very bad about. I'm a geek guy. You have no idea how geek I am. But I've not watched all Star Trek, and I've not watched even all Star Wars.
You're blasphemy! You could skip him, heretic. You could skip the. Hey, look. Honestly,
the geekest guy you can think
honestly, you can skip the prequels, though.
Clearly
honestly, you don't need to watch the prequels.
No, you need to watch it.
Dude, Scotty, I can't. Scotty. Last night, I was looking at shit. Someone sent me this link of like this blog.
You gotta watch the prequel, Dan.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Someone sent me a blog where they were like seriously like these people that just like round the clock defend how good the prequels are and shit.
They're fucking garbage.
The third of the prequel
scum.
series was the best one. Of the three,
it's like saying
hold on.
It's like eating three different varieties of shit.
Actually,
hold
hold
on.
Prettiest dog turd.
I would even say it's still watchable.
No,
I
would.
No way. No. Me and TJ fell asleep at the theater when we went to see that.
Disgusting movie.
Horrible fucking movie.
Disgustingly bad.
Yeah.
Whoa. There's someone on the chat saying JF is a Teletubbies. I am not a Teletubby.
JF. JF, the fucking chat is bullshit.
Yeah, I don't even know why you're reading
Tinky Winky. He is.
The only one reading the chat.
Yeah, no one else is paying attention to that stupid
fuck
shit.
them, honestly.
The chat is retarded. Don't worry about them.
I'm the chat, and I'm not a Teletubbies.
They're assholes, though.
He's one Teletubby.
Can you prove that I'm not a Teletubbies? Well,
can we test that?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Well, then it's obviously true.
I'm observing him, and he looks like a Teletubby. He is a Teletubby.
If you can't prove you're not, then you are
Teletubby. And you laugh at there's a little laughing, smiling British
By the
baby.
way,
Dusty looks so beautifully high right now.
By the way,
I envy him.
Dusty's just like, yeah,
he's relaxed.
I want to let
Dusty, you're old, bitch.
You old motherfucker.
You old fuck.
I know, I'm decrepit over here.
How old are you, Dusty? I forget how old you are.
I just turned 40.
Ugh, disgusting.
You know what? G-Man is only 1 year younger than you. Isn't that crazy?
Yes. Insanity.
I know. He does not act like a 40-year-old man at all. He's 39 years old.
And he's like 15.
Actually, Scotty is 43.
Yeah, I'm 43.
No, actually, I'm the oldest here.
Yeah, Ben, how old are you again? You're like 38?
90.
90?
90.
Yeah.
Ben's in his mid-30s. He won't even fucking reveal his age for some reason. He's pussy,
people normally think TJ's older than me.
Well, I don't have the benefit of wearing a mask
TJ's like 110.
Oh, well.
If they could see your fucking old man face,
it's
they
so
would
funny.
know.
We went when we went to the WWE event. Someone noticed TJ like in the stands. Like,
was like,
TJ,
I love you, TJ. Have my babies.
And on the way out,
fuck me in the butt, TJ.
And on the way out, TJ's like, no one noticed you or Scotty. You guys are bitches. You suck.
Yeah, you suck.
And then all of a sudden, someone was like, Ben,
I love you.
That never happened. You lying.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I
I
thought you said you'd work with
Yeah. But it was
okay.
ironic as fuck.
Oh, yeah. That was perfect timing, though. Like,
Yeah.
Ben had worked with them, but it was You're like, hey, Ben. And Ben's like, oh, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Don't you think? What time is it?
It doesn't fucking matter.
I have no idea.
Only
12:21.
10:30 here in Denver.
12:20.
Still early. I could go dancing.
Eastern.
I think we've been going for like 4 hours or something.
No, 3.5.
3.5 hours. JF.
What's up?
Fuck you.
Hey, what's up, man? Fuck you, bitch.
TJ.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
Look, I want
mean person.
No. Listen, I'm sorry. Hey, I want you to explain some kind of random evolution bullshit to me.
But here's the thing, TJ.
Look,
I'm
I don't care.
going to do that.
No, I want you to talk some science to me.
Within the Duncan peasant things.
No,
and here's
I want.
the thing. It
I
would
want.
be a bad
I want you to
thing
do some
for me to
science
explain
babble.
Anything intelligent.
No, please do it.
I mean,
What do you
if
think
I
about
understand,
exactly
you guys have been
I don't even-
for a
I don't-
321.
I don't even care if it's a lie. I just want to hear some
That's
science babble.
Okay.
No.
Lay
Yeah,
some
yeah.
science babble on me.
He's explaining.
Whatever. Go ahead, Ben.
Oh, no. I understand what you're saying. Yes, we've been doing this for a while.
So if you've been doing this for 321, there's no way I can explain anything intelligent that your public will like subscribe to or join me into. But there's the thing.
Good news.
There's still things we can do.
Well, the good news
I'd
is
like
though.
to get to know you guys a little more.
Yes.
And I'm totally unsatisfied with what I know from Scotty. Are you there,
shit.
Scotty?
Yes.
Scotty,
No.
Scotty, you know.
Hold
Look, I'll tell you everything you know about Scotty. Scotty's a piece of shit, and you know, like he'll slit your throat for a nickel. That's what Scotty's all about, right?
That's what I got from the intro generic of the Drunken Peasants. Scotty basically treated you like garbage, and you felt wrong about it. You felt like you were treated as something less than human about it. But I want to know what's happening within the head of Scotty.
JF is like kind of like a director. He's like giving us casting. TJ,
I know.
You're really hurt by Scotty.
What's your origin story, Scotty?
I hate to say this, my parents were murdered. You know
what?
Yeah, my parents were murdered, and but instead of having like a billionaire fortune to inherit, I just had no fortune.
You and TJ have the same parents, and they're not murdered.
My parents are fine.
They're fine. My real parents, and I was adopted.
No,
by
whatever.
by
You guys
TJ's
are
family.
clearly there's
and then
I
became.
Stop this whole thing, Scotty.
Stop what then?
I want to know
what?
How do you define
I'm telling a story.
Scotty. Ban Scotty. Ban
No
Scotty.
one wants to ban Scotty. No one wants to ban Scotty.
Yes, ban
No one wants
his
to
ass.
ban Scotty.
I
How
do.
dare you?
I do. Fuck you, Scotty.
You ban. You'll be banned, Ben. And you'll be banned. You'll be banned, Jim. Let me tell you something, brother.
Listen here, man.
Let me tell you something.
Listen fucking here, man.
Let me tell you something about
Science ain't nothing.
You fuck with Scotty, you're gonna regret it.
You
buddy.
fuck with Scotty, you fuck with
You're gonna
your fucking dig your
I'll
own
come down
fucking
uptown. I'll
grave,
show you
mate.
what it means to fuck with Scotty.
You dig your own fucking grave, you fucking question Scotty, mate.
Okay, JF, if you want to know anything about me, is that anyone directs me to ask me a question, I'll never answer it.
One thing. Hold on.
Are you afraid of who you are? Or do you not consider yourself as a human being?
Well, JF,
everyone's a human.
As someone who exists, who has desires.
I see this
One
all
thing.
You, Scotty.
Scotty has a Canadian girlfriend. We can tell you that. Yeah,
that's true.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've stepped on those heads.
I'm not sorry.
She's she comes to visit.
She's
sometimes.
from Ontario though. She's not from Quebec.
Okay.
That's cool.
How the fuck you believe in evolution, you goddamn French faggot?
It's funny because he comes on here and he bashes
I ain't
Canada.
come from no fucking monkey.
Scotty bashes Canada all the time.
Cool. They're all polite. I like Keanu Reeves.
Oh no, I like Canada.
Oh, I've been to Canada many
Dusty
times.
come from a
I
monkey,
love
maybe.
Canada. It's
didn't.
awesome.
I just do it. I basically just do it to fuck with her and just other Canadians I know watch the show.
He's trolling his girlfriend.
Dude, you know what
when he's
though?
talking
Thanks,
shit
that
about
really is what it
Canada.
is.
If you watch my video of me cleaning my room, there's a part where I pull out one of Scotty's shirts and it has Canada written on it. So he's obviously a double agent for Canada.
You actually, dude, you know that sock you found in the video? That was Monica's sock. She was telling me, she's like, TJ found my fucking sock, and is like, you're like, whose fucking sock is this?
I think I called it a hipster sock.
Yeah, hipster sock.
This is a fucking hipster sock. Get this shit out of here.
Monica is into fashion and shit. You know that, so.
Yeah, it's garbage.
She's probably mad at me for talking about it right now, so.
Don't talk about me on the
She always says that if I mention her, I get a fucking, like, you fucking piece of shit.
Why the fuck are you talking about me, you piece of goddamn shit?
Yeah,
shout out
it's
to my
not
two
even.
girlfriends, Princess M and Chelsea. Love you guys.
Shout out to my two girlfriends.
Make fun of your girlfriends,
I got
Dusty.
two 20-year-old girlfriends.
Make fun of them
40.
now. Make fun of them.
Yeah, you're like, shit, you
Fun of
know.
them?
Yeah.
Well, Kelsey won't go dancing with me. That kind of sucks. And
Yeah, she don't want to be seen with your lame
We can
white
dance.
ass bitch.
Tell her to do the safety dance. We can dance. You know that song?
You do the safety dance?
Yeah.
We can leave your friends behind, but your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, well, they're no friends of mine.
There you go, man. You know it, dude.
Yeah. It's the
our
best
girlfriend
fucking...
hat.
Let's watch a commercial. Play one more commercial.
Carpet man!
Carpet man will eat your fucking carpet.
He'll eat your children. After they stay in school.
He's still a better Superman than Nicolas Cage would have been. I'll give him that much.
Okay.
The Shut Up Devil app is a powerful
Shut Up
tool
Devil.
because
Yes.
it puts the power of the Word of God.
Why is he wringing his hands? He's like wringing his hands like
to resist the devil whenever he attacks. And it's so easy to use.
F you, Satan.
Open the app.
Okay.
Select a
Oh,
common
thank
issue
you,
or
God. Thank you,
type
Jesus.
whatever you're feeling into the app-wide search.
Type it.
Then
I'm going to do it.
You'll be presented with cards.
Scripture.
I'm
you
doing
can
it, man.
Swipe
I'm
through
downloading the app.
that contain relevant scriptures with a personalized version to
Is
use
there a
to talk
horny
back
setting?
to the devil.
Yes, I'm trying.
If it's an issue that you really
Shut
struggle
up.
with, you can favorite a particular scripture for quick access later.
So
just
horny.
by tapping the star.
It is a
at
real
the top
app.
of the card.
I'm installing it.
Install
Now,
the app, Scotty.
Here's the real power.
Say you want to fuck
Stay
little
on
boys in the
offensive
ass
by
and see what it
setting
says.
reminders. You can be alerted as
You're kind of
often
projecting
or as
onto me,
little as
TJ.
you
I can't
like.
do that.
And
No,
when
I'm
you
just thinking
swipe
about the
alert,
the fucking video we
you'll be
watched
I'm
earlier.
gonna say I'm horny. I'm fucking horny, and come on.
Yeah, see if horny is an
This
option.
app needs to fucking help
Spread
me.
my homosexuality.
Yeah, I'll put that one in there next, Kate. Shut
Dusty,
up,
that
devil.
one guy was really pissed at you when you said you were 20% gay. He's like, that's disgusting.
That's horrible.
You
It's my business where you put your penis.
you
Like,
make
why are
me
you thinking
sick,
about that? Where's my
Dusty.
penis?
You make me sick, buddy. You know that's
What
wrong.
the hell? Nothing for horny. What the fuck?
There's no
be
horny.
raised
What about
on Facebook.
lustful or fucking?
Yeah.
Oh, lust.
Say lust.
Oh, lust.
Oh, okay. So you'll be friends with him on Facebook, but not me. You son of a bitch.
I would not be friends with him either. Believe me.
Say lust, Scotty.
TJ, okay, I have.
You have?
Scripture. But put on the Lord Jesus Christ and make no provision for the flesh to fulfill its lust.
Oh.
Nope, still horny.
Wow. God, it's not
So
working.
your boner is down
I
now?
flee youthful lust and passions. I pursue righteousness,
Very
faith,
easy to masturbate
love,
to.
and peace with those who are genuine before God. That's not really. That's not helping my boner at all. This app's worthless.
It's really hard to fap to, dude.
Yeah,
This app is hard to fap to.
I'm afraid I have to delete this app.
Our
your
official
favorites.
review.
When you're fearful,
When you're fearful.
2 Timothy 1:7.
Yeah.
God has not given me a spirit of fear or shyness. Instead, I have power, love, and self-discipline.
Sold.
Feeling anxious? Speak Matthew 6:31. I don't worry about anything. Instead, I seek first the kingdom of God and His righteousness.
Hold on. That helps every time,
Don't worry
Dusty.
about anything
What?
at all.
What are you talking
No,
about?
Don't
Pray.
worry about anything at all.
I used to live
Never not
right.
worked.
I used to live right
I'm
down the
getting raped. I
road
don't worry about anything.
from a Christian Science death center where people
Death
go.
center?
Well, basically where Christian scientists go to die.
Gross. Weird.
And there's no medicine there. It's just all
Prayer.
pray.
Sit in a bed and die.
Yeah,
Jesus,
basically.
heal my cancer. Pat Robertson can heal your cancer, though, Ben. Remember we watched.
There
the
actually
700
are
Club.
places like that, isn't it crazy? They could be given medications to
Dude, natural selection at work.
to
That
make
reminds me
them
of Val
feel.
Kilmer. Didn't he have a growth on his neck? And he was like, "No, Jesus is gonna heal me." And
Really?
then,
Jesus-
eventually had to go to the
Jesus
doctor
got
and
me.
started bleeding and shit.
I didn't know that.
You know that?
Jesus,
look
take
up
the wheel.
Val Kilmer is an idiot.
You know, when
He was
I
Batman.
I used to live in New Mexico, and for a while there, Val Kilmer was going to run for governor, but he didn't.
His face is too bloated because from all the drinking. He's
they found out that he hadn't paid taxes in 10 years. So then he could
minor detail.
Yeah.
Minor detail.
No,
Come on.
you can't run for governor. You can't make other
But
people
Ben,
pay taxes.
you know
if
what?
You don't.
You know what really could have sunk him though? He probably still could have run and even potentially won. But if he had a sex scandal, though, he'd been done.
JF.
What's up?
If you die and you go to heaven and God is there and he's like,
"Yo, you were wrong, bitch."
He's like, "You were wrong, bitch." What do you say back?
I mean, here's the thing. I don't care about being wrong. All my life, I've been told that I was wrong about so many things that at this point, I'm so sure of myself that I say, well, I will advance in life just being convinced about what I gather from the world. And that's how I've been doing for all my life. So I guess that if I was to see God and he was in front of me and saying, you're wrong, I would say, well, fuck you.
Then God would smite you. Like, to hell with you, Jeff.
That was
I can't pronounce your last name, but you're still going to hell.
That was
I
beautiful.
would say, do you have any idea of how you got there? Do you have any idea?
So you become a libertarian.
Why would someone intelligent like you appear in the fucking world? If not, I can't tell you an answer. But let me talk to you and respect me as an equal to you. Because I've been thinking about it a lot, and I think I have a good set of ideas for you. That's what I would tell to God. Now, it might seem a little disrespectful for many people, but the reality is, if there was a God who created us, we might actually have a better idea about where he comes from than he himself has.
Dusty, same question. God fucking confronts you and says, "I'm God, bitch."
Well, I would give God a chance to explain himself. You know, he can tell me why he didn't give me enough information to believe in him to begin with, because he knows exactly how much I would need. You know, and he is all powerful. He can give it to me. So
Do you think he'd ask you why you did believe in him and then stop believing in him though?
If he did, I could.
Dusty, why have you abandoned me? Why have you abandoned me,
You
Dusty?
had many chances, Dusty.
When
people screamed at you on the street,
Dusty,
they screamed at you. My messenger screamed at you.
Dusty,
I am God.
When you were a Christian,
Silence, Ben.
Did you believe?
You are nothing, Ben.
Dusty, did you believe that only your version of Christianity went to heaven?
Yeah, I used to believe the Catholics were going to hell. You know, I used to believe that most other Christians who said they were Christians weren't actually Christians.
Yeah.
That's what all Christians believe. We're the
All right.
very few chosen ones who figured out the secret magical Jesus recipe.
I'll tell you what.
Everybody else can go to hell and die.
I'll tell you what. I went to Catholic school for 12 years and
not a real Christian.
And well, hold on. We would have a thing where we would invite all the other Christian churches in the area to come. So So I was never taught that other Christians weren't Christian. So that it's weird. Catholics believe that other Christians are still Christian.
What an absurd.
All right, look, I gotta be fair and ask the question to Hugo too.
Okay.
God,
I would say, I know the question. Basically, I'd be like, A, were any of the religions right, or are you something completely different? And B, if so, where was the evidence? And that's pretty much it. I'm not at fault. If
You
there
just
wasn't
need
evidence.
faith, buddy. Faith.
I would say chances are they're all wrong.
All three of you are going to hell to burn for all time.
TJ?
If there's one.
What about you, TJ?
You know what I'd do? I'd be like, yeah. Hey, God, is that your throne over there? He'd be like, yeah. Not anymore, bitch. Then I toss his ass down to hell.
TJ doubts his own mortality.
I doubt my own.
He really does.
Oh, no, I want to hear about this.
Oh, narcissist.
Yeah.
What is that you said, Dusty? Because Dusty hit the nail on the head right now.
All narcissists do, sort of.
Do you,
Narcissists can't really
Dusty?
imagine a world without them in it.
Do you feel the same way, Dusty? Do you feel kind of immortal on some level?
Hell yeah. I wouldn't do what I do if I didn't feel kind of immortal.
See,
You guys are narcissists.
It's a personality type, Ben. It's just a personality type.
I it's not even an insult. I don't judge you guys, but it is
No. I mean, look, rationally, I'm sure me and Dusty both know that we're mortal beings and we're gonna die one day. But
we'll see.
we just have a sense though of I'm a permanent fixture in this universe, and there's no possible way it could continue on without me.
You guys are
Well,
here. How do you get rid of me?
Let's see in about 50 years if that works out for you.
You know, that's cool. It would be weird. Everyone could think whoa, what if I'm the one person that lives forever?
What if I am, Ben?
I don't know.
Then you know what? If you are, you are.
No, yeah, there's no
Would
way.
you find that funny if I was alive in 6,000 years?
I wouldn't even know.
You wouldn't
I'd be
know.
dead.
No, but if somehow you came upon the knowledge, TJ will still be alive 6,000 years.
I would be amazed and want to know how it happened.
That would be pretty. I mean,
take me with you.
If you were the one person that lived 6,000 years, you would go on annoying the fuck out of everyone.
Yep.
And that would be so awesome.
Dude, it'd be like a myth. There's a man
like
who was
that.
annoyed throughout the ages.
Dusty, I hope you and TJ do live forever, because that would be hilarious.
Me and Dusty are actually, I don't
Just
know.
run for president.
Should we reveal this?
President and vice president.
Me and Dusty, we've been
and
actually
TJ.
working on a TV show together. We're gonna play two. He's gonna play a vampire. I'm gonna play a werewolf, or vice versa. We're not sure yet. And we're gonna be roommates, and we're gonna live together, and we're just gonna eat all the girls in the city, and
Eat them?
yeah,
And
eat them.
how's that gonna happen?
Lure them into our lair. We would.
He's a vampire. Yeah, and then and we live forever, and we hate God, and it's like a sitcom. It's funny.
We have a YouTube show.
It's dark, but it's funny, but it's powerful. And it's emotional, and we're working on the pilot episode right now. Yeah, like lots of important stuff.
Will it be on network television or like
there's
cable?
ups and downs. It makes you laugh. It makes you cry.
Could you like sing us a couple bars of the theme song?
Well, I don't have a theme song ready.
No,
but
I know.
I guess
you
I
have
could just
one.
spontaneously.
Don't lie. I know you have one.
We're a
I know you
vampire
have
and a
one.
werewolf, and we hate God.
You know what? You know it.
Dusty the werewolf and TJ the vampire, or maybe it's the other way around. And they hate God and they live in an apartment and they eat women because they are awesome. The end. That's the theme song.
That's it.
Like,
And
you
you guys
know
have-
you guys would all watch that. Come on.
Yes.
And you guys have to argue, have an episode where you like argue over like the decorating of the apartment or something.
Yeah, or like,
oh, that table won't work.
Every episode is basically the same. There's like a few ongoing plot threads. There's like Dusty trying to eat some girl, me trying to eat some girl, and then us arguing over something stupid like,
the girl.
Yeah, or like the mustard in the fridge or something, like, why you keep buying this Dijon mustard? It's pretentious,
You got toothpaste all over the sink. This is gross.
Oh, you peed on the toilet seat again,
Yeah.
Dusty, you fucking lazy motherfucker.
Oh, you nasty piece of shit. You're trying to flush a condom down the toilet and it's floating in there right now, you nasty piece of shit.
Yeah, stuff like that. It's going to be a good show. It's going to be very provocative and emotionally powerful, and I feel like America is going to really embrace it.
Give us a thumbs up if you think that this should be a show.
And JF is going to be our annoying neighbor that comes by and spews French
Yes,
bullshit.
thumbs up. Logic.
Am I annoying?
Yes, you're
No,
annoying.
You're definitely annoying.
No, you're not annoying.
You're a stereotype too.
You're like the French Cosmo Kramer of the show.
No, you're not annoying. He's
If you want to call me
TJ's
annoying, that's fine. But I'm
No.
gonna use my annoying.
JF, honestly, JF,
that-
if I'm gonna be like completely honest with you, I think your voice is like sexual and heavenly, and
Yeah. Oh God.
I
TJ.
linger on
TJ,
every syllable with
when-
my cock throbbing.
Honestly, we.
I think that's the perfect place where TJ could specify about his sexual life and what's happening with this.
I like Frenchness.
At least we are going to France in about a month and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna fuck me some French pussy.
or masturbate imagining him doing it. That's what he's
No.
Well, I'm
pretty sure
a lot about French pussy.
I've heard that if you walk the streets of France,
we're going to France.
If
and
you tie
Belgium.
a red ribbon around your left ankle, any woman will fuck you in France by law.
No way.
by law.
Yeah.
Wow. Geez.
Pretty sure that's true. I've heard that. No.
That's what I heard.
French women
what happened? What happened, Dusty?
Attracted by love and care. So you're gonna have to work on your.
I love that pussy and care about that ass.
Like looks and money.
Anyway, is the show over yet? Goddamn.
I don't know.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
So
if you want to end the show, you can. But
Yeah,
I would like
you
to
can.
say to someone on the chat whose name Rastaman, who said, "JF, mention me." Well, here I just mentioned you.
JF did you a fucking favor, buddy. So remember that in your will.
How do you feel now?
Yeah, motherfucker.
How do you feel?
How do you feel?
Do we have any more commercials?
Oh yeah. We got all kinds.
Play
of
a
shit.
commercial.
All right.
Let's see a commercial.
Hey, and everyone that's watching right now,
Thumbs up.
Hold on.
And whatever else Ben
Shut
would
up.
say, but thumbs up too.
Shut up.
Thumbs up.
Okay, so for everyone that's watching right now that's not a patron for our private shows,
Fuck the private
this is what it's like every time.
No, it's worse than this.
We do really
Worse
long
slash better.
Yeah, take away the guest and that.
really long shows, really drunk. Not as like we're usually more drunk.
Well, I'm not drunk because I'm drunk.
We're drunker on the private show.
Yeah.
Even me, I'm drunker than this.
Yes.
By far.
So there's only so much time to where you can catch the next one.
Yeah, you have to fucking donate some money before the end of the month. You have to become a patron supporter before the end of the month. You got
$5.
5 fucking days to. Is it 5 days or 4 days? They have a few days to fucking give $5 or more, and you can see the fucking private show, and it's kind of like this, only fucking even more insane.
More insane.
More insane!
Like TJ was sitting upside down in his seat with his legs up in the fucking
and Ben
air.
was filleting me.
I don't think so.
Why,
No.
Ben? What did you do that for?
You piece of
Dusty's
shit.
like, well, I guess I'll pay now. Well, I didn't.
Yeah,
realize, I didn't realize that shit.
Hello?
Oh, what's going on? What's going on now? People fucking? All right, I'm in.
Oh man.
I'm in. Hugo. Give me the faggot.
This is Tobor. Tobor, the telesonic robot.
I love it.
Batteries not included. He's under your control. With a click from the telesonic commander.
Telesonic
commander. To proceed forward. To circle. Or to pick up the support module and return, all on your command. Tobor is robot spelled backwards. Tobor, the telesonic robot from Shopper.
That's the shittiest robot.
It's a remote control car with a robot body.
I'm
on
buying
it.
several.
That's what it is.
It's not a robot. That's all I'm saying.
Would you fuck a robot that was like? Okay.
He's just like,
So-
yes. No caveat, just yes.
So even if it was,
an important question.
even if it was just like a belt that you strap.
Hold
around
on,
your
let's just
waist.
get everyone's answer on this. Okay, look.
Well, define what we're talking about.
Like android robot,
Exactly.
like lifelike.
No, Ben
So-
just asked
or
the
no?
right answer. What is
Yeah.
a robot?
Ben wants to fuck a toaster.
Well,
That's what he told us
a
earlier.
positronic android, like Data from
Data-esque
Star
robot.
Trek, that's like practically alive.
So Ben, you're saying you want to fuck Data?
No.
There's some
I don't know about that. He's fully functional.
Is the robot bearing female genes?
I don't
Of
know.
human type?
No.
Oh,
got
no.
tits, but a dick.
So it's just for fun, right?
It's like a masturbation mannequin. that's-
The Masturbaton
you fuck a
9000.
hole in the wall, basically.
No, it's more convincing than that.
It's more convincing. It's a very high technology hole in the wall.
practically sentient, like that, like convincingly sentient, but not quite.
Yeah.
Like that.
So there's no hope to reproduce with it.
No hope.
It's only to fuck.
That's the question. I don't know if I would have sex with something like that.
I would.
It would make you believe that you are actually potentially reproducing the next race of human/robot race.
Oh shit!
I want to have a robot babies.
I see the Bible reloaded guy. Totally shocked by what I'm suggesting.
Dude, TJ would actually do it if that was the
Put
case.
this ulterior motive in there that it's like going to sneakily try and get your seed to make a robot master race.
What if I design a robot that actually makes you believe that
Maybe
you might have a chance?
Hugo bots would be bad, you know.
Making half robot, half human babies. Would you fuck that robot?
I mean,
Hell
if
yeah,
it
fuck the shit out of robot.
I'll fuck
if it
any robot.
looked
Anywhere,
If it's
anytime.
convincing enough, why not?
I'll fuck the robot from Short Circuit. I don't give a
What?
fuck.
Johnny
You have no
Five is
standards.
alive!
You have no standards. You're garbage.
Take it, Johnny Five. Take it.
No, how dare you stop it, TJ?
Johnny Five
what
doesn't
about-
like this.
What about the little burger robots from Batteries Not Included?
I'll fuck them all.
Fuck those little.
Gotta fuck them all.
Somebody make
Robomon.
Somebody make a picture of TJ fucking the robots from Batteries Not Included.
Owie,
That'd be
Scotty.
hilarious.
Come on, man.
Thank you, everybody.
You need to be calm, buddy.
I always
Chill.
ask them to make these pictures, and they always deliver.
Ow. Scotty's mean, dude. You see how mean Scotty is?
Scotty is mean. They are our guests. Our just can't see. Our guest just is.
Oh, guest. Hugo is
Anyway.
confused.
Yeah.
He looks very sad.
Poor
Confused. I don't know what's going
Hugo,
on.
good on
I'm the
you.
sober one, so that's
That sucks, dude.
Good on you, Hugo, for using a different Skype. It's all about the Skype.
It's all about the Skype.
You
baby.
guys have to make you and the other guy. What's his name again, Hugo?
Jake.
Jugo.
Jake.
Hold on.
Jake.
Juck. I think it's Juck.
J-A-K-E.
J. Okay, you're Hugo, and he's
Jacques.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He's
Jujo.
somebody. He's somebody.
Anyway, Hugo,
Jujo, Jiggy
you
Jog.
and that guy that's holding you back, you guys should make new Skype accounts and get a VPN.
My God, Ben and TJ are drunk. Look how drunk they are. They're so fucking drunk. Oh, they're drunk. Look at them. Look at how drunk they are. They're going mad. This may be the most drunk anyone's ever been in their lives. I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. They are so drunk they're almost dying. Oh, now they're crashing into each other. Oh, my God. You can only see this on Drunken Peasants. There's nowhere else you could possibly see this. No other place on earth. Oh, she is going to the announce. Oh, it's going to the announce table. He's coming in! Oh, it's assaulting me! Oh, it's killing me! Oh, I'm dead! Oh, I'm probably dead! Oh, TJ! No, TJ's getting killed! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! We're all dead. The podcast is over. TJ and Ben are dead. Oh, they're back to life.
TJ and Ben are good.
They're back. They're alive again. They're alive. I just unplugged my camera.
That's perfect for the atheist character when we go to the WWE. We're going to kill it. The biggest hills of all time. The atheist.
He unplugged the camera. Whatever. I think we're about to wrap the show up. I think we're about to wrap up anyway.
Yeah.
They're drunk, so you guys want to wrap the show up? Or we keep going?
cultofdusty.com. Make sure you guys check me out.
Fuck cultofdusty.com. Don't
Thank
even
you, Dusty, for being a guest on a 4-hour show.
Fuck cultofdusty.com.
Fuck you, TJ. You're garbage. Or subscribe to Dusty. Subscribe to the Bible Reloaded.
Can we take a pause before we close the show?
Nope.
Yes. I would like to talk to Dusty.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Very briefly.
Dusty, I would like to ask you one thing. And I'm not a creationist. I'm not asking you this to fool you or anything. But how do you guide your moral life? I really want to know that.
My higher brain processes give me an imagination, and the imagination allows me to place myself in other people's shoes to know what they're going through and to treat people the way that I would want to be treated.
Ah, excellent.
I can tell Dusty's been asked that.
Concise.
He's been asked that question 1 million times.
Follow Dusty Smith on YouTube.
That's right.
Dusty.
Follow Dusty. Follow Bible Reloaded. Follow the Drunken Peasants. Follow every fucking buddy you want to follow. TJ's an idiot. Ben is not as much of an idiot, but still an idiot.
Dusty.
We're ending the show. Good night. Good luck.
Dusty.
Smoke weed.
Fuck off,
Bible
Dusty.
Reloaded.
Dusty's dead.
Hugo and them.
Fuck off,
Hugo. Paul Seago, thank you, even though you were kicked off the show.
Fuck you, Hugo.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Fuck you, Jeff.
What will happen to WrestleMania? What will happen?
Thank
no
you,
one
Jack.
knows. These assholes to the fucking north of the greatest country in the world.
They've really
who leech off of America's
pulled the wool
greatest.
over the world's eyes.
They fucking rammed fucking NAFTA through here. The Canadian look. If you look, and this is true. Look at the trade balance between the U.S. and Canada. After the North American Free Trade Agreement, it all swung in Canada's favor. This is bullshit. Canada is robbing America. They're pathetic. I hate them. And we should invade and take all of their natural resources for American use. The greatest country in the world. I like to say. And look at Stevie. Stevie's even wearing an American flag shirt.
So we have a Canadian here joining us now. How do you feel about that,
what's
JF?
this guy doing here?
Who is this person in the middle?
Oh, that's Stevie.
This is Satan.
Hello,
your
Stevie.
Lord and Master. The master of all scientists. All scientists pray to Satan, as we know.
So Scotty thinks America should just invade Canada.
Yes, of course.
I'm not against it.
Even a Canadian can recognize the validity of my arguments.
Just
Even a
respect
Canadian.
the Quebec territory.
Oh wow. So
we're gonna invade you guys first. You know. You guys are gonna surrender.
Those Frenchies, man, they can't put up a fight.
But you know what? We're gonna maintain your food and all that stuff because your food is really good. So don't worry about that. You're still gonna have poutine. You're still gonna have baguettes. You're all gonna have all of that. You're good.
But you have to eat at least one cheeseburger per month.
Yes. You'll have to speak English too, because we don't understand no French.
Yeah, we don't speak that.
French is disgusting.
Speak American.
We speak American around
speak
here.
American.
Anyone who speaks French should be dragged out in the street and beaten with a stick.
No, it was funny, like, to hear us try to speak French, because we were in France.
Miserable.
Yeah, it's like, oh, God.
At it.
Wish I could have been there with you guys.
You were there. Oh, no, you weren't there, masked man.
I wasn't there.
Est-ce qu'on peut entendre Ben parler français?
No.
No.
I'm sorry, I just puked in my mouth a little when you were speaking.
I felt my freedom dying a little bit when I heard that French.
Yeah, every time a Frenchman speaks, an American eagle just falls from the sky.
Yeah, it just lights on fire and just explodes and dies. And the terrorists have another victory. And,
and like someone joins ISIS and
America.
Shut up, Stevie.
Shut up, Steve.
Fuck y'all.
Piece of shit.
We don't believe in incest, Stevie, so we're going to reject your offer.
People are going to be like, who's your special guest from Duck Dynasty that was on the show?
Yeah, that's
People actually said that about Stevie. They're like, is Phil Robertson on your guys' show now?
Yeah.
Literally.
He is. This is
in Louisiana. Everybody actually asks if I'm from Duck Dynasty.
Stevie actually is Phil Robertson, but it's in a different timeline. So Stevie actually is, in 20 years, going to become Phil Robertson. Look just like him, sound just like him.
One day.
Same, racist and crazy views, everything. Stevie has those views now. He's just, he's hiding them.
Oh,
in his subconscious.
You're disgusting.
Dude,
you disgust me.
Calling a white person racist is racist.
Yeah, we learned that recently.
We've learned these things recently. We should shoot JF.
Shoot him with what?
I don't know, a gun. Because we're Americans and he's French.
No, he's not. He's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
He's French.
Canadian.
He's French. Yeah.
French Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
The Canadians just a cover. They just want to fucking leech off of. They just want to leech off Canada's popularity globally.
That's true.
We're French Canadians. That's why they always emphasize Canadian. They almost kind of mumble French. French Canadians. Yep, that's us.
Yep. Yeah, they sent Celine Dion here to spy on us.
I think Stevie is actually a spy for Brett Keane, so.
Stevie, have you ever read The Crayon?
Have you read The Crayon?
You read The Crayon, Stevie? You ever read The Crayon?
No.
You're not a follower of Crayola, are you?
Yeah.
A succinct answer.
No.
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 No, dog.
Tell us about you, Stevie.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, let's hear more. Let's hear more.
What turns you on,
hear,
Stevie?
Yeah.
What gets you going?
Well, ain't much to know about me.
Hey, Stevie, do your
thing noise.
Yeah, do your weird monstery screechy noise that you do.
I can't do it while smiling.
Well, don't smile then, bitch. Sweet.
That's a weird fucking noise, dude.
It's like the greatest talent mankind has ever produced.
You should see what Galen could do.
Galen could do some fucked up ones.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, you don't know Galen, mystery guest, or do you?
I do.
You do know Galen.
So you do.
I was sent here by Galen.
By Galen.
Oh.
To improve the quality of this otherwise terrible podcast.
So Galen is your master.
Well,
Galen controls you.
I wouldn't say he's my master, but he's my mentor.
Oh, your mentor.
Yeah.
And are you ever going to go back and kill Galen? Is that
Well, that's how I take his place eventually.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not clever enough to get away with it yet.
Soon, though.
Soon he will die by my hand.
Hence why he's saying it on the podcast.
All right, here's an anti-e-cigarette vape warning. That's probably a troll, in my opinion.
E-cig smoking bans are on the rise.
Yes!
And we found
Ban
that out
them.
the first time we went to our favorite restaurant and we saw non-vaping sign. I was happy about it because I was so sick and tired of sitting next to people
Are they smoking cigarettes while they're doing this? Because I see smoke there.
Yeah, they're smoking.
Whoa.
They're smokers who are anti-vape.
But get this, guys. Look, they want to smoke the real thing. If you're going to smoke, make sure it's the real deal.
Smoke for reals.
Yeah, I'm a supporter of smoking, but vaping is a bridge too far. What even goes in vapes? It's not even regulated right now. Not TJ, but mystery guest is vaping right now. That could be. You could be vaping pure poison, TJ.
Probably
mystery
am.
Guest.
I'm a mystery guest.
He just has a strong resemblance.
Yeah.
He reminds me of TJ. That's why I call him TJ.
There's no resemblance. I don't know what people are talking about.
TJ doesn't wear a mask, okay?
Yeah, look.
I don't know.
TJ refuses to wear a mask.
It's force
It
of
can't
habit.
be-
Let me
it can't be
explain this
TJ.
to your stupid fucking pea brain, you imbecile. TJ does not wear a mask. I am wearing a mask. Ergo, I am not TJ.
Ergo, you are not TJ.
Well, I was pitching a mask because I was thinking about that question I asked Stevie earlier about where he. Yeah.
I'm not eating my veal.
Was it a bagel,
Yeah.
Stevie?
Thankfully, the FDA had enough common sense.
Did you have a ring
not
of
to
cream
approve
cheese
these
around your cock?
Magic electronic death
Yeah.
bonds that everybody
I take your silence as an
pumping on
affirmative.
as safe.
Because they're not.
No, they're far from safe, actually. Yeah, more and more Americans, as well as other indigenous peoples, have been joining us in this march.
So I mean, even if this is obviously trolling,
right?
So it's like we don't want people to know what are in these products. It's like that's stupid. Like I understand like a lot of small business people will suffer because of this, but I don't. Why would people want to put something in their body they don't even know what's in it? That's
I
just
don't know what's
stupid.
in it, but I like it.
Okay, but you're an idiot then.
Well, that's kind of like the GMO argument, right?
Well, I mean, with GMOs, the difference is that these are chemicals. GMOs just genetically modifying, organisms to make them more resistant to drought or things like that. And a lot of people do believe GMOs are bad for you, but I mean, there's not any scientific evidence to validly say, "Oh, GMOs are bad." Case closed. It's not like that.
Let us consult the science person.
Well, I perceive multidimensionality in their humor and their clothes, and so I'd like to hear more before taking a position.
No, I mean like about the GMO.
Oh, he's talking about GMOs.
Oh, GMO. Being worried about GMO is like being worried about a salad in which you mix two ingredients. It's ridiculous to be against GMO in and of itself. Now,
fucking absurd! You're a paid shill for the industry.
Hey, Monsanto representative! Monsanto representative!
Probably has Monsanto tattooed on his ass.
That's actually when we were in France, we saw an anti-Monsanto march.
It was a huge one too.
Look, TJ,
and I just like look at those idiots.
To be mixed here. Monsanto is a different thing. They use GMO to apply a product because they basically protect the plant from a given product. Now, it's the product you need to complain against, not the GMO.
Yep.
How do you feel about
too nuanced?
How do you feel about vapor cigarettes? Do you know anything about those?
Well, I think like any new products, I've been trying it. I don't like them. They make me react. Really, I cough when I smoke this, and I don't cough when I smoke normal cigarettes. So yeah, like any new product, we don't know what will happen with it. I bet
for me, it
that
depends
at
on
some
the
point
flavor.
The flavor in it is probably the most toxic product, since the rest is vapor. But we don't know how much of this this flavor will be stuck in the lungs or do anything wrong with cancer. So we'll know later. I would bet that it's less worse than cigarettes.
Okay.
I would agree to that point for sure. I mean, I don't think vaping is as bad as smoking a cigarette.
I do both, so.
But yeah, it should be studied and regulated. It shouldn't just be like, put whatever in it. It doesn't matter. It's like the same thing. Like you build a building, there's no fire codes, there's no building codes. You can stuff the sheetrock with.
Who's going to set the fucking standard, Scotty? You or your fascist statist government? Or
scientists that are employed by the government.
Oh, scientists, huh?
Yes.
You're quote unquote scientists.
People with expertise in chemistry.
Yeah, well,
I lack.
You travel back, a few hundred years, scientists are trying to fucking turn lead into gold. So what the fuck do scientists know? Nothing.
Oh, yeah, that's not a totally fallacious argument.
Nothing.
Mystery guest who is also an idiot.
Science is bullshit.
Since our new organization, SWAV, Smokers United Against Vaping, opened up.
Sweet.
It's had a popular rise, and it's been having a profound effect all over God's earth. And many more laws have been being put into effect.
Sweet.
Yeah. Speaking about popular rises, vaping has been causing a crazy rise in relapses across the world in rehab centers. Because people come in with their vape pens, they just think, they're trying to quit smoking, they're trying to get better. No. There is meth inside of those, heroin inside of those. It's becoming the largest new trending contraband.
Okay,
sweet.
Troll.
Yeah, they're obviously trolls. Vaping has never actually been, even by the manufacturers, presented as smoking cessation. It's always been presented as an alternative, which means people might stop, but it's not actually the goal of the product is to get you to stop. It's just a vape.
Yeah.
Some people do quit.
There's heroin in this, Scotty.
Fuck.
Okay, well, that's just
heroin, Scotty.
That's just their hyperbole.
There's meth in this.
Well, it's surprisingly affordable then.
Yeah, it's surprisingly affordable.
Yeah, it's amazing how cheap they can make meth and heroin available when they put it in vape juice.
And some people just vape that were never smokers. They to do it. There's lots of vaping products that have no nicotine in it.
Yeah, well, you're an idiot, Scotty, so you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm an idiot.
I've always hated you. You're the worst.
How do you even know? Always? How do you even know about
I'm
me,
a
Mr.
long-time
Guest?
fan of the show.
You're a fan of the show? You sure you're not a hater of the show?
I'm a fan. I love the show. I just don't like Ben, Scotty, or TJ.
Oh.
I like
So
the
you like
videos you
Scotty
guys play.
Cena?
No, I like the videos you guys play because you play a lot of smart people, and then, I like to watch your feeble attempts to try to...
So, I mean, okay, let's take a poll. Who do you think the mystery guest is, Ben? Let's try to guess this. If we guess correctly, will you tell us?
Nope.
You won't tell us. Okay, well, I think we can speculate. I'm going to go with... I think it's Creationist Cat is the mystery guest.
I was going to say Brett Keane.
Brett Keane. Steve, you really don't know any better guess.
He's like...
Stevie's answer is Paul's ego. This is Paul's ego is with us, I think.
Well, I'm going to reveal my identity at the end of the show. So
at the end of the show.
Everyone stay tuned if you want to know the secret identity of the mystery.
You know what, though, mystery guest? You should only do it if we get a certain number of likes.
Yeah, well, we'll push the likes whenever it's time to reveal.
Push the likes? What do you mean, mystery guest? You're not really part of our regular show. Why would you even care about pushing likes?
Because
we're asking you to help us, mystery guest.
I think he wants to reveal himself. He's hid behind.
He wants to reveal himself? What does that mean? Does that mean he wants to reveal his penis to us? What's wrong with this individual?
Well, there's a lot wrong with him.
All right,
he just doesn't want to hide behind the mask anymore.
Here's our first video tonight is from an old arch nemesis of TJ. It's too bad TJ's not here.
Yeah,
darn. TJ actually gave me a script so I could speak.
Oh, okay.
How convenient.
So this is from Jesus Freak. So this should be very entertaining and exciting to watch.
Oh, God.
Hello, everyone. I want to talk to you about the
Riveting.
And I want to talk to you about the Confederate flag. You may have noticed that the Supreme Court of the United States essentially legalized gay marriage across the entirety of the United States of America.
Yep.
And this has caused quite a bit of a stir.
Not really.
Yeah, only idiots.
How should we respond? First and foremost,
who's we?
Keep in mind that abortion was
the moral majority,
in the 70s,
TJ.
Oh, okay.
Much to the chagrin of millions and millions of Christians. And unfortunately, because of that legalization, a lot of Christians have compromised and they've waffled and they've lent their support to the practice of, people committing abortions and such.
They're damn sodomites.
Or participating in
There was plenty of people. There was plenty of Christians who support abortions from the beginning.
Also, gay marriage.
Yeah.
They're not real Christians.
They're not.
False Christians.
No true Christian can support these things.
Right.
But for the most part, Christians that are truly Christian.
Come on, man. Really?
Truly,
the
Christians.
Abortion is wrong, even if it's illegal.
How do you know that they're a true Christian? If they agree with you, is that the standard?
Right. Yeah, that's a litmus test.
I also like abortionists. Like people like, I am totally pro-abortion. Anyone need an abortion around here? You need an abortion, Stevie? Well, he's not a woman, but if you were a woman, would you want an abortion?
I might be a woman. You don't know what's behind this mask.
We don't know.
We are abortionists on this podcast. We just love abortion. Oh, I can go on and on about abortion.
I don't agree with you guys on much, but I do agree on that abortion stance,
You love abortion?
Yeah, and I say we come up with creative new ways to do abortions and shit, too.
Yeah, there should be like gladiatorial combat where women fight to the death.
Yeah.
But who gets to abort their fetus?
The winner gets an abortion, the loser dies.
Yeah.
We should act concerning homosexuality. Unfortunately, there are tons and tons of Christians.
Also, there should be like a catapult that just hurls an iron ball stomach.
That have flocked to the cause of homosexual marriage, and they have championed it. And they have, praised this decision. And I believe that they're simply misguided.
I'm sorry, but I really want those cream pies in the back seat there.
TJ's all like, damn, man.
There's no TJ here. Stop saying TJ.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Well, I'm so used to fucking TJ being here. Can you blame me? Mystery guest, can you blame me?
No.
Exactly. It's TJ's amazing charisma and presence, but I guess TJ, or not TJ, you don't acknowledge that. I can't fucking do it. I can't do it.
So
it's mystery.
I
can't fucking do it. I just think it's TJ.
It's not TJ.
I'm convinced it's TJ now.
Okay, let me explain this again. Mask.
TJ hates masks.
Does TJ wear a mask?
But you sound just like TJ.
I do not sound like TJ.
And you look like TJ.
My voice is far smoother and more velvety.
How do you know what he looks like? He's wearing a mask.
Yeah, you don't know what I look like.
I can see you.
My
I
identity
can see
is
you.
hidden.
I think it's TJ.
All right, well, you know what?
I'm becoming more and more convinced it's TJ.
I wanted to wait till the end of the show to reveal my identity, but, it's kind of a coincidence. I actually am a TJ, but I'm not the TJ.
What the hell? What do you mean?
Oh, yes.
I am the one you might call Terrance Jenkins.
Oh, my God.
Terrance Jenkins?
Yes, Terrance Jenkins is my name.
The Jesuit.
And I'm actually here today to represent the Church of Gale.
I see.
Oh, okay.
Stevie has no idea what's going on.
Jesus Freak looks appalled at this information.
Fortunately, they're not really as, tied to the word as they should be or could be. I believe that there's a lot of willful ignorance when it comes to Christianity.
Willful
People say,
ignorance.
well, I don't think God would.
There is a lot of willful ignorance when it comes to Christianity. That's why there's still fucking Christians.
Feel that God would do this.
Obviously, Gale is the true
God
prophet of
certainly
God.
does that. And they start adding these things of how they feel and what they think instead of actually asking God what he feels and thinks.
Yo,
and
God,
what his opinion
what
is.
you feeling about this gay marriage shit?
I don't like it. God's up in heaven like, no.
Look, TJ, if you read the scripture.
I feel like I'm against that.
Look, TJ, Jesus Freak is right. Read the scripture. I mean, it does condemn homosexuality.
Yep.
I mean, what are these Christians going to say, TJ?
Concerning a matter.
What you gonna do
We've
when
become
they
this
come for you?
gushy type of church nowadays where it's all about feelings and such. And I don't think that's appropriate. We should ask God what he says.
It needs to be more about eternal
than try to be
damnation if you don't do these silly things.
While the church is just kind of crumbling down on this moral issue, how do we
like
respond?
the walls
Well,
of
we should
Jericho.
hold true to what God says. Be firm. Homosexuality is a sin.
Oh, I am
just
firm.
like
Looking at
lying
you,
is,
big
or
boy.
Stealing or committing adultery or lusting. Lusting
Or
is a
murder,
sin.
even. Yeah,
I know
homosexuality is
a lot
the
of people
equivalent of
that
murder.
lust.
Yeah.
Blow someone
it's-
away, have a homosexual relationship about
Well, I mean, a bunch of things that he mentioned are not illegal. Like he said, adultery, that's not illegal. He said lying,
should be.
That's not illegal.
Look, man, all these things should be illegal. If it's illegal in the Bible's against it. It says it's
He
a sin
said
or it's wrong.
lusting, then we should all be in jail. Every single human being.
Well, not Jesus Freak. Jesus Freak does not covet anything. He's pure in his heart.
Freak is pure. He's a Christian.
The one time he might have told a lie, but it was unintentional. And God forgave him
popular
immediately
and common
after.
issue, but I would never condone it. I would never say, okay, well, everyone does it, so let's just accept it as normal. No, it's wrong.
If everyone
it's
does it, it
immoral.
is normal, but not everyone is doing it anyway.
And if I know someone or if I'm engaging in it, I will seek God's forgiveness and encourage those that are actively participating in it to
Why don't you
repent.
just mind your own fucking
I would
business,
not,
Jesus Freak?
want them to continue wallowing.
If you don't
in
want to
that
have a
sin.
homosexual
And-
marriage or relationship, don't have one. It's very simple.
He said that if he does have one, he'll seek forgiveness.
I don't think anyone would be desperate enough to get with Jesus.
I would get with him. Look at him.
Oh God,
he's a
Terrance
sex magnet.
Jenkins would bone Jesus Freak.
Oh yeah.
Homosexuality is much the same. It's a sin.
Well,
and we can simply
you
pray
hang out
that
on the
God
Church of
leads.
Gale. I mean, you get raped pretty much weekly.
Not even weekly. I thought it was like daily.
By Zach Knight.
I mean, it's horrible. I mean, well, one of us is raped daily, but on average, the average crew member is raped once a
Does
week.
Jar Jar Binks rape you too?
That has happened
with his corkscrew cock.
Well, it's not a corkscrew.
It's
but
not.
No.
I heard it was a corkscrew.
No, TJ was just speculating on that one. It's actually not
Those
shaped like a
engaging in
corkscrew.
it?
It's shaped like a meat hammer.
Oh, a meat hammer. Well, that doesn't sound very pleasant.
Back to the fold, that God may renew their hearts or guide them, convict them, give them the strength, also forgive them. We can be loving and kind to those people that are actively engaging in sin.
Shut up and give me them cream pies.
I can't believe this guy still makes videos because at one time people actually watched his videos.
Yep.
And now he makes all of his videos in his car.
Yeah, he does videos in his car, and it's always like this boring shit. He used to do like some crazier shit. Like I remember one time he fucking like stabbed his finger and
he had like a blister or
and he's like
a boil or
then he like cut into it with a fucking needle and it bled everywhere.
It was like a drill bit or something.
It was like it was a little drill bit.
Yeah, he like lands some blood blister.
And then he tried to make it some analogy about God or something like, much like I had to lance this blister, God must lance the blister of your heart or some shit like that.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, that's kind of a stretch, but whatever.
Anything you want to add, JF?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see someone like this making moral statement using God. And to me, it goes back to evolutionarily, why do we believe in God and why do we use it to control sexual behavior in people around us? And evolutionarily, I cannot think of a justification for being against homosexuality in the sense that he is, in the sense of diffusing it to the entire world. Because he has no close... The people who watch him on YouTube, they are not his close kin. So there would be no reason that it evolves like this. But I think that the messaging that aims at controlling sexual behavior in people has evolved for us to control our kid, our brother, sister. So the rejection of homosexuality, among other things, to me, may have evolved. And now it is showing up in people who have cameras. But people have not evolved to be in front of cameras. So they are diffusing a message that is useless to the entire population, useless to themselves, but because we evolve some disgust to certain sexual behaviors.
I see. Okay.
So you're saying you pro-faggot, right?
It's a little summarized.
So how do you feel about people that say it's unnatural?
Well, I mean, the question of the evolution of homosexuality, what could have led to the evolution of homosexuality? We now have good models that makes us believe it's possible in a population, even with a strong pressure for sexual behavior, that homosexuality appears. One of the theory that I personally like is you have genes that make you attracted to, let's say, guys. But the people who bear these genes, half of them are women. And pass it on to half of their descendants, half of their son and daughters. And so a gene can survive making you like men if it helps women be sexually attracted enough to have a gain of offspring production. So basically the gene can survive in the population and be in men and women. And just because of its additive effect in women, it can spread in men too.
So you're saying that once again, women has done cursed us with this affliction, this malady.
God warned us.
This cocklust that
God done did it.
I feel in my damn heart, And
exactly
I hate myself every day, and I'm like, why do I love cock? And now I know it's my mama's fault.
Your mama chose it for you.
Thank you, JF. You have been most illuminating.
All right. Do you want to move on? You want to move on to...
Jesus freak is about as interesting as watching like coffee drip. Like a coffee drip.
I want to say that I once had one of these cream pies. When I did a Reddit gift, someone sent me a cream pie like this in an envelope, and I never ate it because I don't eat some stuff that's being sent by the mail on Reddit.
Yeah.
Pussy!
Yeah, why not?
Why not? And
I'm sure it's perfectly safe.
I'll eat something I find on the ground in an alleyway. I don't give a fuck.
All right, Terrence.
Yeah, Terrence. God,
Terrence.
It's Terrence, bitch. And you know what? It's not even that. It's time for me to reveal my true identity because this mask is annoying.
What the hell?
Who is it?
Ben, go to full screen.
Okay.
Hold up.
Hold on.
We're going to full screen. Who is this?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Who could it be?
Who is this compelling and mysterious figure who has taken over the Drunken Peasants podcast?
Number one super guy. Hong Kong Phooey. Quicker than
it's not Hong Kong Phooey, Ben.
God damn it.
It was I, TJ, the whole time.
Okay.
You had me fooled.
The whole time, like all of like 10 minutes of it.
It's been like, I don't know. It's probably been like 20 minutes at least. I don't know.
All right, so here we go. Here's some Alex Jones.
Oh, I love him.
Let's move on to the gay marriage thing. I'm a libertarian, but if you're a real listener and not somebody with a script, you would know not hundreds but thousands of times. And if you listen to my show for the first 18 years, I didn't even cover this. I don't get into what you do in your bedroom. I am not in people's bedrooms. All the time. I am not a Pharisee.
What? Yes, you are. I've heard you do that.
Well, TJ, he doesn't get involved in the bedroom.
I've heard you say that, like, you know, chemicals that are in box juices are making people gay.
What?
Yeah, he's that dumb.
Okay.
But TJ, he's not telling you what to do in your bedroom.
Okay.
He's just saying it made you gay. And he's against the companies making you gay.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
So he's against them, not me.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
Now you understand.
I get it now.
Alex Jones actually is down with you, TJ. He's got your back, man. He's your homie.
My world is not around sex either. And so I'm sick of it. It's a football issue. It's not a federal issue. It's a distraction to be passed back and forth. Now, the truth is there is a move at the UN. There is a move to sexualize children. Sumner Redstone has said that, and it's nobody's business to be trying to target children with Heather has two mommies, or you can't say boy or girl because somebody may not identify as that. That is space cult, suicide cult, exterminism, craziness. The eugenics,
look, you know, I don't agree with the whole, like, oh, we can't have girls and boys anymore thing, and I don't think there's even a significant number of people who do go along with that. But I certainly don't think it's like this extermination tactic or, oh, you know, it's going to destroy society. The very social fabric will fray at the edges and fall right the fuck apart.
All these conservative people have the same bullshit, like Glenn Beck, Alex Jones. Oh, everything we're working against us, the end times are near, better stock up on gold, guns, and rations, and any moment now we're going to all be exterminated by these, like, you know, these shadowy organizations.
Bilderberg.
Feminist cult wants to confuse the general species ahead of rendering us down and removing us. The decision has been made. Cheer up, the post-human era is dawning. The plan is an asexual humanoid, even if they decide to keep us around, stated in hundreds of textbooks.
An asexual humanoid, if they plan on keeping us around, who is they?
They is
some
like
sort of non-humanoid that are controlling things? Or?
The same they that the vigilant Christian talks about.
The evil they that's responsible for everything.
The ambiguous they.
They did it.
I really love that he's talking about that, because I'm currently writing a book that finishes with a scenario where we can realistically think that a non-human thing that's created by human could eventually reproduce and replace us. But I find the idea interesting. I know that Alex Jones is wrong 90% of the time, but I think that the idea of creating non-sexual beings or things that replicate like computers or robots is a possibility. I think it should not be discarded.
Yeah, I don't really have an objection to that part.
So almost like the Borg or something like that?
Well, they wouldn't, I mean, I guess.
So self-reproduction.
Not necessarily like through assimilation, but...
Oh, so self-replicating machinery.
Yeah, there's two possibilities. Either you create a machine that is so good that it replaces human out of evolutionary competition, or there's another phenomenon which is very rare, but which I call the phenotypic revolution, which is that if humans, for example, would start trusting computers to determine their genes, then we could both see the humans as creating computers, but we could also see computers as creating humans. And once you're involved with a machine like this that determines the genes of your children, the machine can evolve and fuck you if you want. It can decide that it will create less good humans and fuck humanity. Now, it's very fiction.
Well, that's what Skynet should have done.
Yes, Skynet doesn't work because it doesn't bypass the reproductive capacity of human. So people would simply have rejected the virtual network. The only way where Skynet would work is if it has some power over the genes of human, and it can change it to their advantage.
Well, in the movie, Skynet just fucking launches a bunch of nukes and like kills half the world, and then it builds a bunch of murder machines to kill the rest.
Yeah,
that strategy doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's kind of like weird,
very inefficient.
All right, so next video here is, does science argue for or against God? So I guess it makes sense that we have a scientist on the show now to
pseudo-scientist.
Critique. Oh, okay. He's a pseudo-scientist.
How did you call me?
Pseudo-scientist. Because you are. No, fuck you, buddy.
Fuck you, TJ.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Fuck you, TJ. I'm gonna fuck your
ass.
I support
Make you humble. You support me getting fucked in the ass by
Yep.
So enthusiastically, too.
See, we're like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Squeal, boss, squeal.
Yeah.
Squeal.
In 1966, Time magazine ran a cover story asking, "Is God dead?"
Yep.
The cover reflected the fact
He's not
that
dead,
many
he just
people
doesn't
had
exist.
accepted the cultural narrative that God is obsolete, that as science progresses, there's less need for a God to explain the universe. It turns out, though, that the rumors of God's death were premature. In fact, perhaps the best arguments for his existence come.
You had the perfect chance to use the Mark Twain, a variation on the Mark Twain quote, but you didn't. So that's kind of sad.
From, of all places, science itself.
Wow.
Here's the same year Time featured its now famous headline, the astronomer Carl Sagan announced that there were two necessary criteria for a planet to support life: the right kind of star and
there were
a
more
planet
than
the right
that.
distance from that star.
There was a lot more than two criteria. That's pretty weird.
I reject even the existence of such criteria. The only criteria for life is that something can replicate and mutate. People who think that an Earth-like planet is more likely to have life, they just don't understand evolution. In any place in the universe, if there's ever a place where something starts replicating and it has mutational power, it will evolve to adapt to its environment, whatever it is.
Sure, but I mean, like, if we actually went out and explored, we would probably know that there are certain conditions that lead to that happening more than others.
I mean, personally, I reject that. Other than the fact of having a stable world.
We have this entire, solar system full of other planets. We haven't found life on any of them so far. So, I mean, it's a pretty small sample size, but,
I mean, personally,
I just agree.
Life could evolve outside of planets. It could evolve in all sorts of informational structure. We're very limiting ourselves when we think of life as necessarily being on a planet.
I don't really necessarily disagree with you. I would just say that, we don't really have enough information yet about, what sort of instances this self-replication, or even if there's some other process by which conscious entities come to be or whatever, or whether they're conscious or not.
Mm-hmm.
Given the roughly octillion planets in the universe, that's one followed by 24 zeros, there should have been about septillion planets, that's one followed by 21 zeros, capable of supporting life.
This is
With
making
such
a lot of
spectacular-
assumptions. A lot of assumptions.
Yeah.
Odds, scientists were optimistic that the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, known by its initials SETI, an ambitious project launched in the 1960s, was
Most
sure
people
to
say
turn up
SETI,
something
not
soon.
SETI.
With a vast radio telescopic network, scientists listened for signals that resembled coded intelligence. But as the years passed, the silence from the universe was deafening. As of 2014, researchers have discovered precisely bubkis, nada, zilch, which is to say zero followed by an infinite number of zeros.
How does it matter how many zeros you put after it?
Followed by a zero.
0.0.
Hey, for the last few decades, we've been searching the entire universe for other life. We haven't found any yet, so probably not there.
Yeah, probably searching for nothing.
That's correct to be fascinated by this. I'm personally shocked that we haven't found any form of life yet. But we may just not know how to look.
and they may just not care how to send us the signals. And there's also time. The problem is time. There could have been a lot of life forms very close to us, but in totally different billions of years in the future or in the past. So, yeah, I'm personally stunned by the fact that we don't find anything.
As our knowledge of the universe increased, it became clear that there were, in fact, far more factors necessary for life, let alone intelligent life, than Sagan supposed. His two parameters grew to 10, then 20, and then 50, which meant that the number of potentially life-supporting planets decreased accordingly. The number dropped to a few thousand planets and kept on plummeting. Even SETI proponents acknowledged the problem. Peter Schenkel wrote in a 2006 piece for Skeptical Inquirer, a magazine that strongly affirms atheism, "In light of new findings and insights, we should quietly admit that the early estimates may no longer." Today, there are more than 200 known parameters necessary for a planet to support life, every single one of which must be perfectly met or the whole thing falls apart.
That's just,
for example,
that's just another assumption. That just you don't know that. You just don't know this thing that you're stating as a fact.
Without a massive gravity-rich planet like Jupiter nearby to draw away asteroids, Earth would be more like an interstellar dartboard than the verdant orb that it is. Simply put, the odds against life in the universe are astonishing. Yet, here we are, not only existing, but talking about existing.
Okay, hold on. Even if that's true, even if the odds against life is just crazy high, there's, it's practically impossible to get the right conditions, it still would happen occasionally. I mean, the universe is so big and covers such a fucking vast amount of time.
What can account for it? Can every one of those many parameters have been perfectly met by accident? At what point is it fair to admit that it is science itself that suggests that we cannot be the result of random forces?
Reminds me of that Douglas Adams thing in one of his books where he was talking about the puddle that says, "Oh, obviously we're perfectly shaped like this hole that we live in. So could that just be a coincidence? I don't think so. Obviously, we were put here by some sort of divine plan or some shit."
And the problem of unlikeliness of life is solved by a very simple consideration, which is that we are the living thing that are observing ourselves. So of course, we're conscious and we're surprised by it. But however unlikely it is, the one time where it happens, there will be conscious beings looking at themselves. So everyone will share that surprise in the universe, no matter if it's 2 planets or 1 million planets.
Yep.
Intelligence created these perfect conditions, in fact, require far less faith than believing that a life-sustaining Earth just happened to beat the inconceivable odds. But wait, there's more. The fine-tuning necessary for life to exist on a planet is nothing compared with the fine-tuning required for the universe to exist at all.
That's not the universe.
For example, astrophysicists now know
some stars or something. It's the universe.
They pan back and show like a crude Milky Way galaxy.
This is the universe.
Universe! It's like, no.
No, sorry.
That the values of the 4 fundamental forces, gravity, the electromagnetic force, and the strong and weak nuclear forces, determined less than 1/millionth of a second after the Big Bang. Alter any one of these 4 values ever so slightly, and the universe as we know it could not exist.
The key words there are "as we know it."
And if the ratio...
The only reason we know it is because we exist within it and have the capacity to know.
Between the strong...
This point is invalidated by the entropic principle, which is that it's the same idea that I expressed for life. It's that because we are conscious and we are in that universe, of course we're surprised by the what he calls the fine-tuning. But there may be a billion universe out there with the wrong tunings, and so what? There's no one in them to care about it.
Nuclear force and the electromagnetic force had been off by the tiniest fraction of the tiniest inconceivable fraction, then no stars could have formed at all. Multiply that single parameter by all the other
You don't
necessary...
know what would have formed, you fucking moron. I mean, any kind of crazy shit could have existed.
He knows, TJ. He knows it's all God. God done did it.
What do you give? I mean, stars? What does that have to do with anything? Stars exist in this universe. Therefore, if they don't exist, it doesn't mean there might be something else in another universe.
God created everything. It's just it all happened by chance.
What if there's some creationists and some weird others that are like, and if the fine tuning wasn't exactly right, Glizzorps couldn't exist. Case closed, bitch!
Conditions, and the odds against the universe existing are so heart-stoppingly astronomical that the notion that it all just happened defies common sense.
No, it doesn't.
It would be like tossing a coin and having it come up heads 10 quintillion times in a row.
Yeah, well, guess what? So. If there's like 10 quintillion people tossing the coin for all eternity, eventually that'll fucking happen, you moron!
And the correct analogy here is imagine that you're the coin that won. That's what we are. We are the coins that won this very unlikely thing of life. If you're the coin that won, of course you will be on that event where you've beaten the odds, if you will.
Fred Hoyle, the astronomer who coined the term Big Bang, said that his atheism was greatly shaken by these developments. One of the world's most renowned theoretical physicists, Paul Davies, has said that the...
I do believe that that's Mitt Romney's father-in-law, Paul Davies.
Paul Davies?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that the one he converted after he died?
Yes.
He's a Mormon now, even though he wasn't in life.
The appearance of design is overwhelming.
Appearance!
Even the late Christopher Hitchens, one of atheism's most aggressive proponents, conceded that without question the fine-tuning argument was the most powerful argument of the other side.
And then he went on to refute it handily. This is so... both of those last two quotes were taken out of context. And the fucking first one probably was too. I don't even know if it was or not, but the fucking second two definitely were.
Quoting authorities like this is ridiculous. Who cares about how these people changed their mind before they died? I mean, it means nothing.
None of them even, the last two didn't even change their mind.
Yeah, of course. Christopher Hitchens did not, so.
Of mathematics, Dr. John Lennox has said, the more we get to know about our universe, the more the hypothesis that there is a creator gains in credibility as the best explanation of why we are here.
Okay.
The greatest miracle of all time is the universe. It is the miracle of all miracles, one that inescapably points to something or someone beyond itself.
Inescapably, JF.
I'm Eric Metaxas for Prager University.
Fucking escapably.
Join Prager University.
What say you to that?
Click here to subscribe to our YouTube channel.
I don't think
you should join Prager University, dude.
I don't think the universe is such a miracle. I think that when you look at how it works, it's pretty simple laws. So it's not like pulled by the airs. It's pretty simple laws that have led to the expansion of the universe, to the gathering of galaxies together, to the formation of planets. It's so simple that to me, our universe is what I call likely. Like it doesn't seem like there's any magic. Doesn't seem like there's any passes that we can't explain. To the contrary, I think our universe is a very consistent system and not that impressive. I think that there might be many more universes with different laws, but our universe is very simple.
By the way, correction, I got Paul Davies confused with Edward Roderick Davies.
Fucking idiot.
God damn you, Ben.
Yeah. Fuck you, Ben, leading us astray.
Yeah.
Prager University wins.
Yep. All right, so next one. Yeah, this is more Supreme Court shit.
Yay.
Anti-Supreme Court.
Never heard this before.
So shocked. The Patriot Nurse.
Hey folks, it's Patriot Nurse, and in today's segment we're going to have another coffee chat, and I want to talk with you guys, just kind of share my thoughts on the state of things in our country right now. I think it's fair to say that we have experienced a fairly unprecedented level of societal and cultural change. Certainly change that has been mandated from the bench of our highest courts in this nation. The interesting thing to me is that it seems, and Pat Buchanan actually wrote a very worthy article, which I have linked to. I linked to it today on the Facebook page, about the level of civil disobedience that's going to reemerge in this nation as a result of some of these.
I keep hearing this. Do you really think this is going to happen? Do you think there's going to be like...
Here's the problem with saying, like, we're going to have civil disobedience on this issue. It's like, how? How are you going to have civil disobedience when it comes to gay marriage?
The gay couples are going to go to the courthouse, and you're going to, like, stop them and beat them there, and, like, no! Like, what are these guys proposing? Like, religious zealots, like, stand guard at these places where gays could be married and attack them and stop them? I mean, I don't know what the disobedience is going to be. Like, if they don't want to get gay married, like, they don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, like... when it's civil, like when black people can't drink from this fountain. Well, we're going to drink from it anyway. Okay, that's civil disobedience. You're not allowed to smoke this weed. Okay, well, I'm going to smoke it anyway. That's civil disobedience. You're not allowed to protest here. Well, we're protesting here anyway. That's civil disobedience. You're not allowed to get gay married. It's like, well, we weren't going to anyway, but now we're definitely not going to. It's like, okay, so that's pretty much the status quo. That's not civil disobedience.
What's interesting you bring that up?
Doing your own thing.
Because that's kind of what the 14th Amendment was about. It's like, I remember that idiot on the last show was like, oh, all these things should be uniform with the 14th Amendment, equal protection. It's like, well, that was kind of created so blacks after the Civil War would have the same rights as whites. And obviously that basically led to the separate but equal shit, which is also horrible. You talked about the water fountains. I mean, I don't really see how their rights are being infringed simply because gays are allowed to marry. I mean, they have religious beliefs, and that's fine, but that has nothing to do with our laws. Or it shouldn't, at least, and we have a separation between church and state. They're allowed to believe that, but it's case closed. That's their opinion.
They've been allowing that weird gay shit in 10 years now. Their country has pretty much, been destroyed by it.
Well, can't argue with that. Canada is crumbling.
Canada is one of the shittiest countries. I read a poll recently that says Canada is the most hated country on the face of the planet.
That sounds about right.
Edicts that have come down.
Edicts.
What we're seeing here is a trend, an escalation from the federal government to more control over the lives of people. It's no longer enough just to live.
How are they controlling you?
By not letting you control. What?
Of all the decisions the federal government has made and have come to light, like spying on American citizens and people abroad, and basically the president of like France and Germany and all this shit. It's like of everything that's come to light with all that, everything the U.S. foreign policy is basically done in the last 10, 15, 20 years. You're saying gay marriage is really the invasion of your privacy and rights.
Yeah, because all that other shit that doesn't even matter. It's only the fact that gay people get married.
I just don't understand.
That's the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah, there's no logical conclusion.
NSA wiretapping all the phones. That's okay. Gay people can fucking get married.
Yeah, reading your emails.
Sick.
Looking at all your traffic, keeping logs, corporations keeping logs, Google basically, and Google and these other phone companies, Verizon, all these phone companies keeping logs in your stuff and sending all the requests to the federal government, local and state governments to send for your information, or can just look at your information, or just the fact you can go online and Google yourself. And if you're in the U.S., there's pretty much anything anyone would want to know about you, they could easily find. They could find your social security number, they could find out where you live, whatever they want.
We are going to accept certain things, and there is a large portion.
No, there's no fucking provision that says you must accept this.
They're saying that gays have equal protection under the laws of the country, so that's what they're saying, and they think it's unconstitutional to deprive them of their rights.
This country that aren't going to go along with it.
Right? You don't have to go along with it because you don't have to get gay married. So
someone can, sit at a bench all day long and say, you have to think and behave a certain way. And my answer is, no, I don't.
They didn't say that.
No, I don't.
Court rules on the law. It's not what you should do.
I'm not going.
What?
She's saying,
where did he come from all of a sudden?
Well, what the hell? Holy shit.
Scary. He's here.
This guy's a fucking demon. I don't even believe in demons, but fuck.
I just pressed a button and he came up. So I guess it's time to beaver thing. I guess it's time to respond to him then.
Well, I'm back in Germany, and I'm going to circle back here and take a look at what happened while I was gone. basically what happened was I was accused of being racist. And primarily, first of all...
You were in Germany? The country of Nazis? Come on.
Oh shit!
You're not helping with your You're not helping with your "I'm not racist" claims, buddy.
I was at a book burning rally, but I'm not racist or anything.
I'm not censorship.
I'm sorry. I'm sure that's a coincidence, but it's still pretty fucked up and funny.
Well, I don't think anyone should take it that.
No. I'm just saying it is pretty fucking funny though. It's like I was at Germany when people were accusing me of being a racist. It's like, oh, okay, man. I guess not. It's just kind of ironic.
It's fucked up, Scotty.
It's ironic.
It's fucked up. Don't forget what you did, Germany. Don't forget what you fucking did.
I just misspoke.
Actually, the show doesn't stream in Germany. Did you know that?
Well, I don't think you really can stream in live stream in Germany because of their laws.
Fucking fascists. Still Nazis.
Accused of being racist if you are white, especially, and if you discuss race. Now, not if you discuss the fact that the NBA is made up mostly of black people because they tend to be better basketball players.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't understand anything. The NBA is demonstrably filled with black people.
But it's a private organization. It's a sporting organization and league. I think like the NFL. The NFL actually is no longer going to be a non-profit. I'm not sure what the NBA is organized as or what their legal status is, whatever. But I mean, it's basically a private organization. Like football players are under contract with teams, or so are basketball players. I mean, I don't know why they're predominantly black. I mean, maybe black people are better at basketball. Maybe there is some other reason. I don't know, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the laws and how people are treated under the law, and racism in general, and how it affects our society. And the argument you're making, what you're saying, blacks just tend to be more criminals more often than whites or other races.
That's not as easy to demonstrate as they play more basketball.
You won't get accused of racism with that. If you mention crime stats, you will be accused of racism.
Okay, you weren't. We've already fucking corrected your stupid ass on this several times. You were not called racist because you cited crime stats.
Yeah, you didn't just say, here are the stats, and this is this. Here are the stats, this is what I believe. We're talking about your interpretation of the data in front of you. And to say, like, I had no interpretation, I'm simply saying, this is what bears out, and that's it. And you walked away from it, and we said, oh, you're racist. There would be no basis to call you racist. It was the statements you made about those statistics, your interpretation of them.
Well, he's going to get to his actual comment in a second, I believe.
Which is what happened to me. Now, quite honestly, I don't care. I don't care what this...
I don't care, but here's my 20-minute video.
If you really, truly did not care, if you're like, these guys are so off base about me, I know I'm not racist, they're wrong, why wouldn't you just say, you know what? The drunken peasants are wrong about me, I'm not racist, and I have nothing else to say about the matter.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just pointing out that doesn't make any sense.
Of idiots and losers have
idiots
been
and losers.
tweeting and
as you famously said on Twitter, these ad hominems. Do you know what an ad hominem is? Why do you use so many ad hominems, dude? If you truly think that's such like a low blow, or it's fallacious, why are you doing that? And you're one to point out the definition of it, then why do you use them? What does it lend to your argument? Oh, they're losers, they're lame, they're morons. Like, I don't get that. Why this guy can,
I wouldn't consider that an ad hominem necessarily, but it's definitely like just
idiots and losers. That is an ad hominem. He's just attacking the people. He's saying you're lame, you're dumb.
I wouldn't say it's an ad hominem because to me, an ad hominem is when
ad hominem is to attack the man. To attack the man, okay.
Right? But I'm saying when you use it in lieu of an argument, like I think 2 + 2 is 4. You fucking moron is not an ad hominem because it's still making a substantive argument.
Okay, I don't agree with you.
Well, we'll argue about that some other time.
At me, it's amusing to me. And the reason I want to address it is because this is not an isolated event. The fact that they have scapegoated me and have attacked the messenger once again.
The messenger of what?
Bullshit.
Typical progressive bullshit. I would say
messenger,
that you're...
Yeah, who do you represent?
What do you have against fucking progress, you piece of shit? Why are you trying to villainize quote-unquote progressives? Progress is good. You're basically just like, there's people who want to be stuck in the 1950s. There's people who want to be stuck in the 1890s. What era do you want to be stuck in if you're against
just listen
progression?
To your heart.
Get off my property, I'll call the cops on you.
We're playing some Napoleon Dynamite clips because Napoleon Dynamite actually sounds exactly like Devon Dudley here.
I wish you'd get out of my life and shut up.
That even sounds like something he would say.
Why don't you go tell your mom to shut up?
Oh, shit.
Yeah. It does. It sounds so much like him. It's crazy.
She says she doesn't want you here when she gets back because you've been ruining everybody's lives and eating all our steak.
Typical, just throw out a racism card. It's all nonsense, but it's interesting to dissect how and why they are wrong. Because this is a trend that goes on over and over again. It's not just on the issue of race. It's on any issue that is uncomfortable.
There's one guy who's me to join because I'm pretty good with the bow
race and
staff.
crime. It's anything that is going to confront them, and they feel like they just need to squash the messenger because they are uncomfortable. They are guilty. I love the lack of self. These people, on some level, I think they're sort of aware that they have guilt, white guilt, but I don't think they understand it. I think it's too deep for them to even get.
It's too deep.
I think it's so ingrained.
Oh, the
in
white guilt
they
is
do.
so ingrained in my being.
We just don't understand. We have no cognition or self-awareness.
Why was I called a racist? It comes down to the quote mine that the drunken peasants paused on my video. First of all, they watched about 6-7 minutes of my video, which was a 25-minute video.
Oh, so we're supposed to sit here and watch all 25 fucking minutes of your shitty video?
You need to watch every minute of my video and refute everything I've said, and then I'm still going to call you morons and idiots and tell you how wrong you are. You don't understand anything, and you're not capable of critical
fuck your
thinking.
mother, and yeah.
I used to beat kids like you up in high school, buddy.
Yeah.
Already you can sort of see where this is going. And they paused it on a certain point where I said the following. Jacqueline Glenn said, people that are black are often treated unfairly. To which I made the point, what? Oh, cry me a river. Maybe they should stop dealing with cops. Maybe they should stop committing crimes. Now they paused the video there, and they take issue with that. So, which is startling. I don't know how you take issue with
that we would
maybe
take
they
issue
should
with
stop
that.
committing crimes.
Okay, I'll
First of
explain
all,
it to you. Well, actually, Ben will explain it because he's probably made the point better.
Well, I mean, saying that. I mean, you could take an 8-year-old black kid being harassed by the cops because black people should just stop committing crimes, but that kid has never committed crimes.
Right. It's basically about the individual versus the group. Why does an individual black person that's being harassed by the police is not at fault and deserving of it? Black people committed some fucking crimes, you moron. Are you honestly so fucking dense that you can't see why that's offensive and racist?
Well, there's no nuance. He's basically, what he's trying to defend himself is by saying,
God, I just want to fucking knock this guy's fucking teeth out of his stupid fucking skull, man. Get your ass over here. Get your ass down to Columbus, Ohio. Let's have a fucking throwdown, bitch.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Fuck you, Scotty.
You're an idiot.
I'm going to fight this neo-Nazi motherfucker.
You're an idiot.
And I'm going to show him what a fucking pussy-ass bitch he really is.
Bald is beautiful.
Bald is beautiful.
I think you're right. I think there was material enough to stop the sentence here. You don't need to read any more than this sentence to conclude that there's some racism here. He said they should stop dealing with the cops. He's talking about the group here and attributing criminal acts to that are made by individuals. So yes, I think you had a good material there to stop the sentence, and that sentence on its own can be criticized.
Just listen to your heart.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see how this point about racism escapes him. We're not saying people who are actually committing crimes like, oh, why are these criminals being punished? No one's saying that. We're saying that, like, look, there's so many factors and variables when you look at any situation. You can't just simply say, well, look, we look at these statistics, it's case closed. We're saying there's more to it than that. And I don't understand
you don't
why
have to stay here with us. We're not
he can't
babies.
see the nuance of that argument. It's just, I guess it's lost on him.
Whatever I feel like I want to say.
His racism is just so ingrained in him that he's not even aware of it anymore.
That police brutality is a real thing. I'm trying to suggest that the perspective on this topic, and that the proportion of
zero perspective.
Police
we have some perspective,
is
obviously.
nowhere
Zero
in line
perspective.
with their concern over black crime and black violence.
Black
This
crime. I
is
don't even
a
fucking.
bizarre
I don't give a shit about black crime. Okay, there's criminals, and then there's people who abide by the law, and I'm really more of a criminal anyway. But You know, I'm not like a fucking thief or some shit. There's like variance within crime itself, and then there's variance like different people breaking different laws for different reasons with different fucking philosophical approaches to why they broke it. Or maybe there's no philosophical approach. Maybe it's just I do what I want because I'm this fuck, you know?
Are people only criminals when they're actually caught and convicted, or are you a criminal?
No, if there's a law and you break it, you're committing a crime.
I see.
I mean, look, there's so many laws in the U.S. I'm sure this guy's broken laws and not realized it. Does he speed? Oh, he's a criminal.
Has he ever smoked a joint? Maybe he hasn't. He seems pretty uptight.
Yeah.
Completely out of touch with the reality stance that they are taking. Which is why the following thing I say, which you don't hear, it gets muffled, is how about you mention that in the sentence?
Oh, okay, you're totally vindicated by that. Total vindication now. All the stupid shit you said before pretty much is negated by how about you mention that in the sentence. Oh, yeah. Because now black people are not treated unfairly. Because, you know, you got to mention that the black crime statistics whenever you say that black people are treated unfairly. Because if you don't, then you're fucking, you know, hiding the truth
It's
or
like they
some
do.
shit.
It's like they've done polls, and it's like, you know, what population group smokes the most weed, and it's generally like white males. Okay. And you could say maybe that's flawed or whatever. Maybe it's, but white males are not the group that's arrested the most. It's black males.
That doesn't prove nothing.
I mean, laws are they have to be. There's so many rules and regulations. They're not always followed. It'd be impossible. Laws are selectively enforced.
Okay, people that are black are often treated unfairly, and I'm suggesting, why don't you mention, wouldn't we all be able to take you more seriously if in the same sentence...
I don't give a fuck if you take me seriously, you fucking kangaroo fucktard.
Yeah, I mean, now you're just venturing into, like, your opinion. If your opinion is we're idiots and have zero perspective and are morons and don't even know what we're talking about, then why would you even bother responding to us?
Yeah, that's how we feel about you. I don't give a shit about you taking me seriously. Why would I? You're an imbecile. I would be more worried about fucking Gman taking me seriously.
Gman.
Acknowledge the fact that black people are committing huge numbers of crimes. And that is why they are upping their chances of having non-satisfactory encounters with police, because
There is no they, you fucking imbecile. There is no they. Who the fuck is they? Like all black people? Are black people the Borg? Are they a hive fucking mind?
When black people touch hands, they transfer everything to each other. Oh.
Do they just get together in secret black person only meetings to discuss, you know, what crimes everyone's going to commit this week?
Meanwhile, at the Legion of Black People, okay, guys, now this week is how we're going to fight Whitey. And here's all the crimes we're going to commit.
All right, Tyrone, you going to hold up the liquor store? What's that, JF?
I love the term he used. He said unsatisfactory encounter with the police. So does that mean being shot?
Yes. I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding.
Yeah, it's so sanitized.
Satisfied with my treatment of being killed. I want my money back. I pay your salary. Oh, I'm dying. Sorry.
Committing crimes.
These bullets really hurt. Can I get a comment card? I want to fill it out.
I don't know if you watched the video here. I just saw it myself.
I will not be giving you a favorable survey, officer.
And I think it was in like South Carolina where this black guy literally got out of his car and the cop just like started shooting at him. And it was like, oh shit. And it's like he shot him for no reason. The guy luckily did not die. And the cop was fired. But it was like, some of these cops are just so afraid of dealing with black people. They just jump out of their cars and like, they're a criminal. I need to shoot.
Yep.
See, and now you have to throw out all the caveats once again, because all these liberal,
why should we have
social
nuance?
justice groups,
Nuance is garbage. All black people are evil.
Atheism is unstoppable. Quit being a fucking pussy ass bitch and come on this fucking show. If you're going to make 25 and 17 minute and all these other videos talking about how stupid we are and how wrong we are and how ridiculous we are, then just come on the fucking show and wipe the floor with us like you know you can as the clear intellectual superior with the truth on his fucking side.
Devin Tracy, the Atheism Unstoppable, is like the John Cena of atheism. He's like, I'm just going to win no matter what.
Yeah.
Always kicks out at two.
No, I'm saying the exact number of black people who are actually committing crimes. That's who I'm talking to.
No, that's not
So
what
when
you're
I
saying.
say
You haven't said that. You've been saying, even in this video, you've continued to say that, oh, well, you know, black people need to expect the police to act like this because look how black people act.
Look how they act.
It's they, this group that does this stuff.
Just listen to your heart.
Listen
That's
to
what
it.
I do.
Just listen to it.
Doesn't it sound just like them?
It does.
They should stop. I'm not referring to all black people. I'm not referring to Will Smith and President Obama. I'm referring to the...
But President Obama committed crimes. He did cocaine. He smoked weed.
Cocaine.
But so have a bunch of other people that have never been convicted of it.
Like me.
Yeah.
So I haven't done coke.
So are we talking just about the statistics? Because those just come from the people that are actually convicted of it. Do you understand?
He's not talking about all black people.
Oh, okay.
Black people who are committing crimes, maybe they should stop. I also love, how do you take an issue with that? What is the alternative to that? Maybe they should not stop committing crimes? You're
Oh my
in favor
God! What
of
a
black
fucking
crime.
stupid,
It's
imbecilic straw man bullshit argument. Because we don't. Because I mean, no. Obviously, they shouldn't be committing crimes. No criminal, regardless of their fucking race, should be committing crimes. But when a white person commits a crime, you don't sit there and say, you know, these white people better stop committing crimes. You know, when you hear that the murder rate is so much higher among men than women, you don't say men need to stop committing crimes.
Astonishing. The shit is astonishing. And the numbers
I agree with
are
that.
not
It is
close.
astonishing.
This is what I'm talking about for all you science geeks out there who want to see all the graphs and all the stats. Here it is, okay?
Show them to me.
The secret is out. In case you've been blind, willfully blind, to the obvious fact that the black community perpetrates way more crime, especially violent crime.
Okay, so let's see. In 2008, the homicide victimization rate for blacks was 19.6 per 100,000, which is 6 times higher than the rate for whites, which is 3.3 per 100,000. I mean, that's all well and good, but those are still pretty much, we're talking about out of 100,000 here. And we know that black people, on average, have much lower income per capita than white people.
Much lower net worth, too. I mean,
there's plenty of fucking disparities that exist other than just they're black, therefore, you know, we're just going to group them all together and fucking look at this statistical analysis like this. You know, not all, you can't, you know, I as I've pointed out several times on this show, 90.5% of murders committed by men. Committed by men.
What about domestic violence, TJ? How many of the perpetrators arrested for that are male? I think about 80%?
Something like that. But, you know, actually, there's a fucking case right there, the domestic violence issue. Women are arrested for it less, even though they commit it almost roughly at the same rate. Because it's because of the way the law is actually applied.
This is like a case of causation does not equal correlation. It's like, they're black, so they must be criminals. You know, like, there's plenty of people, it's like, okay, a lot of people from Switzerland win the Nobel Prize and eat chocolate. Does that mean Swiss people basically eat chocolate are more likely to be Nobel winners? You know, what the fuck is going on with this?
Here's a figure. Homicide offending rates by race from 1980 to 2008. Now, here's a little point I'd like you to pay attention to. This is per capita.
Per capita.
You fucking idiots.
You fucking
Do you know how many people out
morons.
there have no concept of what...
I do understand what per capita means.
Yeah, it's the rate per 100,000, the per capita rate. Yes.
It's very simple. It's stated there in fucking the plainest English. This is the number of homicides per 100,000 people. What I'm telling you is there's mitigating fucking factors. Because you're acting like the reason that this happens is because they're black, and that's all the explanation you need. Black people just need to stop doing this. And also, what is this? I mean, you're fucking black people just need to stop committing crimes, even if that made
Men
sense,
just need to
which
stop
it doesn't.
raping.
Yeah, I mean, it's like feminists say men. It's like exactly like a feminist saying men need to be taught not to rape, or Nancy Reagan saying just say no to drugs. Here, it reminds me of the H.L. Mencken quote, and I'm going to paraphrase it horribly. But for every problem, there's a solution that's simple, elegant, and completely fucking wrong. And you have discovered it, sir. You saying stop eating, just stop committing crimes. It's like Marie Antoinette apocryphally saying let them eat cake. Here's my oversimplified, stupid bullshit, and here's my little fucking retard audience that actually eats this shit up and goes, yeah, he right. The reason my life is shit because goddamn all the darkies getting the breaks. White fella like me just can't catch a break in America no more.
Yeah, and why even worry about the KKK, man? They don't lynch anymore.
They ain't lynching now.
Yeah, they don't lynch anymore, guys.
They
Come
stopped
on.
lynching.
I will
The
do
days
an
of
entire
lynching are
video
done.
on the number of comments I got where these loser fanboys of the drunken peasants would come onto my channel and are like, I did a Google search and I found out that white people committed more crimes overall. Totally oblivious to the fact that there are more white people in the country. Vastly more.
They're
Look at
oblivious?
this graph. Just look at it. Let's just breathe this in. Look at this graph.
How could you be oblivious to that in America?
Our fanboys are dumb,
This
Scotty.
is just like there's so many assumptions here that doesn't provide any reasoning for, they're a bunch of idiots they can't read a map, they can't look at a chart, they don't know what a graph is, they're morons. Look at this graph.
I mean, this is checkmate shit right here.
No.
And it gets even worse than this. When
You know what? This is
checkmate
This is not
shit.
checkmate shit. This is like the chicken that jumps on the board and fucking kicks all the pieces down and declares itself the victor.
Originally, I had said stuff like 13.2% of the nation, which is black, commit 53% of the murders. It's actually way worse than that because it's not 13.2%. That includes all black people. It's not black women. Okay, I got news for you. Black women, 1 out of every 100 black women are in prison. 1 out of every 6 black men are either in prison or went to prison. And it's not old black men. It's not Bill Cosby. Well, it is Bill Cosby. But it's not grandparent black men.
Very poor comparison.
It's not toddler black men. It's black men from around the ages of 12 to 35. That's where you're going to get your spikes. So it's young black men, which cannot make up more than 3%, somewhere in a range around 2 or 3%. These guys are committing 53% of the murders.
This is all of them right here, too. This is the last, black men criminal meetup that they had.
Let me
right
just,
here.
I mean, you ever hear of, Prohibition? The Prohibition era, how the crime spiked, and there was all these guys shooting each other, and they were white. And the reason they were doing it is because there was this black market that was totally unregulated that
people were getting
they could
rich as
exploit
fuck.
for fucking making a shit ton of money. But if you're in an unregulated market, the best way to deal with the competition is sometimes to kill the fuckers.
Yeah, how do you think they enforce rules in a black market? They should say, well, this guy ripped me off or this guy didn't pay.
The reason that black men are responsible for so much more murders is because they're way more likely to be involved in gang activity and shit like that.
That's because they're black, right,
Because they're
TJ?
black, TJ.
Yep.
They're criminals.
Black people just love gangs more than other people do. Even though white people were historically the fucking major gangsters for most of American history.
That is an enormous problem that needs to be highlighted.
It's a normal group of black people gathering
all crime.
with their guns and money.
I like his choice of video to play here.
Morons. I'm against gay Asian men committing crime. I'm against...
Of course you are.
I don't see any gay Asian men in your video here.
Yeah, me neither. But, I'm against everyone committing crime, too. Well, I'm not really against people committing crimes because sometimes the law is stupid. But, if it comes to, shit like robbery or murder or something, obviously, I agree. Yeah, everyone should be held equally accountable. But you don't just say, look, this % of this group is committing this crime, so there's obviously some problem inherent with this entire group of people. That's stupid.
I am against gay, Asian, 70-year-olds committing crime. The reason I don't talk about that often is because it's not a massive problem. I have scaled my concern accordingly. which is something that all of these
Yeah,
left-wing...
but why are you scaling it according to each specific race? It doesn't even make sense. Why aren't you concerned about the problem of crime? If you're concerned about crime, that makes sense. But why do you create this weird category called black crime that, guilt. Yeah, black crime, white guilt, race war, all this crazy buzzword shit that really is meaningless. Why do you feel the need to hide behind all that if your position is truly just, I'm just against crime across the board?
Aggressive pussies cannot do. Let's continue to read what I actually then said. I said, please just mention that black people are insanely more criminal than every other race of people. Is that worth a mention?
No, it's really not. It doesn't even make sense.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
Or no, they're the victims, right. So while they're committing crimes, while they are killing infinitely more people than every other race in America.
It means, apparently.
victimized.
Oh, I'm supposed to feel bad for that?
Who do you think are the victims of these crimes primarily?
Yeah, it's mostly black people. You know, you talk about the black crime rates. Most of the people that black people are killing are not, you know, white suburbanites. They're fucking other black people, usually also involved in gangs or, you know, some other bullshit.
Or innocent bystanders, as we've seen in places like Chicago, with like 5 and 10-year-olds being shot up in these gang battles.
Thank you, Jacqueline. For not just fighting against police brutality, no, fighting police brutality when it comes to black people. That's your noble crusade, that's your exorcism of your white guilt. And so
another thing is, we don't give a shit about police brutality specifically against black people. You know, we have covered tons of police brutality stories on this show. Most of the fucking time, it is a black person. I have no control over that. But there's been times when it has been a white person.
Well, maybe white cops should stop beating black people then.
Yeah. Maybe all those cops, because all cops do it.
Right.
Every single last one just does that to black people all the time.
What is their comeback here? What is the response that we get from the other side? They have harped on the word choice that I said when I said infinitely more people, and have taken that as a hyper-literal interpretation of what I was saying. They think I
what, I'm not supposed to take your words
infinitely
literally?
Don't
You
violate
use the word
infinity.
infinitely.
Yeah. Don't violate infinity. There's not even
You
a
use the word
metaphor
fucking
possible.
wrong, dipshit.
Yeah.
You know, thing is, if it had sounded like hyperbole when you said it, then I wouldn't have fucking drawn that out. But you didn't. You said it
Whatever
like
I
with a
feel like I
straight
wanna
face. Like, yeah,
Whatever
infinitely
I feel
more.
like I want to say.
Yeah, infinitely. If you've been like, oh, they commit
Whatever I feel like I
infinitely
wanna
more
say.
crime. Billions more murders committed by black people. Fuck the facts. Fuck what words actually mean. Don't take me literally. I mean, you know, if it was obvious mockery or comedic exaggeration, that'd be one thing, but it wasn't. So don't even
It took
act
me
like
like 3
that.
hours to finish the shading on your upper lip.
And also, we've made way more substantive arguments against you than that.
More. So black people commit an infinite amount more crimes than white people. That's the level of absurdity that they have to go to. So obviously my choice of words there is an exaggeration meant to highlight the extreme difference in this graph. I understand, you mouth breathers, that it's not infinitely more. Can you believe I have to explain that? Can you believe that's not overtly apparent? Yes, it's considerably more. It's ridiculously more. It's
You could have used any of those words then.
Larger amounts.
Why are you getting bogged down in this semantic shit? You know, you act like that was some big point against you. We just mentioned it. Like, that's not accurate.
And it's not enormously more. We're talking about a super rare event, which is 3.3 or 19.6 over 100,000. So let's revert it the other way. That means that whenever I walk on the street, if I see black people, there's 99.99999% chance that they haven't killed anyone in their life and they never will.
Yeah. That kind of puts it into better perspective even than, you know, any of the bullshit we've said.
Science, bitch.
We got the science bitch on our side.
Chasm between these two demographic groups. Is that better? Do you understand? But no, they'd rather
Yes, I
harp
understand
and
that
make
you're a moron.
absurd points that waste everybody's time. So let's get back to the original point, and I have a little bit of advice for black people. If the people in the black community are worried that they might become victims of police brutality, I have a public service announcement for you. I'm going to give you a little bit of advice. So black people, listen up.
All
if you
black
follow
people.
these easy tips, you will be just fine.
Okay.
First of all, obey the law.
Why?
Laws were made for a reason.
No. Yeah, they were made to control people, you dumbass. Would this be the same advice you would give the Jews in Nazi Germany? Just obey the Nazis. They're the law. Those laws exist for a reason. They're inherently good because they're laws. Fuck you.
Do you already know what you're going to say?
And he's saying we should obey the laws.
No, I'm not saying that America is Nazi Germany, by the way. Don't take it there, you fucking cretin.
Well, we're saying to obey the law, but I
Forgot to put in
mean,
the crystals.
that doesn't make it. That really doesn't make any sense. Everyone already is either going to obey the law or they're not going to obey the law. I mean, it comes back to the same thing. It's like, just obey the law. I'm going to give you some advice. Just do as you're told. It's like, I mean, look, there's so many laws. Like, what do you mean? Like, what laws? Like, most people choose to disregard some laws. Plenty of people speed. Plenty of people commit minor fucking infractions all the time. They jaywalk. I mean, those are still crimes. I mean, should we only obey the laws we like? Or, I mean, what are you saying?
You understand? Think of them as hints. That means don't carjack, don't commit armed robbery, don't commit arson, don't sell drugs, don't buy drugs, don't stab people, and don't shoot people. You probably won't get your ass kicked by the cops if you just use common sense. For example, if you jump a subway turnstile, okay, you might just get off with a warning.
Isn't this
from the
guy
cops.
like some kind of fucking libertarian-y fuck most of the time?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't really know what politics are for the most part, but I would imagine that if white people want to fucking hold their guns and fucking be like, yeah, I'm a badass with my guns, he'd be like, yeah, guns. But then when he wants to make black people seem scary, it's like, look, they got guns.
Not to mention, I mean, look at all the videos of people just filming the police and the police arresting them, harassing them, or shit like that. I mean, there's plenty of times where people are pretty much doing nothing, and the police decide to harass them, and if they do have any sort of resistance, they arrest them instantly, slam them to the ground, beat the shit out of them, and it's like, you shouldn't have resisted, you shouldn't, and don't film us while we do this, even though it's legal to film us.
I really like what he says. He's basically making moral statements to a group that he identifies, which is black people. And he says, don't do this, don't do that. I find this interesting because I wonder to which extent you can do that while being polite and not condescending. And this makes me think of Rebecca Watson when she said, guys, don't do that. Is it correct to say to a whole group that genetically identify like guys or black people to not do something? Isn't it a little bit condescending, knowing that 99.99% of the people you're talking to have not done the thing that you're criticizing?
I don't think he cares.
But if you jump a turnstile carrying a loaded gun and smoking a joint, then maybe you need to get your ass kicked.
No.
What?
So let's look.
No.
That's not how the law is supposed
Committing
to
a
work.
crime does not guarantee that you get your ass kicked.
Nor should, like, unless someone's like, trying to harm another person, I don't think an ass kicking is ever warranted.
Yeah, jumping a turnstile and smoking a joint hurts no one.
I mean, even if you have a gun, if you're not using it on someone, I mean, at the same time, even if they should be arrested, they shouldn't get the shit beat out of them.
Yeah, unless they like attack the police.
I mean, if they attack the police and that happens,
You didn't mention that.
Look at the situation with Rodney King. Rodney wouldn't have got if he had followed this simple tip. When you see flashing police lights behind you in the mirror, stop immediately. Everybody knows that if the police have to come and get you, they're bringing an ass kicking with them. Here's another tip. If you're listening to loud rap music, turn that shit off. Blasting "fuck the police" while getting pulled over by the police is just ignorant. So when an officer
it's fucking
approaches your
ignorant to
car-
listen to the music you want to listen to and express points of view that the police might not like because,
I don't know why, but these hints sound very familiar. Like I've heard this in like a satire before.
Maybe you have.
Just be polite. Stay in your car with your hands on the wheel unless you want to get your ass kicked. So let's review, okay? Obey the law.
And only black people need to pay attention to this.
Yeah, if you're white, you don't have to worry. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can listen to the rap. You can be like, fuck the police. You can do all that shit. It's fine for white people. But black people, you got to stop that shit. No more of that.
Stop immediately when you're pulled over. And if you're listening to rap music, turn the shit off. Be polite and shut the fuck up.
The rap music thing is the weirdest one. Like, okay, so are you saying the police are justified if they, beat your ass or discriminate against you if you're listening to rap music?
Yeah, but, if you're listening to Slayer, keep that, cranked up,
Yeah, that's fine. The cops don't have a problem with that. But if you listen to rap, come on, Yeah,
because that's obviously black, and blacks commit more crimes.
And the police have reason to be afraid. Black people commit infinitely more murders than white people do.
Simple.
Pretty much every black person you've seen on the street has murdered at least 1 million people.
In the black community, myself.
I don't know how much of this we want to play.
Yeah, we're not going to play a Chris Rock clip, so.
That's where I heard it from.
I think we're done with this fucking turd. Let's jiggle him out for ass. Unless he wants to come on the show. If he wants to come on the show, we'll keep addressing his bullshit. Otherwise, he can have his miserable password, but he's a joke, and no one should take him seriously. And if you do, you're a moron. So what's next?
Oh, yeah, he plays
Yeah, he's playing music. All shit. I told you.
He does that in a lot of his videos. A lot of his videos are just like music videos and shit like that.
Yep.
All right. This is that. It's almost like a public service announcement. It's entitled "Dear Woman."
Dear woman. Dear woman.
Dear woman, we stand before you today as men committed to becoming more conscious in every way.
Great.
We feel deep love, great respect, and a growing sense of worship for the gifts of the feminine.
Hold on.
Also feel
worship? A growing sense of worship.
Obey our feminist masters. Obey.
Praise the pussy. Praise
my
the
invisible
pussy.
bias has tainted my soul. Only through feminism can I be purified.
The masculine is disgusting. We must embrace the feminine as power.
deep sorrow about the destructive actions of the unconscious masculine in the past and present.
The
we want to apologize and make amends for those actions today, so that we can move forward together into a new era of co-creation.
Co-creation?
As I become more conscious, I grow more aware of the play of masculine and feminine energy. In me, in you, and in all of life.
All of us.
I know that we all have access to the full spectrum of these energies.
We all have access to the full spectrum of these energies. The masculine energies and the feminine energies.
So many fucking energies just going on.
That's probably something JF learned about when he first started studying biology, was masculine and feminine energies.
Can you explain this a little more about
and
masculine and feminine
how do we
energies,
measure these
JF?
energies?
Well, you measure it through the animal having a penis or a vagina. That's how the energy shows
we're talking about the energies, buddy. The
telling
deeper
you, the energy
spiritual
cannot be
energies.
recorded.
They're
All you can
inside,
record is the sexual organ.
Deep inside. The energy.
So deep.
The energy, Ben.
Yeah, it's a
the
form
energy,
of positive,
Scotty. The energy, Stevie.
It's positive sexism, I guess, that they're doing.
Do you?
But
do you
yeah,
feel
let's
the
listen to what they
energy,
have to
JF?
say. No, I don't.
You feel it.
A growing awareness.
You feel
He
it.
feels it. He feels
Do you
it.
feel a growing sense of worship of the feminine energy?
Like the sky.
I commit to owning and stewarding a masculinity that honors and celebrates us as equals.
I know that in order to truly honor you as a multidimensional woman,
I must stand fully present.
Multi-dimensional, fuck.
Damn.
I have to share
They
with
could
you.
go across dimensions.
She fucking got it. Bitch got a TARDIS or something. I don't know what's going on.
We can create great miracles together.
By nurturing each other in a conscious way.
Oh,
by
wow.
treating each other
This guy
with
is like...
reverence and respect.
There's a serial killer.
Yeah, he's like, I respect you. It's like, whoa.
By
That's
worshiping
why I'm
the
afraid
divinity
of you.
expressed in the masculine and the feminine energies.
As men, our relationship to the feminine has often been unconscious. I feel sorrow that women and feminine energy have for so long been subjugated and oppressed.
Yeah, man. Feminine energy has been oppressed for too long. Feminine energy, you might want to call it. Feminine energy.
Throughout history, men have raped and abused you.
What the yeah, we all did that. All men. Yes, all men.
All men throughout history.
Remember that time we all burned that bitch alive? That was some fucking great times, right, JF?
Yeah, I mean, it's the danger with these messages that are unilateral. Well, I think the message of peace they give between the gender is totally fine. I'm not against it. But when you make the half of humanity guilty for a crime of the minority that's been done against the other half of the humanity, you're kind of obfuscating a lot of things, including the fact that women have been violent too for a long time, and there's no reason to cry for one of the violence and not the other.
Mm-hmm. So why do you hate women, JF? What's wrong with you?
That's a great follow-up question. Why do you hate women?
What's with the misogyny I'm feeling from JF right now?
A lot of mansplaining is going on in this episode.
Look, she likes being burned alive. She's having an orgasm.
That's just her fetish. She has a fire fetish, and it's being fulfilled.
Yeah, she's into it.
You at the stake, bought and sold your bodies for sexual pleasure,
barred you from religious and political office,
relegated you to subservient chores,
forced you to hide your faces, and even cut off your organs of sexual pleasure. I may not have done these things myself,
but I'm aware of the forces of the unconscious masculine psyche that feel
the unconscious masculine psyche. Here's more of that hive mind shit. We're just, if you're a man, you have this psychic link to all other men, and you are, you all share in the masculine energy. Maybe that's how the whole black thing works. We should ask Atheism is Unstoppable if there's like a black energy. Oh, the black energy that just makes those black people want to commit all those crimes.
Unknown reason why they just can't contain themselves deep within their psyche. Just to commit all crimes.
Oh my God, so many crimes.
Dominate the feminine.
Many of the men
subjugate the fuck out of women
are no longer alive.
Among the living, many men may not be able to apologize because they remain shackled in a prison of anger, fear, and shame.
That sounds like me. Anger, fear, and shame.
Yep.
Right.
It is perfectly
On behalf of my gender, I apologize to you
for our unconscious actions when we were angry, scared, and in the grip of destructive forces in our psyche.
I choose to no longer contribute to those forces, nor to be run by them in my own
If I was a woman, I would
offer-
kick all these guys on the balls.
This is just nonsense. Oh, this is just women are these innocent creatures and men are these vile animals that show up on the scene and rape and pillage and murder, and that's the only interest that any man
This
has.
is literally men who have never victimized apologizing to women who have probably never been victimized. And it's just gibberish and it's nonsense and it should be flushed down the toilet.
Well, let the America done prove once again.
I'm like, yeah.
Orgy's like, all right.
Is she like the master of ceremonies at the orgy? Let the orgies begin. Oh no, she's being sarcastic.
And to be a Christian nation. In one big giant swoop, America has legalized gay marriage in all 50 states. And you see, the problem with all of this is we have been hoodwinked by Christianity for so long to where people believe that if you say anything against Christianity, that you're speaking against the Most High Yah, as if Christianity represents Him. You see, but no, Christianity done told us time and time again what it represents. It represents sin. It represents lawlessness. If you want to find something that's contrary to Yah, just go to the Christian church. You'll have homosexuals all over the place. You'll have people dressing any kind of way, living any kind of way, eating any kind of way, doing everything they want to do. Everything that the Bible says not to do, Christians do. They promote it. And you see, now what we have going on is a whole nation has decided that two men sleeping in the bed together is okay, and two women sleeping in the bed together is okay. This nation has decided...
They're sleeping. I mean, what's the big deal?
Right.
They're just there sleeping. I mean, you don't like people sleeping together?
Yeah, man. They just need their rest.
They're just tired.
that they are going to set the standards of holiness and righteousness and take that out of the hands of the Most High. Now, the Most High done told us how he feel about this stuff. He said it's an abomination. But no, this Christian nation, they are the abomination. You see, they want
just
to
go join Westboro Baptist.
legalize something that the Most High said is unlawful. You see? And what I want to do here is I want to make that connection, or I want to show you the connection that has already been
humans
made.
free will, then if he said you shouldn't do it and they do it, then God will judge them. So not really, what's the difference to you?
To homosexuality and pedophilia. I'm going to show you some very important things here, okay?
Show us
There's already been, and it's just a matter of time before it will no longer be legal. I'm sorry, illegal. It will no longer be illegal for pedophiles to have their way with little children.
Yeah, you're garbage.
Yep. Right around the corner.
Yeah, you're fine. This is some lame, slippery slope, and they've all said it. Oh, the minute that gay marriage becomes legal, or Christians start to accept homosexuality in America, next thing it's going to be marrying animals and pedophilia, and you have to watch your children go to the bathroom because these weird transgender people are going to rape them in the bathroom because we don't know. True. We don't know if they're going to be male or female or what's going on here. We're so scared, and all these changes that are happening in the world scare us, and everything needs to go back to the way it was back in the year, like, I don't know, 1950. That was a good one. Or maybe even let's go back further. Let's go back, the time where people were wandering the desert, searching for the holy and promised land. Let's go do that.
They already have it in the works, and many of you may have already seen this article, and many of you may know about this organization that I'm going to tell you about.
Talking to Obama right now. Come on, Obama, push that through Congress real quick.
Obama's like, it's a big part of my agenda.
We're gonna make it okay for you to fuck little boys.
If you want to do it,
thanks, Obama.
You can do it.
If you want to.
Academic conference that was held at the University of Cambridge, to where they said that pedophilia interest is natural and normal for males, and that at least a sizable minority of normal males would like to have sex with children, and normal males are aroused by children. You see, now that's the kind of stuff that you have academics at the University of Cambridge.
So this blog says that this is going to happen. It's true.
So because some vague academics somewhere have said, pedophilia really ain't too bad, that means like it's right around the corner. It's going to happen soon.
Yeah, that's not some huge extrapolation from that,
I mean, look.
Not at all.
Pedophilia, like, there's never going to be a day where America, or any country really, any modern country is going to say, you know what, it's okay for, men and women to fuck children. Because there's always parents who have a vested interest in their children not being fucked. Americans are never going to embrace a policy of most dads don't even like when their teenage daughter brings home boys she's dating. Do you think he's going to fucking sit idly by while, a fucking 27-year-old man propositions his fucking 6-year-old, and he's just be like, this is just the way it is, and this is normal,
I wish I could stop it, but now it's the law.
Pushing.
On the philosophical aspect, the difference between homosexuality and pedophilia is consent. The problem is that children cannot consent. So
they're not even allowed to enter their contracts, for fuck's sake.
There would be a slope from legalizing homosexuality down to pedophilia.
Oh, it's right around the corner.
This into the minds of people so that you can start accepting it as normal.
She's getting married.
Now, there are other areas where they already believe that this should be a right and that you should be able to do these things if that's your heart's desire, you see. And many of them like to say, well, the children want this too, you see, and so therefore it's okay.
I'm telling you, NAMBLA fucking website or something? No credible organization or group or person I've ever heard say, I think pedophilia is okay because the kids want it. And if they said it to me, I'd be like, well, you're a fucking moron. I don't think this is what kids want. They can't consent to begin with. So forget about it. It's not going to happen.
I want candy. What's that, little boy? You want cock? He said he wants it. It's okay.
That's like if a kid's like, I want a gun. You're not going to give them a gun. Well, some idiots do, unfortunately, but...
Not just this nation, around the world, you have wicked, devilish people who sit up and say stuff like this, and they like to use their educational systems and their universities and their studies and their scientists and their doctors and all of this stuff to try to make it seem like it's
I like
normal.
how she called me.
Now,
I'm a devilish something.
Yeah. You're the devil.
Why are you trying to legalize child fucking, JF? What's wrong with you?
JF goes to work every day. He's like, fuck, man. We just got to get this crazy agenda passed.
Making my injections.
You'll fudge any two to make it seem like it's good.
Head off the street came up to you and started spouting off the same stuff. That's when they'll try to make it seem like it's an outrage, you see? But because these are so-called brainy people, so-called elite, the ruling class, oh, this is a wonderful thing when they say it, you see?
I don't think scientists are the ruling class. Yeah, I don't think you have your social strata correct. Scientists are generally not part of the ruling class. They're usually just normal people. I mean, they're not fucking elite sitting in an ivory tower, like, making proclamations. If you look at how, like, in the United States, how our Congress and shit is set up, it's more like lawyers and businessmen are the elite of America.
Yep.
Garbage that they're trying to push on the world is just one more nail in the coffin of humanity. Because they want to do everything against the Most High Yah, but yet they pretend like they are the pillars of righteousness in this world. We are dealing with some sick, demented, devilish devils.
Sick, demented, devilish devils, baby. Sick, demented, devilish devils, baby. Sick, demented, devilish devils, baby.
A lot of assertions, no evidence. Oh, well, our evidence is some crappy blog post. The Nambla blog says it's fine. You know, it's like, okay, you don't have anything credible to say.
This is like a new meal name. I would make a meal that's called Sick Devilish Devils.
I'm a sick devilish devil.
I don't think you should have sick in the name of a meal, but
yeah,
that's just me.
All right, so next one here. I guess this is kind of a video response to TJ's video about that one famous YouTuber that came out as bi recently.
Man, fuck TJ.
Dane Shawson.
All right.
In the pursuit of going after anyone that you dislike online, homophobia, close-mindedness, and simple cruelty suddenly becomes permissible when a YouTuber like Shane Dawson comes out in a very emotional video that he is a bisexual. People are going to use this to their own advantage. Now, obviously, there are people that
the vast majority, fucking majority, of people were supportive.
Okay, but look, you could do the same thing. Look, Tommy Wiseau poured his heart into the room. How can you heartlessly make fun of it for your own advantage, like the nostalgia critic Doug Walker profited from Tommy Wiseau's heartache? How does he sleep at night? How do these critics that make fun of these games that these developers put, countless hours and millions of dollars into, how could they make fun of them for their own personal profit and gain? They're terrible people.
All horrible.
With people, and when a YouTuber that famous is going to come out of the closet, there will be people that are simply going to fuck with them and simply say, well, I already knew that you
Troll
were gay.
McGee, yes. Trolling troller. Yes, these are people you should take seriously.
Trolly McTroller.
Let's not consider the source of who's saying this. Random trolls on the internet are assholes. Oh my god. Why?
Shocking.
Say it isn't so.
It's a shocking revelation.
Knows it. Everyone expects it. But what I don't expect is when people claim that they're open-minded and see things with an open mind instead of a closed mind, they would use this situation to their own advantage and ridicule Shane Dawson just for coming out of the closet, just for letting people know that he's gay, telling us you.
Wait, hold on. You're being disrespectful because he did not come out as gay. He came out as bisexual. That's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. So you're actually being more disrespectful.
I don't know what nuance is. I don't know what context is.
YouTube audience and being open with them. You'd think that people would look more into the situation with an open mind. Look at the positive feedback. Look at the negative feedback.
So
and
overwhelmingly,
see which
the
side you're
was positive.
on. See which side.
It's literally 307.
That's an argument for popularity.
7,000.
More people think this, therefore this is right and good.
I mean, I don't have any problem with Shane Dawson being fucking bisexual.
The video was mostly satirical anyways. You even, in the video you made, you had an offer to have sex with him and a woman at the same time, and it's a competition.
Well, I was serious about the competition.
And you were even serious about it. There you go.
Yeah.
How disrespectful is this video, the video you made, really? Oh, you disrespected Shane Dawson. You made fun of him. How emotional video.
I make fun of you and Ben harder than that.
Has the most convincing argument, and actually watch Shane's video. And that's another thing, I've watched people who clearly don't watch Shane's video, and that they make arguments which in the video Shane even agrees with. You don't believe me? Here's an example.
Hey, motherfucker, just give it time. Why are you in such a rush to put some goddamn label on yourself?
And you need to...
Excuse me. That part of the video you just played of mine was not directed at Shane Dawson. It was directed at bisexual people or people who think they might be bisexual that write me messages asking me to tell them if they're bisexual or not. Like, I don't fucking know if you're bisexual.
That was out of context, right?
It was out of context.
Was clearly cherry picking.
It was that he's saying that I said that to Shane Dawson. I didn't say that to Shane Dawson. It was in a video that was directed at Shane Dawson, but that statement, and I said it prior to that, was directed at people
you didn't
who were
watch
writing
the video.
to me.
Clearly, he didn't watch your fucking video. And if he did, like, I don't know how the fuck he missed that, because I was there when he said it.
Just accept that you are somewhere in the middle. And you don't need a label. You don't need to figure out exactly who you are right now. You're 26.
Okay, so Shane's saying stuff which seems rather reasonable, just saying that he's bisexual, and that he's been confused all of his life because he's always seen it as a black and white thing, as like you either like girls or you just like boys, and that there's no in-between. And then when he takes therapy lessons and he learns that there is more sexualities, it isn't just straight or gay, and he does this video as a way to let his audience know, because his audience is rather impressionable. He does have millions of subs, and that his audience is going to consist
His
of
audience is impressionable.
all
How do you know this?
Yeah,
Like,
how do you know how impressionable his audience is?
I mean, we don't know the reason Shane Dawson made the video. Could it have been for views? Could it be because he wants to, and positively enforce to people, hey, it's okay to be bisexual? Whatever his reasons, I'm not going to speculate.
I don't even have I don't even have anything against the fucking video. I said in that video, the only reason I even made the video was because I wanted to capitalize on his views. I was totally honest about it. I saw he was coming out as bisexual, and I'm like, you've been bisexual longer than his ass has. I'm going to fucking make my video where I'm like, I'm bisexualer than you. It's like a fucking joke. It's a fucking ridiculous, silly goddamn joke. Fuck. You can't even tell a fucking joke anymore without someone fucking losing their shit.
Wow.
This guy lost his shit, TJ.
Calm down, Ben.
Stop it, Ben. Stop it, Ben.
Some of them being really young, like 12 and teenagers. Some of them being grown adults that are like-minded. But he needs to realize, and he has realized in the video, and has corrected his mistakes. Shane Dawson has confessed that he's went after people for being bisexual, and he fully admits that he was projected. He takes full responsibility for his mistakes, and he even did a video apologizing for all of the offensive stuff that he said.
Okay, so what? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? It's fine. He's bisexual. The vast majority of people say that's fine. No one gives a shit. Except for a few fucking little trolls and some fucking, like a smattering of homophobes that don't even fucking matter.
He has took the criticism. He has become more open-minded as the years have went on.
I don't think that really it's a matter of him being highly criticized. It seems like the people that saw his video overwhelmingly supported him. Some trolls on the internet disagreed or said stupid shit when their names have the word troll in them. Why would you even take those people seriously?
I should not have done that. Shouldn't have put makeup on my face to look black. I shouldn't have done it. It was stupid. It wasn't mean-spirited. It wasn't malicious. It was just stupid and offensive, and a lot of people are upset about it, and I totally get it. I totally get it.
It seems a bit weird that the more and more he becomes open-minded, the more and more his detractors become more closed-minded. And then the people actually try to give reasons for doing this. And when they give their reasons, they show their true colours as homophobic fucks, because their reasons are parallel with the Westboro Baptist Church. You know, the argument that it's just a phase and that you'll get over it.
This is like logical fallacies, the video. You're aligned with the Westboro Baptist Church, which no one likes. TJ, you may not be aware of this, but you're a homophobe.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Well, even if it was, so what? He's bi-curious. Why does that matter? Someone's
doesn't matter.
unsure about their sexuality, and he even mentioned he's been unsure about his sexuality.
Agreed.
Why the fuck does that matter?
It doesn't.
Why are you that petty that you would insult someone for their sexuality just because they're unsure?
The fuck is the red
because
card?
They don't know about their sexuality.
That's a soccer reference.
That means you get thrown out in soccer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't watch that stupid shit.
I knew TJ was going to say it too. What's the red card?
What the hell's card red for?
Fucking stupid TJ asking questions when he doesn't understand.
Exactly.
It's like,
which is all the time.
Yeah, well, I'm intellectually curious. I want to know, so that's why I ask.
All right, we're gonna move on.
But now that I know it's a soccer thing, I don't give a shit. We should probably move on to. Is it time to move on to questions yet? Because we're like probably 2 hours or something.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Actually, I wanted to show JF this video because someone desperately needs scientists to help.
Interesting.
Yeah. This is a video. It's Earth's gravitational pull disturbed, needs scientists. So.
I just got an email from Terrance that he wants me to share with the world. We need scientists to help us with a problem. Here, this is the email I got around a couple of hours ago, about 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, July the 11th, 2015. Oh my goodness, Gail. You know the gravitational disturbance in California we've been investigating? We just found the source. It'd be Sarah Avery. She'd be so fat now.
You know who wrote this to her?
Me.
Terrance Jenkins. You hear the way she's reading it?
That she has a measurable gravitational field. It'd be throwing off the Church of Gale navigational system.
It'd be throwing off the Church of Gale navigational system.
Everything with gravity has an effect on space-time, and technologies like GPS navigation have to account for the gravity of the Earth to be accurate. We don't have any indication that Sarah did this maliciously.
Oh. Got it.
Sarah did this maliciously. It just seems like she's been eating so much that she finally has enough of a gravitational pull to interfere with things.
What?
Last I heard, she was trying to go on a diet and decided to try and be a writer again. She is a pretty poor writer and has no skill outside food. It appears that she got a job as a writer for
is a Pulitzer Prize winning author.
Gail is a brilliant author, and her work will be immortalized beside, Shakespeare and Byron and, all the greats.
Yeah, you're going to go to, like, a British museum or something. You'll be like, here is, Shakespeare's, like, folio, like, in these plays, and then here is the collective works of Gail.
A French food website. And the owner insisted Sarah eat some of everything she offered so that Sarah could write about it. That was a mistake. Once Sarah started eating all the French food, she couldn't stop. She has been eating everything in sight. If it even resembles food, she eats it. If there be a road billboard
now?
with...
She's just they're consuming whole towns. Just like, you go up to a lamppost, start eating a mailbox, people just consuming it.
The picture of food on it, she even eats the billboard. There was even a man driving an Oscar Mayer Wienermobile shaped as a giant hot dog. She ate the Wienermobile and the driver inside. These just be a few examples. Now she'd be immeasurably
These just be a few examples.
These just be a few examples, man.
Large. We need Jesuits to help us figure out what be the full scope of the problems caused by Sarah being so huge and gravitational. We've never had something like this happen and don't know what sort of dangers are involved. One of our scientists says it may be theoretically possible for Sarah's vagina to collapse into a black hole. It might be a good
JF,
I confirm this is theoretically possible.
Wow, shit.
It's a matter of compression, guys.
Wow. Yeah, it's theoretically possible. It could happen.
To tell everyone about this in a YouTube video. A lot of people are probably wondering why their GPS navigation systems in their cars been on the fritz, or why, if they live in or near California, they've been feeling a slight pull or tilt in that direction. Also for reference, this be Sarah Avery's LinkedIn profile. I'm going to have a link for that underneath. You can see that she got fired from the French food tasting job after she ate all the food and put the owner out of business. She has also removed her profile picture now that she be so enormous. The last picture of her was a photo of herself eating a cat with glee. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you see some screenshots that I have of her LinkedIn page, and then I will offer some possible ideas, throw some ideas out to the scientists out there.
She's going to help you.
I'm listening.
I have some ideas in regard to Sarah Avery. I've been thinking about her. I'm not a scientist, and I never took physics, so you feel free to override me if you think of something better. But my men tell me that I have the highest IQ of any woman in the world, so let me tell you what went through my mind after
Obviously. Easily. For sure. No,
I read
I've never
Terance's email.
I would say the
I am
smartest
afraid
person
that
in the
when
world
we have a bunch of
overall.
human beings on the planet that have been created by Satan, and basically Sarah Avery is Satan's creation, because
Satan did it.
Satan is trying to play God, and he's trying to act like creator, and that's the reason we have so many clones on the planet.
She is currently 2,000
Clone
pounds.
technology is satanic, and that's why nothing that is clone technology works out. It's all evil technology. For instance, if my men try to clone their body parts, they all...
You're actually reading what's on here?
No.
Sarah Avery, failure as a writer and extreme daddy issues have caused her weight to crescendo daily. She is currently 2,000 pounds. She is kept chained up inside a barn next to an underground slaughterhouse where she is fed on a mixture of chocolate cake and cottage cheese. When men who love Gail are captured, they are thrown into the pen where they will be raped, often suffocated under her disgusting folds, or succumbing to rapid infection from the ooze that seeps from her pores. The carcasses of some men have been excavated from her vagina many years after their successful clone replacements have taken over their former lives.
Wow, yeah, that happens. That happens all the time.
They all turn evil and don't do what's morally
so
right.
JF, everything's sounding legit so far.
Well, I'm fascinated by this lady. I think she's making more sense than I thought. First, she got the gravitational stuff right, and she got the influence of gravity right. Theoretically, well, it would take much more than 2,000 pounds to start absorbing stuff like this.
But she's growing exponentially.
This is old. She's much bigger now.
She's probably at least, a few million pounds now.
Have you ever seen The Blob, JF? Either the 50s or the Blob. It's a horror movie. Either the 50s or the 80s version,
Yeah.
That's what basically what's going on here. She just
what I see about this
moves
video
and
is that
consumes,
she's making a metaphor, and I think that Sarah Avery in her mind is a black hole, and she's referring to the fact that it's linked to sex for some reason. I find this interesting. It's an interesting paranoia.
And Sarah Avery is a Jesuit clone, and it appears that the Jesuits have Jesuits do create you might call it like a clone super race, where they can create a human being in their cloning laboratories who, when they become a human, have traits that are not your average traits. Like, the reason Sarah Avery is able to survive, even though she's probably the size of a city right now, is because the Jesuits have used cloning technology to increase the size of all her organs to accommodate her gigantic appetite. And they're probably, we also know for a fact that they use their scientists to clear out her arteries and to keep her alive, in spite of the fact that she gets so huge. This would also explain why we had the Godzilla Jesuit, who was able to absorb an entire jet into his anus. They have Jesuits have technology that when they create a human being in their cloning labs,
why is this not a movie? I want to see this movie where these Jesuits eat hot dog trucks and shove jets up their asses and shit in Matthew McConaughey's mouth, and Satan shoots flaming jizz on people's stomachs and all this crazy shit's going down.
Well, she made a movie.
Goddamn. Yeah, but the Jesuits covered up its existence. Fucking assholes. I'm sure it was a masterpiece, too. Sure.
Questions. All right, now in a segment, you sent us questions. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and answer them.
We're going to poorly answer your questions.
Yes. Let's see. Wow, there's a lot of them. All right, here we go.
Eating a cat with glue.
This is mainly a question for TJ because in one of his question videos he said they listened to Leonard Skinner, but Ben and Scotty can answer it too if they want.
Fuck you. We're not answering shit.
What's your favorite Leonard Skinner song?
On the wall there, he has a Sex Machine Guns poster. It's like a Japanese band that I think is cool.
Sex Machine
Guns. That is a pretty cool name for a band.
Pretty sure that's who that is. It looks like it says machine.
I think you're right. So TJ,
favorite Skynyrd song?
I'm not a huge fan, but
I like That Smell.
Yeah.
You ever heard that song?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I've heard that song.
Yeah. I gotta go with the cliche Freebird though. So
you would, you mainstream.
I know.
I refuse to answer because the question was not directed towards me.
Stevie, what's your redneck ass say?
Freebird.
You suck.
Fuck you, Stevie. Pick one besides that.
Nah. Sweet home Alabama, where the skies are blue.
All right.
I'm not that redneck.
There you are.
If you say so.
All right, next one.
Hey, Drunken Peasants. In your recent podcast, you guys made commentary over a kid having to smash his gaming systems like his Xbox because his dad was a prick and it was punishment for having low grades. And you guys talked about how it was stupid and ridiculous of him to do that. And I just want to get more of an opinion on that. How do you think kids should be punished? Thanks.
Slap them upside their heads.
Well, here's an idea. How about just take the system away until their grades improve?
Yeah.
Or better yet, like if they don't, just like take their system and sell it to some other kid and be like, look, little Jimmy gets to play with your Xbox now.
Yeah, or give it to like a charity or, do something better than smash it.
Smashing it was stupid.
I mean, how bad are his grades really where he had to do that anyway?
No, the dad wanted to make a video showing everyone how cool he was.
I'm just badass. Shit. I'm this badass super parent, so I do all this stuff. And no one can challenge me.
TJ told me one time, I'm like, TJ, what would you do if you had a child? Like, how would you discipline them? He said, I'd beat them every night with an inch of their lives so they know who's boss. And I'd pee on them, too, so they really know who's boss.
I remember the one
Kick
time
him down the stairs.
People were like, what did Scotty was like, I'll beat the fuck out of her. I don't remember what it was.
No, I said I'd slap the kid. I didn't say I'd beat the fuck out of the kid. Jesus Christ, man.
I don't know.
I said I'd take out a pair of brass knuckles and show him who's boss.
That's how I remembers it.
Scotty wanted to shove that kid's head in the car door and just slam it shut.
Actually, I actually wanted to feed the kid to Sarah Avery.
Here you go, Sarah. It's feeding time.
I was just wondering if you ever thought that, your YouTube channel or any other major atheist-known YouTube channels have ever had, like, a major impact on the atheist community. Like, has it made more people atheists, less people atheists? Has it given you a good or a bad name? I'm just wondering what you think.
That's really not the point of this show at all.
Yeah, we don't.
No.
We're not here to spread the cause of atheism.
Nope.
We are atheists, but we don't give a shit about spreading the cause of it, at least not on this show.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't really care.
If someone becomes an atheist because something we say, that's all well and good, but if they don't, I also, that's all fine too.
Yeah.
That's up to them.
All right, next one. Here's a question I think we already answered, but it's been a while, so maybe some of our newer viewers can hear our opinion on this.
What's up, Drunken Peasants?
Don't vape, it'll kill you. You're dying. You're dead. You're dead.
What are your... I know you guys sort of like
Pause
Zelda and stuff a little bit.
Pause it. Why the fuck are you drinking Bud Light? Come on, man. What's wrong with you? Blech.
Maybe. Possibly, what is your favorite, Zelda game?
Dun, 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 dun.
Link to the Past.
Ocarina of Time.
Same as Scotty.
Bam!
Majora's Mask.
What the fuck, Majora's Mask? Stevie, what the hell is wrong with you? Majora's Mask is not one of the best Zelda games. I'm sorry.
It's my favorite.
I don't know why.
We'll beat Stevie after the show.
Yeah, Steve, you're going to get beaten after the show.
He's getting the John Cena insertion.
Jeff, you playing that Zelda shit or no?
Yeah, the NES version would be. I don't know what's the name of it, but the NES version.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the original Legend of Zelda game for NES. And then there was also Zelda 2.
Not as good.
Hello, this is my question for the drunken peasant.
Okay.
My question to you is, you could die in a really awesome way. What would it be? And none of this stupid, oh, I want to die in a bed bullcrap.
But what if I think that's awesome? What if I think the most awesome way to die is the least invasive way of dying possible?
My dad said that he wanted to die in like some kind of weird, like, hedonistic pleasure chair with a girl sucking his dick. And he just dies of a heart attack midway through. He got the heart attack, he just didn't get the dick sucking.
How would you want to die, TJ?
Everyone already knows.
How would you want to die, TJ?
Nope. Stevie, you go.
Pussy.
I've already talked about it.
You're lame.
Well, I know it sounds kind of cliche, but I want to die fighting a bear.
You want to die fighting a bear?
Yeah.
Like a homosexual?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Large and hairy? Or like an actual bear?
An actual bear.
He's like, well, now that you mention that sounds
it's cliche. But I've always wanted.
I think Ben is going to die when he chokes on a cheeseburger.
Okay.
I'm going to die after I'm destroyed by the Church of Gale.
JF, how do you die?
Well, I see two choices. I could either be sent to a space mission where there's no coming back and try to establish life somewhere else in the universe, or be aspired by a black hole. That would be awesome.
Won't you just...
ADP, have you guys noticed there aren't many serial killers lately? They're all just mass shooters. Do you guys miss serial killers?
Can we
like
answer
I do?
this?
They don't turn serial killers into political enemies.
Guys, I have a question for all of you.
No.
What are your favorite wrestler or wrestlers to watch on NXT? My favorite, personally, is Kevin Owens. And also, it doesn't really have to be a wrestler that's not in NXT right now, but just any wrestler that is in NXT or has been in NXT.
I would go with Owens, too.
Yep, same here. Seth Rollins, too.
Rollins is good.
All right, next one.
Hey, what's up, guys? I have a question for TJ.
No.
Which is that, how do you feel about Rick Perry running for president once again? Because I remember when I heard about that, I was thinking, holy shit, this is going to be fun. Because we all know what happened back in 2011. Big irony. All right, well, anyway, let me know what you think about that. Take care, guys.
I mean, like, honestly, like, just like from a YouTube video making standpoint, I'm not really to the point yet where I'm going to see us heavily, but the Republicans are giving me like a lot to work with, honestly. I'm really pleased with this crop of idiots that I get to make fun of for the next, like, year. Because it's going to be great. It's going to be like endless fodder for like easy, like hole-in-one videos.
Oh, they're going to say a bunch of stupid shit.
Oh, yeah, they're going to say endless stupid shit, especially Donald Trump. It's going to be beautiful.
Hey, drunken peasants. If you had the choice to switch bodies with someone, like in Freaky Friday, who do you want it to be?
This is so old school as a question.
I'm going to go with Nicki Minaj.
Oh, yeah. I was like, TJ.
I would switch bodies with the greatest wrestler of all time, John Cena.
I was like, TJ will pick Nicki Minaj.
I'm picking Nicki Minaj for a multitude of reasons.
I want to be Cena so I can hang around Ben and TJ.
Let's hear the reasons.
Like, my time is now.
One, she's got a giant ass.
Yep.
And that seems like it'd be pretty cool. And number two, she literally is like rich and famous for having like not even no talent, but actually having like negative talent. So that's great. So I can pretty much like come up with any stupid shit I want and it'll be a hit as long as I jiggle my fat ass around.
So we're saying like Nicki Minaj is basically like the female version of you.
Yep.
Except you minus the big ass.
Yep.
All right.
Well, does no one else have any fucking body switch they want to do?
What about you, Stevie?
Not really. Not that I can.
Not really.
Not really. You're a giant, fat, bearded, white fucking redneck. You don't want to be anything else in the world?
Nothing else you'd all appeal to you.
I like me.
Well, you're a fucking idiot.
The conceit of
you have
Stevie.
poor taste.
The conceit of
You
Stevie.
suck, Stevie.
Okay.
The drunken peasants with the amazing non-entity, Ben the
Non-entity.
Commie and Scotty the Vegan were a bit silly recently, but I think
You're
it's mainly
silly.
due to an
Scotty, you're
misunderstanding.
silly. You're silly,
They
Willis.
said that race was a social construct, and right off the bat, people that constantly debate with social justice warriors, that it's a big alarm bell. But I think it was mainly due to a misunderstanding, due to the definitions that I found on a dictionary.
I put this in the Q&A because it almost seems like a question. Wanna?
Well, I mean, like, he's about to go in the two dictionary definitions, I'm sure, and show, race fucking biologically versus race socially, and the one version is a social construct, the other is, just a biological reality.
Generally, where you find definitions.
But it's kind of confusing when we have one word for both.
Yeah, two very different things. I don't know. Do you want to keep going on this?
I want to hear I wonder what JF has to say, because he actually knows shit.
He's the most qualified to answer this.
It's a very good question. It goes, I'm basically in line with you. It depends on what you mean by race. There are realities in the human population, which is that genetically we have subpopulations. They are identifiable through genes. We can tell someone, well, your ancestry was mostly from Africa, or for the 400 last years, your ancestry is mostly made of Native Americans that were in the American continent before the European arrived. So there's a reality there. Then there's the social construct part, which is when we ask people to put on a piece of paper, are you black or are you Caucasian? They don't know this genetic reality. All they know is the color of their skin. And the color of the skin hides a much more complex reality about the distribution of human population. But I would say that I personally don't oppose to the concept of race. I'm not an anti-race militant. But there's reality that there is variability within a race, there's variability across races, and there's misidentification based on skin color, which is not necessarily relevant to the genetic reality.
Okay.
Hey, drunken peasants. I just wanted to know your stance on cultural appropriation. Do you guys think it's okay for someone like Kylie Jenner to get cornrows? Do you think it's okay for someone to wear a Native American headdress when they're not Native American?
Yep.
Or do you think it's okay for a white person to have dreads?
Yep.
Yes.
It's okay for
know.
anyone to do any goddamn thing they want to do.
Well, not anything.
Well, I don't.
When it comes to fashion,
when it comes to something like that,
you don't fucking. There's not some trademark. Cultures don't have trademarks on the shit that they produce.
The rule
or the
is
shit that they popularize.
If you're offended, it's your fault.
Yep,
I agree. That's a beautiful rule.
What's up, drunken peasants? Have any of you ever dabbled in songwriting?
Yes.
I know you just want to be liked, but
well,
you're garbage, TJ.
Lyric
yeah,
writing.
TJ, you are garbage.
I don't know. Not really songwriting.
TJ is kind of I guess lyrically he's been involved in some. She actually did some video song things when he was doing videos with Cody.
Yep.
Yes.
So yes, and yeah.
Yep.
What about you, Stevie? You don't do music, do you?
Nah.
Nope.
No, I don't do music.
Countless hack, Stevie.
You're a hack, Stevie.
I have written songs.
You're you're the fucking shittiest piece of shit that ever was.
Hey peasants, I'm a few states over visiting a potential college, and I'm wearing my atheist garb and my sexy DP shirt. And my question
Looks
is,
like a TJ
have you
fan
ever
for
worn
sure.
an atheistic shirt out in public and had people stare at you really pissed off? Because in the airport, this lady was staring at me real smug. And, alright, so you paused to answer the question. Fuck you, Scotty.
No.
Banana.
Banana.
It's not the same banana.
It is. That is the same one.
He said, fuck you, Scotty.
Fuck you, Scotty.
So he wants to have sexual intercourse with me. I'm going to have to decline your offer, sir.
Yeah, I mean, the unfunny comedians got that locked down already.
Yep. Scotty's unfunny for Scotty. Scotty and unfunny just go together for some reason.
Scott is like
Ben, your time is now.
Hey, drunken peasants. It's Morte. I just wanted to ask you if anybody's ever cosplayed as you guys. And, TJ, what's your favorite position with another man?
Oh, TJ.
Cosplay and sexual position.
Has anyone ever cosplayed as us? No.
No. I think that'd be a waste of cosplay, honestly.
Yeah, and as for the position thing, like laying flat with them on top.
Yeah. She just like, when I have to do no work or as little work as possible.
Yep. I just want to be a rag doll.
You are a rag doll, TJ.
Yep.
Hey guys, it's Teddy Rubskin again, and I got some questions for you guys. You guys said on another show that you needed more questions, so I'm like, well, sure, then I should throw in some questions.
Thanks.
Yeah, get on with it, Teddy Foreskin or whatever your name is.
For a while. Great. First question's for Ben. Ben, with a wrestling mask. Is that a particular wrestler? Because Brett Keane seems to think it's Rey Mysterio. I know it's not Rey Mysterio.
The ironic thing about that is that Rey Mysterio is actually a really religious guy, and his wrestling mask has a big cross on the forehead. But Brett Keane mocks that shit. But, he's a God believer. So, as for the mask, I'm not sure. I think it is for a wrestler that's well known. I'm not totally familiar with it. I just wanted a mask that didn't have a crown on it so my hair could go through it. That's about it.
Yep.
All right. But who is it? Or is it somebody particular?
We don't know. We don't care.
And TJ, I got a question for you. You over here?
Okay.
TJ?
Yep.
Over here.
I'm over there.
Well, I heard from somebody that you had a sexual fantasy about being eaten.
Yep. It just keeps coming back.
With a knife and fork? While you're still alive, or do you want to be, cooked?
TJ stew.
And dead when you're eating?
It's none of your business. You want to if you want to make me a proposition, then we'll talk. But
if the puppet wants to proposition you, he will, TJ.
Short of that, fuck you.
Oh, TJ.
Oh, TJ.
Oh, TJ.
Is there no question for Scotty? He doesn't care about Scotty.
And I got a question for Scotty. Scotty, you over here? Is he here tonight?
Yep.
He's there.
His girlfriend let him be on the show?
There.
His girlfriend let you get on the show tonight.
Oh, he insulted me.
He did.
Oh, I'm so shocked. You're so original, sir. How do you come up with this material? You should be on Broadway. You should be doing a one-man show. My God, man. I don't want to hear his question because I'm not going to answer anyways. Fuck you. Whoever's behind the puppet, I'm going to kick the shit out of you, you pussy-ass bitch.
Yeah, but I got a question for you. Well, it's not really a question. It's more of just an appreciation. Because, yeah, man, you look really awesome in those fucking sunglasses. You know what I'm saying?
He's not wearing them, though.
Takes a badass motherfucker in order to pull off the wearing sunglasses indoors look. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Anyway.
I love this
question.
Me too.
Teddy Rubskin.
Hi, drunken peasants. I was just wondering who you found to be the most interesting serial killer or mass murderer.
God, we got a lot of serial killer obsessions here.
I just wondered.
Who would you kill?
Oh, there's Albert Fish right in the back.
Albert Fish, yeah, obviously.
And that's who I was going to say.
Albert Fish, yeah.
He popped up just as I was about to answer him.
You like a serial killer, Ben? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, what's wrong, Ben? You support murder.
Ben, you support murder, mass murder.
What about you, Stevie?
Mass
Who's your
murder
favorite
pills.
fucking serial killer?
I really can't think any off of the top of my head.
You suck, Stevie.
He's like me.
Hold on, peasants. My question for you: if Scott is the egg bitch, TJ is the banana bitch, and what is TJ? Let me finish. Then what is Ben?
I was literally about to interrupt him.
I know. Oh,
TJ, let me finish.
That.
What is Ben the bitch of? Oh man, I think Ben is Cena's bitch.
Yeah, Ben is the Cena bitch.
I'm more like the show bitch.
Yeah,
honestly.
Ben is
you know what?
Yeah, that's
fairness,
true.
you
Ben
would
is the show bitch.
But Cena bitch is a close second.
Yeah.
We give it to you.
JF, what are you the bitch of?
I'm not the bitch of anything, but you call me science bitch, so I guess that could be my nickname.
He's a science bitch. Science bitch.
You need to change.
He goes to the land spreading his science.
You need to change your name to Bill Nitch so you can have that song. Bill Nitch, the science bitch. Yep.
Hey, Drunken Peasants, I was wondering
Yeah.
if I could get a response
Nope.
from you guys to the statement that we shouldn't trust science in the scientific community because it's been wrong in the past, it could potentially still be wrong today, and the scientific community somehow has this conspiracy to choose what's right and wrong, and that they somehow have to take faith on what's right and wrong against what Christians
Have you
have
been
told
listening
me
to
is
Gman
just
again?
their anti-religious agenda instead of actually taking evidence. Thank you.
Well, we have a scientist here, so I'm going to let him answer probably in the most detail, but I'm going to really quickly just give you my thoughts. On the first thing, has science been wrong in the past? Yeah, of course. Religion has been wrong in the past, too, and it's still wrong today. Could science be wrong now? Yes, because they're always building new models based on current evidence. New evidence could present itself, new ideas could emerge.
Yeah, unlike religion, which pretty much is just a constant. Like, oh, it's just this, unless it's the Catholic Church, which they'll revise their positions, as the times change.
And for that third one, I don't even know what to say to that. JF, you go ahead.
Yeah, personally, I discard the third one. It was some paranoia about coordination or people being people having an anti-religious agenda, he said. Most scientists don't have an anti-religious agenda. You may have the impression from the public atheist, but that's like 4 people. And most scientists really don't care about religion, and some of them are religious. For your 2 first points, I agree. We shouldn't say to people that they should trust science. Science has been wrong in the past; it will be wrong in the future. And yes, coordination between scientists, although not the entire religious coordination, but the simple fact that scientists gather together and they judge each other's work makes science converge toward false claims that are maintained through a kind of community network because everyone helps itself and everyone wants to see his ideas progress. So you have scientists that push ideas that are totally wrong. But there's no. The good news is we don't say you should believe science. That's not what we're telling you. We say you should be a scientist yourself. You should look at the facts and you should interpret the facts to the best of your knowledge. So science is not a moral imposition or not trying to morally impose anything on anyone. You may have the impression from listening to public speakers like Sam Harris or Richard Dawkins. But most scientists don't consider that this activity, this kind of moral signaling into the public space, is part of science.
Yeah, it's part of their personal agenda. I mean, you can be a scientist and have, opinions that you have strong advocacy for, but that doesn't mean that advocacy is itself an extension of science.
Yeah. And you give up the scientific method if you believe in science, actually. So the scientific method is precisely that every individual is reprocessing every fact and questioning every fact and looking at what led to this fact, what led to this theory being judged as true. And so if you leave that and you start saying, I believe the output of science, you're already leaving science.
Yep, that's true.
Hello, drunken peasants.
Peasants.
You don't plan on putting any more new shirts up for sale?
Yes.
Yeah, eventually.
I want to buy some more shirts.
Yeah. We're going to make a poop ball
want
shirt.
some shirts now. You'll give me some shirts, I'm going to kill you.
Fucking shirts. If anyone else has any shirt ideas, be sure to share them with us in the comments.
I want a shirt in my name.
Hello, drunken peasants. I recently heard that the beast died. I want to know, what do you know about
I don't think that's true.
That sounds like bullshit from trolls. That's what that sounds like. Maybe he did.
I don't think he did.
I don't think I have never heard of any evidence to support that claim.
I'm not going to address some rumor unless I know that it's true.
Hey, drunken peasants, how you guys doing today?
Egg bitch.
As you can see, I am stuck
I guess
here
he's egg bitch
in the
1 and this guy's egg bitch 2.
1800s. And, well, my question for you guys is this. If you could go back in time to any year whatsoever, what year would you go to? All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
What year? I've always been scared to do time travel because I've always been afraid of negating my own existence somehow. Or
in the future.
TJ punches a camel and then he's never born.
Yep.
That camel was his great-great-great-great-granddaddy.
Could be.
Or you know what? TJ tries to have sex with a banana from the past and, is successful, but he creates a banana race and then he goes to the future and the banana/TJ race is taken over.
That's very plausible as well.
Yes, very plausible. Definitely going to happen.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I would maybe. I mean, like, I don't know. I'd rather go into the future than the past.
Okay, but if you had to, there's no time period in the past you'd be interested in seeing at all.
No, because I'd be stuck in a primitive ass past without any modern technology. That doesn't sound fun to me.
Peasants, I had a question. I was watching episode 120 and I noticed something rather odd. I saw that you were talking about that white woman that was pretending to be black.
Mm-hmm.
And then you were talking about Bruce Jenner and Caitlyn Jenner, or whatever you want to call it. And that's kind of weird, because why is it okay for Bruce Jenner to be a woman all of a sudden, but not for that white woman to
hold on.
To be considered black?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If Bruce Jenner had competed in the Olympics as a woman, where in reality he had been a man the whole time, then I'd say you have a point, because this woman was working as the leader of a black organization under the guise of being a black person, and that's where the ethics violation kind of came into play.
Also, I don't care if she wants to, make herself look black or act black or, whatever, because, like I said, I mostly think that the things that are attributed to black people are just cultural anyway. But if she wants to embrace that culture or embrace that racial identity, I don't give a fuck. I don't care who else gives a fuck. So I don't have any problem with it, really. I think what we had a problem with was the ridiculousness of her basically lying and deceiving people, Caitlyn Jenner didn't try to trick people into thinking, I'm this, right. I'm a natural born, woman. My gender and my sex both line up perfectly as a woman, female. So there was no
She obviously wanted to be black. Why
Fine.
not?
Let her be black.
If Bruce Jenner can be a woman and be called Caitlyn Jenner, then I don't see why Bruce Jenner couldn't do. No, I'm sorry.
Another thing you have to realize is there's probably two very different psychologies at work there. I don't know anything about this supposed transracial shit, but I know a good bit about transgender people. So I don't really know what the psychological condition is of someone who feels compelled to, be a different race or whatever. So I can't really speak to that as well.
I think it's about time to wrap it up.
Sure.
All right, everybody. Feel free to get the audio stream on iTunes or go to our SoundCloud account. We will be back on Friday, and on that date we'll have some more announcements about what's coming up with private shows and hangouts. And
hold on. I do have an announcement.
Okay.
Eggs 2 is still happening.
We have come up with a subtitle, too.
I'm going to tell you guys the full title of Eggs 2, which is Eggs 2 Shell Shocked.
Whoa.
Yep. So be looking forward to a teaser trailer for that epic coming soon to the Amazing Atheist channel.
All right, everybody. JF, thanks for joining us.
Stevie, fuck you for joining us.
Stevie, you're a little fucking son of a bitch and a hack.
JF, do you want to insult Stevie before you go?
Fuck you, Stevie. Fuck your beard.
Fuck
your
you,
hair.
Stevie.
Fuck your entire being.
All right, everybody. Good night.
Nighty-night.
Woo! Night. Coming to you live from the frigid armpit of America, this is the Drunken Peasants Podcast with Ben and TJ, bringing you opinions of the news from an altered perspective.
Suck it! There are starving children in the world, right?
Show me a child. Show me some empirical evidence it's happened. Yes, what's wrong with you?
Lick my butthole, he laughed.
What the fuck is going on?
Nothing, TJ. You're garbage. You're garbage, TJ.
Now, here are your hosts, Ben and TJ. Yes, here we are once again. Drunken Peasants Podcast number 157.
You're garbage, TJ.
And TJ is garbage still. After 156 episodes.
People sometimes ask me, is TJ still garbage? And I'm like, most certainly.
Most certainly he is still garbage.
I'm sad that you would say that, Ben. I'm so sad.
You know, we confirmed it, years ago, TJ. And scientific study has not been able to disprove it since then. So you can show me one study refuting that you're garbage.
Yeah.
We'll stop calling you garbage.
I have no such...
you're going to continue to be garbage, TJ.
Sad.
And as garbage, he continued.
For all time.
Yes. For all time. And we actually got something great. We asked for it and we received it. Here's our new shilling intro.
Yeah.
Time to make some money. Time to make some money. Time to make some money. Time to make some money on the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Fuck up.
Fuck you, Scotty.
Shut the fuck up.
Scotty's a piece of shit. All right.
And then it ends. We're all on 20s. We want more than 20s. We want Benjamins.
Yeah, Ben is in particular should
be. Yeah, Ben
a,
should be a Benjamin.
Yeah,
Andrew Jackson instead. We killed some Indians.
You should be on the 20 because you're an asshole like Andrew Jackson.
All right, that's fine.
And
I like the picture of you. You look so distressed, TJ. It's like a mug shot on money.
Yeah, he's like, what the fuck?
Oh God, I'm going to prison. Someone found my stash. TJ's stash of cocaine from his secret compartment.
Dildos and cocaine.
Yeah.
Dildos and cocaine.
It'll be Alabama, so it'll probably still be illegal there.
So first thing we got to shill is the shirts.
Shirt
shiller.
Where's your shirt, TJ? Where's your fucking shirt, bitch?
Scotty's got the shirt on right now. Our most famous shirt.
Show him, Scotty.
The original.
Show him. You got to sit up more.
Should I put him on full screen?
Check out this fucking shirt, bitches.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scotty's
You want this fucking shirt?
I don't know.
Not this exact shirt I'm wearing, but one just like it.
I don't know if they're cool enough to wear the shirt.
I don't know either. But you know what? There's 6 of 15. So buy some more of these fucking shirts so we can keep shilling them to you.
So we can keep shilling them to you.
Till the end of fucking time. You know we'll never stop.
We got the band TJ shirt, the TJ is garbage shirt.
I'm starting to get
TJ hoodie.
I'm starting to get pictures of people wearing the band TJ hoodie.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Sweat.
So hopefully we can have those on the show soon.
Yep, very soon.
The band Ben shirt, the Drunken Peasants official hoodie. We've not sold one Drunken Peasants official hoodie.
Yeah, isn't that fucked up?
Oh my God.
What is wrong with you people? If you already have the shirt, you know what a good quality shirt is. You need the hoodie as well. This is the top quality hoodie that they sell on this site. So this is a fucking...
I think they'd rather have your shirt, TJ.
Premier fucking gourmet
I think
hoodie.
So far, the people have spoken, TJ. They want a shirt they want a hoodie rather with a fucking giant banana on it. And your name.
The band Scotty shirt is actually selling this time.
No, it's just from last time. It's alright. It says it's ended, so
okay. So that's over.
It's over. I failed. Life goes on.
So sad.
Yeah, so sad.
But people can still buy them.
Yes, they can. Someone in the chat room asked for DP assless chaps. So
we're working on it.
Yeah,
we're working on the design.
Working on it. Any day now.
The assless chaps. We want to make sure that we have the best quality.
We want to make sure we get assless chaps right. Come on, people. This is a fucking this is a work of art. This takes time, and the Drunken Peasants team is working diligently to bring you assless chaps. So you just need to calm the fuck down, and we're gonna take care of it.
All right, next big announcement.
We got you, bras.
Ben has cocaine. Okay, no, never mind. I'm sorry. We had a goal.
Yes, we had a goal. 10,000.
We had a dream.
At this point, it appears that we have met that goal. We shall see when everything processes, but it's looking good.
And that means then we shall work. Work shall commence on the Drunken Peasants website.
Yes, the most amazing website in human history.
So we will officially be DPing the fuck out of the internet.
Regardless, next month, Scotty will be eating his egg.
Well, it's not regardless, It still has to... I was 9,000, and if it stays over that, then I will eat the egg.
Over 9,000!
That's why I liked it, over 9,000. So.
And you're going to eat eggs, multiple eggs.
Will you melt some cheese on top of it, too?
No, he has to eat one of each kind of egg that exists.
I already decided how I'm going to if it actually does stay that, I'm just going to go to Waffle House. I decided I'll go as low rent as possible.
Ugh, sweet.
So that's what I'm doing. I think me and Teacher are actually going to Waffle House after this.
Cool.
This episode is over.
Oh, shit, no.
Yeah, we are. What? Why?
Because Chelsea's making me spaghetti.
Oh, you piece of fucking shit. How fucking stupid are you?
Sorry.
How fucking stupid are you, TJ?
Very
you fucking
stupid.
ruined it. Why don't you just fucking text her and tell her to do it tomorrow?
But I want my spaghetti.
I want my spaghetti. I want it. I want it.
I do want it.
Oh, God. Oh, TJ. So TJ, let's go on the record, is the one turning down gluttony. TJ is. So when he fucking claims to be this fat neckbeard, you know it's bullshit. He's like, sweetie, make me my organic spaghetti and meatballs. Make sure you put the organic meatless crumble on it too. It's so good.
Why would I need organic meatless?
Because I saw Chelsea buy some.
Oh no, I don't think.
He's like, oh.
I saw her buy some. You're gonna have fucking meatless spaghetti, TJ.
Yeah, fuck you.
Organic meatless spaghetti, or you could have fucking the greasiest food on the face of the earth. Well, maybe not the greasiest, but among the greasiest food on the face of the earth.
You're insane, Scotty.
Yeah, you know you made the wrong choice.
So I guess we'll mention FanDuel really quick here before we move on.
Yeah.
And we'll talk about it again throughout the show because it's definitely something our fan base is getting into.
I have already entered and I'm going to win.
Oh, Scotty has pulled some big numbers in the last few games. But this is a new week. It starts in 1 day and 16 hours. We have 108 slots filled out of 150. So we're running out of sluts.
So if you want to lose your money to me, just hurry up. Go do it.
Slots sounds like.
Especially you, TJ. I can't wait to take your money especially. I wish they could send me this money is like specifically from TJ. Even if it's only like 20 cents, that's still fine.
You're garbage, Scotty.
Truth hurts, buddy.
Shilling
is over.
All right, so we're going to bring 3 guests on the show.
3 fucking guests.
You know,
I
heard
that's how nice we are.
I heard that Vadim wanted to come on the show first. So I think it might be Vadim first.
What does that piece of shit want?
Vadim.
Yeah.
Who imprisons an innocent animal.
Yep.
It's very sad.
Scotty has evidence.
I have evidence. Mountains of evidence.
And then we also have
I have a locker
JF,
of
and then we also have Paul's Ego.
Paul Ziga.
Paul's Ego.
The greatest of all time.
Whom TJ is actually currently in a relationship.
Hello, are you there?
Hello. Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
So
okay, I win.
So who all do we have here right now?
JF.
And Paul.
You got Paul's money.
Paul!
We don't have Vadim.
Vadim is dead.
Vadim, no answer.
He's dead.
Where is Vadim?
He's dead! Oh my god. It's a tragedy.
You got no volume, Vadim.
You got no fucking volume, buddy.
What's wrong with you?
No, we don't want to hold on. You hold on for us. You're lords and saviors.
Fuck you, Vadim. Piece of shit.
Vadim thinks he can run this shit. Got to send out an enforcer to deal with Vadim.
How's that?
Sounds fine.
We can't hear you. Who are you?
No, shut up.
Who are you?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Your daddy and what does he do? Wow, that was weird. No. So Vadim. We looked up the name Vadim to see what it was, where it was from. And usually it's Russian, but I guess sometimes it's Polish too, or
no, Persian.
Persian. Sorry.
We actually looked up we actually found the meeting too. It was like it was one who deceives gullible people on the internet, and we were like, huh, that's pretty oddly specific.
But actually, the name is Russian, and I have no Russian blood whatsoever. I just happen to have a name that my mom thought was cool. You know,
Neat.
We don't have any Russian, but we don't have any. My last name is Swedish, which means Nyquist means new branch in Swedish. And outside of black people and Asian people, I'm about the most un-Nordic man on the face of the earth. I am not Swedish. My mom just married a man who was not my biological father, and then that's how that happened.
That's really complicated.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Guys, Vadim is a Russian name, but my mom just named me that because she thought it was cool. You got any other stories for us, comrade?
Oh, shit.
I've got a few. They're coming up.
Red Scare. I'm scared of this Russian.
We're doing good. So we've got Vadim, we've got Paul's Ego, and then we also have JF here as well.
I should say real quickly that I'm only going to be here for a short period of time. CC, a.k.a. Creationist Cat, is on his way. He was over at a kegger over at Josh Fierstein's. And,
wow.
Unless he gets hit by like traffic on the way over, he should be here soon, momentarily.
Neat.
Creationist Cat is risking his life every day to bring us and proselytize the gospel to us.
Don't you have something to say to Vadim, Scotty?
Yeah, I do. I really don't buy this story from you, Vadim. You know, you claim this cat was, or the cat claims it, but you know, I've noticed some flaws in the story here. Cats don't have the same vocal cords as humans. How could the cat possibly talk? I was really disturbed by that. Another thing is that I noticed Creationist Cat does a lot of, it seems like fundraise. I think like a donation thing. You know, can cats legally have money? Where's this money going? You know, there's a lot of unanswered questions, Vadim. And I think you're exploiting this poor innocent cat. It seems for personal gain. I mean, this is a crazy theory. I know many people are gonna look at me strangely.
It is a perfect name. It's a conspiracy theory that you're throwing out here, Scotty. And,
you know, Vadim, it's convenient, Vadim, that the one who profits from it would say such a remark. It's convenient that you would call this conspiracy theory.
All these things can all be easily explained. You're not even allowing me to answer. You know, okay. I mean, Cece is the one who should be answering these questions himself, don't you think?
Well, can we verify that's even CC's voice? Maybe CC's voice is so beautiful that humans can't even understand what he's saying. And you are filling in the gaps with your lies.
All right, Scotty, okay? I've had enough of your bullshit here, okay? First of all, CC is a godly creature. He is capable, as far as the talking thing, he doesn't need to move his fucking lips. He transmits his thoughts through fucking godly psychic waves of energy straight into your brain. So
makes sense.
Oh wow, shit! I didn't realize that. That's crazy.
How would it come off on? How would it be recorded to audio equipment then? Because they don't have brains to telepathically.
It's just miraculous. You can't question these things. There is no science that can deduce exactly what the phenomena is.
Oh, okay. Well, he's got you there, Scotty.
I mean, that's, I never even considered that as part of the story, or the narrative. I mean,
so Vadim, no one cares about your bitch ass. So what are you doing here? Why are you here instead of Creationist Cat? I mean, what is going on here?
I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here, okay? Honestly, the quicker I can do this, the better. It's just, basically, there's been a lot of atheism is unstoppable related bullshit going on. You guys are talking about a lot of people have.
Oh man, you named he who must not be named. What are you doing?
That could be another idiotic, unimportant dipshit. That's as far as I'm concerned, that's what he should be called.
Oh man,
basically, yeah. I mean, basically, I'm just here to close the book on this. CC has already said, he said a long time ago all that he had to say on the matter. And there were just a couple of things that needed to be kind of, set straight. And they're really kind of all, they could be all encapsulated inside this this comment that he left me right here. And if you guys will permit me to read it, we can read it line by line and kind of discuss as a here.
Sure. Okay.
Group discussion sounds fun.
Okay, so this is the first one. These are all.
There's a series of letters.
No, it's all one, but I'm going to go line by line here. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, gotcha.
So, you've created thousands of enemies, and you will soon receive a shit ton more, as I expose what you are all about. You and people like you are a sickness. You are weak, Vadim, and fucking stupid. So that's the first part.
Okay, what part am I supposed to disagree with so far?
Yeah, I mean,
I agree with him. So far, I mean, like
all accurate as shit. Damn.
I look at you, and
what's the problem?
The second I even look at Vadim, I'm like, this is the sickness that afflicts our country. Look at him.
He's like a Disturbed song.
I'm totally beta, man. I'm totally beta.
You're beta, dude.
You're not even beta. You're omega.
It has been said.
He's an epsilon.
Yeah, bitch.
Oh, come on. He's in a fraternity. Come on, guys. That's a low blow.
Okay. So really, here's the line where things start going haywire here. This is some shit right here. Okay, I'm a genius, Vadim. Do you understand that? Mega talented genius.
Wait a minute. Stop.
I'm a super genius.
Stop. Did he just say, I'm a genius and mega talented?
Yes.
Okay.
He did
I just
say
wanted
that.
to make sure I didn't fall asleep and dream that part.
No, you in fact heard it as it was written.
Thank you. You continue.
As it was read.
Proceed.
Okay, so the next part, he says, by your own admission, okay? So he's saying that I called him a genius and mega talented, all right? Now,
Did you do that?
Pretty much. What's that? Did I say that? Okay, let me tell you what I actually fucking said, okay? And this is a real testament to what an out-of-control egomaniac this guy is and how heavily it distorts every single fucking thing he looks at, okay? I did an interview like about a week and a half ago where some people asked me about AIU, and the first thing that I said, because, I figured, I've kind of, shit on the guy a bit in the past, and why don't I just be a tiny bit nice to this guy? And I said that he was a pretty good editor. Like, I had seen some music videos that he had done. And like I said that he was a talented, maybe talented. I said he was a pretty good or talented and clever editor. And from that, he is extrapolating that I think he is mega talented and that he is a genius.
Super genius.
A super genius. Now, I really want to be clear about this right now, okay? I do not think that he is mega talented. I do not think he is a mega genius. As a matter of fact, if one was to say, perhaps, that like I gang raped or like I raped a herd of wild buffalo, or I shoot laser beams from my nipples, there would be more truth inside those statements than the idea that I think that Rue is a like mega talented genius. So that's the first thing that I kind of wanted to say right there.
Hold on. Let's hear some other people's opinions here. Scotty, would you say mega talented genius?
Let me just blacked.
Wow. Ben, super genius, mega talented?
Yes.
Ben says yes.
It's the way he carefully crafts each tweet that he sends out with eloquent phrases. That will be remembered for all eternity for their infinite
It'll be
wisdom.
in museums.
Right, like when you guys ask him to be on DP, and he responds to TJ simply "fuck you, you fat fucking fuck." That's brilliance right there.
Eloquent. Succinct.
It was like some Quentin Tarantino level shit right there.
Shakespearean.
Really.
What's JF's take on this?
Well, I think we should not discuss this for that long because it doesn't matter what people think of others. There's a saying in French that says, the small people, they talk about things, the average people, they talk about people, and the great people, they talk about ideas. And it would be very average of me to tell you what I think of AIU. It doesn't matter what I think.
Bring your averages out, JF.
I'm not lowering myself to the average.
Lower yourself to the average. You're not that exceptional, you piece of shit. Come on. Roll around in the mud with us. Be lowbrow. This is the Drunken Peasants Podcast.
Yar.
You're like that evil thing from season 1 in Star Trek.
Okay.
Did AIU ever express a new idea that is worth considering here today.
Yes.
What was it? What was his innovation?
He has an incredibly nuanced view of race in America. Incredibly deep and nuanced view of race and race relations in America.
But he's not the first to be like that.
But he specifically has come out and made the brilliant statement that, quote, end quote, black people should stop committing crimes. Now that, if that's not speaking truth to power and innovating, as you say, then I don't know what is.
Yeah, we're here to discuss that idea. We're the great minds discussing the ideas. We're not discussing
these
just
ideas
AIU
have been repeated, have been said before, and in fact, decades before. And so there's nothing to comment on AIU. There's no content, and the last 30 minutes of my life, I will never recover them.
The last 30 minutes? We've only been on for 23 minutes.
It felt like 30.
Oh, the pain.
Pain. It felt like 30.
Okay.
The burn.
JF, I
throwing science out the window for once.
I agree with you 100%, man. I mean, really, I'm just here to kind of like say this is like a final bit. There will be no more really like Vadim or Creationist Cat publicly, discussing this stuff. As a matter of fact, the next line that he says is that he says, and I will be using my talent and genius to expose you. He's going to be making some videos about me, apparently. Somebody said that they saw him in a hangout saying that he had 2 hours worth of material. I mean, honestly, I cannot wait to completely ignore these videos. I cannot wait to like not watch even 25 seconds of them. So I agree with you. I'm kind of like, just kind of, saying my last bit here. And, one last thing that I want to say before you guys come in is that like, I didn't like, I'm not the kind of person who like really kind of makes beefs on the internet. Cece isn't really that kind of a YouTuber either. I just thought that this guy was really different than most people in that he's, a cut above the rest in terms of how repugnant his fucking actions are and, what he does. So I just really felt like, somebody had to like throw their hat in the ring and say something, and I did, and Cece did. So that's that.
Well, the crazy thing, though, is that, I mean, you could say, well, he's not worth talking about, but a lot of people are listening to him.
No, it's true. And I do wish a lot more people would kind of like, kind of speak up on the guy. I don't think that he's like worth not commenting on. It's just at a certain point, it's like, as far as CC goes, he hasn't made another video about him because he's not worth his time. Like we have to be kind of careful about like when and how we talk about the guy, because, if we give him too much of a mic, then it's just like, I don't know, drama whores need sunlight, and that's why I'm kind of glad that you haven't made an actual video about the guy, TJ.
Yeah, I thought about it, but pretty much decided it would be bad.
So that's really just about it, to tell you the truth. I know that he's going to be making these videos. I didn't want the guy to like make some sort of ridiculous statement that I actually thought that he was a genius. He also, there's two real quick things that I wanted to address. One is that, he wants to debate me in a one-on-one thing. I'm not going to do that because you know what? Creationist Cat is an entertainer. And as much as he would like that, I mean, I think that would be really, like, when I think of, like, Armored Skeptic or The Bible Reloaded or other comedic YouTubers that are in the same, like, niche, if I thought of them, like, doing one-on-one debates with somebody like him, that would be lame. Even if they mopped the floor with somebody like AIU, it would still kind of, like, detract from what they do. So, I kind of wanted to say that. And lastly, I just wanted to say real quickly to like, his fucking, like his fans. I mean, I don't know. I hope you guys can like take a good look at this dude and really see that he just doesn't act honestly. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that in spite of his like, what he has to say, that he like, is like says what he has to say in like an honest and respectful fashion?
I don't know. I don't care if he says it in a respectful fashion or not, but there's really there's no substance to what he says for the most part. It's like he'll make a statement that he refuses to defend under any circumstances. He won't come on this show. He is totally belligerent towards everyone who has any disagreement with him, even if it's respectful. So, I mean, he just kind of seems like he's running scared most of the time. But I don't know. It's like as he's running scared, he feels the need to puff up his chest and act like he's the one dominating everything. And unfortunately, some people seem to fall for that bravado and bluster and say, yes, this is a strong guy who, is willing to stand up or whatever. But really, if you actually take a close look at his actions, it's like consistently cowardice.
Yeah, one last thing that I wanted to say that I was asked to mention before I go. Tim Black was on here a couple weeks ago talking about how he stole a video from his channel and uploaded it whole cloth without any edits or anything like that. Well, the Canadian Atheist, he's also the sheepdog. Remember that guy that you guys played clips from a couple shows ago?
Yep.
He served him with a DMCA strike because he did the same thing to the Canadian Atheist. And, I think he fucking deserves it, man. He's been doing this shit to people again and again, and that is stealing. And it's like every time he does it to someone, he just does it again. And I don't know. I mean, I think that people should be able to upload videos and comment on them. But when you're taking videos like whole cloth and then just putting the whole thing on your channel and not commenting on them, I mean, it's totally stealing. It's you're taking revenue, and just the whole idea behind it is dishonest.
I agree. He should not be taking other people's videos and just uploading them to his channel unmolested. Fair use requires that you're making some sort of commentary, making some sort of criticism. If you're not doing that, then it's not fair use. You're just stealing.
Exactly. And really the only reason why I'm bringing this up right now is because I think it's indicative of how this guy just, acts in general.
Oh, by the way, JF, now we've wasted 30 minutes of your time.
No, his life.
Of your life, sorry.
30 minutes of his life.
His life gone.
JF, why don't you grab your guitar and play a song
the clock
for
of
us?
my life is ticking.
I remember.
Guitar. I don't have my guitar anymore.
Oh, damn it.
He smashed
But
it.
I do want to make a song on Drunken Peasant, but I want it to be battle rap with Gman.
Oh, that would be amazing.
That'd be funny.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely set that up.
Hold up. Is JF throwing shade at Gman right now?
Yeah, he is.
In fact, I have brought a prop. If you allow me to use a prop, I would like to announce to Gman the challenge.
Okay, yeah.
Do it. We can't see your video in case you think we can.
I want you to look at this clock. This is the duration of your YouTube career. This is. It's 3 minutes before midnight. I'm challenging you to a battle rap challenge right there on DP. Tick, 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 tick. Can you hear it?
Oh, shit. JF is throwing shade, giving the stink eye to G-Man's bitch ass. What are you going to do, G-Man?
Yeah.
You're going to get owned in your own language by a French guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
A
black man
a
losing
fate
to
worse
a
than death.
Frenchman. Oh, shit. It's
so,
bad.
G-Man, you've been challenged. Will G-Man accept the challenge?
The gauntlet has been thrown down.
Probably not. I think G-Man's, he's too afraid.
G-Man ain't nothing but a bitch.
I'm looking forward to that personally, but I should get going right now. I think CC is going to be. I think he's going to be arriving anytime soon. So anytime now. So I'll just bid you guys a good night.
All right.
And have a good one. All right.
All right.
Yep. You too.
All right. Fuck off, Vadim.
Nazdrovia, comrade. Nazdrovia, comrade. For the mother country. Nazdrovia.
Mazdrovia. Vadim. Fucking Vadim. He's so stupid.
He is.
I hate that piece of shit so much.
You should.
I mean, like, one of the worst guests. One of the worst guests. I would say. You know, JF is pretty bad, but, you know, compared to Vadim, it's like, wow. You just want to suck JF's dick. You know?
You have an opportunity to right now, TJ.
He does?
Yeah.
How do I have the opportunity to right now?
Because TJ, I've invented teleport technology. So if you want to take advantage of it right now, you can.
Yeah, teleport his dick into my mouth.
Okay, that's what we're going to do.
Oh, my God.
It's not working. I'm not feeling it.
You're not feeling it?
Is it that small?
It's not working?
No, I don't feel it.
So
it's a flawed technology. What can I say?
So how long have you been planning this rap battle with Gman? Is this just a spur of the moment?
I've been composing the rhymes. I've been working on the beats. I've been working
Holy
a lot
shit.
for the last 4 months.
Wow.
I've been practicing on the streets, and I'm ready to handle it.
Can you give us a preview of your rap skills?
No, it's not freestyle rap. If you give a preview, it has to come out for the first time that day.
Well, I know, but like, don't you have any like spare rhymes laying around that you could use?
Well, no, all I will say is that there's a very good beat that I have from Mixelly Productions, and I will be able to use it on DP, and it's going to be the best battle rap on DP ever.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
That's some serious talk right there.
Yeah.
JF is seriously throwing down some gauntlets right now, y'all.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I don't know. JF, you don't know one rap song that you could you know come off the top with and
I've been working on my stuff isolated. I don't want to sing
show him what you mean, Paul. Come on. Lay something down.
Somebody else's rhymes. Like if you were to be like, fuck the police coming straight from the underground. A young nigga got it bad cause I'm brown and not the other color. So police think they have the authority to kill a minority. Fuck that shit, cause I ain't the one for a punk motherfucker with a badge and a gun to be beaten on and thrown to jail. We can go toe to toe in the middle of a sale. Fucking with me cause I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold and a pager. Searching my car, looking for the product, thinking every nigga is selling narcotics.
Oh yeah, well, it's Puzzigo should be there too.
Can't you bust off the
We
top?
could have CC can rap too, so we could have like some sort of battle rap tournament.
Is CC here?
Not yet.
Yes, he's here.
That fucking piece of shit cat. Oh, sorry, CC. How you doing? How you doing, buddy?
I feel bad for CC because cats really aren't mentioned in the Bible. Did you know that, TJ?
Cats are not mentioned in the Bible.
I know, yeah.
Why would the Lord even have a chosen cat? The Lord doesn't even give a shit about cats. You're a fraud. You're a fraud.
Guys, cats were totally mentioned in the Bible. It's just the part that mentioned them was it was lost in a clerical error, and you know the manuscripts, they're gonna be found. They're
Sound like you're stumbling there, a little Creationist cat. Clerical error.
The Vatican messed up.
Yeah, I don't think so.
The Pope misfiled it.
You know, you're off your game, cat. You can't handle this shit tonight. We're bringing the heat. I'm gonna fry them fucking fried cat for dinner. It's gonna be good.
Investigative journalist TJ Kirk.
What you got?
All right, guys. Look, honestly, what the fuck is up with Scotty? All right, I want to address some of these things that he's fucking saying right now.
Bring it on, bitch.
I mean, you know, honestly, I'm surprised that you have your seat hasn't been usurped by Scotty Sheeta, who's an infinitely better host than you are.
Well, I mean, he had an accident. These things happen to
He's
people.
recuperating right
Scotty
now.
Cena. We were going to replace Scotty with Scotty Cena.
It's true.
Scotty Cena had a mysterious accident.
Yeah, I found him all fucked up on the ground.
Accidents happen.
He
what
was
can I
laying
say?
in a puddle of his own blood.
Well, paper,
Yeah.
but yeah, Scotty Cena's recuperating.
It's going to be a
I
while.
say DNA that motherfucker. I'm sure you're going to find Scotty's fingerprints all over him.
Oh yeah, Scotty says he has an airtight alibi.
The police are in Scotty's pocket. I mean,
I just have no idea what you guys are talking about. I mean, I know an accident, befell Scotty Cena, but that's all I know about
he
it.
fell onto a knife 17 times.
That's shocking.
I mean, it's implausible.
Scotty,
crime doesn't pay.
Scotty, stop playing games, man. Just admit that you fucking did it. Everybody knows you did it.
Paul, I mean, you're obviously biased in this case, Paul. I mean, you and Creationist kind of work together. You're associates. I know it's easy to come and attack me, but I mean, I have nothing more to say on the matter. I mean, it's very tragic, and I think crime is a terrible thing. And I, certainly don't condone crime or any violence against someone, even if I had disputes him in the past.
You did it, Scotty. Come on.
He doesn't recall.
You did it. We know you did it.
I wasn't aware of it until I was informed by you guys. I mean, I was just as shocked to hear the information.
Scotty Cena lives matter.
You had means, motive, and opportunity, Scotty. Means, motive, and opportunity to commit this heinous crime against Scotty Cena. We have you at the scene. We know that you hated Scotty Cena and you threatened to kill him on several occasions.
I have no idea what you're talking about, TJ.
You don't recall any of those events?
No.
Wow. Would someone pull the clips of Scotty threatening to kill Scotty Cena? Send those to us so that we can, or at least tell us where the fuck they are.
We had to verify the
we need to prove
of any such
conclusively. Maybe we'll even have a trial here on the show.
We need justice for Scotty Cena.
Because, Scotty Cena has been grievously injured.
I feel there's not any evidence to proceed forward with such a thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll see.
Piece of shit.
We need to have a deposition of some sort.
This is how biased it is against me. People insulting me are supposed to be a fair and objective, jury. How can I possibly get justice judged by you guys when you guys are clearly accusing me of something I have no knowledge of?
So, Creationist Cat.
What's up?
Are we still going to be collaborating at some point, man?
TJ, all right?
Yeah, I think I need a beer. Can you hand me one of those beers, please?
I assume that we're still collaborating. We talked about it like 2 days ago. We had a.
You weren't very
Skype
punctual,
call. What the?
Well, Creationist Cat has a cocaine habit, TJ. He doesn't always keep perfect track of time.
It's like, you kept missing meetings. You kept saying you would be there at certain times, then you weren't. And then finally I get a hold of you and you were like incoherent. I think you were drunk, maybe. And you're like, you've been, and then, and then we get video, good guy, But so now that you're more coherent, is that going to happen? Are we going to do that collaboration? Is that going to be a thing?
Yes, you are going to be a guest on Creationist Cat Chat. That is
what an honor.
You guys heard that?
It's on par with winning like an Olympic gold medal.
I'm going to be on Creationist Cat Chat.
Nobel Prize.
It's going to be awesome. And
congratulations, TJ. You're coming up in the world.
I know.
Finally, TJ. Finally,
I reached the pinnacle of YouTube. It's been my dream for a long time to be on top, and now finally I am.
You've reached the summit of YouTube.
Thanks to the miracle of Creationist Cat.
It just so happens that someone else who is among us has been on Creationist Cat recently.
Yeah.
Mr. Paul Zigo?
See, I got to clear this up, CC. You've been spreading some lies about me too.
Oh shit!
I was not on the Creationist Cat channel. I am but a vessel, one of many of the true Scotsman, and he uses me when he needs to point out a fallacy. So the true Scotsman was on Creationist Cat. You see what I'm saying?
That is true. He just looks a lot like.
Hello, Kitty. Yes, I. The true Scotsman.
I want to. We want to do a shirt of the True Scotsman. Let us know in the comments if you think that would be a thing you would buy if we did that. Yeah. Let us know. Let us fucking know, you piece of shit audience.
TJ has promised Paul 5% of all sales. He's that generous.
Yeah.
So do you want to to play videos and shit?
He agreed on
we
the
could
air.
do it.
You want to play a fucking video?
Play a fucking video.
Troll. Done.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking not a troll tonight.
Everyone's just going to take their
tripping.
preemptive guess?
You're tripping, Paul.
I'm gonna guess troll.
It feels like not a troll tonight.
Ah.
Oh, it's a troll night. It's a troll night.
Smoking them woos.
Conservatism and the arts. But conservatives are losing the culture war in the Western world.
She has good
Andrew
posture.
Breitbart said that
Yeah, she
politics
does.
is downstream from culture. And if we
I
on the
want the
right
sword
lose
to
that
fall and,
culture
like,
war, politics will slip away into
If
the
it's
hands of
sliced
leftists.
open and you see like the
So in case
implants
I
just
haven't made it
flop
clear,
out,
my name is Mark.
are they real?
Belly Dan.
I don't know. They look like they're saggy enough to be
You know what? They actually might be real. You know, I might be wrong. I don't know. What do you think, Ben?
I think it's really disgusting the way you just suggest violence against women so
It is.
cavalierly.
She's a
like that.
conservative and a belly dancer, and she has a sword on her head.
Conservative belly dancer with a sword on her head. There's no way this is a troll. This is not a troll.
Conservative.
not a
And
troll.
actually, I started dancing
You
the
were
same
right,
year
Paul.
that Harper won his
I know.
nomination in 2005 to go on to lead the new Conservative Party of Canada, and bless his heart, he's been the Prime Minister ever since. Well, I've been trying to...
So she's Canadian too, Scott.
That's even worse.
I have to take umbrage with you guys too for another thing. Like, here's a strong woman with a very well-informed opinion who happens to be balancing a scimitar on her head. And the first thing that you guys go to is, oh, her tits, 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 tits. It's like,
Yeah.
she's obviously not showing off her tits, guys.
No, she's not.
Yeah, well, we're just misogynists.
Hey, Ben,
Christian
why don't
Scott's
you
gay.
why don't you
Okay,
take
sure.
us why don't you take us off the screen for a second so the audience can see how she's not flashing her tits at all?
Yeah, this is not suggestive at all.
There's no. I mean, there's no.
It's my
reason.
internal misogyny acting up again.
Yeah, you know, there's no reason that you would notice those.
No.
There's definitely they're not being emphasized in any way. That's for sure.
Oh, by the way, thanks to everyone who sent in photos. TJ mentioned that we needed specific types of photos during the last show, and we've been getting quite a few. I think after another week, we'll put them up on the show.
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's my favorite episode.
Yep.
We should have mentioned that again during that. Well, whatever. Anyway, I say not a troll.
Not a troll.
You know what? Just to be a stubborn asshole, I'm saying it's a troll.
Is JF still there?
Not a troll.
Okay.
Ah, you're
to now,
garbage.
that's what
Yeah.
I'm going to say troll.
It's not a troll.
Bullshit.
The not a trolls have it.
Bullshit.
The not a trolls have it.
I told you. I told you.
Fucking liars. You're all against me.
Everyone's against
You're all against me.
And they should be.
A dog told me to kill you guys, so sorry, I have to kill you now.
All right. Here's a Fox News clip. It's
Goody.
It's Geraldo getting pissed off.
Geraldo.
Time for some more fair and balanced news.
Yep.
Iran's president clears up what death to America means, so stay tuned.
I mean,
Death to
it's
America.
been one of the most popular chants in Iran for decades and a personal favorite of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khomeini. Death to America.
Okay, so some brainwashed drones are parroting shit back.
Death to America. Yes, because America is the main cause of these pressures.
So have we been...
But, you know, I don't remember who told me this, but I recall someone at some point telling me that, like, in the Arab world, death to is kind of like just something they say about anything they don't like in a general way.
Rick Steves said that.
Yeah, that's where I heard it from. It's like, you know, it'd be like...
He went to Iran and they say, they at least this is what he says. I don't know how true this is, but
sure.
He said that it means like goddamn like goddamn America.
Like if we said goddamn Iran, it's not like we're like literally instructing that. I mean, maybe some people, they are. But
It's funny that these people are so upset when these are the same people that are like, let's fucking nuke these people back to the Stone Age. Like, what do they think that entails? I mean, really?
Misinterpreting that phrase all these years. Iran's president says Americans should not be taking those words personally.
I'm sure you realize that it is difficult for many Americans to get past the fact that President Obama has signed an agreement with the country that says death to America, death to Israel.
This slogan that is chanted is not a slogan against the American people.
Death to America is a very simple concept. 3 words. Not much room left for
was that his entire answer? Because
it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't really seem like it was. It feels like there was some context that might have been cut out. I mean, I'm not defending this guy. He probably is a total piece of shit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know any. I used to hear about Ahmadinejad all the time, but I don't really hear much about this guy specifically. And he replaced him.
Okay, well, generally with his governments, I mean, the lines are so blurred, especially in Iran, about political leanings, and it's pretty much more like your religious beliefs than anything.
Well, of course, yeah. The actual person who runs Iran is the religious leader.
Yeah,
and this guy's the president.
That's what I mean. It's basically a theocracy.
And every December 25th, he brings presents to all the children.
People in the chat room are saying we're defending death to America.
I am kind of defending it.
I'm not defending it.
I mean, I'm just saying that maybe, you don't have to take it literally. Like, other cultures do have idioms and shit.
Yes.
You can't, when you say go fuck yourself to someone, you probably don't really have any expectation that they're going to go and, like, shove their cock up their own ass. Or when you say someone's a motherfucker, you really don't think they fucked their mother.
This is just brainwash bullshit that people are reciting in a fucking large gathering. It's just like people are going, "God bless America." It's their fucking version of bullshit. It's not we're defending bullshit. It's just bullshit. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. You don't have to take it super seriously necessarily.
I think this guy needs to take his freaking turban and go back to Islamistan.
You're so Islamophobic, Creationist Cat. Do you think there's an Islamic version of Creationist Cat that was zapped by Allah?
It's possible, but I really doubt it. Allah, his powers are pretty weak. I don't think he could. And he'd probably choose like a goat.
What? Probably choose like a goat.
Muslim goat.
If America puts the enmity aside, if it initiates goodwill, and if it compensates for the past, the future situation between the United States and Iran will change.
Do you think, Greg, that he believes what he's saying?
Well, we're missing the whole point. Remember the song "Horse with No Name"? He's talking about the band America. Remember that song we heard over and over again that drove us crazy? It's Death to America.
Oh, man. You got him. Zing.
What a fucking douche.
You know that song, America? That's what he's talking about.
How does this
Oh, my
fucking
God.
vampire live with himself every day? It's like human leech. This like
Probably in some
sucker.
Probably in some fucking mini mansion.
JF, do you watch a lot of Fox News? I can imagine you like.
I actually like Fox News.
You do?
Yeah, because I like that they stand. You know where they stand, so there's nothing hidden. They are dishonest to the maximum to back their ID, but it's all open, it's all out there, and you know what to expect. And I think that the people who do stuff at Fox News, they have a sense of entertainment that's much better than a lot of other channels.
And it's fair and balanced.
Yeah, I would agree that Fox News does make they are better at being entertaining, but it's easy when you can make up the news, because then everything can be like the most incendiary thing possible.
But my view of the news and my view of journalism is that journalism is a combat to establish the fact. And the fact emerges from the combat of different ideologies showing up in the way they report facts. So to me, facts are not one thing that you can accuse people not to report. Facts is what emerge from the fight of different ideologies.
I don't know. I think of journalism more as like lie soup.
Fuck it.
So
more like what?
More like lie soup. It's just a soup of lies.
Yes.
But I mean, like, I don't know about this like battle where the truth emerges. I mean, I don't know. Maybe sometimes it does.
I don't think
but
that the truth that emerges from that has any validity. I think that there is no truth in in politics and in economy. There's no truth about whether someone has acted correctly or incorrectly. It's all in our mind and it's all subjective. But it's from the fight between these very subjective views on the world that emerges some kind of middle, which I agree with you is not absolutely true.
Okay. So are you saying if I come to your house and I kill your children and I rape your wife and I decapitate you after smashing your manhood with a hammer, are you saying that that's not objectively wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I would say something as extreme as that it's not objectively wrong in the same sense that we mean objective facts in science. That the only reason why it's wrong.
You heard it here, folks. JF thinks that's okay.
Atheists have no morality.
Okay. There's a difference between
no
saying
morality.
There's an objective fact about it being wrong and saying that it's okay. There's a confusion here. It's important to note that the reason why it's wrong is not because it's an objective thing that it's wrong. It's because it hurts me and my family.
Creationist Cat, I know you believe in the objective morality of the Bible. What do you think about what JF just said?
Well, you know, science is, it changes all the time. I mean, 1 second, the Earth is flat. The next, it's a sphere. Tomorrow, it's going to be a dodecahedron. I mean, it's just really, I like to put my frickin' faith into something that just kind of stays as it is and doesn't take in more evidence as things go along.
I can respect that. That seems like the more logical approach, really. Because, you know, if there's only one truth, the truth is going to be static and eternal, you know? Science, how can that give you truth when it's always changing?
We figured all this stuff out a long time ago, you know?
Wow.
I mean, we really don't have to...
Creationist Cat is really giving me guidance here, you guys. Go ahead, Master.
I mean, I just think it's pretty ridiculous. We're putting all this money into science when we should be, I don't know, buying more guns and, you know, perhaps buying more cat treats. And I don't know, I could use some more catnip. Let's spend some money on that.
Is catnip the cat equivalent of marijuana?
It depends on what kind of shit you get, you know? I mean, there's certain types that they're okay. Then there's the stuff that you freebase. I don't recommend it. It's pretty hardcore. But yeah, I mean, it gets you fucked up.
Yeah, I will double down on that. It is hard sometimes to get really good catnip. A lot of times what you get has seeds in it, a lot of stems, underdeveloped hairs and trichomes. You know what I mean? Like you don't get the good. You don't get the sticky, icky catnip anymore.
The stickiest of
Sounds
the
like a Paul problem, not a DP problem, though. Can't speak from experience on that one.
Oh man, Scotty's dead.
I'm dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Cool.
What's the next video about?
You want to watch the next video?
Sure.
All right. I have to bring up that screen.
The next video where we talked for 2 seconds about this.
I know.
Yeah, death to America. Well, that's over.
God, TJ and his short attention span.
Well, we've stopped talking about this a while ago.
What next? What next?
All right. Here's Megyn Kelly interviewing Kim Davis.
Okay.
Finally, two sensible people.
The hard-hitting interview we've all been waiting for.
That you feel compels you not to do this?
Well, the Christian faith, you know, God's word states that a marriage is between one man and one woman. that, you know, and that's what rules my faith, you know.
Now, you've heard your critics. They say, and we covered it in the piece, your critics say you too are a sinner, that you were married 4 times, twice to the same man, but divorced 3 times, that you had an affair while married, that you had children out of wedlock, and they look at you and say, who are you to judge others? To them you say what?
I've not judged anybody. I have give my life to Christ.
So basically, she totally avoids answering any real substantive questions.
Judged anybody.
I haven't done nothing wrong. I just followed the Bible. Oh, wow.
So beautiful.
So novel. Never heard that one before.
I have been redeemed by the blood of Christ.
What does this have to do with the question?
And that's available to anybody that wants that. My sins are forgiven. They are thrown into a sea of forgetfulness from the time I gave my life to Him. Do I still sin? Maybe every now and then. You know, we're all flesh. We tend to say things maybe we don't, maybe say things that we shouldn't say, or you know, act in a way that's unbecoming, get angry, you know, without cause. But that's what repentance is all about. You know, you ask God to forgive you, and you vow not to do it anymore.
So
you know,
people voted for this woman. I mean,
yeah, like only on Fox News are they going to let a stereotypical new Christian like this woman give her whole "I'm saved and you can be saved too" speech that she annoyingly gives to everybody that she knows. Like no other news organization is going to let this woman ramble on for 15 minutes about how she's redeemed by the blood of Christ.
And it's amazing when people do that speech in America, and it's the only place I know in the world where it can happen, where factual statements or questions can be addressed with such divagations that do not address at all. Like, it seems that they can get away of any situation by saying, well, I've been saved by the blood of Christ and blah, blah, blah. What does that...
She is
it's her
right
get out
about,
of jail free card in America.
Yeah.
Literally, in her case.
She is right about one thing, though. I will give her 1 point. She's correct about one thing.
What's that?
All right. And somehow I think CC may disagree.
Guys, this woman, she is the Lord's chosen county clerk. You know, I mean, she's telling it like it is. You know, she doesn't want the homos to have the right to marry, and I really support her on this. I mean, what else is there to say other than she's kind of fucking ugly? Yeah, I mean, look, I'm just being real here, but yeah.
You're so real, Kat. You're so real.
But we are flesh. To say that I'm a sinner, you know, I guess that's somebody judging me.
They judge
What about
what
the
a great
couple
response.
with whom
It
you had the
answered
confrontation?
nothing.
They said, we felt humiliated. We felt like second-class citizens. Can you understand that point of view?
When they first came in, they demanded that I talk to them. Nothing would do them, and they had cameras going and everything. And so when I was talking to them, they wanted to know why I would not issue them the marriage license. And I simply told them about when God created earth. He spoke everything into existence.
They said they went to get their marriage license pursuant to the law, and they didn't want a, quote, lecture in religion.
They wanted to know the reason why I wouldn't issue one, and I gave them the reason.
Mm-hmm. Do you think, you know, the argument on the other side is, well, if we're going to give a religious accommodation to someone like Kim Davis, then we're going to have to give a religious accommodation to an untold number of people, to Catholics who don't want to issue a license to somebody who's been divorced but was married in a Catholic church and didn't get it annulled, to a Muslim clerk who doesn't want to sanction the marriage of a Christian to a Muslim, and so on. Can you understand that argument?
Well, I could if I thought it was a valid argument, because for simply the fact is that marriage is defined as one man and one woman.
What? The fact is that marriage is defined by the Bible, which not everyone believes or follows, has ever been proven to be true. So let's just cast that aside. It's always funny. Like JF said, it's deviations away from answering anything really substantive and just going, I have faith, and this book says it's true, so it must be, and that's all there is to it.
People are saying that the audio and the video are way out of sync. So I think I'm going to kill the broadcast for a second, then come back on and see if that helps.
Okay.
I don't know what else to do about it. So everyone else in the call is going to stay with us. I'm just killing the broadcast. No data. All right. We're back. And hopefully that fixed it. If not, I don't know what to do about it.
Okay.
It's not like black and white. You're not talking about a racial issue. You're not talking about... I'm just talking about marriage in general.
But hold on.
The Supreme Court has defined marriage as not just being between a man and a woman. So that's their definition of marriage. That's the definition of marriage that applies legally in the country in which you are the fucking county clerk of some shithole county in fucking Kentucky. Okay, so... you're basically saying that your definition of marriage trumps the legal definition of marriage because it's what God said, but, this is not a theocracy. We're a nation of laws. We're not a nation of God.
Yeah, this is a secular society. There's no place for your religious beliefs in making on legal matters, and the courts have ruled against you continuously.
I support this woman to the point that if this is a closely held conviction of hers, that she has every right to step down and protest and allow for a runoff election to elect somebody who will carry out the letter of the law. That's it. Step down and protest.
Have their own definitions of marriage and their own beliefs on who can and cannot marry. So the critics say this is a slippery slope. If we're going to bend the law or the rules for one person with one set of objections, then we're going to have to do it for a bunch of people with other objections.
So you have millions of Christians who object this whole same-sex marriage issue. Are their rights invalid? Are their rights not worth anything? I mean, it's a valid point. It's a fight that's worth fighting for.
How about that? Because, the president, even today, was talking about how in this country we stand for religious liberty. Do you believe that? Do you believe that still in the United States of America today?
In 2015, when a county clerk can go to jail because she is upholding her religious beliefs, I would have to question his statement.
Wow.
I'm just reflecting. I'm trying to process what she says.
What she's saying is she's really sad that we don't have a Christian theocracy. That's the long and the short of this. Is if we had a theocracy, everything would be so much better.
I don't understand how she thinks that some right of hers is being infringed just because someone else has been given equal rights to her. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I can concede. So she's basically saying, I have the job, but my religious belief forced me to do A, B, C. And she claims that because of that, she doesn't have to do that. I would make a parallel with someone who would claim, for example, that she can wear a veil to display her adherence to Islam in, for example, a official position like policeman. And I'm actually at the border between saying it's fair and it's unfair. I have difficulties really ruling if she's totally illegitimate in asking this. Certainly, her religious beliefs are making it impossible for her to do the job that she should do. And so I would be like Paul, and I would say, just continue to protest, but leave.
Well, see, what you guys are doing is you guys are making it much harder for her to feel better than everybody else, okay? And, basically, you're taking away her right to discriminate against everyone else. And that's what this is about. This is about her, just really trying to assert her superiority on everyone. And you're trying to take that away. You're trying to take away that which legally gave her a precedence to feel better than everybody else. So you should feel ashamed of your freaking selves.
I do, now that you explain it like that.
It's a total mockery, because we all know if the Supreme Court ruled that, against marriage equality, they would have been in the streets. Oh, the Supreme Court ruled rightly. They're right. They're correct. But the minute they don't agree with the laws, oh, well, there's a higher power. There's higher laws. You can't have it both ways.
Apparently you can.
So you decide you're going to stand on principle. You wind up getting word you're going to jail. Even though you knew it was a possibility, describe the moment you learned you were going.
There was a flood of emotions, of course, but when the marshals came around to get me, I stood up and I thanked Judge Bunning, and I walked out with grace.
Not knowing how long you were going to be in jail for.
Didn't matter how long I was going to be in jail.
Grace is
how
the
long
name
we
of
were going to stay.
It didn't
as long
matter.
as it took. I would stay till January until legislation was put in, if that was what it took.
You could have been there for up to a year.
Sure.
So is grace what we're calling stubborn, bigoted obstinance now?
Yes.
Yep. Is that the Christian word for stubborn, bigoted obstinance?
I would say so.
I've never understood when they say grace what they're trying to talk about.
Now you do.
Can you clear that up for me, CC?
Can you repeat that?
Like when she says she is governed by grace. Does that mean, what does that mean?
Maybe she's a big fan of Grace Jones.
That's true. You got a point.
That's probably what it is, Paul. Come on.
Yeah, we figured it.
Who isn't, though? Who isn't?
Yeah, no one I want to be associated with.
What was she? Was she in Conan the Destroyer, or was it Conan the Barbarian?
She was in Conan the Destroyer.
Yeah,
She was
Conan
in
the Destroyer.
She was in Boomerang with Eddie Murphy, and she was in some really, really weird French porn in the early 80s.
Was she really?
Wow.
Wow.
It wasn't porn. It was kind of like quasi porn, but it's pretty. You could probably find it on. You really don't want to see it. It's like kind of she's made up sort of like a Keith Haring painting, and it's pretty disturbing.
Damn, we know Creationist cats, fat porn. Damn. Grace Jones. Never would have suspected.
Disturbing-tastic.
Never would have thought of it, but okay, we'll roll with it.
Did you know that? It didn't matter. Megan, when I gave my life to the Lord, I vowed to Him I vowed to serve Him with my whole heart, mind, body, and soul, every bit of strength I had. That's a vow I want to keep, because it's a heaven or hell issue for me.
Even while you're sitting in a jail cell alone.
Yes, ma'am, I counted a joy. You know what I did while I was in there? I sang praises to Him to the top of my lungs. They probably thought I was insane in there.
Were you allowed to talk to anybody?
I was by myself, so I talked to the Lord.
Was it humbling?
Yeah.
I mean, somebody can see you at all times.
She was a persecuted
It's
Christian.
humbling.
It's the same thing as being fed to lions. Is what she endured. She was in a jail cell praying.
Privacy. You're a county clerk. You're an elected official of your county, and the next thing you know, you're sitting in there.
Got?
In the jail.
People in the jail, hardened criminals in there for over 10 years, got message, said, let her know we're praying for her.
Did you know at the time...
So scumbags are praying for you, and that's good? This guy that murdered his own son is praying for you. It's wow, you keep shitty company.
He morally agrees with your stand against the homos. What's he in here for? Oh, he molested several children.
A national story.
No, I mean, I never even imagined, somebody me for just standing up. Any Christians just standing up for your beliefs would lead to this.
So you get out after 6 days, and there's an agreement now that the deputy
standing up for your
clerk...
beliefs is not what led to her current position. Allowing her beliefs to trump her sworn duties as an elected official is why she's in her position. And those are two different things.
Yeah, not only that, when a judge ordered her to cease her protest movement or whatever she was doing, she refused to do that, and she was held in contempt of court. So what is the judge supposed to do? She won't uphold the law of the position that she's taken. Does she think that her faith just trumps the law that she's sworn to uphold? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense.
She acts like she's being denied the right to practice her religious belief. Nobody is stopping this woman from going to church whenever she wants, from standing on a street corner with a Jesus is coming soon sign, from ministering to people. Nobody's infringed on a single enumerated right of hers. And yet here she is playing the big martyr and acting like the big bad government is trying to stifle her because she's Christian. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
There are rules.
I think she's a martyr and a true American patriot.
And a stunningly beautiful woman.
Yeah.
Beautiful inside and out. I can see why God wanted all up in that.
All right. So, do you want to watch something about the Pope?
Sure.
Okay.
The Pope is dope.
Looks like Republican presidential candidates were going to meet the Pope.
Oh, we love you, Pope. We love you.
Pope Francis is winning hearts and putting his distinctly pastoral stamp on some hot-button political issues during his visit to the United States. It's his first ever here to America, and the pontiff arrived at the White House today in his Fiat. No armored black limousine for him, as Capitol Security mounts his biggest operation in history. And for those who expected him to talk about tough issues, Francis did not disappoint. Immigration, marriage, Cuba, and climate change, telling the American people that on that, it is time to act now.
Mr. President, I find it encouraging that you are proposing an initiative for reducing air pollution.
It's pretty sad with religious figures when they say anything positive. People are like, wow, they have some sensible positions.
That climate change is a problem we can no longer
this is
be left
Is he gonna finish the sentence?
Apparently he
started saying 20 years ago.
Yeah, they're just now catching up. I mean, I have heard that there are Catholic priests that are scientists, though.
Sure. But my problem is, like, why does the Pope get his dick sucked every time he gets something right? It's like, you know, he just benefits from people's low expectations of religion. Basically.
And the fact that the last Pope was so bad that he looks great in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, anyone looks good after Pope Palpatine.
This is like the PR Pope in response to the horrible choice they made before, which is like he kind of further alienated people who were like on the fence about religion. Like, oh, this is all the Catholic Church is about. You know, rich old guys. Now they got this guy.
So the Catholic Church is molesting our kids?
Yeah.
What's the new Pope look like? Oh, he looks like Satan's turd.
Yeah, this guy's a much better choice.
He was such a bad pope that he literally quit.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a case of lowered expectations.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, the Pope said that the climate change is real. Let's all
let's go suck his dick.
I don't recognize the authority of the Pope, so why would I give a shit what he thinks? Just because he's right about something, I'm supposed to shit my pants with glee?
Generation.
And he got a lot of applause for that. Joining me now to talk about all of this is Joshua Dubois, former and current spiritual advisor to President Obama, and Marco Politi, the Italian Vatican journalist and author. First to you, Mr. Dubois.
Yeah.
So, you saw the president today, you saw the Pope, you were out there. What did it feel like being out there?
In a word, joy. You know, the look on the president's face when he introduced this Pope to this country was just one of overwhelming joy. And the president's not Catholic himself, of course. But, you know, one thing that people often overlook is that
Muslim.
he has a long history
We all know.
with the Catholic Church. His first work in Chicago was funded by the Catholic Campaign for Human Development.
Oh, okay, I see. This is the guy spiritually advising the president. And he has some fruity little flower lapel, but where, might I ask, is his American flag lapel?
Doesn't appear to be visible.
This is a spiritual advisor to the president that doesn't understand the importance of having an American flag lapel pin on your fucking collar?
He's shitting on the graves of all the lives that were lost on 9/11. This guy.
Yeah, you might as well just go find a World War II veteran, take out their dentures, shove your big black cock down their throat, and take a piss. For all the respect you've shown here today for my country, you piece of vile, verminous scum. I shouldn't be surprised, knowing what kind of evil President Obama is, that this is the kind of man that would be his spiritual advisor. A man who holds all Americans in contempt.
Wow. That's harsh words from TJ.
TJ's very passionate about this, as you can tell. He talks about it all the time.
All the time.
This guy, he hates him. TJ is dying right now. I think we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna come back, and we will call you guys back as soon as we come back from our break. Okay?
Sounds fantastic.
All righty.
All right, we will be right back.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
You know, last episode we had Howard Bloom on here.
Yes.
And, I would say he talked more by himself than the three of you guys combined.
Yeah.
Easily. I felt like there was a non-stop barrage of verbiage coming our way at all times. Trying to control the show was very, very difficult.
I can imagine so.
TJ, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I've got a question for you guys, all right?
Yeah.
I watched that show, and I like that guy. But Jesus Christ, do you really believe that the guy did 1,000 push-ups in a row without stopping?
Yes.
I have no idea.
We believe.
I would say no, I don't believe that.
What?
But, I can't really prove
You know
that
what?
he can't.
I think it's time for a fucking throwdown. TJ should be like, Howard, you just fucking put cash money on the table and just be like, Howard, I challenge you to do 400
Why wouldn't he
push-ups.
if he does that on a regular basis, why wouldn't he make a YouTube video of it? Like 75-year-old man
He
does
doesn't
1,000
He
push-ups.
doesn't like to brag.
You know,
he doesn't
He doesn't like to brag. He said it on our show.
He doesn't like to brag, Ben. Come on, he's modest.
Howard Bloom doesn't like to brag.
He's very modest, guys.
Very
Come
true.
on.
No, he says that he does it right when he wakes up in the morning, and that he can't do the same amount at any other time because that's just when he's conditioned himself to do it.
So tape himself doing
think
it.
he can't.
He can't because that would disrupt his routine, his perfect
Okay,
routine.
we'll place a camera in his room.
Impossible. It can't be done.
We can place a camera in his room,
There's just
and when he
too many
wakes up,
logistical problems
and when he
with
wakes up, it'll be filming everything. It'll be filming all through the night, all through.
No.
Well, why not?
That's not possible. That can't be done.
We don't have the technology to do it.
Any other time than in the morning, because if he did it at any other time, it would be the next day once he started. I mean, it takes like a few hours to do 1,000 push-ups.
No, it takes him. It only takes him 15 minutes.
15 fucking minutes.
That's how fast he is.
He's not working out more, CC.
He said he was. He actually had the stigmata even.
Yeah.
So,
I'm putting it out there. If Howard Bloom posts a video that's even verifiable that he's doing real push-ups, and he does 500 push-ups in a row without stopping, I will literally eat my fucking shoe.
That is awesome.
I will do it on the Drunken Peasants. I get to choose the shoe, but I will eat my fucking shoe. For real.
Can we see the shoe?
Yes. I'll do it on cam.
No, but can we see
That's
it?
awesome.
Can we see it now so we know?
No. I get to pick my shoe.
Yeah, but I want to.
It'll be like a shoe made out of chocolate or something.
Yeah, I don't. You can't pick no food shoe. I want to see.
We'll take TJ's shoe and cover it with shit, and here you go, Paul.
I was gonna get a shoe cake from Baskin Robbins.
Oh,
like
yeah,
a
of
shoe
course.
ice cream cake. Yeah.
Yeah, we're on to your shit, Paul.
God damn it, you guys are too sly for me.
That shit don't fly around here.
No, but seriously, that motherfucker cannot do 1,000 push-ups in a row.
I doubt it.
without
I
stopping.
severely
He
doubt
says
it.
he can.
There's
I
no
believe
fucking
him.
way. Jack
I
LaLanne
believe.
was in the best shape of any 70-some-odd, any septuagenarian I've ever seen, and he couldn't do 1,000 push-ups. I bet. at his
He's
age.
no fucking Howard Bloom, dude.
Yeah, well, Howard Bloom is just more invigorated.
Howard is God. That's the only exercise that Howard does, though. You know, he doesn't do any other kind of exercising. I mean, I guess he walks a lot, but other than that, just push-ups.
Somebody in the chat said this fat ass couldn't do 2 push-ups. That's right. That's true. But
I'll
I'm
give
not
you
coming
guys-
on the Drunken Peasants going, I do 1,400 push-ups every morning.
Josh Fierstein was on the Doctors.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
Shit.
The Doctors.
yeah, he was.
He's a medical expert.
It's a show. It's a daytime TV show that's hosted by a bunch of doctors.
Okay.
So yeah, I thought maybe we could watch a little bit of this.
Yeah, sure.
I love the look of the guy on the right.
Yeah,
That's totally appropriate to Josh Fierstein.
it looks like. Hold on, I may have to turn up the volume.
Yeah, Ben, turn up the fucking volume, man. Can't even hear this shit.
What I address in the video is not so much the mermaid doll as the ideology behind the fact that we as parents, personally, I think it's ridiculous because it's like we become so politically correct that our brains have fallen out of our head when Target has to remove from their shelves any sort of idea that a toy is meant to be boy or meant to be girl.
Good.
Yes.
No, because what I know about child development, and as somebody who studies.
God.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt Josh fucking Fierstein.
Look at him.
moron.
I want to see how he handles it. He probably just keeps talking. I bet.
The children works in school. Listen. I know that if we can nurture children for who they are, they will find their own paths.
They're two sides of the same coin.
Sorry, I take Josh's side.
Terrified of people vomiting. I want to vomit from just what he just said. I just want to nurture these kids up.
We need to nurture the children.
No binary choices. No binary choices.
Just because I want to name you both. Sure. Floor, Mickey wanted to
Yeah, I would like to say something. I think the fundamental difference between you and I reached out to you on Facebook, and I really want to commend you for answering me back, and we had a dialogue via email. And so my objective here is two men that are entirely different archetypes, for us to find a dialogue that will actually have us not pitted against each other, but I will never agree with your ideologies, and you may never agree with mine. But we don't need to trash each other. Okay?
I will never. You may never. That guy's got confidence. I just don't like all this nicey nice language that floats around. You know.
I mean, it has its place, but there's enough of it. You know what I mean? There's enough.
So, JF, on your at your university that you work at, is there a lot of PC?
Well, I just gave up my job, so I don't work at the university anymore. You didn't.
Now you work at the fucking Dunkin' Donuts, don't you? Next time I come in, I'm gonna be like, "Give me a dozen donuts."
Okay,
you bitch.
so was it a very PC atmosphere?
Was it?
Politically correct. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, in any liberal circle, you get pretty much the statements that you get from the guy on the right here. There's currently a tendency for anti-gender, or basically blending the gender, or seeing a continuum between the two. Personally, I'm almost between Josh Fierstein and this other guy, and between Josh Fierstein and the extreme left, which is that I think that we're going a little too far in degendering society. I think that sometimes a lot of the kids, they still need to simply be feeling like they have a place in one gender or the other, and that it can still be positive to encourage that. I don't mean to fight against individuals, and if one individual is a boy and feels like a girl, go ahead and be liberal about it. But I don't think we have to remove every sign of gender of gender in society. I think it's not necessarily good.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know what? Even further than that, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, even further than that, I don't even think this is really a problem. I have a little niece and nephew, and their favorite place in the world is Toys R Us, right? They love it there, and I've been there within the last couple of months with them. They act like they're degendering toys. There are whole aisles of nothing but Barbie dolls and pink and purple shit for girls, and there are whole aisles of like army guys and mutants and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and fucking Batman and Superman and shit for boys. It's always been that way, and I haven't seen it change since I was a kid. So I think we're talking about something that's a little bit of a red herring here when it comes to gender issues.
Yeah, you're right. And I think that people who have problems with degenderification, like Josh Feuerstein, I think they have problem with a discourse, but a discourse that has not penetrated society, as you point out, yet.
The fundamental differences between you and I, as the way I see it, is that I believe that all people are born good, and you believe that all people are born sinners. And I think that simple idea has us lose trust in the children to actually choose their highest choice. And so when we don't give the children the freedom to actually step up and exercise and cultivate their innate intuition and intelligence, they end up being followers in the system, and that's where trouble begins.
Okay, so
I don't disagree with any of that.
Yeah. So you have some reasonable opinion, and I don't have. You can see how furious he is. Like he's not.
First of all, as far as you believing that people are all born good and I believe that they're all born evil, I believe that people were obviously created in the image of God, that obviously that through sin, that yes, that we have a fallen sin nature, but I do believe that we have an ability to come to a relationship with Jesus Christ in which we are now able to then have his goodness fill us. So I don't think it's an issue.
So you're an empty vessel, John.
Fill me with your goodness.
You're empty.
Jesus. I'm ready to accept the vessel of Christ inside.
I love the way that Josh Feuerstein says God. I've been working on my Josh Feuerstein.
God.
When you fall on your knees in front of God and worship at that godly cock.
Josh, I want to say one thing, and because we have to.
Hey guys, Josh Moron's time
I think it comes down to this: you're right as a parent. You do shape your children, right? But there's a big difference between telling your children to stay away from, say, drugs, don't drink and drive, and picking out a mermaid doll.
I would never tell my children to stay away from drugs. That'd be so difficult.
I have to control every aspect of my child's life till they grow up just like me. It's like, what a terrifying thought.
That's what all these, a lot of people try to make their kids into clones of themselves. That's true.
Oh, that's obvious what he's doing,
I understand your ideology. I get it. And everyone can have their own choice in life in terms of what ideology they follow. But
I want to say one thing. You cannot mold someone's sexuality.
Okay, see. When it comes to something like gender,
bullshit. Scooby-Doo molded my sexuality. Saw that shit when I was a kid. I was like, wow, yeah.
So that's when you got into bestiality.
The first crush I ever had was on Velma from Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, me too.
Dude, I wanted Velma.
Bullshit.
We're one.
I swear to God.
You guys were looking at Scooby's ass and going, damn.
Paul and I are one being. We both like the Velma.
I wanted Velma so bad, dude.
Fapping Saturday morning cartoons.
She literally, like, to this day, I love nerdy chicks with short hair. The skirt was working on me. The thickness of her is working on me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I know exactly what I'm saying.
I don't even know the other chick's name.
Daphne.
Yeah, fuck Daphne. Skinny bitch.
Well, that's the opposite of what you wanted to do.
Feed her to one of the monsters, man.
Daphne would, you know that Daphne would lay there like a dead fish.
So you guys want like a three-way with her? That's what you're saying, TJ.
And fucking Velma
three-way
would
with
be
Velma.
A freak, dude. A straight-up freak.
Damn, so
we have the exact same opinion on this.
Paul and TJ need to get on it. They need to have sex with Velma.
It's like I'm really like Paul's ego is my ego in a way because I'm hearing my own thoughts.
Paul's like
coming from his mouth.
He's just parroting back what you want to hear, TJ.
Hashtag Paul fucked a cartoon.
Oh man,
Paul and TJ.
I didn't. I'm not claiming that I got some, but I would have if the fucking opportunity had presented itself. Like 8-9-year-old Paul would have been up in that deep.
Sweet.
Watch. When it comes to something like gender, this is a biological classification. Okay, my issue is that you have people like the University of Tennessee that's now saying that we cannot celebrate gender, that we have to use the pronoun
people like
she.
the University of
People like this university. That's not a person. Corporations are people, my friend.
Universities are people too.
Apparently they are now.
Instead of his or hers, I'm saying this. My wife and I are biologically different, and we are different genders. And you know what? We celebrate that. It's not that one's subservient to the other, or that, hey,
not according to the Bible.
my inbox has been filled with people saying, your ideas are so old-fashioned and outdated. I would argue that there's a big difference between being old-fashioned and outdated and being ancient. And when it comes to gender roles, you're talking about something that has been around culture to culture, that's been around since the beginning of man, something that we find all throughout biology, whether it's the animal kingdom or human life. We find that there's different gender roles, and I think that that's okay for us to celebrate that, rather than sit around and say, hey, we need to rip this pronoun out, or we can't talk about this, or we have to totally make the Target shelves look like they've been whitewashed.
Why don't you just go read an article?
The Target shelves!
Like, this is not accurate. There have been transgender people throughout history, and different societies actually have, catered to them in some ways.
But TJ,
the ancient past.
But TJ, think of the Target shelf.
Like, he's just basically when he talks about the history, he's only talking about the history of Christianity. He's not talking about any other history.
Is there any other history that matters?
I guess not.
Bloody?
Until Jesus found us, we were a wayward lot.
You don't even believe in anything, teachers. Why do you care what Josh Fierstein believes? You don't believe in anything.
I do believe that
you don't know anything. You have no morality. You have no place to even have an opinion.
I believe that Creationist cat is dead also.
Yeah. Well, he was fapping to Fierstein.
I'm still here. I'm listening, man.
Fapping away furiously, Fierstein.
I mean, personally, I get pissed off whenever somebody gives me a mouse filled with catnip to play with that's male instead of female, because I like torturing female mice. So I don't know. I as a cat, I feel for what Josh Fierstein is saying here.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That is, yeah. I mean, he has a point.
Third date. Okay.
Third date. I don't think there's much wrong with it.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh my God.
Hey, my name is Vadim. I'm a screenwriter and performer here in New York City. And I'm getting ready for my date with.
So, if you ever want to see what the definite, if you ever want to look in the dictionary next to the rapist, this is pretty much the picture you see.
Yeah, here you go.
Did you make your slave shave that pedophile mustache on?
Yeah, holy shit.
I was not in his life at the point that this was made. I think this was around 2004, 2005 that this was made. And you know what? I'll tell you guys the story behind it once it goes on a little more. But yes, I will heartily concur that he looks very much like a pedophile with that mustache.
He took his glasses off for the interview, those thick pedo glasses. That was good, though. He had some recognition of that. So.
He's really funny and cute, and I was just sort of interested
No, he's
in him.
not. He's creepy.
Yeah, we've had a good time, but something about him.
Unibrow!
Oh,
He's
shit.
plucking his fucking unibrow.
If only with $10, if he had that $10 product, he could have fucking
Exactly.
What was it called? I don't even remember. They should have called it like Wow or something.
Everything we've ever done, he's always worn a Hawaiian shirt. And he's really into snack foods, and he's really into that squeeze.
Oh my God, I need that right fucking now.
You need Cheese Whiz?
Yes.
I gotta be honest with you right now, TJ, and I'm just gonna come off the top and you can tell me if you agree. I would fucking literally walk out into the street and kill a human being right now for a Ritz cracker with some extra sharp cheddar cheese, squeeze cheese.
Paul, I would say
capital premeditated murder in the street in front of the house where my fucking wife lives.
Well, let me
for
tell
a
you
piece
something.
of squeeze cheese.
Let me
now.
tell you something, Paul. If I was on a space station and I was looking down on the Earth and someone presented me with a button that would give me even a fourth of a Ritz cracker with a speck of the shittiest flavor of that cheese, and all I had to do was blow up the entire world to get it, I would do it in a heartbeat without the fucking slightest bit of hesitation. That's how much I want that fucking shit.
That is fucking dedication.
TJ, well, you know what, TJ? If I were God, and,
oh shit,
and another deity from a different fucking universe came to me and said, look, I have this fucking Ritz cracker with some squeeze cheese on it. All you have to do is take every human being that's ever lived on the planet and make their entire existence a living fucking torment for eternity. I'm talking like having their flesh flayed off of their body and their bodies scorched by fire and then healed and then scorched again day in and day out for eternity. I would do it without even blinking, motherfucker.
Yeah, well, you know what, Paul? That other god that came and gave you that fucking Ritz cracker with the cheese on it, that was me as a god, because I got all the fucking Ritz crackers with cheese on them, because I did that to a billion universes before your ass even cooked up your fucking universe.
Man, fuck you, TJ.
Man, fuck you, TJ.
Fuck you, TJ. I think we've determined who loves the crackers and cheese more now, Paul.
Who does that, really? The main reason that I like Vadim is because he's good looking and attractive.
No, he's not. What are you talking about?
What was this bitch smoking?
He looks like a pedophile version of that weird character.
He's like
from
fucking eating
Something
Cheetos
About
like,
Mary.
damn, that's sexy.
You remember Something About Mary? He looks like that guy.
You have Cheetos on your face.
Oh, I do? I got you this.
I wouldn't point out that he has cheese on his face. Point out the fucking horrible mustache on his face. You got a shitty mustache on your face. Let me get that off.
You got a little peach fuzz here. Let me get that off here.
Oh shit, that's really on there. Oh.
We're gonna have to find a trash can
gonna
for
be
you to
a
open this
fourth
up
day.
over because it broke. I dropped it. I'm so sorry.
Oh, and he's a klutz too.
Okay, is this scripted or what?
Yeah, it's scripted.
Yeah.
It's fake. It's fake
All
as
right.
fuck.
Okay, guys. I'm gonna tell you guys the story behind this. Okay.
Yeah, tell us the story.
All right. Okay. So basically, Vadim knew this girl Rebecca, and they were friends for like a while. They were not dating. She thought that it would be kind of funny to prank this show.
Yeah, because she's like 20 years too old for him.
What? She's like probably around 24 at this time.
Like I said.
But basically, this is what happened. Okay, so when they actually filmed this show, the producers came up to them about midway and said, like, okay, look, seriously, just tell us, okay, are you guys full of shit? And we were like, okay, yeah, we're kind of full of shit. And they were like, okay, look, we've had one couple before that tried to do this, and they were horrible, and we kicked them off the show, but you guys are really hilarious. And our producer tells us not to do this sort of thing, but we're just going to go with this. And basically from that point on, we did retakes. At this point, they did not know though. At this point, this was none of this was improvised, but this was not scripted. You know what I'm saying? And the basically the camera crew at this point did not know that we were for sure that we were full of shit.
Okay.
This
We understand
is a lot of
now.
what has been happening with Jerry Springer episodes too. A lot of them have been shown to.
It's a
the
travesty.
people who they just want to show themselves and they invent stories. I think that a lot of the shows like this in the 90s.
We should do
were-
that, Scotty.
Well, that's what pro wrestling is like.
We should get on Jerry Springer somehow.
And fight to the death.
It's a good present. Thank you.
Cheeto?
My brother is compelled to dress in a tutu and hand people eggs.
Nice try, TJ.
He is the egg bitch.
Okay, if you go on dressed as the banana bitch.
Jerry. Well, that could be revealed midway through. I'll be like, it's okay, Scotty. I, too, am a bitch. But of bananas, and then I pull off my fucking shirt.
Start frolicking.
To reveal my yellow
tossing bananas through the audience.
How do you say How do you say egg bitch in French?
Egg bitch? Well, explain to me what that means. Salaud.
Okay, egg as in a fucking egg, and then bitch as in you're a bitch.
Yeah.
So egg bitch is like you're the bitch of eggs, like the official bitch of the food eggs. Yeah.
Well, so you're ascribing a bitch to eggs?
Yeah, like it's an official title of eggs.
The bitch of eggs.
Like it's kind of like being the Duke of Eggs, or the King of Eggs, or the Minister of Eggs.
Every time you say eggs, it sounds like you're saying AIDS.
But explain to me,
I like
in what
eggs.
situation would you say that to someone?
Okay, if you have someone...
I'm the egg bitch.
Hold
Have
on.
an egg.
Like, let's say you have someone in your life, a family member, a close family member, who, in secret, dresses in a pink unitard and tutu and carries around a basket of eggs and walks up to people on the street and says... I'm the egg bitch. Would you like an egg? And then he hands you one, whether you want it or not. And in fact, if you don't, he will jump on you and start scratching.
It's because he wants you to get cancer.
Yeah, and he hates
it's
you.
Someone
That's
who
crazy.
tries to impose our love of eggs to others.
Yes.
He's a bitch
well,
for
there's no
eggs.
word for this in French. It just never happened in France.
Okay, well, what is the... Hold on.
How do you know?
Wait a minute.
How do you know?
Wait a minute.
I find that hard
All right,
to... You know what?
Let's just do this
We were
primitive. What's
we
the
were in
fucking-
France. We saw it everywhere. I'm calling bullshit on that.
Hold on. French word. Just tell us the French word for eggs. What is that? Oof. That's horrible. Anyway, so what is the French word for bitch?
Bitch is very complicated. I don't think there's a real equivalent. There's salope, which is really sexual, and it doesn't have the dog aspect that there's in English.
All right, well, whatever. We're going with it. Oof, salope.
Salope. La salope des œufs.
Yeah. Les salopes des ouf. Les salopes des ouf. I'm saying it more German.
Look, this is like Google Translate's attempt at it.
Chenuf.
Chenuf?
Yep, that's what Google Translate came up with.
Well, they translated to dog.
Egg dog.
Egg dog. Egg dog.
Would you be the egg dog, Scotty? If I dressed you as a dog and you handed out eggs, would that be less humiliating?
I'd only be the egg, like, ruler of the universe.
No. Eat a fucking cock in hell, you son of a bitch.
Fuck you, TJ.
Fuck you, TJ.
I honestly think we just figured out fucking Scotty's rap name, dude.
Egg dog? Yeah. Scotty cannot rap, though.
I cannot rap at all.
Even if you gave him verses, he cannot.
Oh, okay, if you give me enough time in verses, then
Well,
sure.
okay, I
yeah.
guess maybe then.
That's fucking ridiculous. Shut up, TJ.
All right, fine.
I sent Paul some beats today.
Yeah, you did, dude. I was busting some fucking nasty rhymes to those beats.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Those were great. Yeah, they were really good.
It's time for some collaboration.
Sweet.
I think so, man. I think so. Some kind of
thing.
So, are we done, or do you want to watch more of this?
I would say the show is over.
Yeah.
Maybe we should end with something, like have some kind of like maybe final parting video before we officially end.
Like
or I can tell a story.
All right.
All right.
Sorry. Put Paul full screen.
I will.
I mean, we could do it that way too.
Whore for likes.
Drive fucking full screen. Every pore in his fucking head.
Yeah, I'll have you on full screen in just a moment here.
I'm not Paul. You guys probably noticed.
I just need to say one thing before Paul shares his story, okay?
Yeah.
As for the pedo stash, I feel like I have to defend this. We gave him the pedo stash on purpose because it looked like a pedo stash.
Unlikely story.
Yeah.
I feel that Creationist
Revisionist history.
When he speaks of Vadim, sometimes he's objective, but sometimes I feel him emotionally involved.
Yeah. Oh shit.
He's psychoanalyzing you.
I wonder why that is. I guess he cares for his slave.
He's a kind, caring slave master. Come on.
He does represent me, so I don't want him to come off like a total dumbass. And basically, when he shaved that mustache, he had it for about like a week at the time that they shot that, and people treated him completely different than they did when he did not have that mustache. People kind of treated him like, Jesus Christ, if this guy thinks that mustache looks good, there's got to be something wrong with you. So,
yeah.
The point is that yes, he knew it looked horrible.
Let's just be honest here. He always had that mustache.
Yeah. Yep. We all know it.
And you're just covering for him. But that's nice of you, Creationist Cat.
Creationist Cat's got his back,
Anyway, time for Paul.
Paul's story time, which I guess.
Paul, do you have any?
We need an intro for that.
We need like a campfire thing.
Yeah,
story time.
Paul by a campfire, and then he pulls an old tome out from under his ancient man tit.
Paul, did you see that crazy? Paul, did you see that crazy cartoon that they made?
Yes, the G Time Johnny with the ants falling up my ass and shit.
Yeah.
It was fantastic.
Totally accurate. Come on, guys.
Absolutely.
Is that based on true events or?
My favorite part of that video is when I'm slapping to try and kill the ants, and then I take the time to slap my ass red before I grab the lollipop, because that's totally I do that,
Yeah. So what's today's story about? And by the way, we do want an intro for Paul's story time.
Okay. Well, that's,
do TJ's bidding.
So this story, I live in California, and all up and down the coast of California, there are these missions, these old Spanish missions, from when this Spanish Empire in North America was colonizing the coast of California. So it's kind of a rite of passage as a kid from California to go visit one of these missions on a field trip, right? So I'm on this field trip, and my dad, for whatever reason, volunteered to be a chaperone on this field trip, right? And this is the story I always think of when I think of my dad, for whatever reason. And I don't know if it's as funny as the last story, but this is my dad in a nutshell. So we all go to this mission. I don't remember which mission it is here in California. And there's this bathroom, right? And it's one of those pee troughs. Have you ever seen those in a bar?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so the bathroom at this mission is a pee trough, right?
Fuck.
And everybody has to piss, right? Everybody has to piss. They get off the boat, and the kids and chaperones and everybody just head straight to the bathroom because it was a long bus ride. So we get in there, and my dad, drops trowel, and he's pissing, and I'm pissing, a few guys down from him, and there's just a bunch of everybody I know, all the dudes I know from school, are lined up at this piss trough taking a leak. And all of a sudden, my dad cuts the biggest, wettest, hollowest, echoing fart that I've ever heard in my entire life. It silenced the room. It sounded like the world's fattest man blowing on a trombone filled with oatmeal. It was just wet and loud and like a trumpet blast. And everybody in the fucking bathroom just stops, and they're all staring at him. And my dad doesn't even really notice at first. He finishes pissing. He jumps up and down a couple times, shakes the man meat a little bit, puts it in his pants, and then he turns around and he says, boys, when you're firing a big gun like this, you're bound to get some backfire every once in a while. And he just left the room. That's my dad. That's my dad in a nutshell. Just the nastiest fucking, doesn't have any fucking social decorum when it comes to farts, and or dealing with 8-year-old kids, So yeah, there you go. That's my dad.
It's a pretty epic story.
Yeah, I mean, it was just it's hard to overstate the juiciness of this fart.
This kind of reminds me, if we're going to do fart stories.
Oh, God.
No. There was one time me and Scotty and
Stevie
was there too. we're in a hotel room in Las Vegas.
Circus. We're the worst hotels.
The worst hotel on the Strip, anyway. Or at least one of the worst.
Yeah, one of the worst on the Strip.
And we had like this great view of like this fucking granite wall, basically. And anyway, I was laying on the bed,
which was fucking like a rock.
I was like,
this is one of the most uncomfortable beds you can imagine.
I'm laying on my stomach, and I feel like this fart brewing inside. I knew it was unnatural. I knew this was not my normal fart because it felt like a candle. I could tell it was gas, but it felt like the size of like a cantaloupe, just like moving through my bowels. I could like feel it worming its way through, and I'm like, man, this could be a crazy fart. And I was glad that Scott. I remember thinking, I'm like, man, I'm glad Scotty and Stevie are here, so they have to endure this, and I'm not going to warn them at all. And it came out. I'm not even going to try to bother doing a sound effect to go with it. But it sounded like a fucking demon coming out of the pits of hell. I guess I will try to do it. It was something like...
Me and Stevie like literally jumped out of bed. We're like, what's going on?
Like they literally like jumped.
Yeah. A portal to hell opened. Yeah, from TJ's bowels.
And then it was like the smell.
Ugh.
Just like like someone slaughtered cattle in that room all day. And Scotty and Stevie both like died.
Yeah, it was beyond terrible.
They literally didn't even know it was
in a fucking room with
No, this is how fucking unnatural it sounded. They asked me afterwards, like, what the fuck was that noise?
Yes.
And I was like, I farted. And they're like, what the fuck? That was a fart?
I've never heard a fart like that ever in my fucking life that's on anything fucking remotely like that. That did not sound like a fucking fart. It literally sounded like a demon was coming out of his asshole. So we were just like, no way. You're fucking punking us. You're fucking pranking us. What the fuck did really happen? He's like, I farted. And there was no other plausible explanation, so we had to believe it.
One time when I was younger, this happened when I was about 8 or 9 too. We used to go to the beach a lot, and we would camp down on the beach. And we were driving down this beach called Pismo Beach on the central coast of California, and looking for a spot to park our Jeep. And my sister and I are in the back seat. Now, my sister is 3 years my junior, but she always picked on me as a kid. Like the power balance was completely off. Like I was the big brother, she was the little sister, but she picked on me constantly. So we're bored in the back of this Jeep, and she kind of lifts her leg up and farts in my direction and wafts it. You know what I mean? And I was like, well, fuck that. So we're having a fart battle, basically, going back and forth. And my parents are up in front, not noticing this fart battle escalating in the back seat behind them. And I ran out of gas. And she let a pretty respectable fart and wafted it over to me, and it reeked. And I was like, fuck this shit. And so I bared down as hard as I could, and I shit my pants completely full. This soft, malleable, liquid shit. To make a long story short, I formulated a plan. I grabbed my shorts up at the top of my thighs to prevent any of the shit from running out of my bathing suit. And as soon as we stopped, I booked it for the ocean and rinsed all of the shit out of my ass in the ocean. But it was still a close call. It was really gross. And yeah, that's why you don't have fart battles.
Dude, that's fucking intense dedication. I applaud you, Paul. Intense dedication.
Do it.
All right.
May I proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes.
Proceed, sir. Oh, sir.
Okay, so this was told to me by Vadim, and in high school, he had this teacher named Mrs. Seeley, and this bitch, she just had it out for him. Okay.
Did he have sex with her?
Yes, it was sex ed, actually.
Oh, okay,
so
okay, cool.
But that's
all right.
not really part of it. So basically, there was one time where, this is not the story, but there was one time in class when Vadim farted really loudly, this woman called, and everybody laughed in class, and she called him a pig. So about like 3 years later, he was walking on the stairs, and she was walking past him, and she was about half a flight down, and she let out this humongous fart that just was so loud it just kind of echoed through the the hallways, and Vadim yelled out, "Pig!" and it was so satisfying because in that moment that she farted, he instantly knew that there was no way that she could report him because she would have to tell them that she farted. And if she just said that he called him a pig, that he called her a pig, he would have just said, well, she let out this really big fart. So he was basically able to get away with calling her a pig, and that's it. That's the story.
Sweet.
That's awesome.
That is a good story. All right, we're going to end on that note.
Farting.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, JF, for tolerating our lowbrow shit humor. Thank you,
Literal shit
Creationist
humor.
Cat. Thank you, Paul's Ego. Thank you, everyone watching. We hope that you give this video a thumbs up of approval.
And
Thank you, Jesus.
On Monday, we will have Casey-tron.
Casey
on the
To
show.
blow your minds.
Nice. Guys, please give this video a thumb up. I literally told a story about how I shit my pants.
That takes
for
dedication.
no other reason than that.
Thumbs up for Paul shitting his pants.
I applaud Paul. He's hardcore.
Take a stand.
Hardcore. You're gonna beat Paul? Paul will shit his
Get
fucking
involved.
pants.
I will shit my pants so hard.
For
I love you all. I will see you next Friday.
Bye, Paul.
Thank you.
Yeah, Paul in the house.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everyone else.
Goodbye.
Eat shit and die.
Goodbye.